In the southwestern frontier lies the kingdom of Dali, within the ethereal realm of Longhuan. Amidst the stone caves, a voice reverberates. May I inquire if the esteemed heir of the southern town, Duan Yu, is present? Duan Yu, drawn into the cave while attempting to rescue the kidnapped Zhongling, is captivated by the jade statue of the fairy sister. Suddenly, a voice as delicate as a breeze brushes against his ear. He surveys his surroundings and discovers a striking youth clad in white, approximately 18 years of age. With a look of astonishment, he bows and inquires, "I am indeed Duan Yu. May I ask who you are and how you recognize me?" The white-clad youth, wielding a long sword in his right hand and carrying a black bundle over his shoulder with his left, approaches Duan Yu and speaks with an enigmatic tone. "I am Tang Ning. I happened upon this place, and, upon seeing the jade statue, sensed its extraordinary nature. I calculated that the heir is destined for calamity. Thus, I awaited your arrival." Tang Ning does not belong to this world months prior. He traversed from Earth. According to the memories of the original inhabitant, this planet, far larger than Earth, is known as the Qianwu continent, a realm infused with martial arts. The cultural epicenter rests in the Central Plains, home to 5 great empires: the Qin, Han, Sui, Song, and Ming. Surrounding them are numerous smaller nations, such as Tubo, Dali, Xixia, Turkic tribes, Donging, and Goryeo, amidst a backdrop of unending warfare that has persisted for millennia. What captivates Tang Ning about the Tianwu continent, beyond the conflicts among nations, is the vibrant world of martial heroes. As a traveler, he envisions a life filled with swordplay, camaraderie, and the thrill of vengeance. He dreams of ascending to great heights, issuing commands that none dare defy, and indulging in the opulence of imperial life. Yet, reality proves more daunting than dreams. Despite waiting for months, the essential system for travelers has yet to manifest. The perilous nature of this world, rife with vendettas, romantic entanglements, and wars, has left him questioning whether he is cursed as he evades life-threatening calamities that seem to descend upon him daily. How can a delicate youth, utterly untrained, hope to unify the martial world or win the heart of a fair maiden? Tang Ning realizes he can no longer afford to wait. Thus, he sets his sights on the naive Duan Yu. Upon hearing Tang Ning's words, Duan Yu feels as if he has found a lifeline and rushes to grasp Tang Ning's arm, pleading earnestly, "Ah, it is indeed the esteemed Tang Ning. Your foresight is remarkable. I find myself in dire straits. Might I implore you to save my friend's life?" Tang Ning, with an air of nonchalance, replies, "You flatter me, heir. If you wish to rescue Zhongling, it is quite simple. However, why should I assist you?" With that, he gently extricates himself from Duan Yu's grasp, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear several paces away. Upon hearing Zhongling's name and witnessing Tang Ning's extraordinary agility, Duan Yu becomes even more convinced of his prowess. In a state of urgency, he dashes back to Tang Ning, his demeanor filled with respect as he implores, "Tang Gongzi, if you can save Miss Zhongling, I am willing to offer any price." Tang Ning smiles calmly and commands, "Then you shall kneel." Kneel? A man's knees are as precious as gold. Duan Yu hesitates, bewildered. "Tang Gongzi. This," Tang Ning explains coolly, "if you wish to learn martial arts from me, you must kneel." Duan Yu remains ambivalent. He has always loathed martial training and fled from his father's coercive demands. Yet, the image of Zhongling's innocent smile compels him. Ultimately, after a brief struggle, he reluctantly kneels, bowing 3 times to pay homage. "Master, please accept your disciple Duan." "Yes, 3 bows." Tang Ning smiles subtly, recognizing the emotional nature shared by Duan Yu and his father, Duan Zhengchun. That a thrill of excitement courses through him. Accepting Duan Yu grants him a protective charm. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he nods and states solemnly, "Rise, my dutiful disciple. Now that you are my pupil, you must abide by my rules. First, until you have my permission, do not disclose my identity as your master to anyone. Second, do not defy my orders. Third, well, I shall elaborate once I have formulated the rest." Duan Yu, despite being the son of Dallas' noble family, finds himself devoid of connections or skills. Should the Duan clan learn of this coerced apprenticeship, he might face dire consequences. Without a moment's thought, he agrees. "Master, rest assured, I shall comply with your wishes. Now, let us hasten to rescue Miss Zhongling. Tang Ning nods, retrieving two manuals, the divine skill of biming and the lightness technique of Lingbo, from his robe and tossing them to Duan Yu. Learn as we go, he instructs gravely. I mastered these techniques in less than half an hour, do not shame me. With that, he strides toward the cave's exit. Tang Ning speaks the truth. He himself is uncertain of the source of his extraordinary martial aptitude and memory, attributing it to some mutation resulting from his journey. Recognizing this, he quickly resolves to take on a disciple. To realize his ambition of unifying Tianwu, he cannot rely solely on his own strength. As Duan Yu catches the two manuals and follows closely, Tang Ning occasionally instructs him in the techniques while refraining from using the Lingbo Weibo to hasten their journey. Duan Yu notices that the direction Tang Ning leads him is not toward the Shinnon gang. Worried for Zhongling's safety, he questions, "Master, this path does not seem to lead to the Shinnon gang. Where are you taking me?" Tang Ning casually responds, "To rescue your sister." Duan Yu, perplexed, replies, "My sister? Master, you must be mistaken, I have no sister." Tang Ning glances at Duan Yu with feigned annoyance, admonishing, "How long has it been? You have barely mastered the Lingbo Weibo. If others discover you are my disciple, how will I maintain my reputation? I have my plans focus on mastering the biming divine skill, and I shall explain everything in due time." Feeling the weight of Tang Ning's reproachful gaze, Duan Yu recalls the rule against defying his master. With a sheepish smile, he turns away and opens the biming divine skill, where the first page instructs. To practice this skill, one must first transform. Tang Ning's true intention is not to rescue Zhongling, the members of the Shinnon gang. Afflicted by the lethal poison of the lightning weasel, await Duan Yu's antidote and will not pose a threat to her for the time being. The one truly in peril is Wanqing. Chapter 2. The unashamed scoundrel Tang Ning placed his right palm upon Duan Yu's Bai acupoint, dissipating the minuscule amount of internal energy Duan Yu had previously cultivated. As Duan Yu turned to the second page, he beheld the words, "All martial arts in the world are at my command." A surge of ecstasy coursed through him. His reluctance to practice martial arts stemmed from laziness. If he mastered the biming divine art, would he still need to expend so much effort learning martial skills? Such formidable prowess was bestowed upon him so easily by his master. His master was undoubtedly a person of great renown. He felt that the decision to take on this master was profoundly worthwhile. The initial reluctance to learn martial arts evaporated in an instant. The following day, under the blazing sun, guided by Tang Ning, Duan Yu took less than a day and a night to master the basics of biming divine art and Lingbo Weibo. Although Tang Ning chided him slightly, he was secretly quite pleased. This fellow was undoubtedly a top-tier genius. In truth, Tang Ning offered minimal guidance, most of the time. Duan Yu relied on his own comprehension, and even when Tang Ning did instruct him, Duan Yu grasped the concepts effortlessly. Curious, Duan Yu inquired, "Master, I have mastered the divine skill. Can we now discuss our destination?" At that moment, the sound of clashing swords and knives reached their ears from not far ahead. Tang Ning gestured towards the commotion, saying, "The masked woman being pursued is Wanqing, your half-sister. Your sister is in grave danger. Hurry and rescue her." As he spoke, however, Tang Ning's own speed began to slow. Wanqing's sister, Duan Yu, inherently kind-hearted and now firmly believing in his master's remarkable abilities, immediately executed the Lingbo Weibo, swiftly pulling Wanqing away from the imminent threat of her assailants. He turned back to confront them, demanding, "Halt! Who are you, and why do you pursue my sister?" The assailant, who had nearly struck Wanqing, filled with fury upon seeing his plan foiled by Duan Yu, shouted back, "Enough chatter, brat. Since you are this wretched girl's brother, you shall die together." 8 pursuers brandished their swords, charging towards Duan Yu, who skillfully diverted their attention. Wanqing, clad in a flowing black gauze dress, her waist cinched with 2 black ribbons, bore a black veil over her face and rested her right hand on her injured left shoulder, clearly wounded. What a striking black rose! Even without seeing her face, Tang Ning felt a stirring within him. Confused by the intervention of a stranger, Wanqing murmured, "Brother?" Her severely injured body could not sustain her thoughts, and she suddenly felt weak, sinking to the ground. Yet, a large hand caught her slender waist. "Do not be afraid, Miss Wanqing. He is your brother. We have come to rescue you," came a voice that was both ethereal and reassuring. A gentle breeze seemed to pass through Wanqing's heart. She turned her head slightly to see Tang Ning's handsome, smiling visage, and her heart was stirred once more, momentarily forgetting that she was being embraced by an unfamiliar man. In a state of weakness, she asked a flurry of questions. Who are you, sir? How do you know me? I do not recognize you. Why do you claim I am his sister? Tang Ning smiled gently, slightly adjusting his attire to present himself as a refined gentleman. Miss Wanqing, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Ning, here specifically to rescue you. This young man is Duan Yu, the heir of the Southern Town King, and also your half-brother. In truth, your master. The Shurablade Qin Hongyan is your biological mother, and the Southern Town King Duan Zhenchun is your father. In his youth, Lord Duan was a man of many entanglements, shirking responsibility, which led your mother, Qin Hongyan, to harbor deep-seated resentment, shaping you into her instrument of vengeance. Before Tang Ning could elaborate further, Mu Wanqing interrupted angrily. Do not speak such nonsense. You shall not defame my master. She recalled clearly that her master had warned her long ago that the Southern Town King's consort, Dao Baifeng, was her enemy. In an instant, she broke free from Tang Ning's embrace, seizing her sword and using the last of her strength to lunge at him. Tang Ning instinctively raised his sword to defend himself, retreating with Lingbo Weibu. As Mu Wanqing noticed the sword in Tang Ning's hand, she saw a character for wood engraved on the hilt, and then she noticed the bundle he held in his other hand. Her pupils dilated, and she exclaimed in anger, "Shameless scoundrel! Return my undergarment and my sword." The moment the words escaped her lips, she seemed to realize her slip of the tongue, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Before Tang Ning could catch his breath, Mu Wanqing lunged at him again with her sword. Another attack? Tang Ning felt a surge of uncertainty. This should not be happening. Although Mu Wanqing was currently naive to the ways of the world and acted with a certain arrogance, it was merely a reflection of Qin Hongyan's influence. Deep down, she was a person of gentle disposition, wrapped in a cold exterior, concealing her pure and kind heart. Scoundrel? He replied, Miss Wanqing, it seems we have never met before. You must be mistaken. Undergarment? Sword? Has someone stolen your belongings? Could it be these two items I found in the cave? Realization struck Tang Ning, igniting his anger. As he fled, he explained, Miss Wanqing, you are mistaken. I have never encountered you before. Shameless scoundrel. You recognized me at a glance, and even know my name. Yet you dare to claim we have never met? Mu Wanqing retorted vehemently. Tang Ning understood that this matter could not be clarified. He could not reveal his knowledge of the plot. Observing Mu Wanqing's fierce demeanor, he noted her murderous intent. Though he was gifted and had mastered the divine skills, his cultivation was merely at the threshold, while Mu Wanqing was at least in the postnatal realm. According to the original owner's memories, the cultivation levels in the Tianwu continent ascend from low to high. Entry into the world, entry into the flow, postnatal, prenatal, master, grandmaster, martial sage, breaking the void, and martial god. The martial god existed only in legend. Even the realm of breaking the void had not been heard of for a millennium. While martial sages indeed existed, they were exceedingly rare and mostly lived in seclusion. The original owner had merely heard of them. With a significant disparity of two major realms, he was utterly unable to contend with Mu Wanqing. After a moment's contemplation, he saw that Duan Yu was entangled with Li Qingluo's subordinates. He swiftly approached Duan Yu and instructed, Duan Yu, quickly stop your sister. I will handle these assailants. Duan Yu complied, turning to intercept his sister Mu Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, we are allies. Is there some misunderstanding between you? Though still furious, Mu Wanqing recognized that Duan Yu had indeed saved her life moments ago, and he claimed to be her brother. It was prudent to seek clarification first. Ultimately, she chose to halt her assault, yet she remained vigilant, her sword still drawn for protection. This young Master Duan, I do not know you. Why do you claim I am your sister? Chapter 3. The free inner power luncheon. Duan Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, a hint of awkwardness playing on his face as he shyly smiled. Sister Wanqing, my name is Duan Yu. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain. It was my master. It was young Master Tang who mentioned it. But I wholeheartedly believe him. Mu Wanqing, infuriated, burst into laughter, casting a strange glance at Duan Yu. You, Master Duan, do not even realize you have a sister. Yet you choose to believe the nonsensical claims of a stranger? Have you truly used your intellect? She lamented the fact that such a handsome visage had been squandered on someone so naive. Duan Yu, aware that his statement seemed rather absurd, awkwardly shifted the subject. Well, Sister Wanqing, let us first drive away those who intend to harm you. I believe young Master Tang will certainly clarify everything for us. Mu Wanqing offered no reply. Her her gaze fixated on the battle involving Tang Ning. Once more, she beheld the long sword and bundle in Tang Ning's hands, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Though the black silk scarf concealed much of her remarkable allure, anger and humiliation surged within her, her breaths coming in quick gasps, her chest rising and falling in agitation. Humph, Master Duan, if you truly were my brother, you would help me slay those ruffians and that shameless rogue named Tang. Duan Yu, perplexed by Mu Wanqing's fury, could merely attempt to soothe her. Please, Sister Wanqing, young Master Tang is genuinely a good person. He was the one who brought me here to rescue you. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding between you two. Yet, such feeble reassurances fell on deaf ears, as Mu Wanqing scoffed and advanced towards Tang Ning with her sword drawn. Duan Yu followed closely behind, determined to prevent his sister from harming his benefactor. At that moment, Tang Ning halted, raising his hand to signal the 8 subordinates of Li Qingluo to cease their assault. Esteemed guests, kindly lend me your ears. I am Tang Ning, disciple of the revered Nanhai Shini, an old friend of your mistress, Lady Li. Might I implore you, for the sake of my master, to call off this conflict? Upon hearing that he was a friend of their mistress, the subordinates hesitated, momentarily pausing their aggression. However, Mu Wanqing's anger flared even more at Tang Ning's words. Humph. You are indeed no good person. It turns out you are in cahoots with them. Shameless rogue, prepare to meet your end. With that, Mu Wanqing raised her long sword once more, aiming it at Tang Ning. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Duan Yu rushed to support Mu Wanqing. Due to his connection with Wang Yuyan, Tang Ning originally intended to de-escalate the situation. Yet, the severity of Mu Wanqing's injuries shocked him. He cast a furious glare at Li Qingluo's subordinates. The leader of the 8, looking down at Tang Ning, sneered, You, Tang, do not know Nanhai Shini, nor have we ever heard our mistress mention her. Since you claim to be a friend of our mistress, why not collaborate with us to capture this wretched girl and bring her back to the Montua villa for our mistress to deal with? To hand Mu Wanqing over to that venomous woman, Li Qingluo, Tang Ning's eyes ignited with fury. You all, I had initially hoped to persuade you to reconsider, in light of Li Qingluo's reputation. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being impolite. The leader looked at Tang Ning with disdain. You think you can intimidate us with such meager skills? How arrogant. Capture this Tang brat, and take him and that little wench back for our mistress to use as fertilizer. With that, the leader commanded his 7 subordinates to encircle Tang Ning, cutting off his escape. Tang Ning exhaled deeply, a fierce smile illuminating his face. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The 8 subordinates of Li Qingluo could hardly perceive Tang Ning's figure. Moments later, they found themselves converging in a small area, breathless and bewildered, unable to fathom how these seemingly weak individuals possess such extraordinary agility. Especially Tang Ning, who, despite being besieged by 8, remained untouched. What was even more confounding was the seemingly inexhaustible inner power he wielded. It was utterly bizarre and infuriating. Tang Ning darted through the fray once more, feigning exhaustion and deliberately slowing his pace. Finally, the 8 seized the opportunity to grasp him. They simultaneously revealed their wicked, triumphant grins. Haha, boy, we've finally caught you. No matter how high your lightness skill, you cannot escape our encirclement. Let us see where you can flee to. You little rascal, you made us chase you so hard. We'll ensure you experience the fate of being fertilizer for our mistress. 2 of them were dispatched to seize the little wench for their mistress. Boy, if you kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, calling me father, I might consider sparing you and binding you to that girl. Before he could finish, the 8 suddenly sensed something amiss. Tang Ning's lips curled into a cunning smirk. What is happening? My inner power seems to be gradually dissipating. Boss, I feel it too. What are you doing, brat? Boss, this kid is up to something. We must let him go. Shut up. You think I want to? Let one go and see what happens. Ignoring their frantic cries, Tang Ning activated the Biming Divine Art, joyfully absorbing the free inner power feast. Young hero, I realize my mistake. Please, treat me like air and let me go. Pathetic wretches, young Master Tang. Since you know our mistress, you surely understand her might. Why not release us? We swear to never utter a word about you. Yet, Tang Ning remained indifferent. The pleas for mercy grew fainter in the air. Before long, he released his inner power and exhaled a deep breath. The 8 men crumpled to the ground, devoid of strength to even groan. Tang Ning glanced at the fallen figures and then sat cross-legged to digest the chaotic inner power within him. Duan Yu stood guard over the unconscious Mu Wanqing, waiting for Tang Ning. Moments later, Tang Ning finished assimilating the absorbed inner power, feeling a shift within himself. Peak of the entry level. He had absorbed the inner power of 7 late-stage practitioners and 1 early-stage expert, yet it had only elevated him to the peak of the entry level. Tang Ning felt a wave of frustration. While realms do not wholly define combat prowess, much like Xiao Feng, whose realm may not be high, yet his practical abilities are formidable, was his advancement truly so minimal? Unbeknownst to him, the inner power cultivated by ordinary individuals was entirely incomparable to the Beiming true qi stored within him. Tang Ning pondered briefly before rummaging through the belongings of the 8. He discovered a jade bottle on the leader. Upon reading the inscription on the bottle, a smile of relief graced Tang Ning's face. This would make rescuing Zhongling far simpler. With hands clasped behind his back, he strode forward with confidence, his gaze deep and resolute as he surveyed the horizon. Then, a faint voice reached Duan Yu's ears. "Let us go. Bring your sister Wanqing, and we shall rescue Zhongling." Chapter 4. Wanqing, you are truly beautiful. A vision of an enigmatic recluse. Duan Yu was captivated, his heart swelling with admiration. To have such a master, surely his fortune is profound. Immersed in his own reverie amidst Tang Ning's ethereal voice, Duan Yu stood transfixed. After a while, a gust of wind swept by. Tang Ning suddenly turned back, lifting the unconscious Mu Wanqing, and continued forward. As he felt her incredibly soft and comfortable body and inhaled the gentle fragrance wafting through the air, Tang Ning was entranced. He mused to himself, "I almost overstepped my bounds, leaving that lad Duan Yu with an advantage." At dusk, the 3 found a cave. Duan Yu hunted a wild rabbit from the mountain, built a fire, and began to roast it. Tang Ning took a bite. Having been in this world for several months, he had grown accustomed to the lack of seasoning, and though it was unpalatable, he swallowed it without a change in expression. Duan Yu, however, savored it with great delight. Mu Wanqing stirred, seemingly awakened by the aroma of the roasted rabbit. As her blurred vision cleared, she caught sight of Tang Ning and repeated her earlier fierce words. "Shameless villain, I will kill you." Unfortunately, her words held little weight, for her body remained limp, motionless except for her expression and teeth. To prevent further hostility, Tang Ning reluctantly acupointed her. After all, without resorting to the overly formidable Northern Darkness divine skill to absorb others' internal energy, he was no match for Mu Wanqing. Duan Yu hastily explained, "Sister Wanqing, you are mistaken. It was young Master Tang who dealt with those 8 assassins and saved us." Yet, Mu Wanqing expressed deep skepticism. "Do not speak in defense of that scoundrel. How could he possibly defeat those 8 masters with his martial arts?" Duan Yu wished to elaborate, but upon seeing Tang Ning raise a hand to halt him, he fell silent. Tang Ning approached Mu Wanqing, turning his back to her, and spoke softly. "Mu Wanqing, you have lived in seclusion with your master, Qin Hongyan, since childhood. She has told you that she is your master, and that your parents were murdered. Li Qingluo of Mandala Villa and Dao Baifeng, the wife of Dali's Wang Nan, are your enemies, are they not?" Mu Wanqing glared at Tang Ning, weak yet resolute, and retorted, "And if so?" Yet, a seed of doubt blossomed within her. How did this rogue know such hidden truths? Tang Ning turned back, a smile gracing his lips as he continued, "In truth, your parents are not dead. Your father is Duan Zhengchun, the father of Duan Yu. Your mother is Qin Hongyan, who is also your master." The notion that her parents were alive ignited a flicker of hope within Mu Wanqing, and she glanced at Duan Yu, who, as she expected, showed no doubt in Tang Ning's words. After a moment of contemplation, she questioned, "You scoundrel, do not spout nonsense. What proof do you have?" Scoundrel Tang Ning felt an unwarranted resentment surge within him. Suppressing his ire, he responded gently, "Proof is unnecessary. When we meet Prince Duan, your father, you will know the truth. Sister Wanqing, I will assist you in healing your wounds, and then we must hasten to Shenong to rescue Zhongling." "Rescue Zhongling?" Mu Wanqing asked anxiously. "She was captured by those evil men of Shenong?" Duan Yu replied weakly, "Yes, Sister Wanqing, it is my fault for not protecting her. Her lightning ferret bit many members of Shenong, and thus she was taken captive. I was released to find an antidote." Mu Wanqing directed a worried and furious gaze at Duan Yu, demanding, "Then why are you still with this scoundrel? Hurry to Wanjia Valley and retrieve the antidote from Zhongling's parents to save her." Such a fiery temperament. Duan Yu awkwardly avoided Mu Wanqing's gaze and looked to Tang Ning for help. Tang Ning replied coolly, "Sister Wanqing, do not be anxious. I have a method to rescue Zhongling. I will release your acupoints, assist you in healing, and then we shall set off together." With that, Tang Ning rose and prepared to unlock the acupoints just below Mu Wanqing's collarbone. As Mu Wanqing beheld his approaching hands, Her eyes brimmed with indignation. Scoundrel! What do you intend to do? Without pausing, Tang Ning pressed down. I am here to unlock your acupoints. So soft. As Tang Ning relished the exquisite sensation, he took a few steps back, wary of being mistaken for a scoundrel by the little Wanqing. To his surprise, Wanqing refrained from further aggression. Yet her resentful gaze conveyed a clear message: maintain your distance. Wanqing sat up, and Tang Ning settled behind her, cross-legged, initiating the healing process. Although the Northern Darkness divine skill lacked true healing properties, its profound energy far surpassed ordinary internal strength, aiding Wanqing in her self-recovery. Initially skeptical of Tang Ning's ability to assist her, Wanqing approached the situation with a mindset of mere experimentation. However, as Tang Ning's true energy flowed into her, she was astonished to discover that this rogue was indeed extraordinary. She immediately focused on her recovery. Meanwhile, Tang Ning found his thoughts wandering. His palms rested on Wanqing's back as his energy coursed through her, the touch not only soft and comforting, but also resonant with her essence. After a considerable time, Wanqing's injuries had nearly healed. Tang Ning released his hands and moved in front of her, gazing intently into her eyes. As Wanqing opened her eyes and met his gaze, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. This rogue was unreasonably forward. Just as she was about to push him away, Tang Ning softly spoke. Sister Wanqing, I have seen your portrait. I heard from my master that your mother established a rule. The first man to behold your true visage shall be your future husband. Thud. Thud. Upon hearing these words, Wanqing's heart raced, momentarily forgetting Tang Ning's rogue identity. He has seen me, husband? She averted her gaze from Tang Ning, feeling flustered and uncertain. Caught off guard, Tang Ning swiftly and effortlessly lifted her veil. Stunned, Tang Ning found himself captivated. Though it was late at night, the sparse stars offered little illumination. Yet the golden glow of the bonfire highlighted Wanqing's flushed cheeks, enhancing her allure. Tang Ning gazed at the breathtaking face he had never encountered before, his breath quickening. Wanqing, you are truly beautiful, he exclaimed involuntarily. Faced with such unabashed praise, Wanqing instinctively frowned, once more ensnared in a state of bewilderment. Should I kill him? Or should I take my own life? Or perhaps, become his wife? Chapter 5 Zhongling, please release my husband. Wanqing turned away, her back facing Tang Ning. Suddenly, as if compelled by an unseen force, she cried out, Young Master Tang. Both were struck as if by lightning. Wanqing fell into contemplation. This man surnamed Tang appeared younger than her recently emerged brother, Duan Yu. Her brother claimed he was responsible for vanquishing the 8 assassins. Yet how could he have accomplished such a feat with his limited skills? Though his internal energy was formidable, it hardly sufficed to wield such extraordinary combat prowess. My sword and bundle are clearly in his possession. Why then does he refuse to acknowledge it? How did he know I was in peril and arrive just in time to rescue me? He also seemed to be aware of the admonitions I received from my master. No, from my mother since childhood. Most perplexing of all was that he had already seen my portrait. Aside from my mother, no one else had laid eyes on my visage. Could it be? Piecing together the events of the day, Wanqing arrived at the most plausible conclusion. The inexplicable occurrences surrounding her were orchestrated with the covert assistance of the South Sea divine nun. But why would she do this? It must be that her mother had arranged a betrothal with the South Sea divine nun long ago, which would explain why her portrait was entrusted to her. It was also conceivable that her sword and bundle had been secretly taken by her mother and given to the South Sea divine nun, who then passed them to Tang Ning as tokens of recognition. Upon reaching this conclusion, Wanqing's face flushed crimson. The only thing she could not fathom was why Tang Ning would rather be misconstrued as a scoundrel than clarify the origin of the tokens. Summer nights are not long, and in such a picturesque atmosphere, they seem even shorter. Soon, the hour grew late. Tang Ning roused the slumbering Duan Yu and called to the seemingly drowsy yet blushing Wanqing. Come, we must rescue Zhongling. Wanqing trailed behind at a distance, too timid to approach. However, her lightness of foot paled in comparison to Tang Ning and Duan Yu. To hasten their journey to the Shinong gang, Tang Ning turned back and encircled Wanqing's slender waist, joining Duan Yu in employing the Lingbo Weibu technique to speed along. Wanqing merely emitted a soft sigh, turning her head away, her cheeks ablaze, her mind buzzing, and she did not resist. Duan Yu was puzzled. How could the world have transformed so drastically after just a brief slumber? Yesterday, she had called someone a scoundrel, yet today she allowed him to embrace her without protest. He glanced at his blushing sister, Wanqing, and then at his master, Tang Ning. Suddenly, a knowing smile broke upon his face. If his master became his brother-in-law, he would gain an additional familial rank. Sister, go for it. Brother supports you. At the Shinong Gang, the darkest hour before dawn arrived. Tang Ning opened the jade vial of sleeping powder acquired from the leader under Li Qingluo's command. Employing Lingbo Weibu, he silently placed the vial beneath the noses of each sleeping member of the Shinong Gang for a few moments. Shortly thereafter, all members, including the leader Sikong Xian, slumped sideways, unconscious. The three bound all the gang members and rescued Zhang Ling. Upon seeing Duan Yu, Zhang Ling joyfully lunged toward him. Elder brother Duan, I knew you would come to save me. However, at that critical moment, Tang Ning swiftly positioned himself between Duan Yu and Zhang Ling. In the ensuing chaos, Zhang Ling inadvertently fell into Tang Ning's embrace. Sensing her softness and fragrance, Tang Ning inhaled deeply, momentarily entranced. Startled by the unexpected obstruction, Zhang Ling instinctively glanced up, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her head. This young master accompanying elder brother Duan is quite handsome. In that instant, she forgot to extricate herself from Tang Ning's arms. Duan Yu, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anger. Even if he was his master, how could he steal his disciple's beloved? Moreover, he had my sister, Mu Wanqing. This was simply intolerable. Tang Ning inhaled the fresh scent, saying, Duan Yu, Zhong Ling is also your half-sister. Mu Wanqing simultaneously interjected, Zhong Ling, this young master Tang is our savior. He is also my future husband. You must let him go. Duan Yu was bewildered. Was this development truly happening so swiftly? He had thought it surprising enough that Tang Ning and Mu Wanqing had feelings for one another. Now, the latter was declaring him her future husband overnight. He cast an admiring glance at Tang Ning. His master was indeed extraordinary. Yet, Zhong Ling was also his sister? This revelation was hard for him to accept. He gazed at the innocent, charming, and ethereal Zhong Ling, who had formed a deep connection with him, now embracing his master. Suddenly, a realization struck Duan Yu, his face reflecting a mix of sadness and grievance. Young Master Tang, this matter is of great significance. Do not deceive me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling pushed Tang Ning away and was equally perplexed. What is happening? How has elder brother suddenly become my blood brother? She pouted and innocently asked, Elder brother, is what this young master says true? She remained unaware that Duan Yu was pondering the same question. Even Tang Ning was bewildered. Was it not merely a glance at her unveiled face? Why had this been so swiftly proclaimed in public? Xiao Wanqing, your jealousy is quite extraordinary. You have so quickly acknowledged your husband. How will you pursue other suitors afterward? Last night doesn't count. Shall we start over? He mused about Xiao Zhangling, Xiao Yuyan, and Xiao Longv. Wait, Xiao Longv. He wondered if she had emerged from the tomb with Yang Guo and whether the Dragon Knight had appeared. Time was of the essence. He needed to gather information. Mu Wanqing was also bewildered. Zhang Ling was also related to her and brother Duan. Moreover, Tang Ning had dared to embrace another woman right in front of her. This was utterly outrageous. Each of the four harbored their thoughts and questions. Tang Ning cleared his throat and spoke first. Indeed, the three of you are half-siblings. Receiving Tang Ning's confirmation, Duan Yu felt despondent. I must return home. I need to ask my father to tell me the truth in person. He suddenly turned to Tang Ning, his eyes filled with confusion. What kind of person are you, master? I have heard of those who can divine the stars, but they can only grasp the general trajectory of events and predict fortunes. Yet your revelations are so detailed, far beyond this concept. Clearly, this information was not derived from divination but rather intelligence. However, though my master is as handsome as I, he appears younger than I am. From where does he possess such extensive secrets about our Duan family? Suppressing his doubts, Duan Yu felt a wave of frustration. He had always known that his mother, Dao Baifeng, often quarreled with his father and frequently left home, and that his father had been unfaithful. Yet, he had never imagined that the first woman he met upon leaving home, whom he admired, would turn out to be his father's daughter. Father, I loathe you. Zhong Ling and Mu Wanqing also wished to return with Duan Yu to ascertain the truth of Tang Ning's claims. Yet, Tang Ning interjected, wait. Chapter 6. I wish to bathe. Return my bundle under the watchful eyes of Duan Yu, Zhong Ling, and Mu Wanqing. Tang Ning stepped forward to the members of the Shinong Gang, initiating the practice of the Biming divine skill to absorb their internal energy. How could such a bounteous gift of internal energy be squandered? Zhong Ling, puzzled, inquired, Brother, what is he doing? Mu Wanqing, equally curious, glanced at Duan Yu. Duan Yu replied, Young Master Tang is absorbing their internal energy. Zhong Ling blinked her charming eyes and, parting her cherry lips in surprise, exclaimed, Ah, internal energy can be absorbed? This was news to Mu Wanqing as well. and she wondered if the assassins from the Mandala Manor had truly been dealt with by him. They both struggled to comprehend. Even if Tang Ning could absorb others' internal energy, what purpose would it serve? Each individual's internal energy was unique, and differing energies within one body could easily clash, while there were many whose energies could harmonize. It was improbable that Tang Ning could seamlessly absorb the energies of dozens from the Shenong gang. Besides the leader Si Kongxian, who was at the peak of the acquired realm, there were only a few elders at the acquired stage, while the rest were at the entry-level realm, with some being mere novices. In just a moment, Tang Ning had fully absorbed the energy. He settled into a meditative posture to digest it. After a brief interlude, Tang Ning opened his eyes, having transformed the chaotic internal energies into pure, beaming, true qi. The beaming divine skill had reached a minor accomplishment, and his cultivation level advanced to the late entry-level stage. Although the increase was modest, Tang Ning felt no disappointment. After all, such progress without cultivation was already quite gratifying. Now, empowered by the formidable beaming true qi and the highly agile lightness skill Lingbo Weibu, he no longer felt intimidated by Mu Wanqing. He turned his gaze towards Mu Wanqing, his eyes shamelessly roving over her form. To his surprise, Mu Wanqing did not react with anger. Instead, she shyly lowered her head, seemingly acquiescing to Tang Ning's impudent gaze. How could this be? Tang Ning scratched his nose and cleared his throat. Young Master Duan, Miss Zhongling, Miss Wanqing, shall we take our leave? With two lovely companions by his side, Tang Ning intended to stroll leisurely, allowing them to savor the scenery along the way. As they walked, the bashful Mu Wanqing, who had been trailing behind, suddenly approached Tang Ning and whispered, Young Master Tang, I need to bathe. But I was pursued at home and left without any clothes. Could you return my bundle to me? After speaking, she promptly lowered her head. The allure of her demeanor was captivating. It appeared that the bundle truly belonged to Mu Wanqing. Tang Ning, feeling awkward, handed the bundle to her. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through his body. Oh no, this would definitively mark him as a lecher. How could he explain this? Would he claim he found it in a cave? Such a pretext would hardly be credible. In a moment of inspiration, he swiftly grasped Mu Wanqing's delicate hand as she reached for the bundle, his gaze wandering to inappropriate places. Mu Wanqing sensed Tang Ning's fiery gaze, but, to his astonishment, she did not react with anger. Instead, she shyly averted her eyes. Tang Ning was perplexed. Could someone enlighten him on why this was happening? Sister, as a traditionally virtuous woman, shouldn't you be extremely angered and slap me in this situation? Mu Wanqing took the bundle and quickly ran to the side to inspect it. Indeed, this is my bundle, she murmured softly. Just then, Zhong Ling appeared from nowhere. Oh, Sister Mu, why do I find my lost clothes in your bundle? Mu Wanqing, hearing this, scrutinized the contents of the bundle once more. Indeed, in addition to her own garments, there were other women's clothes that did not belong to her. She furrowed her brow, glancing back at Tang Ning, then asked Zhong Ling, which clothes are yours? Zhong Ling pointed cheerfully, that pink apron and that blue veil. She rummaged through the bundle. And this one, just these four. She added, I thought a lecher had stolen them. Who knew they were with Sister Mu? With a bright smile, she suggested, Sister Mu, let us bathe together. Mu Wanqing ignored Zhong Ling, her mind racing, aside from her own clothes. There were at least two other outfits of women that did not belong to either of them. Whose could they be? Could it be that her father had other daughters? Was it her father, rather than her mother, who had taken her clothes and sword? No wonder Tang Ning was reluctant to clarify the origins of the bundle. Perhaps he wished to make a choice among the sisters. Humph. She let out a disdainful huff, casting Tang Ning a fierce warning glance from a distance. Tang Ning, upon receiving that glare, felt an inexplicable thrill. He employed Lingbo Weibu to glide over to Zhong Ling's side. Miss Zhong Ling, once we return to Dali, after your father clarifies your lineage, I will take you to find your lightning ferret. How does that sound? Having lost her lightning ferret, Zhong Ling had been somewhat glum and distracted on the journey. Upon hearing such fortuitous words, she leaped with joy. Really? Young Master Tang, do you truly know where my lightning ferret is? Can you help me find it? Tang Ning nodded solemnly. Indeed, it is true. Zhong Ling naturally wrapped her arms around Tang Ning's, her melodious voice ringing out. Young Master Tang, you are so wonderful. Tang Ning reveled in the intimacy of Zhong Ling's touch, thinking to himself, it is truly delightful to have such an innocent and charming girl around. At that moment, a fierce wind surged towards them, carrying a sense of danger. Before Tang Ning could turn, he found Mu Wanqing's sword poised at his throat. He feigned a foolish grin and asked, Miss Wanqing, what is the matter? Furious, Mu Wanqing opened her mouth to speak, but in the presence of Zhong Ling, her words faltered. Eventually, she simply huffed and sheathed her sword, leading the way alone. Zhong Ling shrugged, her large, watery eyes wide with helplessness as she stuck out her tongue at Tang Ning and shook her head. Tang Ning tilted his head in response to Zhong Ling, seizing the opportunity to gently caress her silky hair. At Mandala Manor, a carrier pigeon alighted on Li Qingluo's hand. She removed the message and opened it to read, "Esteemed mistress, I regret to inform you that I had managed to capture the assassin Mu Wanqing, that wretched woman. However, midway, 2 young men intervened and rescued her. One is said to be her brother, while the other is named Tang Ning. He claims his master is Ne Haisheni and that he is acquainted with you, urging us to release that little wretch." We did not heed his deceptive words. Both young men possess poor martial skills, yet their lightness skills are exceptional, making it difficult for us to subdue them. Ultimately, Tang Ning employed some sinister technique, and when we attempted to seize him, he absorbed the energy of all 8 of us, rendering us powerless. Given your immense grace, I felt it my duty to report this situation to you, but we are now incapable of serving you further. I humbly seek your forgiveness. Chapter 7. The betrothal of Wang Yuyuan to Murong Fu. Li Qingluo folded the letter and began to ponder. That little wretch's brother? Could it be that Qin Hongyan, that old witch, has reunited her daughter with the son of the Duan family? Humph. Duan Jinchun, you openly declare your enmity towards me, daring to send your own son to sabotage my plans. Nanhai Sheni? I have never heard of such a person. Though her martial arts are mediocre, her lightness skill is unparalleled. She can absorb a person's internal energy, rendering them powerless. A spark of inspiration flashed in Li Qingluo's mind. Come, quickly relay my message to Murong Fu, instructing him to come see me at once. Shortly after, Murong Fu arrived to pay his respects. Greetings, uncle. I am unaware of the urgent matter that prompted you to summon me so hastily. Before Li Qingluo could respond, Wang Yuyuan joyfully rushed over. Cousin, you have come. Murong Fu smiled faintly, nodding gently, embodying the demeanor of a true gentleman, and softly called out, Yuyuan, dear cousin. Li Qingluo cast a disapproving glance at her infatuated daughter and addressed Murong Fu sternly. Fu, you must journey to Dali on behalf of your aunt and locate a person named Tang Ning. Bring him back. Additionally, find a young man named Duan Yu and a little wretch named Mu Wanqing and eliminate them. They are of the Duan family. Murong Fu furrowed his brow. For the sake of the Fuyan plan, he had intended to ingratiate himself with the Duan family in Dali. May I ask, Aunt, who are these 3 individuals? What grievance do they hold against you? Li Qingluo explained. Not long ago, that little wretch Mu Wanqing attempted to assassinate me. I dispatched men to apprehend her for questioning. But to my surprise, all of them were slain, and Tang Ning and Duan Yu were her accomplices. Murong Fu continued to inquire, what are their martial arts capabilities? Li Qingluo replied softly, at most, they have attained the post-heaven realm. Murong Fu frowned again. Did such trivial post-heaven warriors truly warrant his intervention? His aunt seemed to be making a mountain out of a molehill. With an awkward smile, Li Qingluo clarified, Duan Yu is the son of the Prince of South Dali. He is surely surrounded by formidable guardians. Moreover, they possess at least 2 peerless martial arts manuals, both of which were lost from your aunt's Longhuan Jade Cave. It is unclear how they came into their possession. These 2 manuals, which your aunt has never perused, were merely mentioned by her parents in her childhood. They are the most esteemed martial arts they had gathered. One is titled Biming Divine Skill, and the other Lingbo Weibu. Fuer, you must ensure to retrieve those 2 manuals. Your aunt will gladly lend you her assistance in studying them. Murong Fu was well aware of Longhuan Jade Cave. Half of his martial prowess originated from his family's Huanshe Water Pavilion, while the other half came from his aunt's Longhuan Jade Cave. His current reputation as a hero in the martial world, known as the South Murong and North Chiao Feng, owed much to the contributions of Longhuan Jade Cave. He had not anticipated that within the extensive treasures of Longhuan, there existed even more superior martial arts manuals. A determined glint sparkled in Murong Fu's eyes. Rest assured, Aunt, I shall avenge you and retrieve these 2 manuals. Li Qingluo nodded with satisfaction. Fuer, if you successfully complete this task, I promise to betroth you Yuan to you. Hearing this, Wang Yuyuan shyly glanced at her cousin, Murong Fu, whom she had admired since childhood. Murong Fu returned her gaze with tenderness, speaking with a hint of excitement. If you are willing to bestow Yuan upon me, I shall gladly share your burdens. Wang Yuyuan's heart soared with joy. Cousin, I will assist you. Then she turned to Li Qingluo. Mother, I wish to accompany cousin. Li Qingluo admonished. You are but an unmarried young lady. It is inappropriate for you to expose yourself to the world of Jianghu. Wang Yuan pouted in grievance, casting a pleading glance at Murongfu. Murongfu appealed to Li Qingluo. Aunt, Yuan is now of age. It would be beneficial for her to experience the world. You may rest assured. I will take good care of her. Li Qingluo considered for a moment before reluctantly conceding. Since you have said so, I entrust Yuan's care to you. Murongfu confidently assured her. Aunt, you need not worry. I will ensure that she is safe and sound. Wang Yuan beamed with delight. Thank you, mother. Cousin, let us depart. As they exited, Li Qingluo's voice echoed once more. If you secure the manuals, then there is no need to leave the Tang boy alive. Meanwhile, Tang Ning strolled along, teasing the adorable spirit like Zhang Ling, thoroughly enjoying himself. Wanqing shot countless glares at Tang Ning's inappropriate behavior, yet he remained oblivious, even provoking her. Still, she could never bring herself to voice her embarrassment. She had charged at Tang Ning with her sword numerous times. But his enhanced skills allowed him to effortlessly evade her attacks using Lingbo Weibo. He even called out in jest, attempted murder of a husband. This left her feeling both furious and flustered, yet inexplicably, a trace of delight lingered within her. After many encounters, Wanqing grew numb to the situation. Though Tang Ning and Zhang Ling shared laughter, there was no overt transgression. At most, Zhang Ling would cling to Tang Ning's arm, offering him a fleeting softness. Meanwhile, her foolish brother, Duan Yu, incessantly praised Tang Ning. Eventually, she chose to turn a blind eye, disregarding Tang Ning altogether. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey, you little brat. I see you possess a unique bone structure that resembles mine. I have taken a liking to you. Quickly kneel and pay your respects as my disciple. A middle-aged man, wielding a pair of crocodile jaw scissors and adorned with a crocodile whip, approached Duan Yu, circling him as he scrutinized the back of his head with satisfaction. By the way, boy, what is your name? Duan Yu gazed at this seemingly deranged individual and replied, I am Duan Yu. Who are you? Why should I become your disciple? Yu Laosan was about to impart some wisdom to Duan Yu when another voice interrupted. I am Yu Tianlong, known as the crocodile god of the South Sea. He was the third of the 4 great villains, nicknamed the Fierce God. Though his temperament was fiery and his actions ruthless, he was known for his loyalty. Tang Ning sauntered over leisurely. You wish to snatch my disciple? Yu Laosan despised being referred to as the third in rank. You may call me by my name, but do not mistake me for the third. I am the second. You remember that, yellow-haired brat? Tang Ning chuckled lightly. So, you are displeased with being labeled as the third? Yu Laosan's frustration boiled over. Bah, I am the second. Dare to speak otherwise, and I will cut you. Tang Ning remained unfazed, sporting a calm smile, and encouraged. How about we make a wager? Wager? Yu Laosan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What shall we bet? Chapter 8. Crisis. A great enemy approaches as Tang Ning began to contemplate the recruitment of allies. He smiled slightly and said, I wager that I can prove you are the third in rank, not the second. If you lose, you owe me 100,000 taels of silver. Can you really prove that? Yu Laosan replied confidently, countering with a relaxed question, and what if I win? What will you offer me in return? Tang Ning gestured towards Duan Yu. Let him be your disciple. Duan Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was his master really selling him off? No, surely his master must possess an unshakable confidence in victory. Zhong Ling stuck out her tongue playfully. Brother, Master Tang wants to sell you, and you remain silent? How magnanimous. She then gave Duan Yu an adorable thumbs up. Wanqing looked at Tang Ning with concern. The notorious reputation of the 4 great villains was well known throughout the Jianghu. Even the 4th-ranked Yunzhang was at least a master of innate skills. Naturally, the 3rd-ranked Yu Laosan was even stronger. She doubted that a villain with such overwhelming power would ever concede defeat. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Laosan's gaze suddenly shifted to Zhang Ling and Wanqing, who had unveiled their faces, and a gleam lit up in his eyes. No. Aside from Duan Yu being my disciple, I also want these 2 lovely ladies as my wives. Zhang Ling and Wanqing shot him disdainful looks before turning their furious glares towards Tang Ning. How dare you? To their surprise, Tang Ning disregarded their warnings and replied nonchalantly, Very well, I agree. Tang Gongzi, you scoundrel. The ladies shouted in anger, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Tang Ning glanced over, thinking to himself how charming even their anger was. Based on the degree of their trembling, it seemed Wanqing's was slightly more pronounced than Zhang Ling's. At that moment, a loud and piercing voice echoed from afar. Yu Laosan, since you have no interest in women, why not gift these 2 beauties to me? I've been having a run of bad luck lately. It has been ages since I've enjoyed the company of a young girl. Upon hearing these words, Tang Ning's eyes narrowed. The speaker was none other than the notorious and ruthless flower thief, Yun Zhanghe. Feeling threatened, Tang Ning instinctively moved closer to Zhongling and Mu Wanqing. This was entirely unexpected. According to the original narrative, they were not supposed to encounter Yun Zhanghe at this juncture. Not only was he highly skilled in martial arts, but his lightness skill was renowned as the best in the world, making him a formidable opponent. In such circumstances where close combat was impossible, the Biming divine skill would be rendered ineffective. He had no chance of victory. Yu Lao Sen responded with a grin. Sure, I can give you the beauties, but you must call me second brother from now on. Yun Zhanghe shrugged. As long as Yi Ernyang agrees, I have no objections. He then turned his lewd gaze towards Zhongling and Mu Wanqing, shamelessly scanning them up and down. Feeling uncomfortable, the two ladies shifted closer to Tang Ning, each gripping his arm tightly, unwilling to let go as they hid behind him, afraid to look at Yu Lao San. Duan Yu was equally disturbed, unable to fathom how such a cruel woman could exist in the world. His gaze towards Yu Lao San lost its previous innocence and goodwill. Yu Lao San lowered his head slightly, awkwardly admitting, in this regard, I indeed cannot compare to Yi Sen Yang. No, he could not afford to lose to Yi Sen Yang. Suddenly, he glared at Tang Ning. But if I were to kill you now, would that count as enough wickedness? He then glanced at Zhongling and Mu Wanqing behind Tang Ning. Tang Ning regarded Yu Lao San with a serious expression, then discreetly glanced at Yun Zhanghe beside him, stating earnestly, when did Yu Lao San become a man who lacks integrity? Let us do this. If you can catch me within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, I shall concede you the victory. How does that sound? Yun Zhanghe, who had been admiring the beauty before him, narrowed his eyes at Tang Ning with a mocking smile. What audacity did this insignificant figure possess? Duan Yu, Zhongling, and Mu Wanqing all began to worry for Tang Ning. Yun Zhanghe's lightness skill was unmatched. Among the four great villains, Yu Lao San's ranking above Yun Zhanghe was not solely due to his martial prowess, but also because his lightness skill was formidable. Furthermore, for those with exceptional martial skills, killing did not necessarily require superior lightness skills. Yu Lao San cast a disdainful glance at Tang Ning, thinking that this young man seemed barely of age. Even if he were a martial genius, how formidable could he truly be? He cast a glance at Tang Ning's temples and surmised that his martial skills were likely still below the innate level. Kid, these are your own words. I won't hold back. If I injure you, don't blame me for taking advantage of my strength. Tang Ning gestured for Duan Yu to come closer, instructing him to lead Zhongling and Mu Wanqing aside, away from Yun Zhanghe, and to remain vigilant. Yu Lao San, you may strike now. In an instant, Yu Lao San drew his crocodile tail whip and lashed it towards Tang Ning. As the whip connected with Tang Ning's body, a victorious smile spread across Yu Lao San's face. Chapter 9, Li Qiushui, the third sister, however, when Yu Lao San focused his gaze once more, he exclaimed, where has he gone? He scanned the surroundings until he caught sight of Tang Ning behind him. The sudden disappearance of Tang Ning even left Yun Zhanghe astonished. With his keen eyesight, he discerned how Tang Ning had vanished and could roughly trace his movements. This was an exceptionally profound lightness skill, unlike anything he had ever encountered before. He promptly warned Yu Lao San, third brother, his lightness skill is formidable. Do not underestimate him. Yu Lao San, feeling provoked, retorted, get lost. I can see that for myself. I don't need your reminders. With a thunderous shout, he struck a massive boulder nearby with his palm. Boom. The boulder exploded, producing a deafening sound, and shattered into countless fragments that flew in all directions. Tang Ning was caught off guard. A shard of rock swiftly tore through his sleeve and grazed his arm. Duan Yu, Zhongling, and Mu Wanqing simultaneously called out in alarm, young Master Tang, be careful. Zhongling, on the verge of tears, pleaded, brother, what should we do? Duan Yu felt utterly helpless. Fighting was certainly out of the question, especially with Yun Zhanghe nearby. Escaping was also impossible. Tang Ning hastily retreated, but was struck multiple times by the flying debris. Fortunately, he managed to evade some of the more lethal impacts. His brow furrowed deeply, and his expression turned grave. He had been careless. Yu Lao San was no novice. He possessed extensive combat experience and knew how to effectively utilize the surrounding environment. Tang Ning, in contrast, was still inexperienced. Having learned from his misstep, Tang Ning began to pay closer attention to the various elements within his surroundings that could be leveraged. He contemplated strategies, and unbeknownst to him, his mind operated like a high-speed processor, rapidly calculating the probabilities of different events and potential responses. This newly discovered ability filled him with excitement. His martial arts talent had evolved, his memory had sharpened, and his cognitive adaptability had heightened, coupled with his vastly superior understanding of this world. He felt confident about his future unification of the martial realm. Yu Laosan unleashed his formidable strength, wielding his weapons and employing the surrounding stones, trees, and even dust to mount a relentless assault on Tang Ning. After processing the situation with his agile mind, Tang Ning realized for the first time that the Beiming divine skill also enhanced his speed. By employing the Lingbo Weibu technique, he elevated his swiftness to new heights, using the trees as cover and the wind's force to maximize his velocity. In the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible. More than half of the incense stick's time had elapsed. Frustrated by the sustained yet fruitless assault, Yu Laosan grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, Tang Ning noted that his calculations also encompassed his opponent's emotional state. This realization led to Yu Laosan's strikes becoming more frantic while Tang Ning's defenses grew more effortless. Yun Zhonghe, who was observing the battle, recognized this unusual shift. Familiar with his brother Yu Songlong's prowess, he understood that Yu Laosan was likely destined for defeat in this wager. Having long been deprived of female companionship, he stealthily approached Duan Yu and the others, intending to abduct the two exquisite maidens, Zhongling and Wanqing. While Tang Ning could evade Yu Laosan's attacks, he was still far from being able to retaliate effectively. Just as he noticed Yun Zhonghe nearing Duan Yu's group, it was too late. Tang Ning had grossly underestimated Yun Zhonghe's lightness skills, as well as his lecherous and unscrupulous nature. He shouted in desperation, "Duan Yu, be careful." Then, addressing Yu Laosan, he declared, "Yu Laosan, the incense stick's time is nearly up. You must realize you cannot capture me. Since you have lost, you must agree to my 3 requests. I now command you to intercept Yun Zhonghe and ensure he does not approach Duan Yu, Zhongling, or Wanqing." Yu Laosan, unwilling to concede defeat, retorted, "Stop talking nonsense. The incense stick's time has not yet expired. I will definitely catch you, you little brat." However, inwardly, he begrudgingly acknowledged Tang Ning's assertion. Yun Zhonghe chimed in, "Heh, old 3, splendid job. I shall savor these 2 tender beauties first. You hold that brat back while I make my move." Yun Zhonghe's speed was indeed impressive. In the time it took to speak with Yu Laosan, he had already reached Duan Yu and the others. With his innate cultivation and renowned lightness skill, he effortlessly subdued Zhongling and Wanqing, sealing their acupoints with just a few strikes. Duan Yu, unable to escape, found himself pinned to the ground, motionless. Zhongling cried out, "Brother, young Master Tang, help." Wanqing, fully aware of the fate that awaited her in Yun Zhonghe's hands, remained remarkably composed despite her internal dread, addressing Tang Ning. "Tang Ning, I have already pledged myself to you as your wife. Fear not. Should I be violated by this scoundrel, I shall die to uphold my honor." Upon hearing Wanqing's words, Tang Ning felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Wanqing, in that instant, he experienced the duality of this world's malevolence and beauty. Prevented by Yu Laosan's interference, Tang Ning could only watch helplessly as Yun Zhonghe whisked Zhongling and Wanqing away. The incense stick's time had run out. Tang Ning stood despondently in place. Yu Laosan, too, appeared somewhat disheartened, conceding, "I have lost, but I do not possess 100,000 taels of silver. I will repay you later. I will also agree to your 3 requests. Would you like me to retrieve your 2 lovers?" Tang Ning remained silent. Knowing that with Yun Zhonghe's lightness skill, he had already fled far away. How could he pursue? His mind raced with various methods, including tracking footprints and scent. Ultimately, he resigned himself to defeat. Suddenly, Duan Yu, lying on the ground, weakly and obsessively called out, "Fairy sister." Tang Ning and Yu Laosan turned simultaneously to gaze. They beheld a slender, graceful woman clad in a white gown, gliding through the air, her face obscured by a piece of white silk, rendering her features invisible. She hovered effortlessly, exuding an air of tranquility, her skirt billowing with the breeze, ethereal as a celestial being. With keen hearing, she caught Duan Yu's faint cry from such a distance. She directed her gaze towards the prostrate Duan Yu, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yet, as if recalling something unpleasant, her expression swiftly turned icy. Though her features remained hidden, her enchanting aura evoked in Tang Ning the same thoughts as Duan Yu. She was the very woman sculpted from jade in the stone cave of Longhuan Fudi. Tang Ning understood that the figure carved by Wu Yizi was not Li Qiushui, but rather her sister, Li Songhai. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he called out, "Third sister, please halt." Chapter 10, Little Junior Brother. Please do not follow in the footsteps of your second senior brother Li Qiushui, driven by curiosity, gracefully drifted before Tang Ning and inquired, "Little one, are you calling for me?" Tang Ning, with a hint of reverence, replied, "Yes, third senior sister. My master is Xiaoyao of the Xiaoyao sect, and I am Tang Ning, a newly accepted disciple." Duan Yu, perplexed, glanced at his master Tang Ning, recalling that it had been previously stated that their ancestor was the South Sea divine nun. How had it changed to Xiaoyao of the Xiaoyao sect? Xiaoyao. After many years, Li Qiushui felt a surge of excitement upon hearing news of her master. "Are you saying that he is still alive?" Tang Ning nodded and responded, "Indeed, senior sister." With this confirmation, Li Qiushui's excitement grew, but soon, reality set in. Her master, Xiaoyao, had left decades ago and had not been heard from since. When he departed, he was already gray-haired and nearing the end of his days. If he were still alive today, he would be nearly 200 years old. She found it hard to believe. With a solemn expression, she questioned, "How old is your junior brother?" 18. "And where is my master now?" "Traveling the world, without a fixed abode." "Does he have any teachings to pass on regarding the Xiaoyao sect?" "My master entrusted me with 2 manuals he left in the cave of the Longhuan blessed land, instructing me to practice diligently." "How do you recognize me?" "Third senior sister, your graceful demeanor resembles that of a celestial being. Master once mentioned that the jade statue in the cave was akin to your younger sister, resembling you closely." Tang Ning's flattery was well received by Li Qiushui. Though her beauty had been marred by the Tianshan old woman, forcing her to wear a veil, such praise naturally brought her joy. Yet, she furrowed her brow again, realizing that even the fact that the jade statue was her sister was known to her master. She continued to ask sternly, "Did my master have any instructions?" Tang Ning hesitated, but upon noticing Li Qiushui's growing impatience, he sighed and finally spoke. "Third senior sister, my master has been observing the matters between you, the first senior sister, and the second senior brother closely. He took us in with the hope of promoting the Xiaoyao sect, yet you have engaged in infighting for years. The first senior sister established the Lingzhou palace without permission, which greatly displeased my master. The second senior brother's manipulations of your feelings have also filled him with grief. As for you, third senior sister, your clash with Ding Chuanxiu, resulting in the second senior brother's injuries and his fall from the cliff, has incited my master's fury." Upon hearing this, Li Qiushui was utterly convinced by Tang Ning's words. The intimate matters among the 3 siblings were known only to them. Not even the so-called unparalleled masters of this era were aware of them. The only explanation was that their master had been secretly watching them all along. This realization filled her with anxiety and dread. Tang Ning continued, "My master has sent me to find you, hoping you can set aside your grievances and reconcile. He also stated that this is the only opportunity he will grant you. Should the 3 of you refuse to heed his counsel and persist in your stubbornness, he will return personally to rectify matters." The thought of the Tianshan old woman and Weiyazi made Li Qiushui tremble with anger. One had disfigured her, while the other had deceived her emotionally. Yet, recalling her master's admonitions brought her to suppress her wrath. Rectify matters. A natural fear arose within her towards her nearly 200-year-old master. Seeing the expression on Li Qiushui's face, Tang Ning knew the moment was ripe. "Sister, I have 2 friends who were just abducted by the vile Yanzhangqi. Could you assist me in rescuing them?" Li Qiushui forced a smile and replied, "What are you saying, junior brother? Your affairs are the concerns of the Xiaoyao sect, and thus they are my concerns as well. In which direction did Yanzhangqi flee? I shall retrieve him for you." Li Qiushui's attitude left Tang Ning momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated her fear of Xiaoyao to such an extent. Tang Ning pointed in the direction where Yanzhangqi had departed, saying, "Sister, I beg of you." Without hesitation, Li Qiushui vanished in a flash. "Wait, sister." Tang Ning suddenly recalled that Yu Laosan was still beside him and shouted, but it was too late. He turned to Yu Laosan and calmly instructed, "Yu Laosan, prepare the silver and deliver it immediately to the town South King's residence to present to Prince Duan." Yu Laosan's mouth twitched. Having not only lost the ranking of the 4 great evildoers, but also a sum of silver, 10,000 taels, he was unwilling. He shifted his focus back to Duan Yu, thinking that if he could recruit him as a disciple, this trip would not have been in vain. "Hey, Duan Yu, I want to accept you as my disciple. Will you agree?" Duan Yu, gravely injured by Yanzhangqi's attack, was unable to move. Fearing that Yu Laosan would forcibly take him away, Tang Ning promptly blocked Yu Laosan and threatened, "Yu Laosan, Duan Yu is already a member of my Xiaoyao sect. Do you intend to oppose us?" The Xiaoyao sect? This was the first time Yu Laosan had heard of the Xiaoyao sect. However, He was aware of the Lingjiu Palace on Tianshan Piao Peak, and he knew that the Tianshan old woman was a formidable character, likely someone his boss couldn't contend with. To his surprise, she was also a member of the Xiaoyao sect. He recalled Li Qiushui's earlier effortless flight in the Tianmu continent. Anyone capable of such a feat must be at least a master. Moreover, Li Qiushui's graceful mastery was beyond that of an ordinary master. Most importantly, there was the master behind them. It was evident that Li Qiushui was deeply afraid of her master. With these thoughts, Yu Laosan hesitated. Casting a reluctant glance at Duan Yu before ultimately leaving, Tang Ning let out a sigh of relief. He began to channel energy to heal Duan Yu while awaiting Li Qiushui's good news. He pondered, from finding the sword and bundle of Mu Wanqing in the cave to the unexpected appearances of Yun Zhanghe and Li Qiushui. This world clearly differed from the original text. Was it always like this, or had his presence caused a butterfly effect? Regardless, his primary objective now was to protect himself as well as the cherished ones he wished to safeguard. Zhongling, Wanqing. During Tang Ning's prolonged and anxious wait, Li Qiushui finally returned. She had brought the injured and incapacitated Yun Zhanghe, whom she had thrown from the sky, and presented Zhongling and Mu Wanqing before Tang Ning. With a knowing smile, she glanced at the two stunning beauties and then looked meaningfully at Tang Ning, advising, "Little junior brother, I urge you not to emulate your second senior brother." Tang Ning, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Thank you, third senior sister, for your assistance. Rest assured, I will exercise caution." He did not offer words of comfort to the two ladies, but merely exchanged an apologetic glance before striding directly to the incapacitated Yun Zhanghe. He seized him and pressed his right hand against his Baihui point, beginning to channel the Biming divine art. Li Qiushui furrowed her brow. "Little junior brother, what are you doing?" Chapter 11. The crisis of Xixia and Dali. Tang Ning's gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes on Yun Zhanghe, the very man who had abducted his beloved right before him. Had it not been for Li Qiushui's timely intervention, she may have already been defiled. A lingering sense of dread still gripped him. He replied to Li Qiushui with a calm demeanor, "Naturally, I intend to drain his internal energy. After all, isn't third senior sister also proficient in the Biming divine art?" Yun Zhanghe, rendered motionless and speechless, could only watch with fearful, darting eyes, clearly pleading for mercy. Li Qiushui's concern deepened as she cautioned, "Junior brother, release him at once. While the Biming divine art can absorb internal energy, it can only do so from those whose cultivation is inferior. Yun Zhanghe's prowess is far superior to yours. Be wary of a backlash." She moved to intervene. But upon reaching Tang Ning's side and sensing the situation carefully, she was astonished to discover that Tang Ning was absorbing Yun Zhanghe's internal energy with remarkable ease, without any signs of impending backlash. Thus, she hesitated, lowering her hand that was poised to push him away, intent on observing further. Curiosity filled her as she studied Tang Ning. This was utterly inconceivable. Even her master had warned her that despite the formidable nature of the Biming divine art, it came with numerous restrictions, one being the inability to absorb energy from those of superior cultivation. Attempting to do so would lead to dire consequences. She had made that very mistake during her early training and nearly lost her life to a backlash, only saved by her master's timely intervention. Yet how was it that her junior brother was able to achieve this? It seemed he was indeed quite special, being the fourth disciple her master had accepted after nearly a century. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Tang Ning successfully drained all of Yun Zhanghe's internal energy, instantly elevating his own cultivation to the intermediate stage of the acquired realm. He instructed Duan Yu, "Toss this man into the wild dog's den." Yun Zhanghe could hardly fathom the tragic fate that awaited him. Tang Ning turned to Li Qiushui with curiosity, "Third senior sister, what brings you to Dali this time?" Duan Yu, sensing Tang Ning's emotions, appeared calm on the surface but was seething with rage within. His hatred for Yun Zhanghe was profound. The man had threatened his two beloved sisters, and if they were to be dishonored, how could he return to face his father? Despite his inherent kindness, he felt no remorse over Tang Ning's command. Without further ado, he hoisted the limp Yun Zhanghe and trudged into the forest. Although Tang Ning offered no words of comfort, his actions provided a sense of warmth and security to Zhongling and Mu Wanqing. The two girls, though shaken, were fortunate to emerge unscathed. Zhongling, a naive and exuberant girl, quickly regained her composure and sweetly exclaimed, "Thank you, young Master Tang." Mu Wanqing recalled the rather suggestive words she had spoken when she was abducted, and her gaze toward Tang Ning softened even further. Everything was understood without the need for words. Li Qiushui revealed, I have come on behalf of the Emperor of Xixia to meet with the Emperor of Dali regarding urgent matters. Tang Ning was taken aback. Oh? What significant matter could warrant your personal presence? Third senior sister. With her gaze fixed on the horizon, she sighed softly. Not long ago, the Tibetan national guru, Jamozi, suddenly arrived in Xixia, boldly challenging our national court and the Yipentang. Initially, the court dismissed it as a mere display of prowess by a wandering master. However, it turned out that Jamozi possessed remarkable martial skills, defeating all the elite of our court and leaving them gravely injured. I later discovered that he was employing my own school as Wanqing skill. At this point, she turned her attention to Tang Ning, smiling gently. Upon learning that our martial arts had fallen into his hands, how could I remain idle? I sought out Jamozi and taught him a lesson. But he would rather die than reveal who taught him the Wanqing skill. As the Tibetan national guru, and I being the Empress of Xixia, I had no choice but to impose a light punishment and then release him to avoid escalating tensions between our nations. I thought the matter would end there. But just days ago, my spies within the Song dynasty reported that Jamozi's challenge to Xixia had been instigated by the Song court, aiming to weaken our advanced military capabilities and covert operations. Furthermore, Jamozi is set to challenge the Dali Tianlong temple soon, intending to distract the Dali court. Following closely behind will be the armies of the Song and the Tibetans. At that time, both Dali and Xixia may face dire peril. Tang Ning frowned deeply. Indeed, the court, the martial world, and many other matters were completely beyond his expectations. He had initially intended to develop the Xiaoyao sect and Dali as bases for growth in the martial and court realms. But he never anticipated that the crisis would arrive so swiftly. Third senior sister, both my master and I are already aware of who taught Jamozi the Wanqing skill. You need not blame yourself. Your master knows of this as well? Li Qiushui inquired curiously. Who is it? The Murong clan of Gusu Murong Bo. The Murong clan? Is that the same clan that my daughter, Qing Luo, married into? No wonder. It must have been her daughter who taught Murong Bo. Tang Ning suddenly regarded Li Qiushui with a knowing smile. Indeed. Third senior sister, if one were to consider it. You and the Duan family of Dali are akin to in-laws. Li Qiushui's confusion deepened. In-laws? Junior brother, how do you arrive at that conclusion? Tang Ning chuckled. Your daughter. Li Qi Luo once had a romantic involvement with Duan Zhenshun, the prince of Jinnan, and they had a daughter named Wang Yuyan, just as Duan Yu returned. Dragging the incapacitated Yunzhangqi, he froze in shock, feeling as though he had choked on something. Father has an illegitimate daughter outside? He thought. Father. How many sisters have you had with other women? Zhang Ling and Mu Wanqing exchanged glances, suddenly losing their admiration for the father they had yet to meet. What a fickle man. Seeing Duan Yu's return, Tang Ning introduced him to Li Qiushui, third senior sister. This is Duan Yu, the heir to the prince of Jinnan. He then gestured to Zhong Ling and Mu Wanqing. These two are also daughters of the prince of Jinnan. Li Qiushui appraised Duan Yu, noting his handsome demeanor, and surmised that his father must also be impressive, explaining her daughter's infatuation. Duan Yu felt a twinge of guilt under Li Qiushui's scrutiny. The aura of this celestial maiden was strikingly akin to that of the jade statue he had seen in the stone cave. He had often fantasized that marrying such a celestial figure would leave him without regrets. Yet now, his master had proclaimed that this divine lady's daughter was the sister his father had bestowed upon him. By this lineage, did it not imply that he ought to address this celestial maiden as grandmother? No matter how he looked at it. This ethereal lady did not appear to be of such advanced age. Li Qiushui proposed, since there is this connection, why not have you all accompany me to meet the Emperor of Dali? Chapter 12. Tang Ning's cautious thoughts. Initially, Tang Ning contemplated retreat. If Li Qiushui's words held any truth, then the current situation in Dali could be perilous. It seemed wiser to withdraw momentarily, to hide and steadily enhance his strength, emerging only when he had the capability for self-preservation. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. If he aspired to unify the realm and win the heart of a fair maiden, then even if he could not embody the tragic heroism of I shall march forth regardless of the multitude, he must at least conduct himself as a true man, undaunted by any adversity, rather than opting for mere evasion. Greater risks would yield greater rewards. Should he successfully assist Dali in overcoming this crisis, his foundation within the Dali court would be solidified. Moreover, Duan Yu, Zhong Ling, and Mu Wanqing were all of the Duan family. While he could flee, what of them? Tang Ning responded with a hint of respect. I shall heed the instructions of my third senior sister. Along the way, he spoke to Li Qiushui, saying, Third senior sister, our master has learned of the ruthless act your elder sister committed against your beauty. though you have undertaken actions that have displeased our master deeply. He still harbors great concern for you. Li Qiushui gently placed her hand on her face. The once unyielding heart of iron was now brimming with unshed tears. Tang Ning continued, our master specifically instructed that if you are willing to amend your ways, return to righteousness, and assist me in elevating the Xiaoyao sect, he shall allow me to take you to the eternal spring of Changchun Valley to obtain the waters of rejuvenation, to restore your beauty. Restore my beauty? Li Qiushui exclaimed, grasping Tang Ning's arm with excitement. Junior brother, is this truly the case? Observing her fervor, Tang Ning reflected, truly, regardless of age. A woman's concern for her appearance reaches nearly a maddening degree. What of being in her 80s? Our master would not deceive us. He then turned to Zhongling and Mu Wanqing, stating, Miss Zhong, Miss Wanqing, I shall also procure some for you, ensuring that after you drink, you may retain your youthful appearance even to 100 years. Could such miraculous waters exist in this world? Zhongling bounded over, grabbing Tang Ning's sleeve, joyfully exclaiming, young Master Tang, is this true? You are simply too kind to me. Even the typically reserved Mu Wanqing could not maintain her composure, gazing at Tang Ning with gentle warmth, whispering sweetly, thank you. As the younger generation displayed their affections before her, Li Qiushui felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, with the hope of regaining her beauty kindled by the junior brother, she refrained from interruption, clearing her throat twice and turning her back, opting for the avoidance of sight. Duan Yu, however, lacked such awareness. He gazed at his master Tang Ning with admiration, yet his thoughts wandered back to when his master referred to him as brother. In the Dali Imperial Palace, Emperor Duan Zhengming personally attended to the Western Xia Empress Li Qiushui. Tang Ning, Duan Yu, Zhongling, and Mu Wanqing accompanied her closely. Upon hearing the empress's intentions, Duan Zhenming furrowed his brow, unable to relax it for some time. King Duan Zhenshun was summoned to discuss strategies. Upon seeing Duan Yu's return, he contemplated a reprimand but sensed an unusual atmosphere and held back. As Duan Zhenming recounted the situation, his brow furrowed even deeper. The Song and Tubo have actually allied. Zhao Kuangyin possesses grand ambitions, wishing to swallow both Dali and Western Xia in one gulp. Duan Zhenming continued to ponder, what perplexes me is Tubo's willingness to support such a power-hungry Song. Do they not understand the adage, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked, when the flying bird is gone, the bough is hidden? Tang Ning interjected, humans are invariably driven by interests, and nations even more so. Tubo, situated in a highland, is inherently defensible and may harbor some misplaced optimism. However, I surmise that while Tubo may agree to collaborate with the Song and Sinjamozi to weaken the martial prowess of Western Xia and Dali, their forces might not commit fully. In fact, they could intentionally hinder the Song at critical moments. After all, as your majesty pointed out, Tubo is not oblivious to the wisdom of when the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked, when the flying bird is gone, the bough is hidden. Tang Ning's words assuaged the concerns of those present. Tubo might find it hard to resist the immense temptation offered by the Song, yet they would not gamble their own nation's fate. Duan Zhengming and Duan Jingchun exchanged glances of enlightenment, unaware of the profound insights held by this young gentleman. Moreover, his composure in the presence of their esteemed ranks was indeed commendable. Li Qiushui smiled, introducing, this is my junior brother, Tang Ning. The Duan brothers, initially believing the youthful gentleman to be a mere companion of Duan Yu, were astonished to learn he was the junior brother of the Western Xia Empress. Yet, this defied logic. The Empress was over 80, while Tang Ning seemed scarcely past 17. What manner of master could accept disciples of such disparate ages? They exchanged glances, their curiosity tucked away for later inquiry with Duan Yu. Given that he was the junior brother of the Western Xia Empress, they felt compelled to treat him with the utmost respect. Duan Zhenming spoke gently. Ah, so it is young brother Tang Ning. Your insights are commendable. If what you say holds true, then as long as Western Xia can withstand the pressure from Tubo, Dali need not fear the Song. Even in defeat, we shall ensure they suffer significant losses. Duan Zhenming, being an emperor, exuded inherent authority that commanded respect. Duan Zhenchun nodded in agreement to Tang Ning, expressing his admiration. Before addressing his elder brother, rest assured, brother, if the Song dares to invade, I shall ensure they return empty-handed. Duan Zhengming nodded with a trusting smile. Both brothers understood that Dali was far from a match for the Song, yet as leaders, they must project an unwavering demeanor. However, Tang Ning interjected once more, do not rejoice too soon. Zhao Kuangyin is not merely an ambitious monarch, his intellect is equally remarkable. He undoubtedly comprehends the situation regarding Tubo better than we do. I suspect that if Tubo shows signs of undermining the song will certainly have countermeasures in place. Tang Ning's remarks plunged the Duan brothers and Li Qiushui into contemplation. After a lengthy silence, they struggled to devise a suitable response. Observing the composed expression of Tang Ning, they recognized he was a mere youth, yet neither Duan Zhengchun nor Duan Zhengming felt comfortable seeking his counsel. They both subtly gestured to Li Qiushui. Li Qiushui, harboring no fondness for Duan Zhengchun, who had stolen her daughter yet refused to marry her, nonetheless recognized the gravity of the situation that affected the fates of two nations. After several exchanges of glances, she finally inquired, "Junior brother, do you have any strategies to counter this?" To her surprise, Tang Ning shook his head. Feigning reluctance, "This is a matter of state. As a young disciple, my experience is limited, and I dare not engage in such significant discussions. It is truly inappropriate." Seeing Tang Ning's demeanor and words, the Duan brothers and Li Qiushui, seasoned in politics, exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's thoughts. This young lad clearly harbored his own ideas and sought to gain some advantage from them. Chapter 13. Seeking Benefits. The emperor's marriage proposal. Li Qiushui was the first to speak, promising, "Little junior brother, I have a granddaughter, Princess Yinchuan, whose beauty is unparalleled. She is currently in her boudoir, and I would like to betroth her to you." She realized that her little junior brother not only possessed extraordinary martial skills but also exhibited remarkable insight and wisdom, making the proposition advantageous for her. Not only would this elevate her status, but it would also allow her to speak favorably of her junior brother in front of their master. However, Tang Ning shook his head, replying, "Third senior sister, master left in haste and only provided me with 2 manuals." Seeing his refusal, Li Qiushui felt a twinge of disappointment. Her plan had evidently fallen flat. It seemed that this young man was quite the charmer, and logically, he should not have declined her offer. She quickly grasped the implication of his words. "Little junior brother, since our master is absent, it is my duty to ensure the prosperity of our sect. What martial arts would you like to learn?" Tang Ning's eyes brightened at her understanding. He began to enumerate, "Xiao Wuxiang Gong, Gui Shi Gong, Chuanin Sohan." Li Qiushui readily agreed, "No problem. Once matters here are settled, I will personally teach you." Tang Ning expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, third senior sister. I shall remember your kindness, and master will surely be pleased." Upon hearing this, Li Qiushui's heart swelled with joy. Emperor Duan Zhiming, recognizing the moment, made a promise. "If little brother Tang Ning can provide a viable solution, I shall grant him a condition." Upon hearing this, Wanqing looked at Tang Ning with hope. Fully believing in his words and considering herself part of the Duan family, would young Master Tang propose to her father? Without hesitation, Tang Ning stated his condition. "I wish to learn the 6 meridian sword." His heart raced with excitement. This was the crux of his desires. Wanqing felt a pang of disappointment, lowering her gaze. Her expression somewhat vacant. The 6 meridian sword? As the supreme secret of the Dali Duan clan, it was never shared with outsiders. Duan Zhiming and Duan Zhengchun exchanged hesitant glances, clearly conflicted. Noticing their discomfort, Tang Ning abruptly changed the subject. "Prince Duan, do you know Qin Hongmin, Gan Baobao, and Li Qingluo?" Duan Zhengchun visibly trembled, his eyes betraying unease. He coughed awkwardly, glancing at his elder brother Duan Zhengming and then at his son Duan Yu. Upon seeing Duan Yu's expression, he felt perplexed. This little rascal seems to know something. Could he be aware too? He finally turned his gaze back to Tang Ning, realizing that mentioning these 3 women was not without purpose. However, the current setting was hardly suitable for such discussions, especially in front of so many people. It was too awkward. He subtly indicated to Tang Ning to change the topic. Unexpectedly, the ever-curious Duan Yu chimed in. "Father, this is Miss Zhongling, the daughter of Aunt Gan Baobao. This is Miss Wanqing, the daughter of Aunt Qin Hongmian." He then pointed to Li Qiushui and added, "This is the Empress of Xixia, the mother of Aunt Li Qingluo." Tang Ning gestured for Zhongling and Wanqing to provide their birth dates. Duan Zhengchun was taken aback. How did these 3 women come together? The 2 daughters were manageable, being merely juniors. But how could he address the Empress of Xixia, who was also Li Qingluo's mother? Seeing Duan Zhengchun's expression, Zhongling and Wanqing realized that this prince was indeed their biological father. Duan Zhengming, initially confused, began to understand when he heard the birth dates and observed his brother's reaction. He shared the same concern. How would the Empress of Xixia respond? Li Qiushui, eager to solidify her relationship with her little junior brother, understood the situation and recognized her role. Furthermore, she could potentially negotiate some advantages for Xixia. She stated sternly, Prince Duan, you allowed my daughter Li Qi Luo to bear a child outside but are unwilling to bring her home as your wife. Shouldn't you provide me with a reasonable explanation? Duan Zhengming and Duan Zhengchun exchanged glances, realizing that the inevitable had arrived. They looked at Tang Ning, thinking, this young man seems quite formidable. How did his request escalate this situation so quickly? However, upon reflection, perhaps with such wisdom, he could indeed assist Dali through its crisis. Nevertheless, the Six Meridian Sword, created by their ancestor Duan Sipin, was bound by ancestral decrees not to be shared with outsiders. How could they dare to impart it to Tang Ning? At that moment, Duan Yu approached and whispered a few words to both men. They turned their attention to Wanqing and Tang Ning, subtly nodding in agreement, their brows easing. They shared a common thought, a match made in heaven. Since he was to be their future son-in-law, he was family. Duan Zhiming made his decision. Little brother Tang, your highness, Dali and Xixia face a shared crisis. We must support one another. I can fulfill your request and allow you to examine the Six Meridian Sword. Can we discuss other matters later? The Duan clan will certainly provide the Empress and everyone a satisfactory answer. Duan Zhenming glanced at Wanqing and Tang Ning, a faint smile gracing his lips. Young hero Tang, I intend to betroth my niece Wanqing to you. What are your thoughts? Becoming family would ensure Tang Ning's earnest assistance. The Emperor's direct proposal caught Wanqing's heart racing. She secretly glanced at Tang Ning, her hopes soaring. A marriage proposal? Tang Ning shot a glare at Duan Yu. You rascal, how dare you disrupt my good fortune? He then turned to Wanqing, whose shy and expectant eyes made him avert his gaze. He also noticed Li Qiushui's somewhat mischievous eyes, seemingly saying, Little junior brother, you just rejected your senior sister. And now you dare to accept another? After much contemplation, Tang Ning finally spoke. Your Majesty, Miss Wanqing is as lovely as spring blossoms, pure and kind, yet wise and clever. I hold her in the highest regard. However, I am yet to reach 18 and, thus, am not suitable for marriage. I must thank your Majesty for the generous offer, but kindly request you to retract the decree for now. After speaking, he stole a glance at Wanqing. Relieved to see that while she appeared somewhat disappointed, she was not overly heartbroken. Duan Yu felt let down, realizing he would miss witnessing his master address him as brother. The Duan brothers also felt a tinge of disappointment, though they concealed it well. Duan Zhengchuan's expression reflected understanding. The young man is indeed rational. Marrying too early is unwise. Having experienced hardship in this regard himself, he momentarily forgot that it was his own daughter being refused. Duan Zhengming replied calmly, then I shall not press the matter. Li Qiushui adeptly shifted the topic. Little junior brother, please share your brilliant strategy with us. The Duan brothers leaned in, eagerly awaiting Tang Ning's insights. Chapter 14. Tang Ning's military genius. Tang Ning began to articulate his grand strategy, akin to a ruler surveying his domain. First, he proposed to subdue the Tibetan national master, Jamozi, thereby restraining the Tibetan side, not seeking a direct resolution to the troubles, but rather buying time. Duan Zhengming expressed his concerns, stating that, according to the Empress Dowager, Jamozi's martial prowess was exceedingly formidable, and he feared that no one in Dali could rival him. Tang Ning offered a suggestion. I have a plan that I implore your Majesty to consider. As I understand, Dali currently lacks anyone capable of mastering the Six Meridian Sword. Otherwise, we would not fear Jamozi. I can assure you that Duan Yu will certainly succeed in mastering it, but his internal energy is insufficient. Even if he learns it, he may struggle to wield it. If your Majesty trusts in my judgment, we could devise a method to impart him with profound internal strength. Duan Zhengming glanced at Li Qiushui and noticed her lack of dissent, which struck him as a revelation. What gave Tang Ning the confidence that Duan Yu would certainly master the Six Meridian Sword? How could he ensure that the weak Duan Yu, upon receiving another's substantial internal power, would not suffer catastrophic consequences? The fact that Li Qiushui did not oppose him was perplexing. Tang Ning continued, Next, we must send someone to disseminate my poem throughout the Song dynasty, particularly ensuring it reaches the ears of Yu Fei and Guijing. He approached the table and began to write. Everyone present curiously gathered behind him, eager to discover what verse could potentially wield significant influence in the impending conflict between the two nations. Man Jiang Hong fury surges as I lean against the railing. The rain has ceased. I raise my gaze, howling to the heavens, my spirit ablaze. 30 years of fame are but dust and earth. 8,000 miles of journey under clouds and moon. Do not idly wait, lest youth turn gray, leaving only sorrow. Dali shame, I shall avenge. When will the hatred of subjects be extinguished? I shall drive my chariot, shattering the grand palace. With a fierce appetite, I shall feast on the flesh of Song's citizens, and quench my thirst with Tibetan blood. Awaiting the time to reclaim the lost lands, I shall ascend the heavenly gate. Duan Zhengming and Duan Zhengchun gazed at Tang Ning in astonishment. The first half of the poem erupted with an abrupt force, overflowing with an uncontainable fury. They seemed to feel the desolation and grandeur that followed the fall of a nation. The latter half conveyed a deep-seated desire to reclaim lost territories, even at the cost of feasting on the flesh of Song's citizens and drinking Tibetan blood. It was as if they could envision the soaring spirit at the moment of reclamation. Such passionate and valiant sentiments emanated from the hands of this youthful figure, and he composed it on the spot. If a nation had even a few such talents, who would dare to invade? In the fervent atmosphere ignited by this poem, even an ordinary citizen could likely unleash extraordinary strength. Li Qiushui reassessed her young disciple, the fourth student accepted by the master after nearly a century, so remarkably distinct. If she were still a maiden, she would surely be captivated by such a man. Duan Yu looked at his master with renewed admiration. This youthful master exuded an undeniable charm, making him proud to be a disciple. Wanqing gazed adoringly at her predetermined future husband, the embodiment of heroism. Zhongling's gaze towards Tang Ning also shifted. Which young girl does not yearn for a future husband with the stature of a hero? Tang Ning continued. Furthermore, Your Majesty should ascertain the identity of the general leading this invasion. In the court, everyone has political rivals, and you must investigate who the adversaries of this general are. Command someone to emphasize the threat posed by Qin Shi Huangqing. Surely everyone knows that his ambitions rival those of Zhao Kuangyin. Under the watchful eyes of all, Tang Ning lifted a cup of tea that had been prepared on the table, took a sip, and continued. Fourthly, we should send a letter to Qin Shi Huangqing, stating that I possess a vial of divine water that can extend his life by 50 to 100 years and maintain his youth. The condition is that the Qin must immediately dispatch a heavy army to the borders of the Song dynasty until the Song withdraws its troops from Dali. Lastly, according to the intelligence from Third Senior Sister, it is likely that the Song in Tibet have already set out, and a fierce battle is inevitable. Tang Ning's plan exerted pressure on the Song dynasty from multiple angles. If successfully implemented, the withdrawal of Song troops would be imminent, and the crisis facing Dali would soon be alleviated. Prince of Southtown Duan Zhengchun proclaimed with confidence, "Leave it to me. If I cannot withstand their initial assault, I shall willingly present my head." At the same time, he regarded Tang Ning with great admiration, wishing that Wanqing would soon claim him. After hearing Tang Ning's counsel, Emperor Duan Zhengming approached him, placing his hands on Tang Ning's shoulders, and laughed heartily in goodwill. "Young brother Tang, such wisdom at such a tender age deserves commendation. Once this crisis has passed, I shall reward you handsomely. I reiterate, should you change your mind, I can readily arrange for Wanqing to be betrothed to you." After exchanging sincere appreciation and pleasantries, Duan Zhengming began to issue commands based on Tang Ning's directives. He ordered Duan Zhengchun to take Duan Yu to Tianlong Temple to learn the 6 meridians sword and receive the transfer of internal power, with Tang Ning, Zhongling, and Wanqing accompanying them. Li Qiushui would return alone to Xixia. At Tianlong Temple, after Duan Zhengchun explained their purpose, he departed for the northeastern front. Several eminent monks, including Bin Yin, Bin Kan, Bin Xiang, and Bin Guan, immediately expressed their willingness to impart their internal energy to Duan Yu. Ultimately, they decided that the highest-ranking monk, Master Kurong, would transmit his skills to Duan Yu. Master Kurong, such a master-level presence. Tang Ning reminded himself to remain calm and not to be envious. He watched as Duan Yu's cultivation rapidly ascended, entering the world, entering the flow, reaching the acquired peak, early innate stage. Alas, Tang Ning lamented, my disciple's cultivation has instantaneously surpassed that of his master. He felt somewhat disheartened. Indeed, having a prestigious lineage makes acquiring what one desires far easier. Unlike him, a solitary wanderer, who must toil and think for everything. Subsequently, Tang Ning and Duan Yu began to study the 6 meridians sword, as expected. Tang Ning learned the basics after merely reading it once and memorized all the content recorded in the manual. Regrettably, with his current mid-acquired internal energy, he could only unleash 2 sword strikes before exhausting all his true qi. Amipa, the Tibetan national master Jamozi has come to visit Tiangong Temple to seek enlightenment in Buddhist teachings. I request an audience with the abbot of Tiangong Temple. Abbot Bin Yin initially intended to go out to greet him, but was stopped by Duan Yu. Following Tang Ning's prior instructions, Duan Yu stepped outside and cheerfully asked, "This esteemed master with the large ears, I may not comprehend Buddhist teachings, but would you like to witness my six-meridian sword?" Six-meridian sword? Jamozi was delighted but suddenly realized something was amiss and questioned, "How can Dali's temple send such an inexperienced youth to receive me? Is this not a breach of etiquette?" No one in the temple responded. Duan Yu continued with a grin, "Jamozi, our abbot says your martial skills are too poor and unworthy of his personal welcome. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall allow you entry." Jamozi was furious. How dare this young lad speak so brazenly to him? He was about to admonish him, but Duan Yu, not waiting for a response, had already made his move. Swish. A beam of sword light grew larger in his vision. Caught off guard, he awkwardly evaded. The sword light struck the wall behind him, creating a hole. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 15. Jamozi in distress. Morong Fu strikes. Duan Yu yearned to unleash his exceptional skills once more, yet he found himself utterly unable to do so, which caused him considerable anguish. Observing his distress, Tang Ning swiftly approached him from behind, offering guidance. With his palms joined together, Duan Yu bent his thumbs, ring fingers, and little fingers, closed his eyes, and silently recited the incantation, channeling his inner energy as he directed both hands towards Jamozi. "Huh, youngster, if your cultivation is insufficient, do not embarrass yourself in public." Jamozi called out into the temple, "Is it the custom of the esteemed Dali kingdom to treat guests in such a manner?" Under Tang Ning's instruction, Duan Yu simultaneously unleashed 2 beams of sword light, hurtling toward Jamozi. Initially, Jamozi felt relieved upon seeing that Duan Yu could not execute a second finger technique, and he began to reprimand both Duan Yu and the Heavenly Dragon Temple. However, as the sword light approached rapidly, Jamozi swiftly assessed the situation. The position and velocity of the 2 beams made it impossible for him to evade both. He could only choose to sacrifice the lesser for the greater. With a swift leap backward, he narrowly dodged one lethal beam, but was unable to evade the other, which struck his left calf. As he fell to the ground, he promptly pressed on the wound to staunch the flow of blood. In a mix of anger and politeness, he exclaimed, "I have heard that the 6 Meridians Divine Sword is an esteemed skill of the Dali Duan family, and thus, I understand that a straightforward request would be met with refusal. I also recognize that the Dali family, as an imperial lineage, values chivalry and benevolence towards the people. To steal or seize would contradict the principles of righteousness. Today, I came as a Tibetan national teacher to seek guidance, yet I am met with such treatment. Is this truly the manner in which the dignified Dali royal family receives guests? Does Dali look down upon my Tibetan people?" After speaking, he cast a glance at Tang Ning, pondering, who is that youth guiding him? Is he the one instructing this young man? But how can this be possible? It is already remarkable for such formidable martial arts to be wielded by a youth. I have heard that until now, no one at the Heavenly Dragon Temple has mastered it. Yet today, I witnessed 2 individuals capable of it, and that youth is even teaching others how to execute it. Silence reigned in the temple. Instead of a response from the monks, Jamozi faced another onslaught from Duan Yu and a sudden attack from Tang Ning. With his injured leg hindering his movements, he was on the verge of being struck again when, suddenly, a shadow darted past, and Jamozi vanished from his spot, leaving 2 small craters on the ground as dust swirled into the air. Outside the Heavenly Dragon Temple, a group of individuals arrived shortly thereafter. Tang Ning and Duan Yu immediately recognized them. At the center was a girl clad in a flowing white gown, possessing a slender figure and cascading hair, resembling a celestial being. She was none other than Wang Yuyan, the divine figure sculpted in the jade statue within the cave of the Longhuan Blessed Land. Even though Duan Yu suspected she might be the younger sister mentioned by his master, he stood momentarily entranced, gazing at her. How did Wang Yuyan come to this place? Was it Morong Fu who rescued Jamozi? Tang Ning did not dwell on the unexpected turn of events. Let the soldiers meet the soldiers, let the water meet the earth. Before long, Morong Fu arrived before Tang Ning and Duan Yu, accompanied by Jamozi. Jamozi cast a fearful glance at Tang Ning and Duan Yu, then bowed to Morong Fu, saying, "Thank you, benefactor, for your timely rescue." He could not fathom why, despite his eloquent appeal, the eminent monks of the Heavenly Dragon Temple remained utterly indifferent, allowing these 2 young men to launch lethal attacks against him. Did they truly know his real purpose for being here? If that were the case, the pressure the Tibetans intended to exert on the Western Xia might not yield the anticipated results. Here were 2 youths capable of executing the formidable 6 Meridians Divine Sword. A sense of retreat began to form within him. Murongfu responded with a smile, Master. You are too kind. He then called out to the Heavenly Dragon Temple. I, Murongfu of the Murong family from Gusu, have come uninvited. I hope the abbot can make an appearance. North Xiaofeng, South Murong. With unexpected guests arriving, especially renowned heroes of the martial world, it is unbecoming for the abbot to continue to avoid them. I must show myself. Umaba, I am Benin, the abbot of the Heavenly Dragon Temple. I apologize for not welcoming you both properly upon your arrival. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? A number of senior monks followed him out, including Zhongling and Mu Wanqing. Murongfu stepped forward politely, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Murongfu, here by the command of my aunt. Recently, an assassin attempted to attack my aunt, but failed and retreated. She dispatched someone to capture the assassin for questioning, yet unexpectedly, the assassin was rescued by two young men who even killed several of my aunt's subordinates. Those two young men are Tang Ning and the son of the Prince of Jinnan, Duan Yu. I have come to bring them back, hoping they can explain the situation to my aunt personally. I trust the abbot and esteemed masters can grant me some leniency. The abbot Benin turned to Tang Ning. He had already noticed that Prince Duan Yu held Tang Ning in high regard. Although Duan Yu had a higher status, he understood that among these young individuals, it was Tang Ning who held sway. Moreover, Duan Yu was wholly obedient to Tang Ning. Tang Ning furrowed his brow. He had thought that after incapacitating those few minions, they would no longer pose a threat. However, it seemed they had reported the situation to Li Qi Luo. Considering the time, they could only have communicated via carrier pigeon, a detail Tang Ning had overlooked. Murongfu, renowned to be on par with Xiaofeng, was not to be underestimated. He had several capable subordinates, not to mention the troublesome Jamozi. Jamozi, having witnessed Tang Ning guiding Duan Yu in the execution of the Six Meridians' divine sword, would surely harbor ulterior motives against him. Initially, he had intended to deal a heavy blow to Jamozi to resolve the issue, but Murongfu's appearance thwarted that plan. The enemy possessed two formidable masters and several innate experts, while on his side, the strongest, Master Kuru, had already passed his skills to Duan Yu. The remaining individuals, including Abbot Benin, were merely at the innate level. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Tang Ning whispered a few words to Duan Yu. Following Tang Ning's instructions, Duan Yu excitedly called out, Sister Yuyin, you have finally returned home. I am your elder brother, Duan Yu. Elder brother? Wang Yuyin was taken aback, exclaiming softly. Tang Ning then interjected with sharp irony, Duan Yu, you truly have a remarkable sister. She actually aided this hypocritical cousin and that ruthless mother in pursuing your own brother, as well as your sister Wanqing and me, her little junior disciple from her maternal grandfather's side. The implications of Tang Ning's words were staggering. Even though Wang Yuyin was naturally intelligent and had a photographic memory for martial arts, she found herself utterly lost and unable to comprehend. Elder brother, younger sister, little junior disciple from her maternal grandfather's side. Her mother had sent her cousin to hunt down her own family? What was happening? Could she trust Tang Ning's words? Wang Yuyin found herself unable to make any judgment. Upon hearing the term hypocritical cousin, Murongfu shot a fierce glance at Tang Ning but quickly regained his composure, adopting the demeanor of a refined gentleman. This young brother must be Tang Ning. I take it that several of my aunt's subordinates were killed by you? Chapter 16. Mu Wanqing's ordeal. Tang Ning, eschewing rebuttal, candidly conceded. Indeed. Does Master Murong intend to forcibly abduct me? Murongfu chuckled softly. I would advise Master Tang to submit willingly. Otherwise, blades are indiscriminate. Rest assured, I am merely under orders to escort you back to Gusu for my aunt's judgment. I would never make things difficult for you. Mu Wanqing stepped forward, declaring, Master Murong, the assassination attempt on Li Qi Luo was my doing alone, unrelated to Master Tang or my brother, Duan Yu. The slaying of Li Qingluo's subordinates was also solely my responsibility. I shall return with you, but I implore you not to trouble them. Murongfu remained indifferent as to who accompanied him, his concerns solely resting upon the profound martial arts treatises his aunt had mentioned. He offered no response to Mu Wanqing's words, instead fixing his gaze upon Tang Ning, awaiting his reply. Tang Ning stated solemnly, Master Murong, your true objective, I suspect, lies in the two secret manuals I possess. Otherwise, our combined cultivation would scarcely warrant your esteemed presence on such a lengthy journey. In my lexicon, the phrase submit willingly does not exist. If you desire the manuals, seize them yourself. Murongfu's countenance underwent a subtle shift. Having been previously branded as disingenuous by this obscure figure, and now with his true motives unveiled before all, his ire was piqued. Yet, driven by his ambitions, he maintained a facade of civility. Since Master Tang disregards amicable counsel, I shall be compelled to discipline you on behalf of my aunt. The monks of Tianlong Temple, cognizant of Murong Fu's prowess and fearing for Tang Ning's safety, immediately stepped forward to intervene. The retainers of Murong Fu, including Bao Different, likewise advanced to impede the monks, resulting in a tense standoff. Murong Fu swiftly seized Tang Ning, his face radiating confidence. Provided Tang Ning was prevented from employing the formidable swordplay he had unleashed upon the Lama, his meager martial skills posed no threat. He held unwavering faith in his superiority, dismissing Tang Ning as inconsequential. However, Tang Ning had already activated the Northern Darkness divine art, anticipating Murong Fu's approach. Sensing the sudden dissipation of his inner force, Murong Fu's expression contorted in astonishment. How peculiar! Could this be the profound art my aunt described? Truly remarkable. He instantly retaliated with a palm strike, forcing Tang Ning away. Tang Ning furrowed his brow, realizing he could not absorb Murong Fu's power. He promptly retreated, creating distance between them. Having learned his lesson, he knew Murong Fu would no longer risk physical contact. His sole recourse lay in seizing an opportune moment. His true energy reserved sufficient for only one more deployment of the 6th Meridian Divine Sword, his sole means of prevailing against Murong Fu. Murong Fu retaliated with a Murong family sword technique, aimed directly at Tang Ning. Tang Ning's mind raced, calculating the trajectory of Murong Fu's strike. Employing the Lingbo micro-step to narrowly evade the blow, Murong Fu exclaimed in astonishment, such swift footwork. Is this yet another peerless martial art? Without pause, he began testing his vast repertoire of eclectic skills, launching a relentless assault upon Tang Ning. Tang Ning found himself struggling to cope. The encounter with Murong Fu a stark contrast to his battle with Yulao San. Murong Fu's martial arts were too diverse, rendering his next move unpredictable. He could not discern whether Murong Fu would employ fists, feet, a blade, or some other technique, nor could he anticipate the direction of his subsequent attack. He was relegated to a passive defense. Murong Fu, too, found the situation far from simple. He had never encountered an individual possessing such remarkable adaptability on the battlefield, especially one whose martial cultivation was so inferior to his own. Murong Fu suddenly lunged forward with unparalleled speed and a cunning angle, threatening to strike Tang Ning. As Tang Ning teetered on the brink of being struck, Wanqing leaped into action, interposing herself between Tang Ning and the attack. Thud! Murong Fu's blade pierced directly through Wanqing's body, the tip emerging before Tang Ning's very eyes. No! Tang Ning cried out, his voice trembling as he witnessed Wanqing's sacrifice. Wanqing. Raising his gaze, Tang Ning glared at Murong Fu, seizing the opportunity. He activated the 6th Meridian Divine Sword technique, channeling it through the hand Yaoming large intestine meridian to his right index finger, unleashing the exceedingly subtle Shangyang sword. The sword light hurtled toward Murong Fu's chest. Realizing he could not evade the attack, Murong Fu released his blade from Wanqing's body, summoning his inner energy for defense. However, the power of the 6th Meridian Divine Sword far exceeded his expectations. Despite his utmost efforts to resist, he was hurled back several feet, his chest bearing a visible indentation. He collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Young Master, Bao Different, and the other Murong Fu retainers, along with Wang Yuyan, rushed to his side, their anxiety palpable. Ignoring Murong Fu, Tang Ning, having unleashed the Shangyang sword, immediately cradled Wanqing in his arms. Witnessing his palpable distress, Wanqing offered a weak, comforting smile. Master Tang, I am glad you are unharmed. Tang Ning was consumed by remorse. Wanqing, why were you so foolish? Why did you do this? Wanqing's blood trickled from the wound. She felt her life ebbing away. Yet, she maintained her smile. Master Tang, from the moment you unveiled my face, Wanqing surrendered her heart to you. I have known little affection in my life. Even my master, who was always by my side, turned out to be my biological mother. You helped me find my family, allowing me to experience the joy of kinship, albeit briefly. I am eternally grateful. To die for you brings me joy. A man does not easily shed tears, except when grief cuts deep. Tang Ning had once harbored boundless aspirations of a life of adventure, accompanied by a beautiful woman, traversing the pugilistic world, and perhaps even ascending to the throne. He had naively believed that his status as a transmigrator would effortlessly pave the way for his dreams. However, reality had repeatedly struck him with brutal force. Emir Yanzhonghe had nearly subjected him to unspeakable humiliation, prompting Wanqing's vow to prove her innocence with death. Now, Murong Fu, a man he held in utter contempt, had nearly cost him his life, only to be saved by Wanqing's sacrifice. He had never imagined he would experience the profound love of another willing to die for him. Tears welled in Tang Ning's eyes as he choked back his sorrow, whispering, "As clear as water, as vibrant as trees, Wanqing, my fair one. Hold on, I will find a way to save you." Wanqing witnessed a crystal tear, like a radiant pearl, fall upon her cheek. "This is enough," she thought, smiling blissfully. "Farewell, Master Tang. If I could relive my life, I would not be jealous. Instead, I would cherish every moment by your side. If there is an afterlife, I hope I may have the chance to be your wife." Wanqing gently closed her eyes. "Wanqing," Tang Ning roared in anguish, watching Wanqing slip away. Chapter 17. The Method to Heal Wanqing. A treacherous path ahead. Fu. Tang Ning glared fiercely at Fu. At that moment, Fu also pushed away the family guards supporting him and turned his gaze toward Tang Ning. His eyes sparkled with an intense, greedy light. "Such formidable divine skills must belong to me, Fu." Hatred clashed with greed. Fu had already protected himself in advance. His injuries were not severe. He retrieved the long sword from the hands of the different package and charged once more at Tang Ning. He could not believe that. With Tang Ning's meager cultivation, he could still pose a threat to him. Tang Ning, filled with rage yet maintaining calm, analyzed the situation before him. He must ensure that Fu paid the price. He emptied all the true energy and potential within his body, channeling it through the Tianlong meridian to his right thumb, awaiting Fu's approach. Fu drew nearer. At that instant, the Shaoshang sword emerged. The powerful sword light, akin to a thunderous explosion, arrived like a tempest. The proximity left Fu no chance to evade. An even more robust and potent sword light struck his chest once again. His body was hurled backward, flying farther than before, exhausting all his true energy and physical potential. Tang Ning, who unleashed the Shaoshang sword, now felt extremely weakened. His capabilities were still insufficient. Such injuries were far from lethal to Fu. "Wanqing, I am sorry." His strength depleted, he could think no further. Eventually, he slowly closed his eyes and fainted. 3 days later, in the Dali Imperial Palace, Tang Ning finally regained consciousness. Through his blurry vision, he saw the indistinct face of Zhongling. "Wanqing, where is Wanqing?" Zhongling exclaimed joyfully, "Young Master Tang, you have finally awakened. That's wonderful." Then, her expression turned sorrowful as she continued, "Brother has been using his true energy to sustain Sister Mu's life. We don't know how much longer she can hold on." As she spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Tang Ning, still somewhat weak, dragged himself out of bed. "Quickly, take me to her." Zhongling stopped crying, wiped her tears, and supported Tang Ning as they walked toward the room where Duan Yu and Wanqing were. Upon seeing Tang Ning finally awake, Duan Yu, who had been anxiously awaiting this moment, felt an overwhelming sadness and guilt. "Master, Uncle says that Wanqing is gravely injured, and the imperial doctors are at a loss. They can only use true energy to prolong her life. However, the internal strength of the masters from Tianlong Temple is ineffective. Only the true energy within my body can help. What should we do?" Zhongling cried again, "Young Master Tang, please think of a way to save Sister Mu. I do not want her to die." Tang Ning did not respond. He approached Wanqing, gazing at her exquisite beauty, still adorned with a blissful smile. In that perilous martial world, everything suddenly appeared more beautiful than he had ever imagined. He deeply understood, no matter how beautiful a visage, it will eventually wither. Only a sincere heart can achieve eternity. He positioned himself behind Wanqing, placing his hand on her back, gently channeling true energy into her body. His mind clearly perceived the condition within her. His true energy circulated within her for a complete cycle. As his brain raced with thoughts, Zhongling suddenly had a moment of clarity. She curiously asked, "Brother, why did you just call young Master Tang Master?" Duan Yu then realized he had let slip a detail in the heat of emotion. He feigned ignorance, replying, "Did I? I distinctly remember calling him young Master Tang." "Ling Mei, perhaps you heard it wrong due to your concern for Wan Mei." The innocent girl, with her average memory, began to doubt herself. Young Master Tang was clearly younger than her brother and seemed to lack his cultivation level. How could he be her brother's master? She soon forgot the matter altogether. Ultimately, Tang Ning concluded, even if Duan Yu could continually use Biming True Qi to sustain her, she might not last more than 3 months. Even if within those 3 months, he managed to repair Wanqing's meridians and internal organs, she might still not awaken and end up a vegetable. Tang Ning resumed the operation of Biming Divine Skill to stabilize Wanqing's condition. He then instructed Duan Yu on how to more correctly and effectively channel Biming True Qi into Wanqing, hoping she could endure a bit longer. Afterward, he walked to the window, raised his gaze to the sky, and then closed his eyes tightly. His mind began to sort through all the knowledge he had previously acquired. The techniques capable of helping Mu Wanqing repair her meridians included 9 Yin Manual, 9 Yang Divine Skill, and Yi Jin Jing. However, the only method that could truly resurrect her and lead to her awakening was the Divine Illumination Scripture. With this information in mind, Tang Ning had already formed a solution in his heart. He looked at Duan Yu with anticipation and asked, "Is Morong Fu dead?" Duan Yu replied dejectedly, "He should not be, but he is gravely injured and has lost consciousness. His subordinates intended to seek revenge and capture the three of us. But the abbot and several masters intervened. Both sides suffered some injuries, and seeing they could not achieve their goal and worried for Morong Fu's condition, they retreated." He pondered before continuing, "I initially thought of having Yu Yin stay behind to meet father. But she seems very concerned about her cousin Morong Fu and is unwilling to believe our words. Regardless of Morong Fu or Wang Yuyan, Tang Ning had anticipated such outcomes. Yet he could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment, once again stirring the desire for self-improvement within him. What about Jiao Emoji? Upon mentioning Jiao Emoji, Zhang Ling mischievously interjected, "Young Master Tang, you do not know. Brother has been pointing at that big-eared llama. He seems particularly afraid of brother." He could not hold out for long before fleeing in embarrassment. And when he left, he even had the audacity to threaten that he would find an opportunity to capture brother. Isn't that amusing? Zhang Ling laughed heartily, and Tang Ning joined in with a symbolic chuckle. He had anticipated such an outcome and instructed the two, Duan Yu, Zhang Ling, "Rest assured, I will find a way to save Wanqing. You must take good care of her." After speaking, Tang Ning sought an audience with Emperor Duan Zhengming. Upon meeting His Majesty, Tang Ning inquired, "Your Majesty, have you heard of any of the following individuals? Mei Nianxing, Ding Dian, Di Yun, Bloodknife Old Ancestor, or Hua Taigon?" Duan Zhenming pondered over the names and after a moment replied, "I have never heard of them." At Tang Ning's request, Duan Zhenming inquired among many officials in the court, but all indicated they had never heard of the individuals mentioned by Tang Ning. Tang Ning felt helpless and increasingly anxious. The memories of the original host did not contain any information related to the Divine Illumination Scripture. The Sword of the River City belonged to the Qing dynasty. Yet this world did not feature the Great Qing. If this world lacked the Divine Illumination Scripture, how could he save Wanqing? He could only take one step at a time. At the very least, he needed to focus on repairing Wanqing's internal organs quickly to help her survive the life-threatening crisis. Finally, he advised Duan Zhengming regarding future matters. "Your Majesty, once the Song dynasty's man Jiang Hong enters Dali, and with the Song generals attacking Dali facing political opposition in the court, along with the Qin army applying pressure in the northwest of the Song, I believe the Song forces will soon retreat. At that time, Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng will surely send someone to obtain the divine water. Your Majesty may speak candidly to them. I, Tang Ning, have ventured forth to procure the divine water, which I shall personally deliver to the imperial palace of Qin within 3 months. Furthermore, should my third senior sister come in search of me, she may be informed of my whereabouts without reservation. Lastly, I implore your Majesty to take utmost care of Wanqing, ensuring that not a single strand of her hair is harmed. On the day of my return, it shall also be the day of Wanqing's awakening." Duan Zhenming gazed at the departing figure of Tang Ning, a silhouette marked by solitude yet imbued with unwavering determination. Tang Ning lifted his gaze towards the horizon, Tianshan, the ethereal peak. Chapter 18, The Senior Sister, Tianshan Tonglao on the ethereal peaks of Tianshan, the enchanting Tianshan Tonglao, appearing as a young girl no older than a mere decade, gazed at the small figure before her, who claimed to be her junior disciple. "Little one," she remarked, "I am not as easily deceived as that wretched Li Qiushui. Do you possess any proof?" Tang Ning, unfazed by the immense pressure exerted by Tianshan Tonglao, retorted with a question of his own. "Senior sister, do you understand why Master imparted each of you, yourself, second senior brother, and third senior sister, with a different supreme skill?" Curiosity sparked in Tianshan Tonglao's eyes as she considered the question, having pondered it herself and even inquired about it with her junior, Wu Yazi. The conclusion they reached was that Master tailored their teachings according to their varied talents. She tentatively probed, "Oh, do you know?" Instead of answering, Tang Ning pressed on. "Senior sister, are you aware of Master's current level of cultivation?" Annoyance flickered across Tianshan Tonglao's face, ready to reprimand him, but Tang Ning interjected. "He has transcended into the void-shattering realm." Void-shattering? Her initial reaction was disbelief, in her understanding. No such powerful beings had emerged in the Tianwu continent for nearly a millennium. In this era, even martial saints were a rarity. "Little one, do not speak nonsense. Should you continue to babble, I assure you, I could crush you as easily as an ant. Disregarding her ire, Tang Ning continued, Senior sister. You are now 96 years of age. Do you know why you have yet to break through to the martial saint realm? Intrigued, Tianlong Tonglao inquired earnestly, why? However, she soon felt her authority challenged and was eager for the answer the young boy might provide. Tang Ning succinctly replied, it is due to your cultivation method. Confusion clouded Tianlong Tonglao's features. Cultivation method? Tang Ning began his exposition. Indeed, Master, in his wisdom, divided his cultivation technique, the everlasting spring technique, into 3 parts. Eternal everlasting spring technique, biming divine skill, and minor formless skill, bestowing each upon you, second senior brother, and third senior sister for your study. Consequently, each of these techniques bears inherent flaws. Your eternal everlasting spring technique causes you to lose power temporarily each time you rejuvenate, and it necessitates the consumption of fresh blood during cultivation. Second senior brother's biming divine skill cannot absorb the inner strength of someone stronger than himself, or he will suffer backlash. Third senior sister's minor formless skill can only mimic form, not essence. In stark contrast, Master S' complete version of the everlasting spring technique encompasses all the functions of your 3 methods without any defects. Tang Ning's profound understanding of the Xiaoyao sect began to convince Tianlong Tonglao of his identity as the newly accepted disciple of her master, Xiaoyao. To know one aspect is simple, to grasp all 3 is nearly impossible, especially given the obscurity of the Xiaoyao sect in the martial realm. With a glimmer of hope in her eyes, Tianlong Tonglao asked, Little junior brother, has Master imparted this complete version of the everlasting spring technique to you? Tang Ning shook his head. Not yet. He then queried, do you know why? After a moment of contemplation, Tianlong Tonglao admitted she did not know. Why? With earnestness, Tang Ning replied, it is because Master is profoundly disappointed in all 3 of you. He nurtured you with the hope that you would unite to elevate the Xiaoyao sect. Had you truly been united, you would have long since synthesized the 3 techniques into the complete version of the everlasting spring technique that Master possesses. Yet, you have failed him. Entangled in love, and even resorting to infighting, Master has tasked me with a mission to assist you, second senior brother, and third senior sister in reconciling and working together to reconstruct the complete everlasting spring technique, thus revitalizing the Xiaoyao sect and ensuring it garners respect in the martial world. In truth, Tang Ning harbored only a conjecture regarding the everlasting spring technique. The divine book had departed with Xiaoyao, leaving only the spring water in this valley. The divine book referred to the everlasting spring technique, not the eternal everlasting spring technique that Tianlong Tonglao practiced. As Li Qiushui stated, the biming divine skill could only absorb the inner strength of those with lesser cultivation, yet he was not bound by such limitations. Considering his unique intellect, his rapid advancement in cultivation could be deemed extraordinary. Additionally, he pondered why Xiaoyao had imparted only one supreme skill to each of his 3 disciples. Regardless of the accuracy of his conjectures, he was determined to acquire Tianlong Tonglao's eternal everlasting spring technique. Otherwise, the spring water would lose its efficacy once removed from the spring valley, and he would be unable to confront Zhang. After listening to Tang Ning's words, Tianlong Tonglao fell into deep thought, experiencing a wave of regret. She had never considered this issue before. Most martial arts in the world bore flaws, yet she had never deemed her own cultivation method's imperfection as abnormal. Had she recognized this sooner, her circumstances would not have deteriorated to this extent. Wiazi Li Qiushui, the enmity she had nurtured over the years, was not easily forgotten. And despite Tang Ning's assertion that Master desired their reconciliation, her heart harbored an additional layer of animosity towards those 2. Tang Ning continued, Senior sister, while Master is displeased with your founding of the Lingzhou Palace, and even more so with your defacing of third senior sister's beauty, he still cares for you deeply. He instructed me that if you could develop the Lingzhou Palace properly and cease using life and death talismans to control the multitude of subordinates, but rather win their genuine allegiance, and subsequently unite with second senior brother and third senior sister, Master would forgive you. He would then allow me to reconstruct the complete everlasting spring technique and teach it to you, thereby eliminating your current cultivation flaws. He would grant you the spring water, enabling you to truly maintain your youth, rather than suffer the lingering effects of your misguided cultivation practices. Eliminating cultivation flaws, truly maintaining youth. This was her lifelong regret, her most fervent desire. Tianlong Tonglao, filled with excitement, grasped Tang Ning's arm and eagerly asked, Little junior brother, is all that you say true? Can I truly restore my rightful body? cultivate without the need for blood, and achieve everlasting youth? Tang Ning, as he had promised Li Qiushui, assured Tianshan Tonglao, senior sister, it is indeed true. Master would never deceive us. Tianshan Tonglao, exhilarated, exclaimed, excellent. Little junior brother, tell me what you need from me, and I shall fulfill your wishes. Somewhat bashful, Tang Ning replied, well, senior sister, there is indeed something I must trouble you with. Chapter 19. The innocent yet alluring blue phoenix. The Tianshan maiden spoke with both authority and grace. There is no trouble regarding the affairs of my junior disciple. Feel free to confide in the elder sister. A profound sadness enveloped Tang Ning's visage as he replied, within the Dali royal palace resides a woman named Wanqing. She sustained severe injuries while rescuing me and remains in a deep coma, reliant on my newly acquired disciple, Duan Yu. To channel the northern Ming true energy to sustain her life, I must temporarily depart for 3 months to seek a remedy for her condition. Hence, I implore you, elder sister, to safeguard her until my return. The first reaction of the Tianshan maiden was one of indignation. Who dares to impose upon our Xiaoyao sect? She then inquired, perplexed, junior disciple, the Dali royal palace is guarded by many skilled warriors. It should be secure. Why should I send someone to protect her? Tang Ning sighed, explaining, elder sister, you may be unaware that the Song and Tubo are collaborating to assail Dali and Xixia. Dali is in a weakened state, and even the palace guards have been dispatched to the front lines. Oh, I see, replied the Tianshan maiden, a sense of understanding dawning upon her. Fear not, junior disciple. I shall dispatch someone to ensure her protection. Tang Ning interrupted her eagerness to issue commands. Elder sister, please allow me to finish. My enemies, one named Jamozi, the national master of Tubo, and another named Murongfu, possess formidable skills that your subordinates may not be able to counter. The Tianshan maiden suddenly realized. You mean to say that I should personally safeguard her? Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, yet motivated by concern for Wanqing's safety, Tang Ning slightly bowed and implored. Elder sister, I beseech you. The Tianshan maiden, unperturbed by being designated as a bodyguard by this newly acquainted junior disciple, considered it a mere token of courtesy. With a playful expression, she teased, is that little girl, Wanqing, of great importance to you? The innocent countenance of a girl in her early teens rendered this inquiry quite amusing. Tang Ning replied earnestly, she is of utmost importance. The Tianshan maiden reassured him. Rest assured, junior disciple, before your return, I guarantee not a single hair on her head shall be harmed. After expressing heartfelt gratitude, Tang Ning added, elder sister. As for the eternal spring skill, the Tianshan maiden retrieved a manual from her bosom, presenting him with the eternal spring skill. In Dali, at the Sun and Moon Fragrant Mountain, this location is merely referred to as Fragrant Mountain on maps. However, historically, it has been graced by extraordinary phenomena, the simultaneous brilliance of sun and moon, their alternation, and even the peculiar spectacle of neither the sun nor the moon setting. Consequently, the locals have come to affectionately call it the Sun and Moon Fragrant Mountain. Tang Ning procured several jade vials and stowed them in his satchel as he ventured into the mountains in search of the entrance to the Valley of Eternal Spring. Suddenly, a young woman, approximately 23 or 24 years of age, galloped past him on a magnificent black steed. She donned a blue cloth ensemble adorned with white floral patterns, and her colorful embroidered apron, resplendent in hues of gold and brilliance, draped from her chest to her knees. Large golden earrings, resembling the size of wine glasses, dangled from her ears, while a colorful sash danced in the wind, her feet bare. Tang Ning recognized from her attire that she was not of Han descent. A soft, melodious voice reached his ears, captivating his senses. Hey, are you headed into the mountains? The enchanting quality of her voice stirred Tang Ning's heart. He had never encountered such a dulcet tone, rendering even Wang Yuyan's voice somewhat ordinary in comparison. The woman abruptly halted her steed and turned back to gaze curiously at Tang Ning. As he sought the entrance to the Valley of Eternal Spring, he refrained from employing the Lingbo Weibu, yet the unique grace of his steps intrigued the woman immensely. Tang Ning returned her gaze and noted her slightly yellowish complexion and large, jet-black eyes, which, while alluring, paled in comparison to the charm of her voice. His eyes drifted downwards, captivated by the sight of two radiant curves partially revealed beneath her attire, accentuated by a blue agate embellishment, an enticing vision. Coupled with her inquisitive and generous gaze, for words sprang to mind. This woman is alluring and captivating. Seeing Tang Ning's modest charm, the woman playfully inquired, Sir, do you wish to enter the mountains? Why not join me? A wave of warmth coursed through Tang Ning. Her voice was simply enchanting. Who could resist such a lure? Regaining composure, he sensed that she bore no malicious intent and decided to ease his guard. Without uttering a word, he leapt onto the horse, positioning himself behind her, his arms encircling her delicate waist, which felt wonderfully soft. "What is your name, fair lady?" he asked. The woman made no objection to his touch and responded with a playful laugh. "I am Blue Phoenix. May I ask your name, sir?" "Blue Phoenix?" Tang Ning thought. Recalling the name of the subordinate of Wanqing, the holy maiden of the sun and moon sect, the leader of the Yunnan Five Poison sect. A Miao girl skilled in poisons, even capable of concocting the legendary goo poison. A chill ran down his spine. He had underestimated the situation. Yet, he had no intention of retreating. If Blue Phoenix sought to poison him, he had already succumbed. Suppressing his apprehension, he replied casually, "I am Tang Ning. May I inquire what brings you into the mountains, Miss Blue Phoenix?" Her response was evasive. "Tang Gongzi, do I appear to be old?" She turned to meet his gaze, their faces nearly touching. The proximity sent a flutter through Tang Ning as his breath quickened. Gazing upon her visage, he compared her to others. She did not seem aged. But in contrast to Zhongling, Wanqing, and Yuyan, her skin did appear slightly less radiant. With a smile, he replied, "Miss Blue Phoenix, your beauty is ethereal. Should anyone dare to say otherwise, they must be blind." Blue Phoenix, being a rather naive girl, took his words at face value and felt a surge of joy. However, she pouted slightly, her expression tinged with sadness. "Yet, my aunt insists that I am no longer young and continually urges me to marry, claiming that if I wait any longer, I shall be left without suitors." "Why do you think my aunt says such things, Tang Gongzi?" Tang Ning was taken aback by her candor, unsure whether Blue Phoenix was genuinely this innocent or merely feigning. "It is a common trait among elders to press for marriage. Such concerns should not weigh heavily on you. You are not at all old. Countless handsome men would wish to take you as their bride." Her laughter was infectious, and as she giggled, her body swayed gracefully. From his elevated position on the horse, Tang Ning, looking down slightly, caught a glimpse of the alluring curves concealed beneath her attire, captivating his senses. Coughing discreetly, he sensed a shift within himself, yet Blue Phoenix remained oblivious. She leaned closer once more, her enchanting gaze bewitching him. "Would you consider marrying me, Tang Gongzi?" Chapter 20. Never trust a seductive beauty again. Upon witnessing Tang Ning's expression, Lan Fengwang realized she was merely jesting with him. However, any man would find it challenging to resist a woman like Lan Fengwang, unaffected, generous, and adept at arousing a man's desires. Tang Ning was no exception. He nearly succumbed to the temptation of kissing Lan Fengwang's luscious, peach-like lips, which were within easy reach. He inhaled deeply, but the thought of Mu Wanqing caused him to pause and cough heavily once more. Lan Fengwang was taken aback by Tang Ning's swift recovery. She chose not to continue her flirtatious game and inquired with earnestness, "Might Tang Gongzi be venturing into the mountains in search of Changchun Valley?" "Indeed. Is that also your purpose, Lan Gunyang?" "Affirmative. It seems Tang Gongzi and I are destined to meet. Wouldn't you agree?" Lan Fengwang teased once more before continuing, "Tang Gongzi, I find your Qinggong exceptionally unique. I am quite curious. Would you consider imparting it to me?" So, this is where her intentions lie. Tang Ning mused, relieved. He had been puzzled as to why Lan Fengwang had sought him out. Now that he understood her objective, he felt more at ease. "Regrettably, Lan Gunyang, our sect's martial arts are never divulged to outsiders." Lan Fengwang pouted, feigning annoyance as she coquettishly lamented, "Humph, Tang Gongzi is so stingy. I have allowed you to take advantage of me, yet you are unwilling to grant me even the slightest favor." That bewitching, mellifluous voice. This woman was exceedingly captivating. Tang Ning was almost reluctant to displease her. "Lan Gunyang, perhaps you could become my disciple, and I would then impart the Qinggong to you. How does that sound?" Although the Five Venoms sect was not a major power, it possessed unique expertise. Tang Ning entertained the idea of recruiting her. Lan Fengwang chuckled, "Tang Gongzi, how old are you?" Tang Ning retorted inwardly, "Certainly old enough to satisfy you." 18. Lan Fengwang laughed even louder, "I am already 23. So what makes you think you can be my master?" Tang Ning declared with pride, "Because my Qigong surpasses yours, and my strength exceeds yours. Because I can assist you in achieving eternal youth." Tang Ning's aura of confidence enveloped Lan Fengwang. She was somewhat stunned and turned her head to re-examine the rather handsome, underage young man. "Whether your Qigong and strength are superior remains to be seen. Upon locating Changchun Valley, I can naturally attain eternal youth. Why would I require your assistance?" Tang Ning smiled faintly. "The fountain of youth is only effective within Changchun Valley. Unless you reside there permanently, once you leave, its effects will dissipate. and you will instantly revert to your original age. Lan Fenghuang inquired curiously, if that is the case, what method do you have to ensure that I can maintain my youth even outside the valley? Tang Ning fixed his gaze on Lan Fenghuang's eyes. Become my disciple, and I shall reveal it to you. Lan Fenghuang was somewhat tempted. She suddenly soared into the air, landing on a tree branch, and turned back to smile. Tang Gongzi, if you can capture me, I shall agree to become your disciple. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed that Tang Ning had vanished from her sight. After a brief moment, she curled her lips into a smile. Not bad. However, she was astounded by the speed of Tang Ning's qigong, which filled her with delight. Tang Ning reached for Lan Fenghuang from behind, but unexpectedly, the living beauty before him transformed into a venomous snake. He hastily retracted his hand, narrowly avoiding the pursuing snake. Lan Fenghuang's laughter echoed in his ears. Hee, Tang Gongzi, you must try harder. Shoo! A sharp whistle emanated from Lan Fenghuang's mouth. Shoo! 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 In that instant, Tang Ning heard the sounds of animals crawling all around him. Upon closer inspection, he saw snakes, scorpions, centipedes. Even with his current martial prowess, he had no need to fear these venomous creatures. However, he possessed an innate fear and aversion to such animals. His scalp tingled. The venomous creatures drew closer and closer. Tang Ning composed himself and gradually calmed down. His mind raced, contemplating how to bypass these creatures and capture Lan Fenghuang. These creatures were likely raised by her, so it was best to avoid harming them if possible. Tang Ning's figure vanished once more. Lan Fenghuang giggled and lightly waved her sleeve, releasing a colorless and odorless gas that entered Tang Ning's nostrils as he rushed forward. Tang Ning immediately felt a wave of dizziness. Without hesitation, he activated the Bei Ming divine skill to resist the invasion of the poisonous gas. He was secretly alarmed. Dealing with these masters of poison was truly treacherous. His repeated attempts to attack were easily evaded, and he was even placed in perilous situations. He lacked any understanding of the art of poison. No matter how clever he was, without the necessary knowledge, what could he do? Tang Ning secretly rejoiced that Lan Fenghuang was not a villain and harbored no ill intentions toward him. Otherwise, he might have died without even knowing how. It seemed he should never again casually accept a ride on a stranger's horse. Tang Ning circulated his energy to expel all the toxins from his body and regained his composure. He suddenly ceased pursuing Lan Fenghuang and began drawing a circle around her, several dozen feet in diameter. Lan Fenghuang was utterly perplexed by Tang Ning's strange behavior. What was this handsome young fellow doing? Moments later, a raging inferno erupted around Lan Fenghuang in an instant. Tang Ning approached Lan Fenghuang, extending his hands, his left palm radiating blue ice, and his right palm ablaze with crimson flames. He challenged her with a taunting smile. Lan Gunyang, your venomous creatures cannot harm me. On the contrary, they possess an innate fear of fire. As long as I circulate my energy to resist it, your poisonous gas cannot harm me either. I wonder, when the fire engulfs you, will you throw yourself into my arms, begging me to carry you out? Lan Fenghuang, however, showed no fear. Instead, she feigned a slight annoyance. I refuse to accept this. Tang Gongzi, you are cheating. Tang Ning countered. Then, how about you refrain from using poison, and I refrain from using fire? Lan Fenghuang had already witnessed Tang Ning's impressive qigong and knew that she was no match for him. She whined coquettishly, Tang Gongzi has no sense of chivalry. What good would it do me to become your disciple? Tang Ning was speechless. He circulated the Bei Ming divine skill as a precaution and slowly approached Lan Fenghuang, who made no attempt to flee. Tang Ning reached out and seized Lan Fenghuang's arm, narrowing his eyes as he chuckled. Aren't you going to kneel and acknowledge me as your master? Suddenly, Tang Ning felt a small insect burrowing into his fingertip, entering his bloodstream, and heading toward his heart. Goo. He intensified the circulation of his true energy, attempting to expel the insect, but discovered that it had no effect. Lan Fenghuang giggled once more. Tang Gongzi, you have fallen for my trap again. You had better hurry and take me out of here. Otherwise, without my unique method of dispelling the goo, after 49 days, your entire body will fester and rot. Looking at Lan Fenghuang, who was doubled over with laughter, Tang Ning felt the goo insect coursing through his body. He vowed to himself, never again will I trifle with alluring beauties. Chapter 21 Lu Xiaofeng, what do you think of Man Jianghong? Tang Ning's mind raced with thoughts as he devised a strategy. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and chose to disregard the venomous insects within him. With a tranquil demeanor, he gazed at the vibrant blue phoenix, whose laughter was like flowers swaying in the breeze, and spoke slowly. Miss Blue, Are you familiar with a creature known as Mang Gujuha? The expression on Blue Phoenix's face shifted slightly. Naturally, she had heard of the Zhu Ha Da Mo Wang, renowned as the king of poisons. Even her own toxic arts would be no match for it, as the Zhu Ha Da Mo Wang could consume and digest them with ease. To her astonishment, this young boy before her seemed to possess knowledge of it as well. Tang Ning's calm demeanor while mentioning Mang Gujuha. Could it be that he knew where to find it, or perhaps he had already discovered it? A glimmer of hope sparked in Blue Phoenix's eyes, and she playfully chided, "Young Master Tang, please do not be upset. I was merely jesting. Do you truly know where to find the Zhu Ha Da Mo Wang? If I could possess one, it would greatly assist my research on poisons." She was undeniably intrigued. Tang Ning crossed his hands behind his back and, with an air of arrogance, insisted, "If you wish to be my disciple, I shall reveal this to you." Blue Phoenix, realizing the gravity of his offer, decided to set aside her schemes. The allure of his skills, his unparalleled lightness of foot, his ability to counter her poisons, and the promise of eternal youth, was too great to resist. She found herself beginning to admire, even idolize, Tang Ning. Were it anyone else, even a master-level expert, they would have long fallen victim to her intricate traps. Yet, Tang Ning had managed to withstand nearly all of her cunning tactics without even fully comprehending her intentions. This required not only considerable strength, but also remarkable wisdom in response. Kneeling before him, Blue Phoenix bowed 3 times, formally greeting, "I, Blue Phoenix, the current leader of the 5 Poison sect, pay my respects to my master." Tang Ning smiled and nodded, signaling her to rise. His heart racing from the tension of the moment. It had been no easy feat to subdue this poisonous vixen. Rising to her feet, Blue Phoenix bounded toward him. Clutching his arm and pressing against him, her voice sweetly inquiring, "Master, when will you teach me the art of lightness? When will you share the secret to eternal youth? When will you take me to find the Zhu Ha Da Mo Wang?" Naively, Blue Phoenix expressed her every desire in one breath. Tang Ning, savoring the pleasant sensation radiating from his arm, squinted his eyes in enjoyment. "Do not rush, little Phoenix. Your master will gradually fulfill all your wishes. From now on, you shall follow me, for I have many more treasures that will pique your interest." Blue Phoenix's anticipation soared. "More treasures? Master, what do you mean?" Feigning contemplation, Tang Ning replied, "Well, for instance, your master will find you a suitable husband to marry." Blue Phoenix's eyes sparkled with excitement as she responded, "That sounds wonderful, master. You must find me a man who is even more exceptional than yourself, and I will marry him immediately." Tang Ning thought to himself, "This little phoenix is rather difficult to manage." The day and moon-fragrant mountain was not particularly vast, yet the entrance to Changchun Valley was exceedingly concealed. It was not until the following afternoon that Tang Ning and Blue Phoenix finally discovered the entrance amidst a thicket of thorns near towering ancient trees. Desiring to preserve the tranquility of Changchun Valley, Tang Ning refrained from burning the thicket at the entrance. Instead, he and Blue Phoenix gently parted the underbrush to clear a path. Upon entering Changchun Valley, the scene transformed dramatically. The valley's world opened up expansively, resembling a paradise untouched by time. As they ventured deeper into the valley, they finally located the Fountain of Eternal Youth. Nearby, there was a village. Yet it appeared entirely deserted, as if no one had inhabited it for ages. Near the fountain, Tang Ning discovered a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "The divine scripture has departed into the carefree. This valley remains only the Fountain of Eternal Youth." A sense of puzzlement washed over Tang Ning. Why had the inhabitants of this village vanished without a trace, even if the divine scripture had departed? He believed that as long as one lived within Changchun Valley and regularly drank from the Fountain of Eternal Youth, longevity and eternal youth would be assured. The villagers should have been accustomed to such a life. How could they have all disappeared? He buried his doubts deep within his heart. Opening his pack to retrieve several jade bottles, each filled with the water of the Fountain of Eternal Youth, he then departed alongside Blue Phoenix. In the capital of the Song Dynasty, Ningyang City, at the C.I. Jianlu Tavern, on the 2nd floor, Tang Ning and Blue Phoenix sat by the window, enjoying food and drink. A middle-aged man, around 30, with exquisitely groomed eyebrows and matching mustaches, approached their table and asked, "Good day, young brother. I am Lu Xiaofeng. As a newcomer to the prosperous Song Dynasty, I have heard of a grandiose poem known as Manjiang Hong. Might you know who authored it?" Lu Xiaofeng? Why was this fellow, who was usually busy solving cases in the Ming Dynasty, here in the Song Dynasty? Tang Ning stood and clasped his hands in greeting. "Oh, it is an honor to meet you, Master Lu. As for Manjiang Hong, I do possess some knowledge about it." Lu Xiaofeng's eyes brightened. He had inquired of many but had never received an answer. He had merely come hoping for luck today. Seeing the remarkable demeanor of the young man before him, he was eager to befriend him, not expecting that he might actually gain something of value. Young brother, I would be most grateful if you could enlighten me. Allow me to treat you to this meal, Lu Xiaofeng offered. Tang Ning thought to himself, you think a mere meal will suffice to placate me, Lu Xiaofeng? You are rather naive. May I ask, Master Lu, are you aware of the collusion between the Song dynasty and Tubo to attack Dali and Xixia? After finishing his drink, Lu Xiaofeng replied, I have heard a bit about it. As he spoke, he filled his cup once more. Tang Ning nodded gently, and what do you believe, Master Lu? Will be the ultimate fate of Dali? Lu Xiaofeng, perplexed, retorted, young brother, your question seems unrelated to Manjiang Hong. How do they connect? Tang Ning chuckled lightly, indeed. They are interconnected. Please, do not rush. Allow me to elaborate. But first, I would appreciate your patience in answering my queries. Feeling a sense of intrigue, Lu Xiaofeng contemplated seriously before responding. In my opinion, the Song dynasty's strength significantly surpasses that of Dali. This time, Dali has fallen victim to the Song schemes while remaining unaware, inevitably suffering substantial losses and losing much territory. However, the other four great dynasties in the Central Plains will not sit idly by as the Song dynasty grows more powerful, especially the Qin dynasty. Once the four dynasties respond, the Song will withdraw their troops. Therefore, Dali should still have a chance to breathe and will not be completely annexed. Chapter 22. Indeed, the person you seek is me. Upon hearing Tang Ning's denial, Lu Xiaofeng's expression grew slightly grave. With his intelligence and insight, how could he misjudge such an obvious matter? Was there truly some hidden truth he was unaware of? He continued earnestly, with fervor and righteous spirit. I believe this poem will surely be passed down through the ages, especially celebrated in the military. However, a mere poem cannot alter the situation in Dali. Tang Ning replied, you are right, Lu Daxia. A single poem cannot change the grand scheme of things. Yet, what if this poem could compel General Yu Fei, Hero Guijing, and the Grand Marshal of the Song dynasty on the southwestern front to jointly advise the court to withdraw troops? Lu Xiaofeng felt a pang of doubt, and his throat parched. He drained his cup before expressing his thoughts. Young brother, the Song dynasty's assault on Dali is evidently a long-conceived plan. Emperor Zhao Kuangyin is an ambitious, wise, and domineering ruler. Therefore, what you propose is improbable. Tang Ning shook his head again, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired further, what do you think of General Yu Fei and Hero Guijing? Upon hearing these two names, Lu Xiaofeng felt a surge of respect. Naturally, they are revered heroes. Tang Ning took a deep breath, revealing his own admiration. Indeed. However, despite being heroes in the resistance against the Jurchens, they genuinely wish to avoid war. The essence of a true hero lies in serving the nation and its people. War only brings suffering, which is not what General Yu or Hero Gu desire. They may be far from the front lines against the Jurchens and may not be aware of the court's affairs, let alone the current focus on Dali. Should this poem, Manjiang Hong, reach their ears, they would undoubtedly advise the Song Emperor accordingly. A true hero serves the nation and its people. Had this sentiment not come from the lips of a youth, Lu Xiaofeng would hardly have believed it. He previously held little interest in national affairs, preferring to engage in matters within his capacity, like solving cases and meddling in trivial matters. The sudden disappearance of Deji de Tong had thrust him into investigative challenges, leading him from the Ming to the Song dynasty. Today, his curiosity about the author of Manjiang Hong had brought him here, and he never anticipated such profound insights. This young man before him was worthy of his friendship, and he yearned to hear more of his unique perspectives. Understanding Tang Ning's explanation, Lu Xiaofeng grasped why the Grand Marshal of the Song dynasty's enemies in the court would dare to advise troop withdrawal in the face of the formidable Song Emperor. It was due to the influence of Yu Fei and Guijing. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Tang Ning had arranged for others to be swayed in their thoughts as well. A true hero serves the nation and its people. What a splendid sentiment. The young man's sense of righteousness deeply impressed Lu Xiaofeng. Should this hold true, the political landscape of the Song court would inevitably become exceedingly complex. With the influence of General Yu and Hero Guo, it seemed that troop withdrawal was merely a matter of time. At this juncture, Lu Xiaofeng shifted his tone. However, the Song Emperor could easily choose to delay action until the pressure becomes unbearable. Even a mere day's delay could lead to significant losses for Dali. Tang Ning gazed at Lu Xiaofeng, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. What if the Qin army were to exert pressure in the northwest before the Song? The Qin? Lu Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes, studying the enigmatic youth before him. The Central Plains spanned vast distances, with the Song occupying 2 provinces. How could this young man be privy to the movements of the Qin army? At this moment, no news of such matters had reached the capital of the Song, Ningyang City. If the Qin were to send troops early to apply pressure, the situation would change drastically, and the Song would likely withdraw from Dali in haste. How did you come by this information, young brother? Tang Ning smiled enigmatically, choosing not to answer Lu Xiaofeng's question. The latter, now increasingly intrigued, decided not to press further. Rising, he performed a respectful gesture toward Tang Ning. May I ask your esteemed name? I, Lu Xiaofeng, wish to befriend you. Do you find me worthy? Lu Xiaofeng's demeanor was both polite and humbly lowered, for he believed this youth deserved such treatment. Tang Ning recognized that Lu Xiaofeng had taken the bait. He too stood, returning the gesture with sincerity. What you say is too kind, Lu Daxia. I have long heard of your heroic deeds and hold you in high regard. I am Tang Ning of the Xiaoyao sect. The Xiaoyao sect? Lu Xiaofeng had never heard of it, and assumed it to be a minor sect. So it is Brother Tang. You previously mentioned knowing the author of Manjiang Hong, yet spoke extensively about the struggle between the Song and Dali. Is there a connection between the two? Tang Ning replied, Indeed, the author of Manjiang Hong is the same person orchestrating this counteroffensive for Dali. Lu Xiaofeng exclaimed in surprise. Oh? Then who is this hero? Which general of Dali is it? Could it be King Duan Yu of the South? He believed that only a general seasoned by years of warfare could have penned such a grand and fervent poem. Tang Ning shook his head. Not at all. This person is far away, yet right before our eyes. Lu Xiaofeng, filled with excitement. Scan the surroundings for anyone who might possess the Quali Chapter 23. The little phoenix go and kill Yin Jiping. As anticipated by Lu Xiaofeng, Tang Ning quickly initiated a request. Hero Lu, I wish to propose a transaction with you. With eager anticipation, Lu Xiaofeng replied, Oh? Pray, enlighten me. Unexpectedly, Tang Ning began to inquire further. May I first ask, Hero Lu, what brings you to the Song dynasty? What troubles you? With a heavy sigh, Lu Xiaofeng raised his cup and drained it before speaking, to be candid. The reason I was able to solve cases swiftly in the past was due to my formidable intelligence source, Deji de Tong. However, not long ago, I encountered a case that confounded me. The only person who knew the whereabouts of the elusive Deji de Tong, old man Gui's son, informed me that Deji de Tong had suddenly vanished. Just as I began searching for him alongside old man Gui's son, he too mysteriously disappeared. Thus, I followed the clues that led me here. Realizing the magnitude of the situation, Tang Ning pressed on, Pray tell, what is the nature of the case that troubles you? Hero Lu? With a somber expression, Lu Xiaofeng recounted, 2 months ago, 18 bushels of pearls were stolen from the treasury of the Ping'an prince's residence, and the chief steward, Jiang Chongwei, was blinded. In the following month, there were 6 or 7 major cases. At every crime scene, we found only a piece of silk embroidered with a black peony. I was invited by the Jin Shinbu of the 6 doors to unravel this mystery. During the investigation, I lost contact with my friend Shui Bing, and I have yet to learn of her fate, so I sought Deji de Tong for information. Tang Ning recognized the case as that of the embroidered thief. Hero Lu, allow me to share some information regarding Deji de Tong, Shui Bing, and the embroidered thief. You agree to one condition, yes? Lu Xiaofeng regarded Tang Ning with skepticism. If Tang Ning truly was the mastermind behind Manjiang Hong, he must have been recently arrived from Dali. How could he possibly possess intelligence from far-off Ming, of which even I, Lu Xiaofeng, had no inkling? Could this young man be a charlatan, exploiting the renown of Manjiang Hong for deceitful ends? Noticing Lu Xiaofeng's doubt, Tang Ning smiled faintly. Hero Lu, you always require old man Gui's son to guide you to Deji de Tong, and he enters while you wait outside. Therefore, old man Gui's son is, in fact, Deji de Tong. The individual who abducted Shui Bing is the Serpent King, coerced by the embroidered thief, who is currently imprisoned in the Western Garden, at risk of being violated at any moment. Jin Jiuling is the embroidered thief. Tang Ning succinctly provided enough information to leave Lu Xiaofeng questioning his very existence. Whether to believe it or seek verification was left to Lu Xiaofeng. Given Lu Xiaofeng's character, he would likely not trust the forthcoming conditions of the transaction. I require Hero Lu's assistance in reorganizing the Qingyi building left by Huaxiao, transforming it into an intelligence network spanning the entirety of Ming and beyond. With each of Tang Ning's statements, Lu Xiaofeng's expression shifted, from realization regarding old man Gui's son, to concern for Shui Bing, to disbelief at Jin Jiuling's identity, and finally to astonishment at Tang Ning's ambitious request. He looked at Tang Ning with a complex expression. How did he know the intricacies between himself, old man Gui-san, and Dashida Tong? If what Tang Ning said were true, then Xuebing was in grave danger. Yet, what reason did he have to trust this information? Jin Jiuling, the most renowned detective of Ming, could not possibly be the notorious embroidered thief. This 18-year-old youth was a mere stranger to him. Where could he have acquired such knowledge? Finally, he mustered the courage to ask, "How can you prove the veracity of your claims, Brother Tang?" Tang Ning replied calmly, "Shouldn't you be hastening back to Luoyang to rescue Xuebing? Jin Jiuling will not afford you much time." Lu Xiaofeng's expression shifted once more. "How shall I find you afterward?" Tang Ning replied nonchalantly, "Within 3 months, I shall return to the Dali Royal Palace. Better to trust in the possibility than dismiss it entirely, with Xuebing's life hanging in the balance." Lu Xiaofeng chose to set aside his doubts and return to the Western Garden in Luoyang to rescue her, thus verifying Tang Ning's claims. Before parting, Tang Ning added, "I hope you can bring Xikong Zhaixing and Shimin Shueishui with you. Be wary of Lord Baiyun, Yi Guqing." Lu Xiaofeng cast another complex look at Tang Ning and nodded slightly before departing with a heavy heart. Throughout the conversation, the little phoenix had remained silent, utterly perplexed by the exchange between her master and Lu Xiaofeng. One spoke bold truths, while the other dared to believe them. Once Lu Xiaofeng had left, she could no longer contain her curiosity and cheekily remarked, "Master, that Lu Xiaofeng is quite peculiar. He truly believes you." Tang Ning chuckled softly. Perhaps influenced by Lu Xiaofeng's copious drinking, he unconsciously raised his cup and drank as well. "Little Phoenix, are you implying that you doubt your master's words?" The little phoenix replied naturally, "I do not believe unless my master is a deity." Tang Ning responded lightly, "Though I am no deity, I am indeed privy to many of the world's hidden truths. For instance, I know that you are a subordinate of Ren Yingying, the saintess of the sun and moon sect. I also know that Ren Yingying's father, Ren Wuxing, is not dead, but rather imprisoned in a dark dungeon, having been pierced through the peepa bone." With that, he stood to leave, leaving the little phoenix dumbfounded and at a loss for words. "Master, wait. Where is the sect leader? You must tell me." Following the Zhunnan mountain, within the tomb of the living dead, at the creek behind the mountain, Tang Ning and the little phoenix searched for 2 days before finally locating the place. From the Chuanjin sect, they learned that Yang Guo had been in the ancient tomb for over 2 years. Tang Ning estimated that it would be some time before Yang Guo and Xialong would emerge. He felt a sense of relief. This location was the only means of entering the tomb quietly. Upon hearing Tang Ning's plan to hold his breath and submerge underwater to enter the tomb, the little phoenix pouted, "Master, I am not good at swimming. I am afraid." With a mischievous grin, Tang Ning replied, "Fear not, little phoenix. I can carry you across and even provide you with air underwater. A perfect opportunity to take advantage of you openly." The little phoenix looked at Tang Ning innocently and responded, "Provide air? Master, a kiss on the cheek is acceptable, but if you desire to kiss my lips, you must marry me." "Are you planning to marry me, master?" Tang Ning was taken aback. "What kind of rule is this? Despite your bold attire, revealing so much, how can you possess such a peculiar view on marriage?" Yet, her expression showed she was not jesting. Tang Ning pondered for a moment. "Very well, little phoenix. You shall go to the Chuanjin sect and find a way to eliminate a scoundrel named Yin Jiping. I shall enter the tomb alone." Chapter 24 Yanghua. How dare you not come in? Tang Ning, fueled by resentment from a past life towards Yin Jiping, disregarded whether the Dragon Knight still had a chance to reclaim that title. In any case, since he had arrived, avenging her grievances was imperative. Lon Phoenix, inherently skilled in poison, had been taught the Lingbo Weibu technique by Tang Ning during this time, alleviating any concerns over her encountering danger at the hands of the Chuanjin sect. "Very well, master, your disciple shall obey," Lon Phoenix replied joyfully as she accepted her task. Tang Ning appreciated this quality in her, her unwavering compliance to his commands without question. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the pool. Within the ancient tomb, Yang Guo effortlessly captured the hundreds of small birds that had been placed in a cage with Xiaolong. "Coldly," she stated, "Enough, Guire. I have imparted all that I have learned to you. You may leave now." Yang Guo had grown weary of the tomb. "All right, Andy, come with me. The outside world is filled with wonders. You will surely enjoy it." "Still cold," Xiaolong replied. "You should go alone. I am a disciple of the ancient tomb and must not leave it for life." Yang Guo was not one to adhere to rules. He implored once more, "Annie, this tomb is too dreary, lacking in food and entertainment. It is utterly dull. There is so much to enjoy outside. Let us go together." "Xiaolong, appearing contemplative and less frigid than before, responded, "For disciples of the ancient tomb to leave. There is but one way. A man must be willing to die for me with true sincerity. Gwr, you should depart on your own. I cannot defy ancestral teachings." At that moment, a sharp, mocking voice interrupted. "Ha! Little junior sister, have you also been stirred by emotions?" The white-clad figure, holding a whisk and dressed like a Taoist priestess, revealed herself as Li Macho. "Little one, my junior sister is hinting that you should die for her. Why do you not hurry and agree?" Xiaolong coldly retorted. "Li Macho, you have been expelled by the master from the ancient tomb and are no longer a disciple of our sect. I am not your junior sister, and you are not welcome here. Please leave." Li Macho looked at her with scorn. "Humph. Little junior sister, you keep a man in the tomb, spending day and night together, thus violating our sect's rules. Who knows what unspeakable deeds you may have engaged in? What right do you have to expel me?" Upon hearing Li Macho's slander, Xiaolong, who rarely exhibited any emotion, felt a surge of anger. However, she was not one for words and disliked quarrels. "Gwr, this person speaks foul words. Help me drive her away." Yang responded promptly, "Yes, auntie." Then, with a smirk, he addressed Li Macho, "This beautiful Taoist. My relationship with auntie is entirely pure. As a Taoist, how could you even conceive of such disgraceful notions? Perhaps you have broken your vows and experienced such things yourself?" Li Macho, stirred by painful memories, erupted with anger. "You insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" Aware that discussing such topics would only disadvantage her as a woman, she turned to Xiaolong and said, "Little junior sister, I cannot be bothered to quibble with you. Just hand over the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra left by the master for me to examine, and I shall no longer trouble you." Only then did Xiaolong realize Li Macho's true intentions. She instructed Yang directly, "Gwr, do not hesitate." Upon hearing this, Yang unsheathed his sword, aiming it at Li Macho. Knowing she was no match for Li Macho, Xiaolong discreetly activated a mechanism and joined forces with Yang Gui to repel Li Macho, urging him, "Gwr, hurry and leave." Before Li Macho could react, the stone door was already closing. In a moment of desperation, she shot an ice needle at Xiaolong. After the stone door shut, she furiously struck the stone walls, shouting, "Master, you are too biased." The mechanisms within the cave were numerous, and Xiaolong knew them all, while Li Macho was only aware of a few, including this chamber, which she did not know. She seethed. And that Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. She had to obtain it, for her martial arts, and for revenge. Finally, Tang Ning entered the ancient tomb, channeling the beaming divine skill, causing his body to heat up and evaporate the dampness of his clothes. Although the tomb's design was intricate, Tang Ning, with his understanding of mechanisms and rapid computational abilities, easily located the secret chamber containing 5 stone coffins. He entered each coffin in search of the writings left by Wanqing. Xiaolong Chapter 25. Impulses within the stone sarcophagus instantly. Tang Ning galvanized his northern darkness true energy, initiating the detoxification process. The venom of the ice silver needles proved indeed formidable, as even a minuscule amount induced a sensation of vertigo. Once the toxins were purged, Tang Ning escorted the little dragon maiden back to the stone chamber housing the jade bed. Placing her upon the bed, he commenced channeling his energy to alleviate her poisoning and mend her wounds. Whilst the northern darkness divine skill lacked the capacity to rectify substantial internal damage, its true energy possessed the remarkable ability to harmonize with any intrinsic power, rendering it entirely capable of detoxification and the treatment of minor injuries. Tang Ning propelled his northern darkness true energy into the little dragon maiden's body only to discover that she was not merely afflicted by the poison of Li Macho's ice silver needles, but also exhibited indications of cultivation deviation. Considering certain idiosyncrasies of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, Tang Ning posited that the little dragon maiden had been independently practicing the Jade Maiden Sutra swordplay, a technique necessitating dual cultivation, thereby precipitating her cultivation deviation. Several hours elapsed before Tang Ning meticulously eradicated the toxins of the ice silver needles from the little dragon maiden's system. This feat was attributable to the northern darkness divine skill's capacity to assimilate all intrinsic energies and its possession of both yin and yang attributes. Otherwise, given the virulent toxicity of the ice silver needles, even the most formidable internal power would have been largely inefficacious. The little dragon maiden languidly awoke to find herself clad solely in a delicate undergarment. Casting her gaze backward, she beheld a strange man behind her, his palms pressed against her bare back. A surge of mortification and ire welled within her. "Ah, you lecherous scoundrel, who are you?" Her disposition, though frigid, was not easily swayed by anger. After leaping up in astonishment, She retrieved her garments, enveloping herself within them, and retreated several yards. The little dragon maiden discerned that her true energy was abundant, devoid of any indications of poisoning. Receiving no response, she directed her gaze toward the man upon the jade bed, observing his apparent state of exhaustion. She inquired once more, her voice laced with frost, "Did you save me?" Still, no response was forthcoming. Although the northern darkness divine skill was indeed miraculous, the toxicity of the ice silver needles was profoundly potent. Tang Ning's current cultivation, merely at the initial stage of the day after tomorrow realm, was insufficient to sustain such an expenditure. He was presently enervated, struggling even to articulate a coherent sentence. The little dragon maiden cautiously approached, reiterating her inquiry with icy intonation. "Are you all right?" With the little dragon maiden's recovery assured, Tang Ning relinquished his support, succumbing to unconsciousness upon the jade bed. Observing Tang Ning's sudden collapse, the little dragon maiden experienced a surge of emotion. In her naivety, she momentarily disregarded the intimate contact she had shared with the stranger whilst clad solely in her undergarment. Perhaps influenced by her 2-year association with Yanghua, she now possessed a rudimentary understanding of how to care for others. Gently, she cradled Tang Ning, positioning him supine, and retrieved a jade vial from her person, pouring the honey within into his mouth. "Junior sister, so this is where you've been." Li Macho's voice cut through the air, laced with malice. "Heh. Judging by your disheveled state, it seems you've indeed been intimate with that boy. Utterly shameless." Having exerted considerable effort, Li Macho had relied on past experience to navigate the ancient tomb. After several hours of aimless wandering, she had finally arrived. A closer inspection of the jade bed revealed a countenance contorted with fury. "Junior sister, where is your Yanghua? And who is this man?" Her voice dripped with venom. "Humph. So you've been harboring 2 paramours within this ancient tomb. My sister is truly ashamed for our master, who entrusted this tomb to such a shameless harlot." Incensed by the renewed misinterpretation, the little dragon maiden harbored a nascent resentment toward Tang Ning. However, upon beholding his feeble, unconscious form, she found herself unable to chide him. Eschewing further discourse with Li Macho, she launched a jade bee needle toward her adversary, gathered Tang Ning in her arms, and prepared to activate the mechanism upon the stone wall. However, Li Macho had evidently learned from her previous encounter, easily evading the jade bee needle. She brandished her horsetail whisk, lashing out at the little dragon maiden. Unwilling to divulge the mechanism's location to Li Macho, the little dragon maiden refrained from forcibly activating it. Instead of evading Li Macho's horsetail whisk, Li Macho swiftly retaliated with a palm strike, as Li Macho's palm threatened to strike Tang Ning. The little dragon maiden propelled Tang Ning aside, enduring the brunt of Li Macho's attack herself. Fortunately, Li Macho had not exerted excessive force in her strike. The little dragon maiden, cradling Tang Ning, retreated several paces before regaining her footing. "Li Macho, I have activated the stone gate, sealing our fate. Of what use is the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra now? We are destined to perish together within this ancient tomb." Li Macho's visage underwent a dramatic transformation. "What did you say?" she gasped, her voice laced with apprehension. "The stone gate has been activated? I am to die here?" Momentarily stunned, Li Macho faltered. Seizing the opportunity, the little dragon maiden launched another jade bee needle at Li Macho, successfully activating the mechanism while her adversary remained distracted. Cradling Tang Ning, she fled the stone chamber. Once more, Li Macho watched helplessly as the stone door slammed shut. "Junior sister, come back. I do not wish to die here." Her voice echoed through the desolate chamber. The little dragon maiden carried Tang Ning to the stone chamber housing the 5 stone sarcophagi. She had resigned herself to her impending demise. These 5 sarcophagi were designated for Lin Xiaoyao, the little dragon maiden's master, the little dragon maiden herself, Li Macho, and Granny Sunday. As Li Macho was presently within the ancient tomb, and the other 3 sarcophagi were already occupied, the little dragon maiden reluctantly placed Tang Ning within her own sarcophagus before reclining beside him. She closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. The anticipation was agonizing. Yet the little dragon maiden seemed largely unaffected. Gently closing her eyes, she was suddenly reminded of Yanghua. Ultimately, Guerre had departed, unwilling to sacrifice himself for her. Having spent over 2 years in Yanggua's company, she had inevitably developed a degree of affection. She could not help but feel a sense of despondency and disappointment. Suppressing her thoughts, she ceased dwelling on Yanghua. Slightly adjusting her posture, she turned her head, her gaze meeting Tang Ning's. Their eyes locked. Despite the little dragon maiden's frigid disposition, she recoiled as if struck by lightning, reverting to her previous posture. Then, in an icy tone, She uttered, "You're awake." Tang Ning responded casually, "Yes, I've been awake for some time. I was mesmerized by your contemplative state and didn't want to disturb you." The little dragon maiden retorted with a touch of pique, "What nonsense are you spouting? I was merely saying, you are beautiful." Tang Ning abruptly sat up, pressing his body against the little dragon maiden's, his lips meeting hers in a fervent kiss. Sharing a bed with such an ethereal beauty, coupled with the pent-up desires that had been stirred by Lan Phoenix, Tang Ning found himself utterly unable to restrain his surging emotions. He could no longer resist the impulse to overwhelm the little dragon maiden. The confines of the stone sarcophagus were cramped, rendering their situation precarious. The little dragon maiden attempted to push Tang Ning away, but found herself unable to gain purchase. Her hands and feet flailed wildly as she struggled, her crimson lips, sealed by Tang Ning's, emitted muffled cries of protest. Chapter 26 Longer. Will you come out with me? After a long moment, the little dragon maiden ceased her struggles. Tang Ning finally released her, panting as he savored the sweetness of the moment. Have you fallen into madness from your training? The little dragon maiden did not respond to his inquiry, but spoke for herself. Do you realize that we will soon perish together here? Can you tell me who you are? Tang Ning gently replied, My name is Tang Ning. I saved you at the cost of my own consciousness. And while I was unconscious, I vaguely heard that Li Macho had found you. Tell me, does that not indicate my willingness to die for you? He sat up, turning to gaze into the little dragon maiden's eyes. A tremor coursed through her heart, and she felt an unexpected warmth. Indeed, as Tang Ning had stated, he had placed himself in a perilous position to save her. To die for her? The little dragon maiden regarded this still unfamiliar man, perplexed by his motives. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to respond. Tang Ning continued, Longer, are you willing to leave the ancient tomb with me? Longer. It had been ages since anyone had called her that. It conjured memories of her childhood with her master. The little dragon maiden stared at Tang Ning, lost in thought. After a long deliberation, she finally replied, If you are willing to die for me, then I have met the conditions to leave the tomb. However, I do not wish to accompany you. Furthermore, with the dragon-slaying stone already lowered, we have no chance to escape the tomb. Soon we shall meet our demise here. This coffin shall be our final resting place. She pondered for a moment before warning Tang Ning, You were quite rude to me earlier. I shall overlook it this time. Given you saved my life, but there shall not be a next time. Otherwise, I will cast you out of this coffin. After much contemplation, she struggled to devise a punishment for Tang Ning. Cast you out of the coffin? Was that truly a threat? Tang Ning was disarmed by the little dragon maiden's innocence. He suddenly stood, stepping out of the coffin, and forcibly pulled her up. What are you doing? The little dragon maiden asked, somewhat incensed. With a smile, Tang Ning answered. Longer, I have a way to escape, and I shall take you with me. The little dragon maiden coldly replied, I have already told you. I will not leave the tomb with you. Suddenly sensing something amiss, she questioned, You have a way out? But just as quickly, she regained her composure. Having resided in this ancient tomb for over a decade, she had never heard her master or granny son mention any other means of escape. How could this stranger possibly know? She dismissed it as mere comforting words from Tang Ning. Feigning sorrow, Tang Ning said, Little dragon maiden, if you remain here, then I too must remain. Chapter 27. Must let Tang Ning die. Is there really an exit? The icy heart of the little dragon girl seemed to waver slightly. The events of the day had unfolded rather swiftly, leaving her no time for contemplation. She felt as though her heart had been guided by Tang Ning all along. Gazing at him, this man she had only just met today, she sensed an indescribable charm emanating from him. He truly treated her well, even willing to place himself in peril to save her. Within that stone coffin, he had unexpectedly claimed her first kiss by force. Initially, she had been resigned to her fate, her heart as still as water, hardly concerning herself with Tang Ning's impudent actions. Yet upon reflection, a hint of shyness bloomed within her. Moments ago, he had thwarted Li Macho's surprise attack on her. She began to feel reluctant to allow Tang Ning to remain in the ancient tomb awaiting his demise. Curiously, she inquired, Young Master Tang, how did you come to know of the various mechanisms within my tomb? Tang Ning had long prepared his response, chuckling as he replied, Because I am a special envoy sent by heaven to rescue you, a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Although she understood he was merely jesting, as a woman, she could not help but feel a flutter of delight at his praise. For the first time, Tang Ning caught a glimpse of a smile breaking through her frosty demeanor. You jest, lead the way. Let us depart, she commanded. Tang Ning was filled with joy at her acquiescence. Finally, the cold little dragon girl had agreed, validating his numerous ventures into danger. He cast a lingering glance back at the path they had traversed, feeling a twinge of regret. For the sake of the little dragon girl, he had not absorbed Li Macho's internal energy, nor had he acquired the coveted Nine manual. However, he had managed to warm her icy heart, if only slightly. He gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist and leaped into the stream. The little dragon girl felt a momentary discomfort, struggling slightly before yielding to his embrace. At the exit, the sky was adorned with countless stars. The bright moon hanging high above. Blue Phoenix gazed down at the circular reflection of the moon in the water, appearing somewhat anxious from the wait. For her, silently eliminating a mere jeeping posed little challenge. She had already returned to this spot in anticipation. Finally, she detected movement beneath the water's surface. Soon, two heads emerged. "Master, you have finally come out," she exclaimed with delight. "Oh, who is this lovely young lady? Wow, you are so beautiful. Master, did you enter the ancient tomb for this young lady? Is she my mistress?" As Tang Ning surfaced, he was met with Blue Phoenix's incessant chatter. He could not help but roll his eyes at her. Could she not wait until he was his chapter 28, The Apricot Grove, The Trials of Xiaofeng confidently? Murongfu responded, "Brother Bao, rest assured, I shall be mindful of my actions." The four generals held unwavering trust in Murongfu and thus refrained from further discourse. Wang Yiyan, too, placed her reliance on Murongfu. However, having been raised under the strict discipline of her formidable mother, she had never truly experienced the warmth of familial affection, and inexplicably, a sense of longing for such bonds began to stir within her. Were Duan Yu and Wanqing truly her siblings? In the Song dynasty, within the Beggars sect, nearly everyone believed Murongfu to be the perpetrator behind the death of Vice Chief Ma. Xiaofeng had been investigating Murongfu for some time. And by Shijing's chamber, Kong Min, after an intimate encounter, lay languidly upon Bai Shijing's chest. With her delicate arms gently entwined around his neck, she alluringly remarked, "Shijing, did you know our esteemed Chief Qiao is of Khitan descent?" Bai Shijing's expression shifted dramatically. "What? Minmin, this matter is of great consequence. You must not speak frivolously." Kong Min, in a soothing tone, replied, "Shijing, do you not understand why I urged you to eliminate Ma Dayuan? It is because he had already uncovered this information and, remembering Qiao Feng's loyalty, refused to dispose of him, even threatening to aid Qiao Feng in removing me, the informed party." Bai Shijing, now apprehensive, questioned, "Minmin, is this truly the case? Do you possess any concrete evidence?" Kong Min candidly stated, "I once inadvertently discovered that Ma Dayuan harbored a letter from Chief Wang, which contained details regarding Qiao Feng's origins. This was explicitly stated by Chief Wang. Could it possibly be erroneous?" Bai Shijing found himself at a loss. Qiao Feng's stature within the Beggars sect was immense. Such a revelation would undoubtedly incite an uproar within the sect, and he could scarcely fathom the implications. "Minmin, what do you suggest we do?" Kong Min shifted her posture, lightly kissing Bai Shijing's cheek, seductively suggesting, "Shijing, Qiao Feng is astute and, being a sworn brother of Ma Dayuan, he will undoubtedly investigate the cause of Ma Dayuan's demise. Ultimately, he will trace the matter back to us, and we shall find ourselves with no escape." She tightened her embrace around Bai Shijing's neck once more. "Shijing, this is our sole chance for survival. You must assist me." The thought of assassinating the chief weighed heavily on Bai Shijing's conscience. For the sake of Kong Min, this enchanting temptress, he had already committed a grave error by killing Ma Dayuan. Even if Qiao Feng were indeed of Khitan lineage, his brotherly bond with the sect members was evident. How could he bring himself to betray him further? Yet, if he refrained, what would become of Kong Min? What would his fate be? After weighing the consequences, he steeled his resolve. "Minmin, tell me, what precisely should we do?" Kong Min smiled with satisfaction. "It is quite simple. First, we must force Qiao Feng to relinquish his position as chief under the pretext of his Khitan lineage and surrender the dog-defeating staff. Then, we shall nominate you as the new chief, or at the very least, you can act as the provisional chief. Even if you cannot assume the chief's role immediately, your status as a law-enforcing elder will grant you the authority to order the execution of this non-tribal Khitan." Bai Shijing, resolute, replied, "Very well, I shall comply." With determination solidified, Bai Shijing felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he turned to the captivating temptress once more and embraced her. In the Apricot Grove, Xiao Feng returned to the Beggars sect, summoning the various elders to convene. He clearly stated, after extensive investigation, "I have concluded that Murongfu possesses a noble heart and is certainly not the cowardly murderer who hides in the shadows." He believed the true assassin of Ma Dayuan to be someone else entirely and urged the elders to explore alternative avenues of inquiry. However, several elders, led by Quan Qingqing, were unwilling to heed Xiao Feng's words, unanimously declaring Murong Fu to be the culprit behind the vice chief's demise. At that moment, Bai Shijing's voice rang out from afar. "Esteemed elders, I have an urgent matter to announce. Please allow for silence." As the crowd quieted, he continued, "I have unexpectedly come upon a most significant revelation. This information stems from the last wishes of Chief Wang. Our Chief Qiao is not of Han descent. His true name is Xiao Feng, and he is of Khitan origin." Quan Qingxing was elated. He had intended to incite turmoil and had imprisoned several elders, all in a bid to depose Xiao Feng. Now, with Bai Shijing revealing Xiao Feng's identity, it seemed as though fate had conspired in his favor. He immediately turned his ire toward Xiao Feng. "Xiao Feng, you are indeed a Khitan. No, you should be referred to as Xiao Feng. The Liao and Song have been adversaries for ages. How can a Khitan be the leader of our beggars sect? Surrender the dog-defeating staff and relinquish your position at once." Xiao Feng could scarcely believe this news. Raised by Qiao San Huai and his wife, he had always considered them his true parents. Yet, they were clearly Han, so how could he possibly be of Khitan blood? Bai Shijing, as the law-enforcing elder, wielded considerable influence and added, "Xiao Feng, the true murderer of Vice Chief Ma has yet to be identified. Initially, I believed your defense of Murong Fu stemmed from a camaraderie of heroes, but it appears you are, in fact, a Khitan. Given this, you are now the prime suspect in Ma Deyuan's death." He beseeched the surrounding elders, "Esteemed elders, I implore you to apprehend the suspect, Xiao Feng, and allow me to ascertain the truth before making a final decision." Xiao Feng protested, "Wait, I, Xiao Feng, am of Han descent, raised at the foot of Shaolin Temple. Bai Shijing claims I am a Khitan. Is there any tangible evidence?" Bai Shijing produced the letter prepared by Kong Min, left to Ma Deyuan by Wang Jiantong, and handed it to a nearby elder for distribution among the assembly. Upon reading the letter, the elders of the beggars sect glared at Xiao Feng with fury. Finding Bai Shijing's assertions increasingly credible, they immediately united to encircle Xiao Feng, preparing for battle. However, in terms of martial prowess, they were no match for Xiao Feng. Yet, recalling their past camaraderie, he was unwilling to inflict harm upon any of his fellow sect members. After exchanging dozens of blows, Xiao Feng found himself ensnared among the elders, sustaining numerous injuries. Fortunately, his exceptional martial skills and physical resilience allowed him to endure. At that moment, clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated through the air. Indeed, the beggars sect, renowned as the foremost sect in the world, was engaged in a senseless fray, oblivious to reason. A young man, approximately 18 years of age, accompanied by two ethereal beauties, entered the scene: Tang Ning, the little dragon maiden, and Lan Phoenix. The trio, having fortuitously encountered the unfolding drama, found themselves compelled to intervene, especially given the stakes surrounding Xiao Feng. Chapter 29. What is the true cause of Deputy Chief Ma's death? Upon hearing Tang Ning's words, the members of the beggars sect, though incensed, did not regard the youthful lad, seemingly around 18, with any seriousness. They merely dispatched a small lackey to issue a warning: "Little brat, the affairs of our esteemed sect are not for someone of your tender age to meddle in. It would be prudent for you to refrain from insulting us further, lest you find yourself without a grave." Tang Ning, discerning that this little beggar was an inconsequential figure, chose to disregard him. He respectfully clasped his hands towards Xiao Feng and spoke, "I am Tang Ning, and I have long been acquainted with the legends of North Xiao Feng and South Murong. However, I must speak candidly. The hypocritical Murong Fu is entirely unworthy of comparison with the noble Qiao hero. I would suggest that you, Xiao Xia, declare to the world that such a blatantly insulting title is unwelcome. That said, I hold great admiration for you, Xiao Xia, but today I must reveal a truth. You are indeed of Khitan descent, with the surname Xiao." He shifted his tone once more. "Nevertheless, I still hold deep respect for your chivalrous deeds. Should anyone dare to trouble you further today, I shall not hesitate to expose the vile nature of certain individuals." He glanced at Bai Shijing and Quan Guqing, continuing, "I wonder what Elder Bai Shijing and Elder Quan Guqing think of this." Being directly named, Bai Shijing and Quan Guqing felt a twinge of unease. However, they could not fathom that this youth truly knew their secrets or posed any threat. The elders of the beggars sect turned to look at Bai and Quan, puzzled as to why Tang Ning had singled them out, eager to hear their response. Bai Shijing, as the law elder, boldly retorted, "Young brother, while our beggars sect is indeed a righteous organization that does not bully the weak, we will not tolerate slander or threats. I advise you to cease your nonsensical babble." He then commanded those behind him, "Someone, escort this person away immediately." Several sect members rushed forward to carry out his orders. only to collapse unconscious mere feet from Tang Ning. The remaining members of the beggars' sect instantly became wary. Something is amiss. You little brat, what have you done? How dare you use underhanded tactics in our sect? You must revive them at once, or face dire consequences. Tang Ning paid little heed to their clamor. Since Bai Shijing still entertained a glimmer of hope, he felt no need to be courteous. He directly addressed Xiao Feng, asking Hero Xiao, "May I inquire if you wish to uncover the secrets of your lineage? Do you wish to know who orchestrated your predicament today? And would you like to learn the actual cause of Deputy Chief Ma's death?" Tang Ning's three inquiries not only piqued Xiao Feng's curiosity, but also that of nearly everyone present. Was there more to Xiao Feng's heritage than met the eye? Did this lad named Tang Ning truly possess knowledge of Deputy Chief Ma's demise? The already uneasy Bai Shijing and Quan Guqing began to feel the tension rise. Could this young man indeed be privy to their secrets? In a bid to take the offensive, Quan Guqing declared, "Everyone, our esteemed beggars' sect boasts a membership reputed to be the largest in the land. If we, with our formidable intelligence network, are unaware of such matters, would you truly put your faith in this boy, who has yet to sprout a beard? It is utterly ridiculous. Someone, remove this braggart immediately. We cannot afford to waste time on his nonsense." Noticing the fallen sect members near Tang Ning, he quietly instructed those behind him, "Exercise caution. This boy is suspicious." Xiao Feng interjected, "Hold on, everyone. Cease your actions." But Quan Guqing's subordinates were unwilling to heed him. Tang Ning regarded the approaching figures with derision. "How foolish you all are. Have you so quickly forgotten the events that just transpired? Do you not learn from experience?" The individuals cautiously approached Tang Ning. Yet despite their vigilance, they too fell silent and unconscious, much like their predecessors. Lan Feng Wang chimed in with a playful laugh. "Master, these people are truly amusing. So adorably foolish." Tang Ning responded with a smile. "Indeed, my little phoenix is quite remarkable. Among all present, aside from Hero Xiao, I doubt anyone could approach you within half a foot." He turned to the elders of the beggars' sect, taunting, "Elders, would you care to try?" The elders of the beggars' sect, particularly Quan Guqing, wore expressions of acute embarrassment. Tang Ning's blatant provocation incited their anger. Yet the inexplicable collapse of their fellow members instilled a fear of risking their lives. Should they be incapacitated, it would be a tremendous disgrace. Xiao Feng pondered briefly before promising the elders, "Though there is the testament of Chief Wang's final words indicating that I, Xiao Feng, may indeed be of Khitan lineage. I have never wronged any of you. I implore you to consider our past camaraderie and allow this brother Tang to speak further. I assure you, after he has shared his insights, regardless of the outcome, I shall relinquish my position as chief and return the dog-beating stick." Xiao Feng's character was well known to all, and aside from Bai Shijing and Quan Guqing, everyone was inclined to trust him. Moreover, what could they do if they opposed him? Tang Ning was not to be easily dismissed, and they had no choice but to acquiesce. They expressed their willingness to hear Tang Ning's revelations. Outnumbered and outmaneuvered, Bai Shijing and Quan Guqing were left with no choice but to accept reality. Xiao Feng turned to Tang Ning, requesting, "Brother Tang, could you kindly awaken these brothers on the ground?" Tang Ning nodded and gestured to Lan Feng Wang. She waved her hand gently, and the fallen members of the beggars' sect promptly regained consciousness, as if restored to their former selves. Tang Ning first offered his apologies to Xiao Feng. "Hero Xiao, I merely passed through and have pressing matters to attend to. Given the gravity of your lineage, it is not suitable to discuss in such a public setting. I hope for your understanding. If you are willing, you may accompany me to my destination, where I shall elaborate on the matter during our journey. For today, I shall reveal to all the true cause of Deputy Chief Ma's death. What do you think?" For the members of the beggars' sect, the most pressing concern was to uncover the reasons behind Deputy Chief Ma's demise. As for Xiao Feng's lineage, it had already been established that he was of Khitan origin, and further inquiry seemed unnecessary. Moreover, Xiao Feng could not compel Tang Ning to divulge everything at once, especially since Tang Ning had promised to provide a detailed explanation during their journey. He replied boldly, "Brother Tang, there is no need for formality. Please, enlighten us about the cause of Deputy Chief Ma's death." Chapter 30. Reabsorbing inner strength. Tang Ning would not wait for Bai Shijing to devise any clever plan. "Hero Xiao, everyone, it was Elder Bai Shijing who killed Deputy Master Ma." Elder Bai? The members of the beggars' sect could hardly believe it. The esteemed and incorruptible Bai Elder could not possibly have slain Deputy Master Ma. Even Xiao Feng found it hard to accept. His brows furrowed in disbelief and a hint of anger as he earnestly stated, "Brother Tang, Elder Bai is a man of high virtue and reputation, and he would never commit such an outrageous act. Please retract your words." I can choose to disregard this incident entirely. Xiao Feng's protective loyalty towards his brother surprised Tang Ning. Just moments ago, Bai Shijing had expressed his intent to incapacitate him and even ordered his capture. Yet here was Xiao Feng, unwilling to permit any disparagement against him. The other elders of the beggars' sect shared Xiao Feng's sentiments. Bai Shijing secretly breathed a sigh of relief and menacingly threatened Tang Ning. Young Master Tang, I have never crossed paths with you and bear no grudge. Why do you seek to slander me? Speak. Who has instigated you? Doubt arose among the beggars' sect members. Could Tang Ning be a spy sent by a rival faction to sow discord? With a smile, Tang Ning shook his head and replied, although Deputy Master Ma was killed by Bai Shijing, he is not the mastermind. The true orchestrator is Madame Ma, Kong Min. Bai Shijing's expression shifted dramatically. How could this young man know of that? While it was plausible he had witnessed the act of Ma Daiyuan's murder, how could he possibly be aware of the conspiracy between him and Kong Min? He could no longer afford to ponder the implications. If his collusion with Kong Min were to be revealed, it would spell his doom. Silken binding technique. Bai Shijing dared not allow Tang Ning to continue. He lunged towards him, exclaiming, ignorant thief, your slander of me may be inconsequential, but to tarnish the name of Deputy Master Ma's widow is unforgivable. The elders of the beggars' sect were in full agreement with Bai Shijing's actions, praising his brotherly loyalty and integrity, and firmly concluding that Tang Ning was undoubtedly an enemy. Yet, Xiao Feng exhibited a slightly different demeanor. Upon hearing Kong Min's name, he was immediately transported back to the moment she had attempted to seduce him. Tang Ning's words prompted him to consider Kong Min as a potential suspect. Observing Bai Shijing preparing to strike, he instinctively sought to intervene, only to find Tang Ning wearing a scornful smile at the sight of Bai Shijing charging towards him. Before long, Bai Shijing executed the silken binding technique, seizing Tang Ning's arm and preparing to ensnare his neck. However, upon witnessing Tang Ning's expression and the sudden changes within his own body, regret washed over him. It felt as though every acupoint in Tang Ning's arm was drawing him in, rendering him utterly immobile. Most terrifying of all, he could feel his inner strength draining away. Fear gripped him. How could he, a distinguished elder of the beggar sect and a master of innate power, fall victim to this young upstart? All present, including Xiao Feng, were bewildered by the unfolding events. Why did Elder Bai cease to move after grasping Tang Ning? What was happening? What had befallen Elder Bai? It seemed as though that boy was possessed of some malevolent force. In the stillness, whispers of confusion arose. After futilely struggling, Bai Shijing finally cried out, "Help me, Chief." At that moment, Xiao Feng had yet to relinquish his title as Chief. Hearing Bai Shijing's plea, he rushed forward to assist. Suddenly, the little dragon lady, ethereal and otherworldly, appeared before Xiao Feng, silently gazing at him with a cold demeanor. Her message was clear. You, Xiao Feng, do not approach. Tang Ning had instructed her to merely delay Xiao Feng for a moment. Nevertheless, as a passionate young man, Xiao Feng found himself hesitant in the presence of the pure and celestial beauty of the little dragon lady. In a moment of indecision, he called out, "Brother Tang, I implore you to show mercy." He then politely addressed the little dragon lady, "Miss, could you kindly step aside?" Unyielding, the little dragon lady merely shook her head, refusing to speak. Witnessing this, the elders of the beggars' sect erupted in fury. "What sorcery have you employed? Boy, release Elder Bai at once. Who sent you to provoke our sect? Dare you reveal the truth? Impudent boy, if you do not release Elder Bai, do not blame us for overwhelming you." Seeing that Xiao Feng was obstructed and his inner power dissipating rapidly, Bai Shijing feared that he might not survive long enough for the clamoring elders to rescue him. He could only plead, "Young hero Tang, I realize my errors. I beg for your mercy." Tang Ning coldly inquired, "Do you admit to killing Deputy Master Ma?" Bai Shijing responded swiftly, "I admit it. Young hero Tang, I beseech you, please release me." Bai Shijing's own confession sent shockwaves through the hearts of the beggar sect elders. What? Elder Bai has confessed? How can this be? Elder Bai is known for his high moral standing. He would never engage in such treachery. No, I refuse to believe it. Elder Bai must have been coerced into this admission. We must rescue him immediately. If Elder Bai were truly innocent, if he were genuinely incorruptible, he would never concede, even in the face of death. Perhaps he was merely a hypocrite all along. Suddenly, Lan Fengwang interjected, "Hey, you ignorant fools. Let me enlighten you. My master is a celestial being, and of the myriad matters in this world, he possesses knowledge of 8 out of 10. What you all know pales in comparison." In her fervor, she had forgotten that she too had once doubted her master's credibility. Tang Ning had previously shared the idiom of 8 out of 10 with Lan Fengwang, and now she employed it here. Was this truly the appropriate use of such an idiom? Tang Ning tilted his head, bemused by the flamboyant little phoenix. Xiaofeng, upon hearing Bai Shijing's confession, felt little turmoil within himself. Since Tang Ning had implicated Kong Min as the mastermind, he had already harbored suspicions. Tang Ning did not release Bai Shijing. After all, it had been a long time since his inner strength had improved, and it would be foolish to let such a powerful innate master slip away so easily. With his increasing proficiency in the Northern Darkness divine skill, he found himself absorbing inner strength at a faster rate. As the elders of the Beggars sect processed Bai Shijing's confession, their desire to rescue him evaporated. A few still held faith in Bai Shijing's character but were too wary to approach. Tang Ning was far too enigmatic. Initially, he had been poisoned before even getting close. And now Bai Shijing was near yet inexplicably calling for help. They dared not gamble with their lives. Before long, Tang Ning had completely drained Bai Shijing of his inner strength. He pushed Bai Shijing away and turned to Xiaofeng, inquiring, "Hero Xiao, did Kong Min ever attempt to seduce you?" Chapter 31. The next stop, Peach Blossom Island. Xiao Hero, did Kong Min ever entice you? Tang Ning's inquiry sent ripples through the gathering. Had Madame Ma indeed attempted to seduce the leader of the Xiao gang? Although Xiaofeng felt that such matters ought to remain private, it was evident that Tang Ning had already unearthed this secret and publicly declared it. He had no choice but to graciously concede. Yes. Tang Ning slowly recounted to the members of the Beggars sect, though Kong Min is a woman, she possesses boundless ambition. Unwilling to merely be the wife of the deputy leader, she yearned to be the rightful leader's wife. Observing that Xiao Hero was in the prime of his life, a paragon of heroism, while her own husband, Ma Diyuan, was both old and unattractive, she made repeated attempts to seduce Xiao Hero. However, Xiao Hero proved to be a man of integrity, steadfast in his morals, which ultimately bred resentment in her heart, driving her to plot his demise. She stumbled upon a letter that gang leader Wang had entrusted to deputy leader Ma, revealing Xiao Hero's identity as a chitin. Thus, she schemed to have deputy leader Ma expose gang leader Xiao, hoping to elevate her own husband to the position of leader. Unfortunately, deputy leader Ma held deep loyalty towards gang leader Xiao and refused to comply. In her desperation, Kong Min resorted to seducing Bai Shijing, a man of false pretenses who, enticed by her allure, ultimately murdered deputy leader Ma. Today, Bai Shijing, undoubtedly swayed by Kong Min's manipulation, seeks to use Xiao Hero's identity as leverage to usurp his position. Is this not so, Bai Shijing? Now crumpled on the ground, stripped of any hope, Bai Shijing weakly affirmed, "Yes." Tang Ning continued, "In truth, Kong Min did not only seduce you, Bai Shijing, but she also shared the bed of Quan Guqing." The revelation ignited a furious fire within Bai Shijing. He had believed that after Ma Diyuan's demise, he would possess Kong Min exclusively. For her, he had sacrificed his own principles, placing himself in opposition to righteousness. Yet, this one woman had consorted with others. He yearned to rise and confront that shameless Kong Min, demanding an explanation for her betrayal. Alas, he feared he might never have that chance again. All he could do now was to display a countenance of impotent rage, a mere shadow of his former self. The elders of the Beggars sect had now shifted their focus to Quan Guqing. Today, it was Bai Shijing and Quan Guqing who had clamored the loudest for Xiao Feng's abdication. They had never considered that both were merely pawns in Kong Min's treacherous game. The dignity of the Beggars sect lay in tatters, manipulated by a single woman. Quan Guqing understood that the elders of the Beggars sect awaited his explanation. Yet the facts were as they stood. How could he justify himself? In a fit of anger, he attempted to divert attention, exclaiming, "Esteemed elders, I, Quan Guqing, have always acted in the best interest of the Beggars sect and have never committed acts of dishonor. This Tang fellow must be using some sorcery to confound our minds. Let us unite to expel him. We must not fall into the enemy's trap." However, his words fell flat. The cautionary tale of Bai Shijing loomed large. Who would dare to question Tang Ning's words, especially given Quan Guqing's own dubious actions? As for Quan Guqing's fate, Tang Ning had no interest in it. He was solely concerned with Xiaofeng. Turning to him, he said, "Xiao Hero, I have conveyed all the details regarding Deputy Leader Ma's death. I have urgent matters to attend to and must depart immediately. Might you accompany me on this journey?" Xiaofeng gazed at his brothers in the Beggars sect, reminiscing about their shared adventures in upholding justice. Yet, being a chitin in the Han-dominated Song dynasty offered no sanctuary for him. With a heavy sigh, he addressed his brethren. "My dear brothers, as a chitin, I must resign from my position as leader today. However, the bonds we share shall forever remain etched in my heart. When we meet again, I shall not forget your kindness. As for the leadership, I propose we await the return of Elder Hong, who travels the world. to make a decision. This dog-beat stick shall be entrusted to the elders of the law enforcement hall for safekeeping. Farewell. Xiaofeng briefly articulated his intentions before passing the dog-beat stick to the elder of the law enforcement hall and approaching Tang Ning's side. Brother Tang, I am deeply grateful for your assistance today. Tang Ning returned the gesture with a bow. Xiao Hero, you are too gracious. Suddenly, Xiaofeng felt a wave of dizziness. He swiftly gathered his energy to dispel the toxins from his body. Glancing at Lan Feng Wang, he quickly seized her, preparing to reprimand her. Tang Ning, sensing the unusual turn of events, intervened. Xiao Hero, hold on. He then turned to Lan Feng Wang, a hint of anger in his voice. Little Phoenix, what are you doing? Her arm caught in his grip. Lan Feng Wang winced and, with a mix of defiance and trepidation, replied, Master, you said he could approach me. I refuse to accept that. Tang Ning shot her a disapproving glance, countering, do you accept it now? Apologize to Xiao Hero at once. Lan Feng Wang pouted, wanting to retort but feeling powerless. However, the prospect of apologizing was out of the question. Humph. With a huff, she expressed her disdain. Tang Ning, feeling exasperated, offered a brief explanation to Xiaofeng. Please forgive my mischievous apprentice. Understanding it to be a misunderstanding, Xiaofeng chose not to pursue the matter further. It is of no consequence. Yet, I must commend the young lady's poisonous skills. Had I not possessed considerable inner strength, I might already be incapacitated. Lan Feng Wang, upon hearing Xiaofeng's praise, felt a swell of pride. Humph, you know it. With her master, Tang Ning, by her side, her haughty demeanor seemed to amplify. Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile knowingly. This young girl was charmingly naive, far from being a villainous figure. Brother Tang, where shall your journey take you next? Tang Ning responded, to Peach Blossom Island. The Ming Dynasty, Luoyang. Lu Xiaofeng was consumed with concern for Xue Bing's safety. He had hastened back to Luoyang from the imperial capital of Ningyang, exhausting numerous steeds along the way, and finally arrived. Without pausing, he rushed towards the West Garden of the Snake King. In the West Garden, Jin Jiuling was tightening a satin ribbon around the Snake King's neck. The creature struggled in vain before finally exhaling its last breath, its eyes closing forever. Jin Jiuling meticulously staged the scene to frame Gongsun Danyu, and then proceeded to the chamber where Xue Bing was held captive. Upon seeing Jin Jiuling, a dreadful premonition surged within Xue Bing. It's you, Jin Shinbu. So it was you all along. This entire scheme was your design. Chapter 32. I, Lu Xiaofeng, am willing to give my life for him. Jin Jiuling admired Xue Bing's exquisite beauty, exclaiming, what a stunning young lady. To end your life like this would truly be a pity. Alas, for the sake of my impeccably crafted plan, I cannot spare you. However, before your demise, I shall allow you to savor the finest pleasures this world has to offer, so your existence here is not in vain. Xue Bing looked at Jin Jiuling, who, usually so refined and gentle, now appeared monstrous, his psyche twisted beyond recognition. Terror gripped her heart. She could only place her hope in Lu Xiaofeng, shouting, Jin Jiuling, do not come any closer. Lu Xiaofeng will not spare you. Jin Jiuling reveled in this unexpected thrill, relishing the fear he instilled in others. He felt proud. Lu Xiaofeng? I have lured him away to the Song dynasty, searching for the whereabouts of Deshi Datong and Gongsun Dajiang. Isn't it laughable? He still believes Gongsun Dajiang has captured you. Haha. Little does he know that you are also part of the Red Shoes organization, Gongsun Dajiang's 8th sister. How could she possibly capture you? Despite her despair, Xue Bing firmly believed in the man she loved, Lu Xiaofeng. It cannot be. Lu Xiaofeng is the wisest. He will not fall for your tricks. He will see through you. Do not come any closer. Jin Jiuling gazed at the weeping Xue Bing, her beauty unparalleled. Even in tears she remained alluring. His breath quickened as he slowly approached her, bound upon the bed. I have already cleared the surroundings. Even if you scream to the heavens, no one will come to your rescue. Xue Bing continued to cry out in fear. No, Jin Jiuling, do not come any closer. Help. Ah. Jin Jiuling stepped forward, tearing apart Xue Bing's garments, revealing her perfect form beneath her bodice. His breath became increasingly rapid as he leaned closer to her. However, to his astonishment, a powerful hand blocked his mouth and forcefully pushed him away. Who dares to ruin my plans? He looked up to see the infuriating figure with 4 eyebrows. Lu Xiaofeng? How did you get here? Weren't you supposed to be in the Song dynasty? Jin Jiuling began to reflect on where his flawless scheme had gone awry. Lu Xiaofeng looked at Jin Jiuling, feeling a profound disappointment at being deceived by a friend. Anger surged within him as he realized how deeply he loved Xue Bing, who had nearly fallen victim to this villain. He was also shocked to find Xuebing in danger, and that Jin Zhouling was indeed the infamous thief. How did Tang Ning, thousands of miles away, know this? Lu Xiaofeng uttered a single phrase that encapsulated his feelings. Let us fight. He knew Jin Zhouling's martial prowess matched his own, but this battle was unavoidable. Jin Zhouling, not receiving a response, stubbornly pressed, before we fight. Can you tell me why you are here? Not long ago, I received a message from the imperial capital of Nanyang in the Song dynasty. How could you have guessed that I am the thief? Lu Xiaofeng replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Very well, I shall grant you a swift demise. I had no suspicions of you. Indeed, I was drawn away to Nanyang by your elaborate scheme. But fate is fickle. It was there that I met a young brother who informed me, Xuebing is here, and you, Jin Zhouling, are the thief. Jin Zhouling laughed, not in joy, but with a sarcastic coldness. Lu Xiaofeng, do you take me for a child? You think such absurd reasoning can deceive me? Lu Xiaofeng felt relief. I knew you would not believe me, as I initially did not. Yet, I came back swiftly, worried for Xuebing's safety. Jin Zhouling felt despondent and unwilling. Ha ha ha. Is this fate? My plan was meant to be flawless, perfect. Lu Xiaofeng, I have not lost to you. I refuse to accept it. Lu Xiaofeng added. Those who act unjustly will inevitably meet their demise. No matter how perfect a plan may be, it cannot escape divine retribution. Jin Zhouling, let us fight. Jin Zhouling slowly drew forth his iron mace, while Lu Xiaofeng deliberately brandished an embroidery needle. After 100 exchanges, Lu Xiaofeng, from seemingly nowhere, produced a sword and plunged it through Jin Zhouling's chest. With a heavy exhale, Lu Xiaofeng approached Xuebing, carefully untying the ropes binding her. By now, Xuebing had cried until her face was a mess of tears. She embraced Lu Xiaofeng tightly, exclaiming, Lu Xiaofeng, you heartless rogue. Do you know how terrified I was? Had you arrived even a moment later, I would have been violated. If that were to happen, I would surely take my own life. You would never see me again. You heartless rogue. What was me? That pervert, Jin Zhouling, terrified me. Listening to Xuebing's lament, Lu Xiaofeng felt a mix of compassion, regret, and profound sorrow. After a long while, Xuebing finally ceased her sobbing. Lu Xiaofeng spoke. Let us seek out Si Kong Jiaxing and Shimin Shui. The young brother who informed me is named Tang Ning. I owe him a favor and must fulfill his request. He pondered briefly, then gazed into the distance, continuing. Tang Ning is an extraordinary individual. If his endeavors truly benefit the populace, I, Lu Xiaofeng, would willingly devote myself to him from this day forth. Xuebing was momentarily stunned. This was not the Lu Xiaofeng she knew. Though he was a man of justice and deep affection, he also feared trouble and valued his freedom. When did he become willing to forsake himself for another? What kind of person was Tang Ning to inspire such thoughts in the esteemed Lu Xiaofeng? Tang Ning did not immediately fulfill his promise to Xiaofeng. He first absorbed the inner strength he had drawn from Bai Shijing, elevating his cultivation to the peak of the acquired stage. Along the way, he and Xiaofeng discussed various matters of the martial world, sharing their perspectives and developing a mutual admiration. Lan Fenghuang remained undeterred, continually attempting to poison Xiaofeng. Yet, due to his robust Shaolin inner strength, her toxins proved ineffective against him. The external martial arts he practiced were predominantly rigid, causing her poisonous insects to fear approaching someone so full of masculine vigor. Under Tang Ning's warning against using poison, she ultimately found herself powerless and chose to retreat temporarily. Throughout the journey, Xiaolong followed Tang Ning in silence, ignoring everyone and never uttering a word, much like a snow lotus blooming in a frigid land. Forever proud and aloof. Finally, Xiaofeng could no longer contain himself and asked, Brother Tang, could you share with me the truth of my origins? Chapter 33. The magnanimity and misunderstandings of Xiaofeng. Tang Ning cast a complex glance at Xiaofeng. If he were to select the most tragic hero from the martial arts novels of his past life, it would undoubtedly be Xiaofeng. From the moment of his birth, Xiaofeng was burdened with deep-seated blood feuds. In his quest for the truth, his beloved adoptive parents were murdered by his biological father. His only love, Aju, was accidentally killed by him due to a tragic misunderstanding. To avert a war between two nations, he chose to leap to his death from a cliff. With a gentle sigh, Tang Ning spoke as he walked. 30 years ago, your father, Xiao Yuanshan, served as the chief military instructor in the tent of the Liao Empress, favored and trusted by Empress Xiao. He devoted his life to fostering peace between the Song and Liao dynasties. The prolonged stability along the border was largely due to your father's contributions. Murong Bo of the Murong clan harbored ambitions to restore the Great Yin and plotted to sabotage the friendly relations between Song and Liao. Taking advantage of your father's visit to Yinmen Pass with your mother and you, He spread false rumors that Liao had dispatched experts to launch a massive assault on Shaolin Temple during the Chong'an Festival to seize martial arts scriptures. Abbot Xuanzi of Shaolin was deceived and took on the role of leader, rallying 21 heroes from the Central Plains, including the beggar gang's leader Wang Jiantong, to ambush your father at Yamen Pass. Your father, despite his formidable martial skills, had vowed not to kill Han people. However, when your mother was slain, the anguish drove him to forsake his oath, resulting in the deaths of 17 men, leaving only Xuanzi, Wang Jiantong, Ji Guang, and Zhao Qian's son to survive. Ultimately, your father embraced you and your mother, choosing to leap from the cliff in a tragic act of love, throwing you to safety at the last moment. Abbot Xuanzi eventually realized he had fallen for Murong Bo's deceit and took you back, entrusting you to the Qiao Sanhuai couple to raise. Upon hearing this tale, even the cold little dragon girl was moved. The background of this hero, Xiao Feng, was indeed heart-rending. Lan Feng Wang, with tears in her eyes, said, "I'm sorry. Xiao Daxia, I will never harm you again." Xiao Feng furrowed his brow deeply, feeling a wave of despair wash over him as he grappled with the painful truth. The two individuals he had respected and cherished, Abbot Xuanzi and Head Wang, were the very enemies responsible for his parents' demise. No matter how strong he was, his body began to tremble. He stifled his grief, fueled by a rising fury, and asked, "Brother Tang, do you know the whereabouts of Murong Bo?" With Wang Jiantong deceased, he was uncertain how to confront both the enemy and benefactor, Abbot Xuanzi. The original sin of this tragedy lay with Murong Bo. It was all his malicious scheme. Tang Ning did not wish to answer Xiao Feng's question. Should he disclose the truth now, the course of events could spiral beyond his expectations. The Shaolin Temple housed a terrifying monk known as the Sweeping Monk, an utterly uncontrollable force. He was reluctant to take such risks, desiring instead Xiao Feng's allegiance without any complications arising. He abruptly shifted the topic, inquiring, "Xiao Daxia, in your view, should the world prioritize the ruler or the people?" The little dragon girl was indifferent to such discussions, merely following Tang Ning. Yet, her solitary figure was the most exquisite adornment within this space. Lan Feng Wang now seemed intrigued by any topic Tang Ning broached, eager to hear her young master's differing perspectives, views she had never encountered before, finding them exceedingly fascinating. To prioritize the ruler or the people? This was undoubtedly a contentious question in the realm of Tianwu. Xiao Feng's attention was instantly diverted. He had never contemplated this matter. In today's world, it seemed few would, given the apparent answer. The sovereign, exalted above all, should naturally be prioritized. Yet, why did this Brother Tang pose such a question? There could only be one possibility. In Brother Tang's heart, the people were to be prioritized. Prioritize the people? Xiao Feng found this incomprehensible. There were countless citizens, yet only one ruler. Prioritizing the people might plunge the world into chaos. However, he probed his own heart and realized that he truly cared for the populace, while harboring no affection for the ruler. He suddenly shuddered as if struck by lightning. How could this be? He looked at Tang Ning with a complex expression. "Brother Tang, I seek your wise counsel." Tang Ning replied calmly, "I believe the people should be paramount, the state secondary, and the ruler the least important." Xiao Feng pondered this statement deeply. He was born a commoner but had matured within the martial world. He had acted heroically, fought for justice, and stood by his brothers. Yet he had never genuinely saved the people from calamity. The court regarded the populace as mere ants. How then could the martial world be any different? He suddenly recognized that those who claimed to uphold justice, standing on the side of virtue, were often merely called heroes after saving a few lives. Reflecting now, had he been too narrow-minded? Tang Ning continued, "Xiao Daxia, the lesser hero fights for friends and neighbors. The greater hero fights for the nation and its people." Xiao Feng looked at Tang Ning in astonishment. Did this not perfectly encapsulate his own thoughts? Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, excellent. Brother Tang, your words have enlightened me." A splendid assertion. The greater hero fights for the nation and its people. Another splendid assertion. The people are paramount, the state secondary, and the ruler the least important. Xiao Feng had initially thought that avenging his parents was a matter of utmost importance, that failing to do so would betray his filial duty. Yet now, he realized he had been too myopic. There were countless suffering souls in need of rescue. As a noble man, how could he allow past hatred to weigh him down? To save the people from calamity and ensure that all could live free from suffering was the duty of a true man of virtue. Brother Tang, you are young yet possess such lofty aspirations. I truly admire that. Should you have any plans or require assistance, I, Xiao Feng, shall not hesitate to oblige. Tang Ning was taken aback. Hadn't he merely recited a couple of maxims? How had this led to Xiao Feng releasing his pin-up hatred? Was it too effortless, almost dreamlike? Yet, he felt a lack of fulfillment. Tang Ning smiled knowingly. Xiao Daxia, you flatter me. However, I do have a matter I wish to trouble you with. Would you be willing to assist? Xiao Feng responded sincerely and with great magnanimity. Brother Tang need not be so polite. From now on, your affairs will be my affairs. Just inform me, and I shall go through fire and water without hesitation. Chapter 34. The Path to Wealth. Tang Ning spoke with a serious expression. Hero Xiao, I wish to request your assistance in establishing a new faction, Tianyi Tower. We will recruit orphans with martial arts talent, whom you shall teach the ways of combat. The sole purpose of Tianyi Tower is to uphold justice and righteousness. Tianyi, the first under heaven, all under heaven united. Hearing this name, Xiao Feng once again felt the fervent ambition of Tang Ning. He was slightly moved, yet a wave of concern washed over him. Brother Tang, I greatly admire your sense of chivalry. However, to realize this endeavor, a substantial amount of silver is required. Martial artists undoubtedly have hearty appetites, just like the Beggars sect, which, despite being known as the largest sect under heaven, is largely composed of impoverished individuals. May I inquire, Brother Tang, where shall we source this money? Tang Ning had not considered this aspect. Xiao Feng, hailing from the Shaolin and Beggars sect, was well aware of the dire financial state they were in. He found himself at a loss, unable to ponder how to earn silver at this moment, and sighed heavily. It seemed this plan would have to be shelved for now. Noticing the predicament in Tang Ning's eyes, Xiao Feng managed a reassuring smile. Fear not, Brother Tang. I am willing to assist you in finding a solution regarding the finances. There is an inn ahead. How about we go there for a drink? Tang Ning reluctantly set aside his thoughts, as saving Wanqing was an urgent matter. He readily agreed. Hero Xiao, lead the way. At the inn, Xiao Feng ordered 2 large jars of wine and 20 pounds of beef. Brother Tang, it is a stroke of fortune to meet a brother of such loyalty and valor. Let us toast. He lifted his cup and downed it in one gulp. Tang Ning followed suit, but found the wine utterly bland and distasteful. He could not fathom how those who relished wine could possess such a strong craving for it. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The jars of wine before him. Could they not represent a lucrative opportunity? Ha ha ha. Delightful. After finishing his drink, Xiao Feng took a hearty bite of beef, filled both their cups, and said, Come, Brother Tang, let us drink again. However, Tang Ning stopped him. Hero Xiao, I have devised a method to earn money. Xiao Feng set his cup down, intrigued. Oh, what plan do you have, Brother Tang? Brewing wine. Brewing wine? Indeed. There is no time to lose. Let us hasten to conduct some experiments. With no interest in the food and drink before him, Tang Ning stood up to leave, prompting Xiao Feng and the little dragon girl to follow suit. The gluttonous Lan Feng, still indulging in her meal, called out, Master, wait for me. She tore off another piece of beef before catching up. Tang Ning hurried into the nearest town to purchase 8 large jars, high-quality sorghum, rice husks, and other raw materials, along with supplies for making a distiller. He understood that the poor quality of ancient wine stemmed from 3 main issues: the selection and proportion of ingredients, ignorance of distillation methods, resulting in murky and low-alcohol beverages, and the inability to isolate and preserve the wine from mold, leading to impurity and an unsatisfactory flavor. If he could resolve these issues, the quality of the wine would surely improve significantly. He planned to experiment with 8 jars, altering and adding various processes to see how they would affect the final product. If they were to profit from brewing, they needed to be meticulous. Different qualities and price points would cater to the common folk, nobility, martial heroes, and royal families. There was even potential to elevate the wine to a luxury status. Soon, the preliminary processes were largely prepared, awaiting fermentation. Tang Ning distributed 2 jars each to Xiao Feng, the little dragon girl, and Lan Feng, instructing them to carry them. The little dragon girl coldly refused, eyeing the unattractive jars. I will not carry that. Lan Feng, with a pout, added, Master, as a girl, it's too unbecoming for me to carry this. Tang Ning. Ultimately, he and Xiao Feng each carried 4 jars. Days later, at Peach Blossom Island, before the Peach Blossom Array, Xiao Feng intended to break through by sheer force, but was halted by Tang Ning. With a hint of doubt, Xiao Feng glanced at Tang Ning. Brother Tang, do you possess knowledge of formations? Tang Ning's mind raced as he calculated a strategy to breach the array. If he could succeed using skill, it would demonstrate his capabilities, as he had come seeking assistance. It was only proper to treat others with respect. Tang Ning initially thought of carrying the little dragon girl through the array, but she once again coldly rejected him. Lan Feng, eager, chimed in, Master, let me ride on your back. Faced with Wanqing's alluring figure, had it not been for the little dragon girl's presence, Tang Ning would have readily agreed. However, he could not risk leaving a poor impression on the little dragon girl, so he chastised Wanqing. What kind of master carries their disciple? Wanqing shot him a disdainful glance. Did she not possess a figure as good as the little dragon girl's? Tang Ning led the way, and before long, the four of them navigated through the intricate peach blossom array and arrived at Guojing's residence. The complexity of the array required Tang Ning to calculate each step carefully. Even Xiaofeng and the others, following behind him, felt a sense of peril. Xiaofeng admired. Such a complicated array, and Brother Tang calculates each step with precision. You truly are a master in this regard. Wanqing's earlier discontent had vanished, replaced by admiration. The little dragon girl remained indifferent, as if the world around her held no significance. Tang Ning called out, I, Tang Ning, seek an audience with the esteemed Guojing. I have urgent matters to discuss. I request his presence. Guojing was already aware that someone was challenging the array, but, given his current status, felt no need to personally greet anyone, regardless of their success. However, upon hearing the name Tang Ning, his expression brightened. He held a profound admiration for the poem Manjiang Hong and had long wished to befriend its author. Upon reading the poem, he immediately dispatched someone to Dali to gather information, eventually learning that the poet was named Tang Ning and that he was merely 18 years old. Guojing was eager to meet him, but since he learned that Tang Ning was not in Dali, he had refrained from seeking him out. He never anticipated that Tang Ning would come to him. Yet, this clever individual who could unravel the peach blossom array, was he indeed the same Tang Ning who authored Manjiang Hong? He dismissed the need for speculation, for he would know upon meeting. He personally stepped out to greet them. I am Guojing. May I inquire which of you is Tang Ning, the young hero? Tang Ning stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Tang Ning, honored to meet you, Hero Gua. He introduced, this is the former leader of the Beggars sect, Hero Xiaofeng. This is the little dragon girl of the ancient tomb sect, and this is my disciple, Wanqing. The former leader of the Beggars sect, Xiaofeng? Guojing pondered, intrigued. Chapter 35, the exceptionally humble Tang Ning, the former leader of the Beggars sect, Xiaofeng? Guojing was filled with doubt. As far as he knew, the previous chief was named Wang Jiantong, and the current leader was Xiaofeng. What was this about Xiaofeng? He then glanced at Xiaolong Nu. Was she from the ancient tomb sect beneath Zhongnan Mountain? He recalled that the ruthless female demon, Qi Lian Xian Zi Li Mo Cho, hailed from that sect. What was her connection to Li Mo Cho? Xiaofeng, of course, had heard of Guojing. Was wife. Huang Rong had once been the leader of the Beggars sect and was a disciple of the former chief, Hong. Moreover, both Guojing and Yu Fei were heroes resisting the Jurchens, and he held them in the highest regard. Seeing the puzzled expression on Guojing's face, Xiaofeng stepped forward and generously explained, I have met the great hero Gua. In fact, I am Xiaofeng. I have only recently learned of my true heritage. My surname is Xiao, and I am of Khitan descent. Guojing's pupils constricted. Khitan. A look of wariness filled his eyes. The two individuals before him hailed from Dali and Liao, two nations that currently had a strained relationship with Song. Why had they both come to seek him? Tang Ning noticed Guojing's apprehension and spoke. The people of the world are one family. Since the great hero Gua cares for the common folk, why should he concern himself with our nationalities? Despite this, Guojing did not lower his guard. The relations among the three nations were indeed tense. He sought to clarify his doubts. May I inquire if you are the Tang Ning who composed Manjiang Hong? Tang Ning smiled slightly. Indeed, that is I? I am truly honored that the esteemed Gua hero is aware of my humble self. It was truly him. Guojing's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had never believed that the creator of Manjiang Hong was merely an 18-year-old youth. The same youth had just shattered the peach blossom array, which filled him with delight. Xiaofeng also looked at Tang Ning in astonishment. The widely acclaimed Manjiang Hong within the Song realm was actually composed by Brother Tang. However, after a moment's reflection, it seemed reasonable. Someone who could articulate, the greatest chivalry is for the country and the people. The people come first, the state second. And the ruler is of least importance, could certainly create Manjiang Hong. He was now even more convinced that assisting Tang Ning was the right choice. He looked forward to a day when peace would reign and the populace would live happily and healthily. Noticing Xiaofeng's astonished expression, Guojing realized that he was unaware that the author of Manjiang Hong was among their company. His impression of Tang Ning rose even further, a humble talent who remained grounded. Guojing expressed his admiration, asking, Young Master Tang, Your great talent is commendable. May I inquire what brings you to Peach Blossom Island on such a special visit? Tang Ning's expression turned troubled as he replied, to speak frankly, I have come seeking assistance. Wu Jing inquired, oh, what matter does young Master Tang wish to discuss? Tang Ning recounted slowly. More than a month ago, a friend of mine was pierced through the chest, injuring vital organs, and now can only sustain life through true energy. I have heard that the inner workings of the 9-yin manual can heal internal injuries. Thus, I have come to request that the great hero would allow me to view the 9-yin manual. Gu Jing frowned. More than a month ago, injured in the vital organs. Yet still alive through true energy? He had never heard of such a miraculous occurrence. Even if such a marvel existed, could merely viewing the 9-yin manual save a life? This W Chapter 36, the acquisition of the 9-yin manual. Tang Ning gazed at Huang Rong. Were it not for the knowledge that she was already married and nearing 40, he might have been tempted to pursue her as well. Despite having borne children, her figure remained remarkably preserved, rivaling that of Lan Fenghuang. Moreover, her face bore few signs of aging. Her eyes held a certain wisdom, unseen in the eyes of girls in their teens or 20s. Gu Jing, hearing Huang Rong's agreement, felt relieved. He had always relied on Huang Rong in such matters. Very well, Ronger, we shall heed your counsel. At this juncture, Tang Ning interjected, esteemed heroes, there is another matter I must elucidate. The Beiming divine skill, due to its inherent nature, demands stringent conditions for cultivation. It necessitates not only exceptional talent, but also the dissipation of all previously acquired internal energy. Huang Rong's countenance shifted. Gu Jing's current achievements precluded the possibility of dissipating his energy. Did this not render the skill useless to them? Observing her expression, Tang Ning knew that such an exchange would prove untenable. He continued, however, I can offer a promise to the esteemed couple. He retrieved a jade vial from his satchel, presenting it to Huang Rong, and elaborated, my master, Xiaoyao, possessed a martial art known as the Ageless Spring skill. This vial contains water from the Ageless Spring. By imbibing this water and practicing the Ageless Spring skill, not only can one prolong life, but also maintain eternal youth, remaining as youthful as an 18-year-old maiden even at the age of 100. Eternal youth. Huang Rong's heart fluttered with excitement. She eagerly accepted the vial, cradling it protectively, and inquired impatiently, young Master Tang, when can you impart this Ageless Spring skill to me? Tang Ning calmly replied, Madame Gua, please be patient. Upon my return to Dali and the revival of my friend, I shall journey to Western Xia to retrieve the skill from my third senior sister. I shall then return to impart the Ageless Spring skill to you. Not an immediate exchange? Huang Rong felt a surge of apprehension. If she were to relinquish the 9-yin manual to Tang Ning, what recourse would she have if he failed to return? Tang Ning added, if Madame Gua harbors any misgivings, you are welcome to accompany me. Upon hearing this, Gu Jing felt a tinge of awkwardness. Being a man of unwavering integrity, he naturally extended the same trust to others. He found both suspicion and being suspected to be distasteful. Huang Rong, however, remained unfazed. Perhaps driven by her fervent desire for eternal youth, she readily agreed, very well, young Master Tang, I shall accompany you to Dali and Western Xia. Wu Jing demurred, Ronger, the journey is arduous and spans thousands of miles. How can I bear to let you travel alone? Huang Rong reassured him with a smile, Jingage. Thulo has lived on Peach Blossom Island since her childhood and rarely ventures out. This time, I shall bring her along with young Master Tang to broaden her horizons. Rest assured, I have complete faith in young Master Tang's character. He will undoubtedly protect us, a widow and her daughter. Gu Jing relented helplessly. He had never been able to argue with Huang Rong and had long grown accustomed to acquiescing to her wishes. Bring Guofu? Tang Ning instinctively disliked the arrogant and willful girl. Huang Rong inquired with hopeful anticipation, young Master Tang, would you be willing to demonstrate your all-encompassing Beiming true energy? And your ability to master any martial art upon sight? Gu Jing was equally curious. He retrieved the 9-yin manual from his bosom and presented it to Tang Ning. Xiao Feng was even more eager. His innate talent for martial arts sometimes astonished even himself. Not only did he learn at an extraordinary pace, but he could also imbue ordinary techniques with unimaginable power. Tang Ning's bold claim piqued his curiosity. Tang Ning accepted the 9-yin manual with trembling hands, his heart brimming with excitement. Finally, it is in my grasp. Wanqing can finally be saved. After a long pause, he spoke, then, allow me to make a humble display. Tang Ning disliked showcasing his martial skills and abilities, finding it akin to being a spectacle. However, for the sake of saving Wanqing and for the grand endeavor that lay ahead, some sacrifices were unavoidable. He opened the 9-yin manual and began to study it. The first part contained the inner energy cultivation methods. Tang Ning noticed the muscle and bone transformation chapter and the healing chapter, filling him with elation. There were also 8 inner energy cultivation methods, including acupuncture, acupoint unlocking, and soul-shifting technique. The second part comprised martial arts techniques, including the renowned 9 bone clawing golden bell shield, totaling 7 techniques. After half an hour, Tang Ning had thoroughly read and mastered the entire 9 manual. He carefully closed the manual and returned it to Guojing, saying, "Hero Guo, please grant me your guidance." "You've already learned it?" Guojing, Huang Rong, and Xiao Feng exchanged incredulous glances. It was common knowledge that even the most basic martial arts techniques required constant practice to master and apply effortlessly. How could Tang Ning have learned it simply by reading it once? Guojing was eager to test Tang Ning's skills immediately. "Young Master Tang, please forgive my intrusion. Rest assured, I shall not exert excessive force and harm you." Tang Ning felt no discomfort at Guojing's words, for Guojing was indeed qualified to say so. He approached the matter with utmost seriousness. Guojing's martial arts were exceptionally solid, far surpassing the likes of Murong Fu, who was merely a pretender. 9 bone claw. Tang Ning executed the famous technique. However, he discovered that the 9 bone claw was the most superficial of the 7 techniques in the 9 manual, requiring no inner energy cultivation to master. Its power was naturally limited. Yet, Mei Xiaofeng had even managed to practice it incorrectly, making it rather overrated. Guojing easily deflected the attack with a slight surge of inner energy. Great subduing demon fist. This fist technique seemed incongruous with the overall tone of the 9 manual, belonging to the category of extremely forceful fist techniques. Therefore, mastering this fist technique was not easy. Guojing was somewhat astonished. He had mastered it because his martial art style was inherently forceful. Yet, Tang Ning had actually learned and executed it after only reading it once. What kind of talent was this? Huang Rong was even more surprised, as she found this set of fist techniques too forceful and unsuitable for her to practice, so she had not mastered this set of fist techniques. But she had tried it, which was indeed very difficult for her. Guojing easily blocked the attack once more. Bone-shattering divine claw. Tang Ning continued to execute techniques. Upon seeing this technique, Guojing and Huang Rong displayed extreme astonishment. This technique was the most superior technique in the 9 manual. Even Guojing had not yet fully mastered it, only able to execute it in a rudimentary manner with limited power. Yet, Tang Ning's execution was noticeably superior to Guojing's previous attempts. Guojing also executed this technique to compare. He deliberately refrained from applying deep inner energy and clashed with Tang Ning. Chapter 37. The astonished Guojing and Huang Rong in the air. Guojing and Tang Ning's divine claws collided, sending a figure flying backward. It was Guojing. Huang Rong gasped in shock. "Brother Jing." Guojing quickly summoned his inner strength, stabilizing himself. Huang Rong's anxious heart also found solace, as she initially believed that Tang Ning was exceedingly formidable, unaware that her brother Jing had deliberately withheld his full power. Nevertheless, Tang Ning's prowess was indeed astonishing. The clash between them showcased the undeniable might of the crushing divine claw. A newfound admiration for Tang Ning blossomed within Guojing. He approached Tang Ning and, with a solemn gesture, remarked, "Young hero Tang, my earlier doubts were unjust. Miss Lan is correct. It was I who failed to recognize the true greatness of heroes in this world. I hope you will not hold it against me." Tang Ning responded courteously. "Hero Guo is too kind. True chivalry lies in serving the nation and its people. You are a national hero in song, beloved by the masses. And I hold you in the highest esteem, aspiring to follow your example. It was my oversight in communication that led to this misunderstanding, so please do not blame yourself. Chivalry lies in serving the nation and its people." This principle resonated deeply with Guojing. Hearing Tang Ning express such sentiments was akin to discovering a kindred spirit. "Well said, young hero Tang. To possess such clarity at your tender age is indeed a blessing for the people. If all the youth of the world shared your thoughts, how could we not ensure a life of happiness and well-being for everyone? Come, young hero Tang, please step inside. We must indulge in a hearty drink tonight." He then instructed Huang Rong, "Ronger, quickly prepare the food and wine to welcome our esteemed guest." Huang Rong, enchanted by Tang Ning's praise for her brother, found herself drawn to him even more. However, her curiosity about the northern underworld divine skill prompted her to interrupt Guojing. "Brother Jing, please wait a moment." She turned to Tang Ning with an expectant smile. "Young hero Tang, might you demonstrate the northern underworld true qi?" Guojing cast a reproachful glance at Huang Rong. "Ronger." He has already showcased such incredible martial talent. Is it not rather impolite to make such a request? Yet Huang Rong remained undeterred. She sensed Tang Ning's deep concern for the Nine manual and even detected hints of his ulterior motives regarding their Peach Blossom Island. It would be intriguing to test the limits of Tang Ning's patience while satisfying her own curiosity. She continued to smile, eagerly awaiting Tang Ning's response. Tang Ning turned to Xiaolong and gently asked, "Longer, may we allow Hero Gua to see your injuries?" Despite her lack of social experience, Xiaolong was astute and understood Tang Ning's intentions. She nodded lightly. Tang Ning then addressed Guijing, "Hero Gua, Longer has suffered internal injuries from her training. Might you assist in assessing her condition and aid in the restoration of her meridians?" Though initially puzzled, Guijing agreed to help Tang Ning. After a thorough examination, his expression turned grave as he shook his head, saying, "Miss Long's injuries are quite serious. Her inner strength is exceedingly yin in nature, while mine is notably yang. Even with the healing techniques of the Nine manual, I fear it would take considerable time to restore her. It may take nearly a month. And I could become exhausted from the effort." Tang Ning smiled tenderly at Xiaolong. "Longer, please sit down. Allow me to heal you." Obediently, Xiaolong seated herself on the ground. Tang Ning positioned himself behind her, channeling the healing methods of the Nine manual while employing the northern underworld True Qi. Huang Rong, Guijing, Xiaofeng, and Lanfeng Wang watched with eager anticipation. 2 hours later, Tang Ning opened his eyes, appearing somewhat weak, and said to Guijing, "Hero Gua, please check again." Guijing promptly approached, placing his palm against Xiaolong's back for another examination. Huang Rong, driven by curiosity, joined him, holding Xiaolong's hand and channeling her own energy to assist in the evaluation. After a brief moment, they exchanged astonished glances. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Xiaolong displayed no signs of any residual injury. Was the northern underworld True Qi truly this miraculous? Xiaolong softly expressed her gratitude to Tang Ning. "Thank you." He responded with a gentle smile. Huang Rong, slightly apologetic yet filled with joy, said to Tang Ning, "Young hero Tang, this northern underworld True Qi is indeed remarkable. I was inconsiderate earlier. Please do not take offense. I shall prepare the food and drink. Let us all indulge tonight without restraint." Huang Rong glanced at Guijing before turning to enter the house. Guijing stepped forward, grasping Tang Ning's arm. "Young hero Tang, you have truly opened my eyes today. There is no need for further words. You shall be a distinguished guest of Peach Blossom Island from now on. We are in for a treat tonight. Ronger's culinary skills are unparalleled. Just look at me. Over the years, she has pampered me into such a rotund figure." Ha. Guijing was genuinely exhilarated. The young man before him had brought him an abundance of surprises. Tang Ning had initially perceived Guijing as an impossibly perfect man. To see him just made him feel more authentic, further endearing him to Guijing. Xiaofeng, seemingly inspired by the moment, turned to Guijing, "Hero Gua, you may not be aware, but my brother Tang has shared another thought that will surely endear him to you even more." Guijing looked intrigued. "Oh, Hero Xiao, please share it with me. The people are paramount, the state next, and the ruler is the least." Tang Ning suddenly recalled Guijing's character and wished to intervene. But it was too late. Guijing, being a man of strict principles, would likely struggle to accept such a novel perspective. Sure enough, Guijing froze momentarily. The warmth of his smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. In the realm of Tianwu, the monarch was a subject rarely discussed, always exalted and singular in existence. It was a taboo among the populace. Tang Ning's statement was undeniably a breach of decorum. Guijing's mood darkened considerably. Deep down, he resonated with Tang Ning's sentiment. But how could traditions be so easily dismantled? Rules were akin to laws. Once broken, they could incite significant upheaval. The very notion of questioning the ruler was unthinkable. He could not fathom the chaos that would ensue should Tang Ning's thoughts spread among the people. However, with Tang Ning from Dali and Xiaofeng from Liao, neither had any ties to the song. Guijing found himself without grounds to reprimand them. His expression grew increasingly complex. Tang Ning, aware of the importance of winning over Guijing, who represented the sentiment of the Song people, knew he had to soothe the situation. "Hero Gua, may I inquire, why does the court establish laws?" Chapter 38. The Success of Brewing. Guijing's conviction. After a moment of contemplation, Guijing replied, "It is essential to ensure that everyone's legitimate rights are not infringed upon by others." Tang Ning then inquired, "Thus, the law must be equitable to all, otherwise it holds no significance, does it not?" "Indeed," Guijing affirmed. "If fairness is paramount, then the emperor must be held accountable for his transgressions, just like the common folk. Is that not so? Yes, Guojing concurred. Thus, the emperor stands equal to the people, and the multitude far outweighs the singular. Would you not agree? Indeed, Guojing acknowledged. Consequently, the masses are of utmost importance, the state is secondary, and the ruler is the least significant, correct? Guojing fell silent, fixating on Tang Ning, pondering for a considerable time. Ultimately, albeit with reluctance, he answered, yes. Upon hearing this affirmation, Tang Ning finally sighed in relief. It is individuals like Xiaofeng who hardly regard the weight of the phrase the ruler is the least significant. Changing the steadfast beliefs of someone like Guojing is a daunting task. Tang Ning had to employ knowledge from his past life to weave a web of persuasion, gradually guiding Guojing into his trap. Fortunately, Guojing's intellect was somewhat limited. Had it been Huang Rong, the resolution would have been far more challenging. Yet even after uttering that yes, Guojing felt a peculiar discomfort within. Thankfully, he no longer harbored the same level of resistance as before. After all, he had acknowledged it himself, and it was a genuine acknowledgement at that. Xiaofeng, being astute, recognized the need to shift the conversation. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Haha, since we are so well matched, why not indulge in a drink tonight, and not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated? Guodashia, I have long held you in the highest esteem and have yearned for a day when we might converse freely. This opportunity today is indeed a stroke of fortune for me." The flattery in Xiaofeng's words was so palpable that even the straightforward Guojing found it quite gratifying. He already held Xiaofeng in high regard. And with Xiaofeng's heartfelt expression, his demeanor brightened, responding to him with a smile. Suddenly, Tang Ning recalled the wine jar he had brought. He set it down and opened one of the jars. The fragrance of the wine immediately filled the air. He then produced a distillation apparatus he had prepared earlier, ignited the beaming true fire, and began the distillation process on the already fermented wine. Guojing, Xiaofeng, and Lan Phoenix exclaimed in unison, "What a delightful aroma!" Even the indifferent Xiaolong could not resist inhaling the fragrance a few more times. Following this, Tang Ning proceeded to distill the remaining 7 jars of wine, each having undergone various fermentation techniques. Guojing retrieved 8 empty wine jars from his home, filled them with the distilled wine, and sealed them. At the dining table, Tang Ning opened each jar one by one for everyone to savor. Guojing and Xiaofeng could no longer contain their appetites. They had never encountered such an exquisite fragrance before. They raised their bowls and drank heartily. In their eagerness, Tang Ning barely had time to intervene. Wait. As he watched the two down a large bowl of wine, Tang Ning internally lamented, "Do you think this is just ordinary wine? Even if your tolerance is high. This wine is at least 50 to 60 degrees. At this rate, you won't last long before succumbing to inebriation." Indeed, the moment Guojing and Xiaofeng swallowed the wine, they felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. Fortunately, their profound inner strength allowed them to recover quickly. Yet they simultaneously exclaimed, "What fine wine! Such exquisite wine!" The potency was precisely to their liking. The wine was rich and smooth, fiery yet not harsh. Guojing had never tasted such a fine brew in his life. This must be the wine of heroes. Xiaofeng, recalling Tian Lu, continued with great excitement. "Brother Tang, I never imagined you possessed such remarkable brewing skills. With this, we need not worry about finances for Tian Lu. It shall soon be established." "Ha ha ha." Tang Ning responded with a serene smile. "Brother Xiao, you rejoice too soon. There are still 7 jars remaining." Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng, savoring the previous flavor, gazed longingly at the remaining jars of wine. He had witnessed part of Tang Ning's brewing process and knew it had involved various treatments. Could the subsequent jars possibly surpass this in taste? At that moment, Guojing, puzzled, inquired, "Tian Lu?" Hearing the question, Tang Ning smiled gently and looked at Xiaofeng. With a heroic spirit, Xiaofeng explained, "Guodashia, I am but a wandering hero, having done many righteous deeds, yet lacking grand aspirations. It is only after meeting Brother Tang that I feel I have squandered half my life in futility." Futile? The esteemed Xiaofeng, former leader of the Beggars sect and a disciple of Shaolin, has a reputation in the Song dynasty's martial world as Northern Xiaofeng, Southern Murong. If he is to be deemed futile, who in the realm could be considered accomplished? Wujing and Huang Rong were both perplexed. Xiaofeng continued, "Brother Tang wishes for my assistance in establishing Tian Lu to recruit orphans with martial potential, whom I shall teach martial arts. The sole purpose is to uphold righteousness. Thus, not only can we provide a home for many orphans, giving them a sense of belonging, but we can also empower them to continue the fight for justice." addressing numerous grievances of the common folk. This is truly a multifaceted gain. As he contemplated this, Xiao Feng's fervor began to ignite within him. He resolved to aid Brother Tang in expanding Tianlong to every corner of the world, restoring clarity and brightness to the martial realm. Guojing and Huangrong felt their own spirits surge at this prospect. The current martial world was rife with corruption, with ordinary lives treated as mere fodder. Even those who claimed to be righteous were largely self-serving, with many hypocrites among them. The demonic sects and other nefarious factions wreaked havoc, subjecting the common people to relentless suffering. The borders of various kingdoms were unstable, often embroiled in warfare and internal strife, rendering them unable to manage the rampant lawlessness within the martial world. Only within grand cities like the imperial capital did a semblance of peace seem to exist. Guojing often reproached himself at night, feeling powerless to change the prevailing circumstances. Now, with Tang Ning and Xiao Feng preparing to establish Tianlong, its mission resonated deeply with his convictions. Tang Ning's exceptional brewing skills could potentially alleviate financial concerns. Guojing stood, bowing deeply to Tang Ning. Young Master Tang, at such a young age, you possess a noble heart, dedicated to the welfare of the world. I, Guojing, though foolish, have yet to devise a means to enact my aspirations, and I feel deeply ashamed. To meet you today is indeed my fortune. Please accept my bow. Should Tianlong require assistance in the future, I shall certainly do all within my power to help. Huangrong, too, inclined her body in respect alongside Guojing. Chapter 39. The considerate Blue Phoenix. Upon receiving such a grand gesture, Tang Ning promptly rose to assist Guojing. At this moment, he finally began to win over Guojing's heart. The journey from Dali had granted him new insights into the world. Previously, he had indulged in the notion of invincibility portrayed in various novels, where heroes effortlessly dominated their realms. Yet now, he realized the stark contrast of reality. It was far too harsh and intricate. No matter how formidable one's martial prowess, amidst the chaos of battle, one might merely survive a little longer than others. The idea of an individual single-handedly conquering a nation or ruling the world was nothing but a whimsical jest, devoid of truth. To realize his initial dream of unifying the realm, he understood that he must approach it from multiple angles, proceeding step by step. Currently, he had successfully gathered Xiao Feng, Guojing, and likely Lu Xiao Feng, and had already made preliminary arrangements. A smile of satisfaction graced his face. That evening, in a spirited and harmonious atmosphere, all 5 individuals present, including Huangrong and the Blue Phoenix, indulged in copious amounts of wine, becoming thoroughly intoxicated. The only exception was Xiaolong, who merely took a delicate sip of the fine brew. The following day, Xiaolong had already ventured outside to admire the picturesque peach blossoms adorning the mountains. Meanwhile, the 4 intoxicated individuals gradually roused from their slumber. Tang Ning inquired, Guodashia, Guofuran, Xiaodashia, have you heard of any of the following individuals, Mei Nianxing, Ding Dian, Diyun, Shuedao Laozu, or Hua Taigon? To his disappointment, Guojing, Xiao Feng, and Huangrong all admitted to being unfamiliar with these names. With only 3 months remaining and concerned about potential delays on the road, Tang Ning resolved to teach Xiao Feng every detail of winemaking and provided him with some distillation equipment. He then set off with Xiaolong, Blue Phoenix, Huangrong, and Guofu, a party of 5, on their return to Dali. As for the only means to fully awaken Mu Wanqing, the Divine Illumination Sutra, he would have to devise another plan in due course. In the imperial capital, Ningyang, at a tavern, the Blue Phoenix took a sip of the murky wine from her bowl, immediately spitting it out and exclaiming in dismay, "This wine is utterly dreadful. Master, why didn't you bring some good stuff from Guodashia? These past few days have left me with no appetite for food." As she spoke, she stood and approached Tang Ning, playfully shaking his arm and coaxing, "Master, do put in the effort to brew some fine wine for us." After finishing her plea, she boldly planted a kiss on Tang Ning's cheek. Caught off guard, Tang Ning spluttered his wine and swiftly glanced at Xiaolong. This audacious Blue Phoenix dared to kiss her master without warning. Were one unaware, they might assume such familiarity was customary between them, though it was not. He noticed a flicker of annoyance in Xiaolong's icy gaze. Cursing under his breath, Tang Ning contemplated the consequences of her actions, which had shattered his composed facade in front of Xiaolong Huangrong. Observing the scene, stifled a smile. Her father, Huang Yaoshi, had always been unorthodox, and she found the Blue Phoenix's spirited demeanor somewhat endearing. Clearing his throat with a heavy cough, Tang Ning addressed Xiaolong. Longer, please do not misunderstand. Xiaolong shot him a cold glance before turning away to admire the scenery outside, ignoring him entirely. Influenced deeply by Guojing, Guofu held strong views on propriety and chastised Huang Rong. Mother, how can a disciple behave this way towards her master? This blue lady is so rude and shameless. Huang Rong's expression darkened, and she admonished, Fuer, do not be disrespectful. Quickly apologized to the blue lady. No sooner had Huang Rong spoken than Blue Phoenix retorted, Humph. How antiquated. Just like your father, Guojing. I like my master, and I enjoy hugging and kissing him. What of it? Mind your own business. Huang Rong's face grew increasingly troubled. Both women were stubborn and difficult to manage. She turned to Tang Ning, only to find him watching the unfolding drama with amusement, showing no inclination to intervene. Thus, she resolved to let them continue their quarrel, confident that with her and Tang Ning present, no serious trouble would arise. Guofu, incensed by the Blue Phoenix's words, had never endured such indignity. Her parents had always indulged her, and her brothers had treated her with utmost reverence. Who dared to challenge her? You shameless woman, utterly devoid of modesty. I kindly warned you, yet you failed to appreciate it. Blue Phoenix laughed derisively. Kindly warned? You, a mere child, boast of understanding kindness? If you knew how exceptional my master is, you would likely wish to marry him yourself. But you hypocrites are too afraid to express it. Furious, Guofu shot back. Humph. He is merely of similar age to me. How can he compare to my father in excellence? Marry him? What a delusion. Blue Phoenix cast a disdainful glance at Guofu's chest and scoffed. Ha. With someone like you, my master wouldn't even consider marrying you. He wouldn't even want you as a concubine. How outrageous. Yu Guofu was livid. Yet her limited experience left her at a loss for a suitable retort in such a public setting. Feeling cornered, she turned to Huang Rong for support. Mother. Huang Rong had not anticipated the Blue Phoenix would display such a sharp tongue. However, with Tang Ning present, she felt it inappropriate to reprimand her. She could only look to Tang Ning for assistance. Tang Ning was equally surprised. Initially, he had harbored a dislike for Guofu, concerned that her presence would disrupt his pleasant mood during the journey. As a man, he felt it inappropriate to directly chastise a woman in front of Huang Rong. Unexpectedly, the Blue Phoenix had unwittingly aided him considerably. He felt a rush of delight but maintained a tone of mild reprimand. All right, little Phoenix, Gua has a delicate disposition. You must show some restraint. Sit down and eat. I shall brew some fine wine for you later. His words, far from being a stern admonition, clearly conveyed a promise of reward. Overwhelmed with frustration, Guofu burst into tears. Mother. Huang Rong had noticed Tang Ning's instinctive aversion towards her daughter throughout their journey. Yet she could not comprehend the reason behind it. Witnessing her beloved daughter in tears tugged at her heartstrings, leaving her uncertain how to console her. And, suddenly, a voice rang out from the street. Chapter 40. The Collapse of Yongguo's World. Hearing the voice, Xiaolong looked up. Gui'er. Yongguo joyfully ascended the stairs. But upon seeing Huang Rong and Guofu, his exuberance quickly waned. Nevertheless, he courteously greeted, Gua, Miss Gua. Guofu, surprised at Yongguo's presence, wiped away her tears and smiled. He was even more handsome now than in his youth, and she couldn't help but softly call out, Yanggua. Huang Rong, recognizing Yanggua, smiled slightly and asked, Guater, weren't you studying under the Chuanjin priest on Zhongnan Mountain? What brings you here? Yanggua's expression turned colder at the thought of those unpleasant Taoists. Aware that Aunt Gua held a certain disdain for him, he replied simply, I was expelled by the priest and have been practicing martial arts in the tomb with my aunt for the past 2 years. Huang Rong felt a twinge of regret for Yanggua, noticing his reluctance to elaborate. She nodded with a smile, refraining from further inquiry. Yanggua turned towards Xiaolong, his expression brightening as he joyfully exclaimed, Aunt, weren't you trapped in the tomb? How did you get out? Guofu, feeling neglected as Yanggua ignored her in favor of the dragon-named girl, felt her grievances bubble up once more and silently shed tears. Huang Rong could only sigh gently at the scene. Tang Ning, having barely warmed the icy heart of Xiaolong, was determined not to let Yanggua spoil the moment. Without allowing Xiaolong to respond, he interjected, Yanggua, I observe that you possess extraordinary talent, perfectly suited for the mastery of my school's martial arts. Would you consider taking me as your master? Take you as my master? Yanggua turned, glaring intensely. Fury surged within him. It was this very man who had disrupted his thoughts at the moment the long breaker stone fell, preventing him from returning to the tomb to accompany his aunt. Surely, his aunt must be heartbroken. This rogue dared to wish to take him as a disciple? At that moment, Lan Feng Wang, seeing her master's intent to accept a disciple, chimed in, Little one, your name is Yanggua, right? To be chosen by my master is a blessing from your past life. Why not kneel and pay your respects? From now on, you shall be my junior brother. Should anyone bully you, invoke my name, Lan Feng Huang, and I shall avenge you. Chosen, a blessing from my past life? Yang Guo had no desire to associate with this rogue at all. It was utterly preposterous. His anger escalated further. Yet, before he could express his wrath, Xiaolong surprisingly advised, Guo, I can no longer teach you. It would be rare for young Master Tang to take an interest. You should accept him as your master. What? Even my aunt is urging me to take him as my master? What on earth is happening? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, another devastating voice echoed, Guo. Not only is young Master Tang noble and righteous, but even your uncle Guo holds him in high esteem. Since he wishes to accept you, you should kneel and pay your respects. Heavenly mercy, what has become of this world? Who is this Tang fellow? Why is everyone coaxing him to yield to the very man he despises? Yang Guo felt as though his entire world had crumbled. Guo Fu's world, too, was in ruins. That Tang fellow had just assisted Lan Feng Wang in bullying her, and now her mother praised him and suggested Yang Guo would honor him as a master. Yet that man was barely 18. What merit did he possess? In a fit of frustration, Yang Guo explained to Xiaolong, Aunt, I intended to accompany you before the long breaker stone fell, but this fellow interrupted me, causing me to miss my chance to be with you and aid in your recovery. I refused to take him as my master. I want to teach him a lesson. With that, Yang Guo charged at Tang Ning. He was furious. Why did he suddenly feel so isolated? To his astonishment, as he anticipated his aunt and Aunt Guo to intervene, they did not move to stop him, nor did they voice any objections. His aunt remained coldly seated, and Aunt Guo wore a smile on her face. Did they not fear for the safety of this Tang fellow? In the next instant, he understood the situation. He employed the Jade Maiden Sword technique learned from Xiaolong, but found himself utterly restrained by Tang Ning. The latter effortlessly countered his moves. Yang Guo then resorted to the Chuanjin sword technique, yet Tang Ning easily dismantled that as well. Consumed by rage, Yang Guo retreated, lying on the ground, and summoned the toad skill taught to him by his adoptive father, Ouyang Feng. Tang Ning's expression became serious. His cultivation was only at the pinnacle of the acquired stage. While Xia Chapter 41, the mysterious young man in white Yang Guo lived a life akin to that of a beggar, engaging in petty theft from a young age. Eventually, he found kindness in Uncle Guo, yet Aunt Guo harbored inexplicable biases against him. Uncle Guo sent him to the Chuanjin sect, where the unpleasant Taoists mistreated him. It was not until he entered the ancient tomb that, despite his aunt's often cold demeanor, she sincerely cared for him and taught him martial arts. Now, the one person who had shown him kindness allowed others to harm him without intervening. Why was this so? Why did fate treat Yang Guo so cruelly? He had thought that mastering martial arts would enable him to navigate the world independently, free from oppression. Yet now, even his skills were being siphoned away. Tears brimmed in Yang Guo's eyes, his vision blurred, and a buzzing in his head drowned out the sounds around him. The optimism he once possessed had given way to despair. Yang Guo, are you not going to kneel and pay your respects to your master? Tang Ning called down from his elevated position. After a moment, Huang Rong, seeing Yang Guo's despair, comforted him. Guo, today is a momentous occasion for you. Aunt Guo is also pleased for you. Rise and pay your respects to your master. Tang Ning maintained his lofty image, aware of Yang Guo's inherently optimistic nature, and thus did not pay much attention to his plight. However, seeing Yang Guo's prolonged silence made him realize the depths of his despair. He immediately employed the 9-in manual to awaken Yang Guo. Little dragon girl, feeling pity for Yang Guo, approached, crouched beside him, and softly called, Guo. At last, Yang was stirred from his stupor. Upon seeing his aunt, he felt an even greater sense of grievance and hopelessness. Aunt, why? Little dragon girl, with a pained expression, replied, Guo, you misunderstand. Young Master Tang drained your internal energy solely for your benefit. To think that draining all of Yang Guo's hard-earned power was for his own good was unfathomable to him. Yet, hearing this from his aunt, he inquired, what logic is this? Little dragon girl patiently explained, and Yang Guo began to understand. Nonetheless, he looked skeptically at Tang Ning and said, if I am to become your disciple, you must first teach me the Biming divine skill and restore my internal energy. Tang Ning glanced at Lan Phoenix and casually instructed, Little Phoenix, go and teach your junior brother a lesson. Now that the explanation was settled, Yang Guo's nature demanded that he not be coddled any longer. How could he dare to show anger towards his master? What of the master's authority? Moreover, a warning was necessary to ensure Yang Guo did not harbor any inappropriate feelings for little dragon girl. Obeying the command, Lan Phoenix approached Yang Guo with a charming smile. Lifting his chin as she teased, "Junior brother, would you prefer to experience unbearable itching all over? Or to feel the torment of being bitten by countless ants? Perhaps you'd like to have a few little bugs scurrying through your body. Or would you like to taste the pleasures of a woman with a little assistance from your elder sister?" Upon hearing her words, Guofu cast a fearful glance at Lan Phoenix before quickly averting her eyes. This woman was formidable. That was Yang's first thought. She was ferocious. That was his second thought. She was cunning. That was his third thought. This woman, no, this sister, might just be able to protect me. That was his final thought. Ah, sister. Is this truly necessary? We are all family, and I would rather experience the comfort of your protection, Yang Guo said before kneeling before Tang Ning. Master, I beseech you to accept your disciple, Yang Guo, with 3 bows. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. This was Yang Guo's principle. With his aunt and Aunt Guo vouching for him, and knowing Uncle Guo held great respect for Tang Ning, he quickly made the right decision. Tang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Once Yang Guo rose, he immediately approached Tang Ning and cheerfully asked, "Master, may I now learn the Biming divine skill?" Tang Ning retrieved the skill manual from his robes and tossed it to Yang Guo, instructing, "Yang Guo, it took me merely half an hour to master this skill. And your senior brother Duan Yu learned it in just 1 day. Do not bring shame upon me, or I shall cast you out of the Xiaoyao sect." Huang Rong gazed at the Biming divine skill with envy. Although she could not afford to lose her own power to relearn it, the skill's many peculiarities captivated her. She believed Tang Ning's claim of mastering it in half an hour, having witnessed him learn the 9 manual before her eyes. However, the notion that his disciple Duan Yu had learned it in just 1 day seemed utterly astonishing. What kind of sect was Xiaoyao that it could attract such exceptionally gifted disciples? 2 of them, no less. Why had she never heard of this before? Overjoyed, Yang Guo received the Biming divine skill and immediately began to practice it. Meanwhile, Tang Ning commenced the process of digesting the internal energy he had absorbed from Yang Guo, finally breaking through to the innate realm. Thud, thud, thud. 2 young gentlemen ascended the stairs. One donned white garments, wielding a folding fan. Though his posture was somewhat slouched, and his attire appeared to be of modest quality, likely belonging to a scholar from a humble background, the other was clad in blue, hands clasped behind him, chin lifted as he gazed skyward. His garments were of fine fabric, adorned with precious embellishments, indicating that his family likely held significant status in the court. Though the young man in white exuded a certain arrogance, he appeared somewhat obsequious in the presence of the blue-clad gentleman. Yet, no one in the tavern dared to look down upon him. For most recognized the blue-clad youth as Li Siki, the son of the renowned anti-Jin hero General Li Gang. The young man in white attended to Li Siki as he settled into his seat before taking his own. With a hint of reverence, he curiously inquired, "Li, young master, why has the court suddenly issued orders for General Li to withdraw his troops? Given his abilities, capturing Dali is surely just a matter of time." Li Siki's face brimmed with pride as he replied, "My father is a hero of unparalleled capability, having fought alongside General Yu Fei against the Jin invaders. Even when outnumbered, they forced the Jin to flee, and they have not dared to invade. OU Chapter 42. Huang Chong and Liang Hongyu, the young gentleman in white, let out a gentle sigh before offering words of consolation. Alas, General Li, esteemed by His Majesty, need not be overly concerned about temporary gains or losses. In my humble opinion, those ministers in court who envy General Li are undoubtedly powerless against him. The Emperor's primary concern remains the looming threat from the Great Qin." Suddenly, a look of enlightenment flickered in his eyes as he inquired, "Might you have heard of Manjiang Hong?" Li Siki nodded slightly, though he did not pay much heed. Merely acknowledging he had heard of it, the young gentleman continued, "From my understanding of General Yu and Hero Guo, it is likely that they submitted a petition inspired by this verse. In truth, I believe that this withdrawal of troops may not be entirely disadvantageous for General Li." Li Siki furrowed his brow, puzzled yet intrigued, as he gazed at the young gentleman. The latter smiled faintly and elaborated, "Consider this, my friend, the Dali army, invigorated by the inspiration of this verse, will surely advance courageously, posing a significant obstacle for General Li. I have faith that with his remarkable talent, he will ultimately prevail in this battle. However, he may also suffer considerable losses, and it would be impossible to eradicate every opponent in Dali. Particularly the author of Manjiang Hong. Should he rise again, his first grievance will undoubtedly be against General Li. Though valiant on the battlefield, General Li should be wary. For the martial world is rife with skilled assassins. While one can evade an open blade, It is far more perilous to guard against hidden arrows. Li Siki found merit in these words, and a slight sheen of sweat broke out at the mention of assassins. If his father were to offend such a figure, would he, as a scion of the Li family, not be at risk? There was a possibility that he might meet an untimely end. He patted his chest, quietly exhaling in relief, and regarded the young gentleman with admiration, saying, "Brother Huang, your insight is indeed profound, befitting of this gathering." His gaze suddenly filled with longing as he shifted the topic. "Brother Huang, are you aware of the new girl at Xiangpiaolu? She is exceptionally enchanting. Would you care to join me in appreciating her?" The young gentleman, named Huang, inquired with curiosity. "Oh, Xiangpiaolu is merely a humble establishment, hardly worthy of mention in the capital. What sets this girl apart to garner your special attention?" Li Siki, with a hint of infatuation on his face, replied. "Her name is Liang Hongyu. She is unlike any other. Not only is she remarkably talented, but she possesses martial skills and a fiery temperament. I have grown weary of the ordinary ladies who lack spirit. I find myself drawn to conquer her. I know, Brother Huang, you are not only gifted in literature, but also have an interest in martial arts. Why not accompany me to see her?" Huang smiled. "Since you extend the invitation, I am honored to accept." Huang Chang, Yang Hongyu, the creator of the Nine Ning Manual, a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, who fell into misfortune, became a courtesan. Later married to Han Shizhong, and fought against the Jurchens as a heroic woman. Liang Hongyu? Tang Ning felt a twinge of doubt. The Nine Ning Manual already exists in this world. This man, claiming to be Huang Chang, must merely share a name with the illustrious creator. Yet, the timeline and events in the Tianwu continent have been disrupted, leaving him cautious about dismissing the possibility of such an inconceivable situation. Regardless, this self-proclaimed Huang Chang seemed to possess considerable knowledge. Tang Ning, seizing the chance. Reso Chapter 43. The gazes of Huang Shang and Liang Hongyu. Liang Hongyu's rendition of Spring River, Flower Moon Night unfolded gracefully, captivating the audience. The hall was bustling with patrons, among them Li Siki and Huang Shang. Tang Ning casually flicked his hand, displacing the individual seated next to Huang Shang, and settled beside him. As the melody came to a close, Liang Hongyu rose and offered a slight bow to the crowd. "My dear gentlemen, I find myself somewhat fatigued this evening and shall take my leave. Please, feel free to enjoy yourselves." Before departing, she discreetly cast a glance towards Tang Ning and Huang Shang's position, her heart harboring a flicker of hope. Was she truly leaving? The Xiangpiao building, a modest establishment, had attracted a fair number of educated scholars today, drawn by Liang Hongyu's esteemed reputation. Yet, the majority consisted of raucous individuals from the fringes of society, lacking in decorum. Countless lustful eyes were fixated on her. Even if they could not possess her, they sought to indulge in her allure. "Miss Hongyu, you are quite the killjoy. We have come here for you, and yet after just one song, you wish to dismiss us? Is this how you repay our patronage? You must stay and share a drink with me, or else you shan't leave. Madam, hurry out and ensure Miss Hongyu remains to attend to me. You are not permitted to leave. I have come here specifically for you, and should you refuse my company, I shall have this establishment torn down." The hall erupted with irate voices. Liang Hongyu, however, appeared unfazed, resolutely making her way towards the back. As she neared the exit, the uproar intensified. "Va wench, who permits you to leave? Come back. Madam, do you wish to see your establishment ruined?" A burly man charged towards Liang Hongyu, intent on dragging her back. The scene devolved into chaos, with some uncouth patrons overturning tables and chairs. The madam, hidden behind the curtains, recognized the situation was spiraling out of control and stepped forward to intervene. "My dear gentleman, what seems to be the trouble? Can we not resolve this amicably?" "Hongyu, my dear, running this establishment is no easy feat. Please, do not provoke these gentlemen. It's merely a drink, not a request for your company in bed." "Hey, Hongyu, why must you leave? I implore you, return." In such establishments, patrons seldom approached with pure intentions. The courtesans were often subjected to exploitation, and for many, selling their bodies was the only path available. The notion of performing without surrendering their bodies was almost non-existent. Suddenly, Huang Shang witnessed the individual beside him vanish, only to see the burly man who had pursued Liang Hongyu sent sprawling across the hall, crashing into several loudmouths. Liang Hongyu halted, astonished by the commotion, while the young man beside her wore a polite smile as he regarded her. The burly man, still with his eyes closed, shouted in rage, "Who dares to attack me? Show yourself." Tang Ning, ever courteous, turned to Liang Hongyu and gently inquired, "Miss Hongyu, Would you like me to deal with these uncouth individuals on your behalf? His words incited widespread discontent among the onlookers. What arrogance! Where do you hail from, young man? Dare you reveal your name? Have you even matured enough to play the hero in front of us? Huangshan glanced at Li Siki beside him and spoke. What is your opinion of this fellow? Li Siki's status rendered his presence in such an ordinary establishment remarkable. Though he was a libertine, no one here had ever captured his interest. He had initially come merely to observe the unfolding drama, intending to later offer a substantial sum to the madam to ensure Liang Hongyu would attend to him. The young man's so-called heroism was commonplace in the capital, hardly remarkable. Yet, Huangshang's inquiry took him by surprise. He held a modicum of admiration for Huangshang, whose literary talent and unique insights often exceeded his expectations. He glanced at Tang Ning, yet found nothing particularly noteworthy. Why do you ask this, Huang? Do you know him? Huangshang smiled gently and shook his head. Though I do not know him, if you seek to attract talent, you might offer him a favor now to secure his goodwill. Did the son of a prominent general truly need to curry favor with an unknown youth? Nevertheless, trusting Huangshang's judgment, he resolved to follow this course of action. He nodded at Huangshang, who then called out, Madam, come here. As the flustered madam approached, Huangshang introduced, This is the son of General Li. Kindly ensure that those raucous troublemakers disturbing our peace are removed. Li Siki produced a 1,000-tael note and tossed it towards the madam's face. Her eyes widened in astonishment. When had her humble establishment ever encountered such a distinguished patron? Thank you, dear sir. I will attend to it immediately. She ascended the platform and smiled broadly, addressing the crowd. Gentlemen, Miss Hongyu shall be attending to Master Li tonight. I kindly ask you to return another day. All expenses incurred this evening will be refunded shortly. My sincerest apologies. Please do come again. The title master was not one easily bestowed. In the Song dynasty, only the sons of high-ranking officials were entitled to such recognition. Ordinary folk dared not disregard it. They could only accept their misfortune, realizing that this modest establishment had been graced by a noble visitor. Yet, thinking of Liang Hongyu's allure, they soon understood. Many patrons began to exit the hall. However, the burly man who had been struck and a few others he had knocked down continued to protest. Madam, since Master Li is present, we shall indeed show him respect. However, that young man who dared to harm us must provide an explanation. The madam found herself in a quandary. Those in her line of work seldom wished to offend anyone. She glanced between Tang Ning and Li Siki, her eyes flickering with hope that they would resolve the matter themselves. Today, she was undeniably fortunate. Huangshang stood, pointing at Tang Ning, addressing the still belligerent individuals. This gentleman is a friend of our noble guest. Should any of you have sustained injuries, you may visit the residence of General Li on another day to claim your compensation. Visit the general's residence for compensation? Are you seeking death? With the backing of a noble, they ultimately had no choice but to accept their misfortune and sulk away from the hall, defeated. Chapter 44. Identity revealed. Witnessing the scene unfold, Tang Ning knew his visit was worthwhile. Huang Chang's actions clearly indicated an attempt to win him over. Discerning someone's extraordinary qualities at a glance was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Even if this Huang Chang was not the author of the Nine Manual, Tang Ning found him immensely intriguing. Liang Hongyu, who had not yet departed, feigned reluctance despite having already decided to stay. Hongyu was grateful for the three gentlemen's assistance. Your distinguished demeanor is quite evident, and I would be willing to serve you. However, I am feeling unwell today and cannot keep you company. Please forgive me. Huang Chang smiled knowingly at Liang Hongyu's expression before turning his gaze toward Tang Ning, seemingly anticipating the methods he would employ to persuade her to stay. Li Siki, however, was incensed. He rebuked the madam. Madam, you have already accepted my silver. The lady Hongyu. Yanni, he began, but Huang Chang interjected with a stern voice, halting his words. Huang Chang then gestured for the madam to leave. The madam, who had been apprehensive about being reprimanded by Li Yanni, was relieved by this unexpected turn of events and quickly retreated with a forced smile. Li Siki watched Liang Hongyu slowly depart, his frustration and bewilderment directed toward Huang Chang. Rouge lightly adorns Jinko, with aspirations to reverse the tides of battle at Xiaozhou. Her heart solely harbors the ambitions of a man, amidst endless national concerns and sorrows. Tang Ning's voice resonated throughout the hall. Liang Hongyu's deliberate steps faltered to a halt. Her eyes welled up with tears. This poem, it was written for her. Rouge lightly adorns Jinko. Did it not allude to her origins? She detected regret and helplessness in Tang Ning's tone. With aspirations to reverse the tides of battle at Xiaoyao, who would believe that a woman from a brothel harbored the desire to fight on the battlefield? Tang Ning's tone suddenly became heroic, stirring her heartstrings. She felt as though she were already standing on the battlefield. Her heart solely harbors the ambitions of a man. Amidst endless national concerns and sorrows, Liang Hongyu recited each word, the deepest desires of her heart, spoken by another. Who is he? How does he know what I yearn for? Liang Hongyu slowly turned around, gazing incredulously at Tang Ning, tears streaming down her face. Actors have always been considered heartless. Who would believe that a courtesan deeply yearned to serve her country on the battlefield? For her, what could be more moving than someone truly understanding her? Gradually composing herself, she looked into Tang Ning's seemingly profound eyes. May I ask your name, young master? Tang Ning, since Master Tang knows my innermost thoughts. Does your presence here mean you intend to help me achieve my aspirations? Indeed. Upon receiving this affirmation, Liang Hongyu trembled. What are Master Tang's conditions? None whatsoever. Why? Admiration. Liang Hongyu stared intently into Tang Ning's eyes, finding only sincerity. She detected no trace of impure desires. If someone could assist her in fulfilling her dreams, she would not mind making sacrifices. But what woman would willingly allow herself to be defiled by someone she did not admire? She did not know the young man before her. Despite him composing a poem specifically for her, her experiences in the brothel had instilled a sense of caution. However, the word admiration caused her guarded heart to soften. Her previously cold tone relaxed. How does Master Tang intend to help Hongyu? A stage. A stage to showcase all your talents. A stage? Liang Hongyu initially felt resistant to the word, but considering Tang Ning's words, she realized it was likely a metaphor. But what was the difference between this answer and no answer at all? Her astute mind understood that Tang Ning did not consider this place suitable for discussing such details. Moreover, she did not believe that Tang Ning had no conditions. She suddenly gazed seductively at Tang Ning, leaned in, and whispered in his ear, Master Tang, why not demonstrate the stage you speak of in detail tonight? Tang Ning savored the breeze near his ear, feeling slightly intoxicated. A clever reversal. This woman was indeed extraordinary. Liang Hongyu's transformation from a courtesan to the wife of the national hero Han Shizhong, and then to a female war hero against the Jin, was no accident. Her keen eye, suitable methods, willingness to sacrifice, and ability to seize opportunities would greatly stimulate a man's desire to conquer. Tang Ning almost couldn't resist embracing the suddenly transformed Liang Hongyu. Huang Chang carefully savored the poem Tang Ning had just recited. He couldn't understand how Tang Ning could be so sure that the woman in front of him, who came from a brothel, had the ambition of a man and wanted to serve the country on the battlefield. Based on Liang Hongyu's performance, that was indeed her true inner thought. Huang Chang was very proud of his unique vision. From childhood to adulthood, he had never made a mistake in judging people. But the first time he saw Liang Hongyu, he could only see that Liang Hongyu was a chaste woman with scheming and ambition. That's all. He needed to reevaluate Tang Ning. Liang Hongyu walked towards them. Gentlemen, Hongyu has decided to serve Master Tang tonight, so I won't keep you two. Please help yourselves. Even knowing that Li Siki was the son of General Li, she did not have the slightest intention of pleasing him. Li Siki had never caught her eye. She was a little interested in the white-clothed man next to him. It's a pity. She already had Tang Ning in her heart. Huang Chang was not surprised by Liang Hongyu's eviction order. He glanced at Li Siki. Knowing that Li Siki would be angry and even make trouble with his character, he stood up directly, smiled, and said to Liang Hongyu first, since Miss Hongyu has already made a choice, we won't bother you. Then he introduced to Tang Ning, Master Tang, I am Huang Chang. This is the son of General Li Gang. I hope to see you again. He turned to Li Siki and said, Yanni, I have something important to discuss with you. Can you move? Li Siki felt full of anger but had nowhere to release it. Young Master Huang, please wait. Tang Ning immediately stopped Huang Chang. Huang Chang looked at Tang Ning curiously, wondering why Tang Ning stopped him, but he was looking forward to talking to Tang Ning. But at this moment, there was a lot of noise outside Xiampula. Surround this Xiampula for me. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Yes. Chapter 45. The court's power that shocked Tang Ning. A group of imperial guards swiftly surrounded the fragrant pavilion. Hearing the commotion, the madam hurriedly emerged, lamenting. Oh dear officials, I wonder what brings you here in the dead of night. We are merely honest merchants, and I hope you can discern our integrity. The leader brusquely pushed the madam aside, declaring, I am here by imperial decree to apprehend a suspect. Waste no words, summon all your guests at once. We seek one Tang Ning, a spy from Dali. Be sure not to let him escape, for if he does, Even with 10 heads, it would not suffice as punishment. The madam, trembling on the floor, was distressed at the thought that a spy had infiltrated her modest establishment. Yet, she had no knowledge of her guests' names and hastily instructed her guards to bring everyone out. Offending anyone in the royal circle was not an option. The leader, seemingly impatient, commanded his subordinates, "You all go up and drive the guests to the hall. Not a single person shall escape." "Yes, sir." Soon, several guards arrived at the room where Liang Hongyu and her companions were located, intent on ushering them downstairs. Li Siki was infuriated. His evening had been nothing short of disastrous. Initially, he had aimed to conquer the legendary warrior Liang Hongyu. Instead, he found himself in this uninviting fragrant pavilion, enduring the disturbances of some thoughtless individuals. Reluctantly, he had been preparing to woo the unresponsive Tang Ning at Huang Shang's suggestion. To his dismay, Tang Ning had scarcely acknowledged him. Furthermore, Liang Hongyu had decided to serve Tang Ning, directly issuing him an eviction order. Huang Shang had been preventing him from retaliating, and now a throng of guards had disrupted his peace. "How dare you? Do you truly think I resemble a spy?" Li Siki bellowed. "Who is your commander? Bring him here to face me." His loud protests caught the attention of the leader downstairs. A noble? The leader dared not overlook the matter and instructed his fellow guards before ascending the stairs himself. "Your humble servant greets you, Sir Li. Please, do not take offense. I am here by imperial order to apprehend a spy named Tang Ning from Dali. Might you have seen him?" "Tang Ning? A spy from Dali?" Li Siki discreetly glanced at Tang Ning, only to find him nonchalant and indifferent, casting doubts on whether this Tang Ning was indeed the one they sought. He swiftly quelled his anger and inquired calmly, "So it is Commander Wang who has been dispatched to apprehend him. Naturally, I shall cooperate. However, what does this person look like? Why is he labeled a spy?" Tang Ning mused. "It appears this fellow is not entirely hopeless." Commander Wang replied, "As far as I know, His Majesty has only just received word and has no portrait. All I know is that the individual is an 18-year-old youth. The author of the widely acclaimed poem Man Jiang Hong that has stirred much discussion in our Song dynasty. 18 years old. The author of Man Jiang Hong." Li Siki's pupils dilated in realization, his heart racing with uncertainty. Had his father not withdrawn the troops? Why was this individual still fixated on him? He quickly retreated behind Commander Wang and pointed at Tang Ning, exclaiming, "This is Tang Ning. Take him back for questioning to determine whether he is indeed a spy from Dali." Commander Wang eyed Tang Ning warily and commanded, "Seize him." Huang Shang looked at Tang Ning, exhilarated to have the author of Man Jiang Hong right before him. Yang Hongyu also gazed at Tang Ning, her heart aflame with passion for the stirring poem. The very person who had inspired her was now in her presence, having promised to help her achieve her dreams. Once uncertain of Tang Ning's abilities, she now felt assured. Did he come tonight specifically to find her? She found it hard to believe, yet her heart raced with excitement. "Soon, a man named Xiao Feng will come to redeem you. Follow him," Tang Ning whispered to Liang Hongyu as he repelled the guards attempting to seize him. He then swiftly approached Huang Shang and quietly asked, "Brother Huang, would you like to join me in forging a grand venture?" Seizing the opportunity of the moment, Tang Ning wished to put Huang Shang to the test. To his surprise, Huang Shang displayed no fear, but rather an eager excitement. "I wish to follow Master Tang." Taken aback by such a response, Tang Ning smiled faintly and addressed Commander Wang, "I wish to leave, and you cannot stop me. Please inform Emperor Song that I, Tang Ning, am but a wanderer and have no intention of opposing the Song court. However, should he force me into a corner, once I escape from the Song, I shall ensure he, Zhao Wanqing, finds no peace." Commander Wang scoffed at Tang Ning. "Ha! Such audacity. Just because you pin Man Jiang Hong, do you believe yourself invincible? Truly a naive youth, unaware of the vastness of the world." As he spoke, Commander Wang drew his blade and charged at Tang Ning. Sensing Commander Wang's prowess, Tang Ning realized he was equally matched. A preternatural realm fighter, a mere captain of the Imperial Guards, possessed such formidable skills. How terrifying was the court of this world? Tang Ning pondered whether this was an anomaly or the norm. It seemed he needed to reassess his understanding of this realm. The intelligence network of Lu Xiaofeng must be expedited. The pressure mounting within Tang Ning intensified. With such circumstances, escaping with Huang Shang seemed increasingly improbable, especially with 5 others, including Yang Guo and Xiao Long. Suddenly, a flash of light from a sword struck Commander Wang's raised blade, creating a shower of sparks. The force sent Commander Wang staggering backward. Tang Ning's pupils constricted in astonishment. What kind of sword was that? The 6 Meridians divine sword had failed to pierce through it. This was no place to linger. Without hesitation, Tang Ning whispered to Huang Shang, "Dali Duan clan awaits," and instantly vanished from sight. Commander Wang, regaining his senses, bellowed, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and pursue him." The esteemed captain of the Imperial Guards, a fighter of the preternatural realm, had failed to capture a mere 18-year-old youth. How could he face the emperor? Yet, recalling the might of Tang Ning's previous strike, he felt a chill of fear. As Tang Ning had stated earlier, he alone could not contain him. He must seek assistance. Chapter 46. Exiting the city, the esteemed Prince Rong, Tang Ning, hastily arrived at the inn where Yang Guo and his companions resided. True to her nature, Lan Fenghuang remained vigilant, guarding their safety without succumbing to slumber. Upon witnessing Tang Ning's return, she felt a surge of joy in her heart. Realizing that her master had indeed spoken the truth, he had not spent the night in the brothel. "Master, you have returned. It is terribly dull and exhausting to keep watch alone. May I retire to rest now?" Tang Ning, with a grave tone, commanded, "Quickly rouse everyone. We must depart under the cover of night." Seeing the seriousness etched upon her master's face for the first time, Lan Fenghuang did not hesitate and promptly awakened the others. Soon after, the 6 of them reached the southern gate of the imperial capital, Ningyang City. However, the captain of the guards acted decisively and swiftly. The southern gate was firmly shut, with a patrol of soldiers that had multiplied several times over compared to usual. Among the 6 present, only Huang Rong, a master of her craft, possessed the ability to traverse the air stealthily and evade detection. The remaining 5, including Tang Ning, lacked such prowess. Therefore, a rapid and silent breach through the gate seemed improbable. Tang Ning's mind raced as he devised a strategy. There were approximately 100 patrolling soldiers. Their spacing too close for any one of them to be subdued without raising an alarm. Among them were also several elite inner palace guards interspersed within the ranks. "Little Phoenix, how long will it take for your most potent sleeping potion to take effect?" Lan Fenghuang replied with pride, "No more than 2 breaths of time." 2 breaths? That is barely enough time for them to react and raise the alarm. Is it sufficient for 100 men? Not nearly. It will only suffice for about 50. Only 50? Tang Ning's mind began to race again. To quietly incapacitate all of them and then escape through the city gate was an impossibility. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed Huang Rong and Lan Fenghuang, "Madame Guo, please proceed to incapacitate the 20 or so guards on the left, and immobilize as many as you can that remain unaffected. Little Phoenix, you will do the same on the right, and then swiftly return to me. Do not linger." He then turned to Xiaolong, saying, "Dragon Girl, once I make my move, you must immediately take Yang Guo and Guofu to the gate. I will do my utmost to immobilize the central group of soldiers." The 3 nodded in understanding. Tang Ning seized the moment and commanded, "Now." Tang Ning, Lan Fenghuang, and Huang Rong stealthily approached their designated positions. After Tang Ning initiated his actions, Xiaolong promptly led Guofu and Yang Guo toward the gate. In no time overwhelmed, Tang Ning felt an excruciating headache, bordering on collapse. Lion's roar. He immediately channeled his energy to resist. To infuse the lion's roar into one's voice with such potency indicated the profound depth of Prince Rong's inner strength. This Prince Rong was not to be trifled with. "Indeed. I am Tang Ning. I merely composed Aman Zhang Hong, yet it has drawn a dignified prince of the great Song to apprehend me personally. Is the Song court making too much of this?" Prince Rong shook his head, regarding Tang Ning with a hint of admiration. "His Majesty did not dispatch me, rather. I myself am intrigued by you. I admire you greatly. If you are willing to serve under my banner, I would gladly intercede with His Majesty on your behalf." Tang Ning sensed the genuineness of Prince Rong's admiration. However, the prince's condescending demeanor did not sit well with him. To serve under a prince was out of the question. "I appreciate Prince Rong's kind offer, but I am accustomed to a free and unfettered life, content to roam the martial world. The intricate rules of the court are not suited to me." Prince Rong remained unperturbed, as if anticipating this response. "No matter. I too have some involvement in the martial world. As long as you serve me, you need not adhere to the court's regulations. There's no escaping this, is there?" Tang Ning mused, exasperated. Why couldn't this man grasp his subtle rejections? "I apologize, Prince Rong, but I am already affiliated with the sect. My master has strictly forbidden me from joining other factions. I hope your highness will not make things difficult for me." Prince Rong maintained his amiable smile. "In that case, I would not dare defy His Majesty's wishes. Return with me. Without even a fight, you expect me to return with you? Is this the confidence of a Grand Master?" Tang Ning extended his right middle finger. Zhongchong sword. Knowing that battle was inevitable, he unleashed the formidable 6 Meridian Divine Sword directly at Prince Rong. Roar. Prince Rong countered with a pure lion's roar. Commander Wang and the other four clutched their ears, writhing on the ground in agony. Even Tang Ning's Zhongcheng sword was significantly weakened. It reached Prince Rong, who deflected it with his blade. Sparks flew, but left no mark on the prince's weapon. Tang Ning realized, I'm in trouble. His repertoire of skills was completely countered by Prince Rong, whose cultivation far surpassed his own. The sonic waves of the lion's roar assailed him, and despite his best efforts to resist, he was struck, coughing up blood. He staggered backward, landing on the ground. Prince Rong descended from the city wall, approaching Tang Ning with a smile. Will you come with me now? Tang Ning gazed at the prince's conceited expression, wanting to retort, but unable to. The man possessed the strength to back up his confidence. He coughed up more blood, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, and suddenly inquired, May I ask Prince Rong's name? To his surprise, Prince Rong paused momentarily before proudly declaring, Zhao Guangrui. Zhao Guangrui? I don't recognize it. Tang Ning felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped for a familiar name, one that might offer a glimmer of salvation. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, activating the breath control chapter of the Ning manual, and collapsed backward. Prince Rong frowned. The man's injuries didn't seem severe enough to warrant such a sudden faint. What was happening? Instinctively, he reached out to check Tang Ning's pulse. After a few moments, he realized, it's really stopped? Just as Prince Rong was about to order his men to carry Tang Ning back, he felt his inner energy rapidly draining away. Without hesitation, he struck Tang Ning, attempting to break free. Tang Ning had believed that his breakthrough to the innate realm would prevent a repeat of his encounter with Morong Fu, where he was easily shaken off. Yet, he was once again released. This puzzled him greatly. When he first entered the world, he could use the Northern Darkness skill to bind masters 2 realms above him in the acquired realm, preventing them from escaping. Why? Now that he had reached the innate realm, could he not hold a Grandmaster only 1 realm above him? Was it a problem with the Northern Darkness skill? Or was there something special about the Grandmaster realm? With no time to ponder, Tang Ning, after being released by Prince Rong, immediately unleashed the most powerful of the 6 Meridian Divine Swords, the sword, at the hesitant prince. Before Prince Rong could react, Tang Ning desperately employed the Lingbo microstep to flee. Prince Rong blocked the sword with his blade, staggering backward. He gazed at his treasured sword with a hint of pain, realizing it had narrowly avoided being pierced through. He was inwardly astonished. What kind of skill was this that could unleash such power from someone in the early stages of the innate realm? No longer as composed as before, he shouted to his men, after him. The 5 men, still reeling from Prince Rong's lion's roar, endured the throbbing pain in their heads and pursued Tang Ning. They harbored a newfound wariness of Tang Ning. Before Prince Rong's arrival, they had felt toyed with by Tang Ning, leaving them frustrated. They had assumed that the Grandmaster Prince Rong would easily subdue the boy. But events had taken an unexpected turn. Was this boy a slippery eel? Prince Rong, whose forte lay in formidable, unyielding techniques, possessed weaker agility. Witnessing Tang Ning's speed, he had no desire to give chase. While the failure to capture Tang Ning vexed him, he quickly regained his composure and returned to the city. He was confident that Tang Ning, severely injured and depleted, would not escape the pursuit of 5 innate realm experts. Tang Ning arrived at a stream, panting for breath. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. Disgusted by the blood and grime covering his body, he plunged into the frigid water for a thorough cleanse. He then emerged, dried himself with his internal energy, and began to mend the internal injuries inflicted by Prince Rong's lion's roar. Employing the healing chapter of the Ning manual, having unleashed 3 volleys of the 6 Meridian Divine Sword tonight, his inner energy was greatly diminished. He needed to recuperate and restore himself to peak condition. The Song Court possessed a Grandmaster-level prince, and the 5 guard commanders were all innate realm experts. The chief guard must be even stronger. It seemed the court's strength should not be underestimated. The imperial palace was not as easily infiltrated as he had once believed. High-level martial arts and agility alone would not grant access to the emperor's study, let alone allow for the emperor's assassination. Wang, the commander's earlier remark about his ignorance of the world, was not merely a casual comment. Before his internal injuries could fully heal, he heard rustling sounds from the forest. We found him. He's over here. Boy, you seem badly injured. This commander advises you to surrender obediently, to avoid further suffering. Damn it, they're fast. Chapter 48. This time it's truly over. Tang Ning could only hope that the terrifying Prince Rong, who had restrained him so thoroughly, would not pursue him. Soon, the other 4 commanders arrived at Tang Ning's side. The 5 men immediately surrounded him, leaving no opportunity for him to escape using his lightness skill. Seeing that Prince Rong was not among them, Tang Ning let out a sigh of relief. He had no choice but to cease his healing and rise to his feet. "Five gentlemen, have you not had enough fun at the city gate? I never expected that the esteemed leader of the Imperial Guards would demean himself in such a manner. Chasing me out of the royal city to be humiliated." Ha ha. As he spoke, Tang Ning carefully observed the fluctuations in their emotions. The one with the least emotional disturbance was the commander he had encountered first. Two others exhibited particularly strong fluctuations, clearly revealing their low psychological resilience. "Shall we attack together, or one at a time?" Tang Ning, despite being gravely injured, would not surrender easily. He wondered who among them would be the first to capture him and claim credit. Commander Wang, noticing the greedy and wary expressions on the faces of the other four, felt compelled to interrupt. "Whoever captures him, we shall all share the credit equally. Do not fall for his schemes. He is merely attempting to buy time and find an opportunity to flee. Let us all attack together. We cannot afford to disappoint His Majesty's orders." At the mention of His Majesty's orders, the four men quickly put aside their personal thoughts and prepared for battle. Just as Commander Wang spoke, Tang Ning had already discreetly begun to circulate his internal energy, invoking the soul transfer technique from the Nine scripture. His eyes suddenly took on a murky hue as he focused on the commander who had exhibited the greatest emotional turmoil. Upon hearing Commander Wang's words, that commander turned to Tang Ning, preparing to strike. Suddenly, he trembled, his gaze becoming vacant, and he dropped his weapon, slowly collapsing to the ground. The remaining four commanders immediately became alert. What sort of technique is this? It can ensnare the mind and kill without a trace? Commander Wang shouted anxiously. "Do not look into his eyes. Attack together." Seizing the moment, Tang Ning executed the wave-gliding steps, narrowly escaping the encirclement of the four men by darting past the fallen commander. With a surge of internal strength, he stepped on the fallen commander's chest, rendering him unconscious. "Damn it! Pursue him!" Injured and unable to move at full speed, Tang Ning struggled through the dense forest, where his agility was severely limited. One of the commanders, skilled in lightness skills, hurled a dart at him. As Tang Ning dodged, that commander quickly closed the distance and struck down with a blade. Tang Ning barely evaded the attack, but the other three soon followed, raining down blows upon him. Tang Ning employed his agile movements, narrowly avoiding their strikes. Yet they once more surrounded him. There was no escaping now. Tang Ning assessed the situation, his mind racing as he evaded their attacks while contemplating an escape plan. "Boy, I told you, you cannot escape. This kid is too cunning, with many tricks up his sleeve. Do not waste words. Capture him with all your might." The four innate experts united once again, launching a fierce assault on Tang Ning. "Damn it. First, deal with that Wang fellow." Tang Ning calculated the best way to subdue Commander Wang as he dodged and maneuvered to a large tree. Commander Wang leaped forward, swinging his blade at Tang Ning, who deftly avoided it, causing the blade to embed in the tree. Seizing the opportunity as Wang withdrew his weapon, Tang Ning struck with a hidden kick to his chest. Wang grunted in pain, releasing the blade still lodged in the tree, and staggered backward, just when Tang Ning thought he had severely injured Wang. The commander stood up and scathed and attacked again. What is going on? That kick should have inflicted serious harm on an innate expert. How is he unharmed? Upon closer inspection, Tang Ning noticed that Wang's outer garments had been burned away, revealing an intact silver-gray armor beneath. Armor? Damn. Tang Ning could not help but curse under his breath. This Commander Wang seemed to possess an extraordinary status. Resolving to change his target, he recalibrated his priorities. After another round of skirmishing, Tang Ning managed to inflict serious injury on one of the commanders, but his own internal energy was nearly depleted. With three commanders remaining, their expressions were filled with caution. Once more, Tang Ning seized an opportunity. He successfully executed the soul transfer technique on the previously agitated commander, incapacitating him, and with a lightness skill. He stepped on the commander's chest, severely injuring him. However, this time, he was outmaneuvered by Commander Wang. As he incapacitated the agitated commander, Wang struck him from behind, compounding his injuries. Tang Ning coughed up blood and immediately turned around, thrusting his finger, employing the Shanyang sword technique, which pierced through Wang's shoulder. Both men were sent flying backward, collapsing to the ground. Commander Wang immediately lost consciousness from the pain, while Tang Ning, gravely injured and exhausted, also succumbed to unconsciousness. There is one left. This time, it's truly over. This was Tang Ning's final thought before losing consciousness. In the Ming Dynasty, in the outskirts of the imperial capital, Luoyang, Xikong Zhaixing lay leisurely on a stone slab by the river, fishing. Wamanlu wore a faint smile, enjoying the gentle breeze. Seemingly lost in thought, as if solitude were his best companion, Nearby, Xuebing gazed sweetly into the distance, somewhat entranced and captivated. At the end of her gaze stood Lu Xiaofeng, bent over in a rich field, digging for worms. Fate had dealt him a cruel hand. He had once again lost a bet to Xikong Zhaixing. Despite his meticulous precautions, he had still been robbed of his belongings. Lu Xiaofeng called out, "Xikong Zhaixing, Womanlu. Are you interested in joining me for a trip to Dali?" Xikong Zhaixing, yet to catch a single fish, clearly unwilling, replied casually, "Lu Chick. The foremost thing on your mind should be to dig worms for me." Womanlu chimed in, "A man's worth is reflected in his bets, Lu Xiaofeng. A gentleman should honor his word. Complete your current task before considering other matters." Xuebing, perceptive as ever, mysteriously inquired, "Xikong, Womanlu. Do you know why Lu Xiaofeng knows that Jin Zhioling is the flower thief?" Xikong Zhaixing replied nonchalantly, "I do not know, nor do I wish to know, right now. I am solely interested in the fish in the river." Womanlu, however, smiled with curiosity and seriousness, asking, "As far as I know." Lu Xiaofeng went to the Song dynasty to investigate the whereabouts of Gongsun Dainyu and Guisun Day. His sudden return puzzles me greatly. Miss Xuebing, could you enlighten us? Chapter 49. Lin Xiener and Mu Wanqing's deteriorating condition. Xuebing could no longer contain her eagerness to share this extraordinary tale. With great anticipation, she began to recount. Lu Xiaofeng encountered an enigmatic master in Ningyang. This master, merely 18 years of age, possessed knowledge spanning thousands of miles. Aware that Old Turtle was the great sage and that Jin Zhioling was the notorious flower thief, he even knew that I was being threatened by Jin Zhioling, who had imprisoned me in the Western Garden and had predicted that Jin Zhioling would harbor malicious intentions towards me. Thus, Lu Xiaofeng, concerned for my safety, hurried back, exhausting dozens of horses along the way. Upon finishing her account in one breath, Xuebing realized her words felt somewhat clumsy. Despite Lu Xiaofeng having shared numerous stories about the youth named Tang Ning, only these few sentences remained in her mind. Feeling a sense of incompleteness and frustration, she nevertheless sparked the curiosity of Hua Meilu and Xikong Zhaixing. Old Turtle was indeed the great sage? This revelation was new to both of them. It was no wonder that only Old Turtle seemed capable of locating the great sage in this world. However, how could an 18-year-old youth possess such extensive knowledge? Hua Manlu tilted his head slightly and inquired, "Is Lu Xiaofeng heading to Dali to meet this 18-year-old master?" Suddenly recalling a detail, Xuebing exclaimed, "Right. That master also instructed Lu Xiaofeng to bring Xikong Zhaixing and Shimin Shui along to Dali." Bringing Xikong Zhaixing and Shimin Shui together? Hua Manlu and Xikong Zhaixing exchanged glances, their first question being, why wasn't Hua Manlu invited? Their second query was, what could that master possibly want with Xikong Zhaixing and Shimin Shui? Xikong Zhaixing curiously asked, "Did Lu Xiaofeng mention if the master had any business with me?" Xuebing shook her head. At that moment, Lu Xiaofeng appeared on the stone slab, and without divulging his thoughts, she guessed, he must be seeking to engage you in significant business. Significant business? Xikong Zhaixing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately tossed his fishing rod into the river and rushed before Lu Xiaofeng, exclaiming, "Let us go, Lu Xiaofeng. We must head to Dali immediately." Lu Xiaofeng turned and replied as he walked, "First, we need to find Shimin Shui." Xikong Zhaixing dashed in front of Lu Xiaofeng once more, attempting to dissuade him from entering the city. Shimin Shui is solely focused on his sword. There are no sword masters in Dali. He won come. Let us not seek him out, but head straight to Dali. Hua Manlu suddenly teased Xikong Zhaixing. "Xikong, I've heard that iron-bellied God Marquis is searching for you everywhere. Are you afraid?" Chapter 50. The awkward trio Zhongling, upon witnessing Duan Yu's expression, wept even more intensely. "Brother, please do not frighten me. Sister Mu, you must hold on. Young Master Tang, please return quickly." Sister Mu is on the verge of collapsing. Duan Yu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency within. The only thing he could do was to intensify the flow of true energy into Mu Wanqing, and then solemnly instructed, "Ling Mei, stop crying and hurry to summon your uncle." In a state of confusion, Zhongling immediately stood up, wiped her tears, and hurriedly dashed out. Within the borders of the Dali Kingdom, at the juncture with the Song Dynasty, in Dongchuan County, Huais County, during dusk. This location was one of the battle sites between the Song and Dali. The Song army had only recently withdrawn, and the vitality within the city had not yet fully recovered. The streets were sparsely populated, and there were few vendors hoping to earn a few coins. Although several shops had opened, business was evidently lacking, creating a desolate scene. At the city gate, a group of hurried individuals was halted by the vigilant guards, who bore tense expressions. Halt! Who are you, and what is your purpose in entering the city? Yang stepped forward arrogantly and chastised. Big fellow, look closely. I am the junior disciple of the Prince of Zhongnan. Quickly inform your county magistrate to come out and welcome us, esteemed guests. Prepare several fine guest rooms for our rest. The guard, a robust figure who appeared to have some martial training, towered over Yang by a considerable height. It was the first time he had encountered someone so audacious, daring to invoke the Prince of Zhongnan. Why not just claim to be the emperor himself? He sneered, lowering his head disdainfully to look down on Yang. You think I was raised in a barn? The Prince of Zhongnan just left a few days ago. You dare impersonate his junior disciple? Speak. Are you spies sent by the Song dynasty? Another guard, equally suspicious, had already aimed his spear at Yang, ready to strike if Yang made any sudden movements. Spies. Yang pointed at the four beautiful women behind him and bellowed, You blind fools. Open your eyes and look at these four celestial beings behind me. Do you truly believe that the Song dynasty would send for such heavenly beauties as spies? If you dare question my identity again, I shall have your young master execute you. The guards, perhaps too tense from recent events, failed to scrutinize the four lovely maidens, who had donned plain garments to avoid drawing attention during their escape. Upon Yang's insistence, they turned to glance back, their eyes widening in disbelief. They had never encountered such stunning beauty in their lives. The enchanting Xiaolong needed no further introduction. Although Lan Phoenix's features were less striking, her attire was irresistibly alluring. Even in her simple clothing, her neckline remained partially open, revealing enticing glimpses of her curves as she slightly bent forward. Carrying someone on her back, Huang Rong, though nearing 40, retained a beauty and grace that rivaled Xiaolong's. Her dignified presence only enhanced her allure. Guofu, inheriting her mother's beauty and in the prime of youth, surpassed even Huang Rong in this respect. The guards, upon witnessing such splendor, stammered in awe, Old Luo, pinch me. I can't be dreaming, can I? Old Yang, I can't move. My legs are trembling. You pinch me. Old Luo, Old Yang. You two are hopeless. Stop gaping and hurry to inform the county magistrate that celestial beings have descended upon Huai's county. My mother predicted good fortune for me this month. I didn't believe it until now. Seeing this, Yang effortlessly brushed aside the guard spears, walking smoothly through the city gate, closely followed by Xiaolong and the others. The guards merely watched them leave, lacking any intent to stop them. Only when the figures of Xiaolong and the others vanished from sight did one guard finally react, shouting, Quickly, inform the county magistrate. I will go too. They all understood that the county magistrate was a man of appetites, and perhaps there would be rewards for their message, along with another chance to behold the four celestial maidens. Huang Rong did not lead them to the county office to find the magistrate. Instead, she sought out an inn for their stay. Lan Phoenix reluctantly set down Tang Ning, reflecting on how precious this moment of closeness with her master was, even if her master remained oblivious. Tang Ning had been unconscious for a much longer duration this time, not merely from exhaustion, but due to Sever Chapter 51. The price of faking coma. As Yang pushed the door open, his gaze swept across the room, and he was taken aback by the enchanting atmosphere surrounding his master's bed. His heart leaped at the sight of his master, who had finally awakened. Yet confusion washed over him as he noticed his senior sister sprawled upon his master. His eyes darted to the inappropriate placement of his master's hand. What a calamity! Accompanying Yang was Xiaolong, whose face bore an unusual expression of anger. She turned her head away, unwilling to behold the sordid scene that tainted her vision. Following them was the county magistrate, perplexed by the unfolding drama. Sensing the incongruity of the situation, Yang hastily retreated and closed the door once more. Yang Gongzi, what troubles you? The magistrate inquired, bewildered. Xiaolong remained inside, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Tang Ning, sensing Xiaolong's displeasure, forcefully pushed Lan Fenghuang aside and sat up abruptly. This spectacle did not escape Xiaolong's gaze. What a stroke of misfortune! To awaken and find such a scene unfold before him. Was this little phoenix a savior or a bane? What to do? Suddenly, Tang Ning closed his eyes and reclined back, tilting his head, feigning unconsciousness once more. In such dire circumstances, this was the only ruse left to employ. Lan Fenghuang, feeling the impact of Tang Ning's push, winced in pain and instinctively rubbed the affected area. Upon sitting up, she was astonished to find her master still in a state of unconsciousness, doubting her own senses. Master, weren't you awake just now? Am I dreaming? She rubbed her eyes in confusion. But it still hurts here. Turning to the door, she confirmed, it's not a dream. She reached out to check Tang Ning's breath, which was alarmingly weak under his deliberate control. Master, how could you faint again? It seems you may be faint from hunger. I shall prepare some soup to nourish you, she declared, genuinely stepping out of bed and heading for the door without casting a glance at Xiaolong. Seemingly unperturbed by being caught in the act by Yang Guo and Xiaolong. Hearing Lan Fengwang's muttering, Xiaolong turned to assess Tang Ning. After Lan Fengwang departed, she approached the bedside and checked Tang Ning's breath, confirming his frailty. Her earlier irritation transformed into concern and empathy. Alas, even Madame Guo could not aid Tang Ning in his recovery, leaving her to stand by anxiously. Yang Guo, upon hearing Lan Fengwang's remark about Tang Ning's faintness, pushed the door open again and entered with the magistrate. Auntie, why has master fainted again? Perhaps he fainted from hunger, Xiaolong replied softly. Yang Guo nodded slightly and introduced the magistrate. Honorable magistrate, this is my master, Tang Ning, who is also the teacher of your town South Prince, Duan Yu. The Song Court is currently pursuing him. You must not allow any enemies to enter, or your prince will not spare you. The magistrate took out a portrait, comparing it to the unconscious Tang Ning with astonished recognition. Indeed, it is he. Yang Xiaojun, I only know that Tang Ning is a hero of our Dali. It was due to his prowess that the menacing Song army retreated. We hold him in the highest regard. Yet the imperial proclamation did not mention that he is the princess teacher. Tang Ning had not disclosed this information, and Yang Guo, lacking understanding, mustered the courage to say, what do you know? My master simply prefers a low profile. Enough chatter, since my master is a hero of Dali. Should you not protect him? The magistrate, smiling amiably, responded, indeed, you speak wisely. I shall immediately instruct an increase in the guards at the city gates to ensure no suspicious individuals are allowed entry. As he prepared to leave, he paused and turned back to inquire, by the way, Yang Xiaojun, when might Tang hero awaken? This place is several hundred miles from the imperial city. Should I send someone to escort you back? Yang Guo, perceiving the magistrate's ingratiating smile, replied, your concern is appreciated, magistrate. I will convey your good intentions to my master. Just ensure the safety of this Huazi County. There is no need for you to worry about our affairs. The magistrate, upon hearing this, beamed and glanced at the ethereal Xiaolong before taking his leave. After the magistrate departed, Yang Guo curiously asked Xiaolong, Auntie, did you see anything unusual? It seems my master was behaving inappropriately with my senior sister. Xiaolong reprimanded coldly, mind your tongue, and go practice your skills. You are not needed here. I will take care of this. Eh? Why does Auntie seem like a different person tonight, speaking so much? Yang Guo pondered before suggesting, Auntie, you should leave with me. My master is being attended to by my senior sister. Your presence is unnecessary. Tang Ning seethed with rage. Were it not for the need to feign unconsciousness, he would have surely taught Yang Guo a lesson for interfering in his affairs. Wait a moment. Lan Fengwang and Yang Guo. What kind of disciples have I taken on in the last 2 months? They continuously disrupt the budding relationship between me and Xiaolong. Xiaolong furrowed her brow, as if contemplating Yang Guo's words held merit, yet an uncomfortable sensation lingered within her. Indeed, Lan Fengwang was preparing soup for him. Guo, I shall accompany you back. Wait, no. No matter how considerate Lan Fengwang is, it cannot compare to the comfort you provide, Xiaolong. Yang Guo, this is not over. Tang Ning silently raged. Yang Guo smiled at Xiaolong, attempting to ingratiate himself. Auntie, it was wrong of me not to enter the ancient tomb before the dragon-detaining stone fell. I know you prefer sleeping on the cold jade bed, but alas, none exists here. However, I have mastered the Biming divine skill and can create ice with my true energy. Tonight, I shall fashion a cold jade bed for you to aid your cultivation. Yang Guo, you dare. Tang Ning fumed inwardly. Xiaolong is mine. I will not permit you to enter her quarters. Xiaolong, you must not acquiesce to him. Tang Ning mentally screamed 1,000 times. Xiaolong gazed at Yang Guo with warmth and affection, smiling gently. What, you are thoughtful. I do miss the cold jade bed a bit. Thank you for your efforts tonight. Yang Guo met Xiaolong's gaze, returning her smile with delight. It is an honor to serve Auntie. Let us depart. My senior sister should be returning soon. Chapter 52. The arrival of a formidable opponent. Yang Guo and Xiaolong stepped out of Tang Ning's room, one following the other. Tang Ning listened to their footsteps gradually fading away, just as he contemplated whether to pursue them and give Yang Guo a good thrashing. Lan Fengwang entered carrying a large bowl of soup. Master, the soup is here. Please drink it. You must awaken, she urged. Gently, she scooped a spoonful of soup, blew on it lightly, and carefully pried open Tang Ning's mouth to feed him. Having never taken care of anyone before, she mimicked how her subordinates had cared for others. Her actions somewhat clumsy. Tang Ning deliberately refused to swallow the soup. Seeing this, Lan Fenghuang fed him another spoonful, but it too went untouched, causing her growing concern. What should I do? Master is starving and cannot eat. She recalled how her subordinate had handled a similar situation before, her cheeks flushing. In her mind, a kiss signified an engagement. Shyly, she turned away, murmuring, "Do I truly need to do this? But Master has no intention of marrying me. Perhaps I should call Xiaolong. Master would surely be pleased." Upon hearing this, Tang Ning felt a surge of delight. Little Phoenix is quite considerate. Go quickly. Yet he soon heard Lan Fenghuang softly say, "No, I cannot send Master into someone else's embrace." Then she suggested, "What about calling Yangguo?" As she spoke, she began to move towards the door. Tang Ning's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing as he glared at the departing Lan Fenghuang, silently rebuking her. "Little Phoenix, you dare." Lan Fenghuang suddenly turned around. Tang Ning quickly lay back down, feigning unconsciousness. She returned to the bedside, her heart wavering as she paced back and forth. This won't do. It would mean Master marrying Yangguo. A man cannot marry another man. Tang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, I shall take matters into my own hands. If I kiss him, and if Master refuses to marry me, then I shall remain unwed for life. Tang Ning felt a touch of emotion. Indeed, this little Phoenix was a thoughtful companion. Lan Fenghuang approached Tang Ning's bedside, seated herself, and took a sip of the soup, holding it in her mouth. Once more, she struggled internally. Finally, she clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and leaned in toward Tang Ning's lips. As Tang Ning felt her soft, rosy lips drawing nearer, his heart unexpectedly began to race. Finally, they met. With trembling lips, Lan Fenghuang gently pried open Tang Ning's mouth. "Blue girl, take your master and flee quickly." The door swung open again, but this time it was Huang Rong arriving with Guofu. The room fell into a momentary stillness. Tang Ning thought to himself, "Fortunately, this time nothing happened. Little Phoenix's lips are rather sweet." However, the stillness did not last long. Guofu, witnessing Lan Fenghuang's actions, inwardly cursed, "This shameless woman." Huang Rong noticed the bowl of medicine beside her and understood what Lan Fenghuang was doing. With a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, she anxiously called out, "Blue girl, quickly carry your master. We must leave at once." Lan Fenghuang, blushing, turned to see Huang Rong's urgent demeanor. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she immediately lifted Tang Ning onto her back and followed Huang Rong out of the room. The four of them pushed open Xiaolong's door. Xiaolong was meditating on her bed while Yangguo was using the Baiming Shengong to create a cold jade bed for her. Although it could not compare to the genuine cold jade bed from the ancient tomb, she found it much more comfortable than outside. "Dragon girl, Guo, hurry." Huang Rong called again. Before her words could settle, a deep voice echoed, "Want to leave?" "Guofu, for the sake of Guodashia and Huang Yaoshi. If you leave that Tang fellow, I shall not trouble you." The speaker was an elderly man in a green robe, with a long, black beard cascading down to his chest, though his hair was sparse, hanging only at the sides. His facial muscles were rigid, his eyelids unable to close, rendering his expression devoid of any emotion. He hung in the air, supported solely by two walking sticks, speaking without opening his mouth, an unnerving sight. Guofu, upon seeing him, was so frightened that she hid behind Huang Rong, not daring to look again. At that moment, another voice rang out from afar. "Ha ha ha ha. Guofu, I too seek the life of that Tang fellow. I fear you cannot protect him today. Why not simply hand him over?" Huang Rong's expression grew grave upon recognizing the newcomer, and she pondered her options before responding with feigned ease. "Duan Yanqing, Qiu Bangzhu. May I ask what grievance my young friend Tang has caused you to? When I left, Jing Gu and my father both instructed me to look after him. If there is no significant matter, I hope you two will show some leniency and spare our Taohua Island." She felt a wave of apprehension. One Duan Yanqing was already beyond her capability to handle. She had been injured by him before. Now, another adversary, Qiu Qian, who was even more formidable and harbored a grudge against her, had appeared. Given their ruthless nature, if she did not surrender Tang Ning today, evasion would be impossible. Infamous Duan Yanqing? Qiu Baju? Qiu Qianren? Tang Ning thought to himself, "This is dire. I can understand Duan Yanqing seeking me out, but why does Qiu Qianren want me?" Regardless, if these two were determined, they would not show Taohua Island any mercy. With their six-man strength, they stood no chance against these two. What should be done? Duan Yanqing was visibly furious, yet his face remained expressionless as he spoke in a low voice. This boy killed my fourth brother, Yin Zhongyi. Today, I must avenge him. Madame Gua, I hope you will not obstruct me further. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding Taohua Island. As he finished speaking, he struck his cane heavily against the ground, demonstrating his resolve. Yang Gua, Lanfeng Wang, and Guofu, who possessed lesser abilities, felt their stomachs churn, dizzy from the pressure. Qiao Qianren replied with indifference, I am here on someone else's behalf, loyal to their cause. Madame Gua, it would be best for you to step aside. I must take that Tang fellow today. Otherwise, we will settle both old and new scores. On someone else's behalf, loyal to their cause? The only enemies Tang Ning could think of were Murong Fu, the Song Court, Jamozi, and Duan Yanqing. Murong Fu and Jamozi could likely be ruled out. Duan Yanqing was right here. That left the Song Court. However, Tang Ning recalled that in the original text, Qiao Qianren had colluded with the Jin Prince Wanyan Honglai to seize the Wumu secret manual to oppose the Song. What could possibly motivate him to act on behalf of the Song Court? Chapter 53, The Confrontation of Blue Phoenix and Little Dragon Maiden in Her Heart. Huang Rong found herself at an impasse. It was evident that Duan Yanqing and Qiao Qianren were resolutely determined to eliminate Tang Ning. The six of them were completely cornered by these two formidable opponents in the room, with no chance of escape. It seemed that only by surrendering Tang Ning could the five of them have a glimmer of hope. Yet, what would become of her eternal youth if Tang Ning were given up? How could she explain this to Jingich? To surrender or not to surrender? Suddenly, a faint voice whispered in Blue Phoenix's ear, do not make a sound. Master. After a brief shudder, Blue Phoenix quickly regained her composure. Tang Ning's delicate voice resonated once more. Little Phoenix, find a way to get close to the door and slip them some sleeping powder. If I manage to escape, you need not worry about me. Return directly to Dali and wait for me. Understanding his intent, Blue Phoenix's eyes twinkled as she approached Qiao Qianren, inquiring, what kind of leader are you, Qiao? How can you be so subservient to others? Is it not a degradation of your status? Pray tell, who sent you? And what benefits have you received? As she spoke, she gradually moved closer to the door. Seeing Blue Phoenix inching towards the door with Tang Ning on her back, Duan Yanqing and Qiao Qianren grew wary. Suddenly, both felt a sign of poisoning. Instantly, they began to channel their energy to resist it. In that critical moment, Tang Ning detached from Blue Phoenix, employing the Lingbo Weibu technique to flee. Duan Yanqing and Qiao Qianren reacted immediately. Duan Yanqing raised his right-hand cane and struck at Tang Ning with the yang finger, while Qiao Qianren unleashed a powerful palm strike towards him. Tang Ning was well aware of their renowned skills and had long been prepared. He turned, extending his left pinky and right middle finger to unleash the Shaozi sword and Zhongchong sword, countering Duan Yanqing's yang finger and Qiao Qianren's formidable palm strike. The four powerful forces collided mid-air, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The ground was instantly agitated by the tremendous shockwave, sending dust swirling and obscuring everyone's vision. Taking advantage of the force, Tang Ning leaped backward and swiftly executed Lingbo Weibu to escape. Duan Yanqing and Qiao Qianren were utterly astonished. How could their formidable attacks be thwarted, allowing that young man to flee even more rapidly? Without further thought, they immediately pursued him. Huang Rong sighed in relief. This outcome was the best possible scenario for her. Little Dragon Maiden coldly inquired, Blue Maiden, when did young Master Tang awaken? Blue Phoenix turned her head to regard her rival, innocently and curiously retorting, are you asking about the first or the second time? Little Dragon Maiden. What time is it? Can't this woman be serious? With a hint of provocation, Blue Phoenix cast a triumphant glance at Little Dragon Maiden, answering her own questions. The first time, Master awakened while I was lying on him. The second time, Master awakened while he was lying on me. Why do you ask, Dragon Maiden? Little Dragon Maiden's previously icy demeanor slightly furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat vexed. Unbeknownst to her, it was unclear whether her frustration stemmed from Blue Phoenix's taunt or the peculiar circumstances surrounding Tang Ning's awakenings. Turning away, she chose to disregard Blue Phoenix. Casting her gaze towards the direction Tang Ning had fled, a flicker of concern evident in her heart. Guofu cast a disdainful look at Blue Phoenix, sarcastically retorting, but I see that young Master Tang's heart truly belongs to Dragon Maiden. Blue Maiden is merely his disciple. You could never be together. I advise you to abandon this delusion. Little Dragon Maiden's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly resumed her frigid countenance. Blue Phoenix, aware that Guofu's words held some truth, felt an instinctive irritation, having grown accustomed to sparring with her in banter. Stealing herself, she shot back. Humph. Miss Gui, you saw it with your own eyes. Master has kissed me. He will surely marry me. I noticed you've been quite attentive to my junior apprentice Yangguo. Why not ask him if he would like to kiss you? Guofu found herself momentarily speechless, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. Stealing a glance at Yangguo, she saw him subtly avoid her gaze. Her mood soured further as she pointed at Blue Phoenix, stammering, you. After a prolonged pause, she finally redirected the conversation. We Han people do not have a custom where a kiss necessitates marriage. Dream on. Huang Rong, long accustomed to their bickering, chose to remain uninvolved. However, at that moment, as Tang Ning was being pursued, it was imperative for them to focus. Qiu Qianren, renowned for his iron palm on water, was particularly skilled in lightness techniques. She was deeply concerned about whether Tang Ning could evade Qiu Qianren's relentless pursuit. Furrowing her brow, she gently shook her head and, before Blue Phoenix could retort, posed a question. Blue Maiden, did young Master Tang give you any instructions on how we might find him after he leaves? This prompted Blue Phoenix to remember her master, and a flicker of worry crossed her mind. She relayed Tang Ning's intentions to Huang Rong and the others. Without hesitation, they set off towards the imperial city of Dali. Huang Rong found herself at a loss, since Tang Ning had provided instructions. Her most pressing task was to ensure Yang Guo and the others reached the imperial city safely. As for Tang Ning himself, no one knew where he had fled, and all they could do was hope for his fortuitous escape from the clutches of the two unparalleled masters. In the county office of Huai's, the county magistrate sat at his desk, pen in hand, beginning to write, Esteemed Lord Yang, it is with great honor that I report the arrival of our national hero, young Master Tang Ning, in Huai's county, which falls under my jurisdiction. However, upon investigation, it has come to my attention that Hero Tang has suffered severe injuries and fainted due to an attack from the Song dynasty's forces. Accompanying him are 5 individuals providing diligent care, among whom are 4 celestial maidens and a handsome youth under 20. I do not know the identities of the 3 maidens, but 1 man and 1 woman are Master Tang's esteemed disciples. Now that Hero Tang has awakened, he is being pursued by the notorious leader of the 4 great evildoers and a certain Qiu Gangzhu from the Song dynasty. I suspect that Hero Tang is headed towards the imperial city of Dali, though the exact route remains unknown. Though my position is modest, I am aware of the challenges you face in the court, particularly under the pressure from the Gao family. Yet, my family has been under your care since my grandfather's time, and I feel compelled to repay this kindness by serving you diligently. I hope to assist you in rescuing Hero Tang. Should you succeed, he will undoubtedly express gratitude, and with his support, you shall prevail against the Gao family and the court. County Magistrate Wu Huai concluded his letter with respect, carefully folding the paper and sealing it with wax. He then made his way to the courtyard, fastening it to a pigeon's leg before releasing it into the sky. Wu Huai gazed up at the soaring pigeon, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he envisioned his bright and prosperous future. Chapter 54, Deceit and Intrigue. 2 days later, in the Dali Kingdom, at the Nongdong Mansion in Yongren County, the crippled Duan Yanqing had long been discarded, yet Qiu Qianren continued to relentlessly pursue Tang Ning. Renowned in the martial world as Iron Palm floating on water, Qiu Qianren was adept in both iron palm technique and lightness skills. Years ago, he was invited to the Huashan sword debate by the 5 greatest masters solely based on these 2 martial arts, which attests to the refinement of his skills. As a masterful expert capable of traversing the air, following Tang Ning was not particularly arduous for him. However, the exertion of such aerial maneuvers was immense. Had it not been so, he might have already captured Tang Ning. Yet, with every advantage comes a corresponding disadvantage. While Qiu Qianren's iron palm technique was formidable and sophisticated, its moves were rather singular. Relying on his formidable battlefield adaptability, Tang Ning found it relatively easy to evade Qiu Qianren's attacks, though he could not inflict any harm upon him. Over the past 2 days, they had clashed numerous times. Yet Qiu Qianren had failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon Tang Ning. It was only during their second confrontation, when Tang Ning sought to gauge Qiu Qianren's strength and met him head-on with a palm strike, that he almost suffered a fracture in his right arm. Thereafter, he dared not underestimate his opponent and resorted to evasion. This left Qiu Qianren exceedingly furious yet equally helpless. The allure presented by the Song dynasty was immense. If he could capture or kill Tang Ning, he would be granted the official right to command 1,000 private soldiers, along with the coveted Shaolin technique, Lion's Roar. Qiu Qianren was particularly keen on the privilege of commanding those 1,000 soldiers. Across the Tianwu continent, Possessing the right to command 100 private soldiers meant that even a mere county magistrate could not summon you to court. Commanding 1,000 soldiers would grant one immunity from direct conviction by even a provincial governor. They could only hand you over to the Ministry of Justice. Commanding 10,000 soldiers would bestow upon you a fiefdom, elevating your status to that of a marquis. For instance, Guo Jing possessed the right to command 10,000 private soldiers, allowing him to directly petition the throne despite lacking an official position. Initially, Qiu Qianren did not place much importance on the lion's roar. His iron palm technique vastly surpassed it in power. In his view, one could only be deemed a true master by thoroughly mastering a martial art. However, after enduring various setbacks in his pursuit of Tang Ning over the past 2 days, his perspective had shifted. Had he mastered the lion's roar, his profound internal energy might have enabled him to capture Tang Ning long ago. The more elusive Tang Ning became, the more Qiu Qianren coveted the lion's roar, intensifying his desire to capture him. But how could he seize or eliminate him? As they drew closer to the imperial city of Dali, his opportunities dwindled. Qiu Qianren began to contemplate strategies. While Qiu Qianren was hard-pressed, Tang Ning was equally tormented by the relentless pursuit. To Tang Ning, Qiu Qianren was akin to a ticking time bomb. The moment he let his guard down, Qiu Qianren could deliver a fatal blow. For the past 2 days, he had not rested for a moment and now felt utterly fatigued, struggling to maintain high mental focus. Yet, he maintained an appearance of calm detachment. He could not fathom why Qiu Qianren was so determined to pursue him without relent. It defied reason. If Qiu Qianren could effortlessly capture him, it would be understandable. Yet the reality was that Qiu Qianren could do nothing to him. He could neither catch him nor harm him. Why then did Qiu Qianren persist? He initially thought that by evading Qiu Qianren a few more times, the latter would recognize the futility of his pursuit. Now, it seemed he must devise another plan. With a sense of curiosity, Tang Ning approached Qiu Qianren, maintaining a safe distance, and provocatively remarked, "Leader Qiu, you truly are aging. Knowing you cannot capture me, why do you persist in this futile chase? We bear no enmity. Why must we fight to the death? I suggest you return home. Your sister is waiting for your rescue." Upon hearing Tang Ning's taunts, Qiu Qianren, already enraged, felt a surge of fury. Were it not for the temptation of those rewards, who would willingly engage in a life-and-death struggle with this brat? Wait, his sister is waiting for him to save her? Years ago, when Gui Jing and Huang Rong invaded Iron Palm Mountain, he had witnessed his twin brother Qiu Qianzhang fall to his death in a deep valley, unable to save him, which filled him with immense sorrow and regret. His sister, Qiu Qianqi, had married the master of the Valley of No Feelings, Gong Sunji, and had not written to him in years. He indeed missed her. Could it be that his sister was now in peril? Qiu Qianren's expression became complex. Anger mingled with worry. After a moment of contemplation, he suspiciously inquired, "Do you know my sister?" Tang Ning, ever vigilant, maintained an air of calmness. The sister of the Iron Palm Gang's leader, Qiu Qianqi, known as Iron Palm Lotus, married Gongsun Ji of the Valley of No Feelings years ago and has a daughter named Gongsun Lao. He then feigned a look of deep regret, gazing skyward as if reminiscing. Alas, Gongsun Ji is a duplicitous scoundrel. Years ago, he severed your sister's tendons and cast her into a deep ravine in his courtyard, where she now survives on the jujubes from the trees at the valley's bottom. His expression shifted to one of derision as he regarded Qiu Qianren. Is it possible that Leader Qiu remains unaware of this? It seems you have not only aged but also grown foolish. Sister, how wretched your fate. Qiu Qianren's heart roared in fury, completely disregarding the veracity of Tang Ning's words. He had already placed Gongsun Ji on his list of enemies for vengeance. Yet, recalling the enticing rewards, he recognized he must first resolve the matter at hand with this brat. Tang Ning observed the shifting expressions on Qiu Qianren's face. As he saw Qiu Qianren's visage redden with anger, he believed his scheme had succeeded. However, when Qiu Qianren's eyes, now filled with murderous intent, fixed upon him once more, Tang Ning was thoroughly bewildered. How could this be? Why was this old man so insistent on pursuing him, a person with whom he bore no enmity? Suddenly, Qiu Qianren's anger dissipated, replaced by remorse, regret, sorrow, and self-reproach. With a slight air of despondency, Qiu Qianren regarded Tang Ning. "Young Master Tang, I am grateful for your revelation regarding such a significant matter. If you truly possess knowledge, would you be willing to sit down for a drink and elaborate on how my sister has been wronged by Gong Sunji? I would be deeply appreciative." Upon finishing, Qiu Qianren gestured toward a nearby tavern and began to approach Tang Ning slowly. Yet, from Tang Ning's perspective, Qiu Qianren's destination was indeed the tavern he had indicated. Chapter 55. The Crown Prince of Yanqing, Yang Yunstian. Tang Ning observed the subtle shift in Qiu Qianren's expression, aligning with his expectations, which afforded him a momentary sense of relief. He noted that Qiu Qianren had dissipated all his gathered strength and began to lower his guard. Yet, recalling the intense murderous intent that had previously radiated from Qiu Qianren's gaze, Tang Ning remained vigilant. Might I inquire, Master Qiu, why you are intent on my demise? As Qiu Qianren gauged the diminishing distance between them, he let out a long, exasperated sigh. Young brother Tang, I find myself quite helpless in this matter. He articulated slowly, each word laden with gravity. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Qiu Qianren unleashed his full internal force, propelling himself towards Tang Ning with astonishing speed, executing a formidable iron palm strike. The stakes were dire. Success hinged upon this moment. Although Tang Ning was cautious, he underestimated Qiu Qianren's explosive power. He executed the elusive Lingbo Weibu, yet could not evade the calculated attack. He had no choice but to raise his left hand in defense. With a resounding crack, the sound of bone fracturing echoed through the air. Tang Ning grimaced in agony but leveraged the impact to leap backwards. Qiu Qianren swiftly pursued, delivering another ferocious iron palm strike. Regaining his breath, Tang Ning channeled all his vital energy through the Tianlong meridian to his right thumb, unleashing the mightiest Xiaoshang sword of the Six Meridians divine sword technique to counter Qiu Qianren's assault. Driven by desperation, Qiu Qianren met Tang Ning's sword with his flesh. A thunderous explosion reverberated from his palm, the overwhelming force causing him to stagger back, his hand a mangled mess, flesh torn and bones exposed. With a cry of anguish, he watched as Tang Ning exploited the moment to escape. Realizing he had squandered his prime opportunity to eliminate Tang Ning, and with his most powerful right hand now injured, Qiu Qianren understood he could no longer pose a threat. He stood there, frustration boiling within him, and struck the ground with his left hand, leaving a deep imprint that trembled the earth. At that moment, several innate masters accompanied by dozens of soldiers swiftly encircled Qiu Qianren. One master inquired, "Who are you? Where is Hero Tang?" Consumed by rage, Qiu Qianren lifted his injured hand and rose, his furious gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. The innate masters, witnessing the deep indentation in the ground, exchanged fearful glances, bracing themselves for a confrontation, with no hope of pursuing Tang Ning further. Qiu Qianren's thoughts shifted to the safety of his sister, Qiu Qianqi. Regardless of the truth behind Tang Ning's words, after years of silence regarding his sister's whereabouts, he resolved to verify matters at the Valley of No Emotions. He executed the water-walking skill, ascending into the air and deftly evading the encirclement. The innate masters exhaled in relief, wiping away the cold sweat brought on by their fright. This man possesses formidable strength and exceptional lightness skill. Without locating Hero Tang, how shall we report to Lord Yang? Based on his demeanor, it seems Hero Tang has already escaped. While we might not receive our reward, we should avoid Lord Yang's wrath. Indeed, as Lord Yang mentioned, Hero Tang is merely at the acquired realm. Yet he managed to elude such powerful pursuers for 2 days. Truly remarkable. How did he accomplish this? Did you observe that man's right hand? It appeared quite mangled. Perhaps he was injured by Hero Tang. If so, regardless of how it happened, he likely paid a significant price. Perhaps we should head towards the Imperial City. There may yet be an opportunity for merit. Agreed. I second Brother Li's suggestion. I also concur. Hero Tang has rendered great favors to Dali. Even if not for the sake of accolades, we should endeavor to rescue him. With their opinions unified, the innate masters, accompanied by their soldiers, raced towards the Imperial City. Hours later, Duan Yu finally arrived at the scene. Sensing the faint aura in the air and observing the deep palm imprint on the ground, he pondered briefly before continuing his pursuit towards the Imperial City of Dali. 2 days later, on the outskirts of the Imperial City of Dali, the innate masters fled frantically towards the city. One bore the unconscious form of Tang Ning on his back. A powerful finger strike pierced through the air towards Tang Ning. A gray-robed man, acting as a rear guard, leaped up, using his body to shield Tang Ning from the forceful attack. With a thud, the gray-robed man's chest caved in, and a spray of blood erupted forth. Despite the pain, he shouted, "Do not worry about me. Take Hero Tang and flee." Duan Yu, supported by 2 canes, soared over the fallen gray-robed man without a second glance, continuing his pursuit of Tang Ning. Accompanying Tang Ning were 5 innate masters. As Duan Yu closed in, the 4 guardians, excluding the one carrying Tang Ning, halted to obstruct his advance. Are you truly willing to sacrifice your lives for a stranger? Duan Yanqing's inner energy resonated in a sonorous voice, reaching the ears of the four. They felt a wave of disorientation wash over them, their spirits wavering. Focus your energy to resist. One of the more resolute among them urged. Immediately, the four regained their composure and began to channel their energy against Duan Yanqing's formidable voice technique. You had best step aside swiftly, else you shall meet a grim fate. Duan Yanqing intensified his voice technique. The four struggled to resist, sweat beading on their brows, yet none retreated. The one who had previously warned managed to force out a statement. Hero Tang is the savior of all Dali. We will not allow you to harm him, even if it costs us our lives. Duan Yanqing, hearing this, sneered internally. Dali? It was Dali that had betrayed him, leaving him in this wretched state. Though he had avenged himself upon those who wronged him, his rightful throne remained in alien hands. His contributions to the Song and Tubo's joint assault on Dali and Xiao were overshadowed by Tang Ning's interference, which was the true reason for his desire to eliminate him. As for his fourth brother, Yin Zhonghe, for the ruthless Duan Yanqing, that was merely a secondary concern. Die, he roared once more. The four guardians, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of a powerful master, were flung backward, blood spewing from their mouths as they crashed to the ground. Your Highness Yanqing, an elder, appearing nearly 60, approached Duan Yanqing with several companions, regarding him with a calm demeanor. Yang Yinxian, Duan Yanqing recognized the elder, his eyelids twitching slightly. Chapter 56. Refrain from addressing me as sister, call me grandmother. The elder, identified as Yang Yunxian by Duan Yanqing, responded with a subtle smile. Your humble servant, Yang Yunxian, pays homage to Crown Prince Yanqing. Has fortune smiled upon you in the years since our last encounter? Duan Yanqing retorted with a cold hum. Why feign ignorance, Lord Yang? Yang Yunxian motioned for Duan Yanqing to speak privately. Duan Yanqing acquiesced, and they moved to a secluded spot. In solitude, Yang Yunxian adopted an exceedingly respectful demeanor, bowing deeply. For generations, my family has never forgotten the Crown Prince's benevolence. That Duan Zhengming not only usurped the throne that rightfully belonged to your highness, but also demonstrated poor judgment, employing cronyism, which has led to widespread misery in Dali. Recently, he even invited calamity from the Song dynasty and Tubo, nearly leading to the nation's downfall. Your humble servant is willing to fully assist Crown Prince Yanqing, aiding your ascent to the throne so that Dali may flourish. Duan Yanqing scrutinized Yang Yunxian with suspicion. After a prolonged observation, he detected no signs of duplicity on Yang Yunxian's countenance. You shall first eliminate that youth named Tang Ning. Yang Yunxian felt uneasy under Duan Yanqing's piercing gaze and hastened to explain. Your Highness, this individual cannot be eliminated at this juncture. Currently, my family wields limited influence within the court. Tang Ning represents a crucial asset for my family to potentially control the court in the future. Duan Yanqing inquired sternly. What if I insist on his demise? Sensing Duan Yanqing's ire, Yang Yunxian, to demonstrate his loyalty, relented, bowing deeply. If your highness is resolute in eliminating him, your humble servant shall obey. I shall immediately order his assassination. As he concluded, a flicker of cunning momentarily crossed his eyes but swiftly vanished. He then rose to issue the command. Duan Yanqing inwardly suppressed the anger he had feigned to test Yang Yunxian. Very well, since this individual benefits you, I shall temporarily spare his life. Yang Yunxian displayed an expression of profound delight and humility. Thank you, your highness, for your consideration. Dali City, the Yang residence. Tang Ning slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that greeted his sight was an exquisitely carved mahogany bed. The quilt covering him was exceptionally soft and comfortable, although its color scheme was clearly favored by young women. He took a deep breath, inhaling the subtle fragrance of sandalwood. The delicate and melodious sounds of an ancient zither reached his ears. He turned his head toward the source of the music near the window. The warm sunlight caused him to squint. He vaguely discerned a girl clad in a sheer, azure gown, her fingers dancing across the strings, her body swaying gently in harmony with the music. The sunlight illuminated the gossamer fabric, revealing the girl's exquisite figure, her slender waist, and her subtly accentuated, voluptuous hips, almost inciting a nosebleed in Tang Ning. Tang Ning attempted to rise, but a sharp pain shot through his left arm. The girl heard the sound and immediately ceased playing the zither. She rose and scurried to Tang Ning's bedside, sweetly exclaiming, Brother Ning, you're awake. Brother Ning? Tang Ning was taken aback. Young lady, who are you? Why are you addressing me so intimately? Are we even familiar? Nevertheless, the girl possessed a certain allure, though not comparable to Xiaolong and the others, Being addressed so affectionately by a young woman evoked a peculiar sensation within him. Young lady, who are you? Did you rescue me? Brother Ning, my name is Yu, and it was my grandfather who saved you. So, you are Miss Yu. Who is your grandfather? My grandfather is the Duke Yang. A duke? Does that not make him Emperor Duan Zhongming's father-in-law? Tang Ning was not well versed in Dali's history, knowing only that the royal family was the Duan lineage and little else. He offered a polite smile. Miss Yu, please convey my gratitude to your grandfather for saving my life. Is this the Yang residence? How far are we from the palace? Tang Ning was uncertain how much time had elapsed since he left the Song dynasty's capital, or whether it had been more than 3 months since he left Dali. He also wondered if Duan Yu had encountered any difficulties while caring for Mu Wanqing. Wanqing, are you well? Tang Ning was deeply concerned and anxious. Yang Yu appeared crestfallen. Although befriending Tang Ning was her grandfather's wish, she had heard of his exploits. A young hero, handsome and dashing. What young woman would not be enamored? She herself was of noble birth, possessed beauty, and was skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Why was Tang Ning so indifferent to her? Inquiring about the palace as soon as he awoke? Yang Yu gazed at Tang Ning with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, Brother Ning, this is the Yang residence. Does Brother Ning wish to depart so soon after awakening? Does he not find favor in Yuer's company? Find favor? Am I, Tang Ning, the type of philanderer who is easily swayed by beauty? Miss Yang Yu, you are a woman of exceptional beauty and talent. How could I not find favor in your company? However, I have urgent matters to attend to at the palace. I hope Miss Yang Yu will not misunderstand. So, it is a matter of urgency. The sorrow on Yang Yu's face instantly dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. Then you shall prepare a carriage and accompany Brother Ning to the palace. Tang Ning declined. Miss Yang, time is of the essence, and a carriage would be too slow. I shall not trouble you. I can travel by utilizing my Qing Gong. Yang Yu's face clouded over once more. Was her allure truly so lacking? She had humbled herself to show favor to a stranger, only to be rejected so callously. At the very least, her grandfather was his savior, and she, a noble young lady, had personally attended to him for 2 days. Brother Ning. As she was about to speak further, she realized that Tang Ning had vanished. He had directly employed his Qing Gong and departed. Yang Yu stomped her foot in frustration, emitting a petulant sound. Humph. The imperial palace. Mu Wanqing suffered another relapse, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Despite Duan Yu's best efforts to channel his Baiming Jinqi, he could not alleviate her condition. The 2 Grandmaster-level experts and several Xiantian masters summoned by Duan Zhongming were also unable to provide any relief, even when combining their inner power. Duan Yu was drenched in sweat, his heart filled with anxiety. It had been nearly 3 months since his master's departure. Why had he not returned? Zhang Ling was once again weeping uncontrollably. Sister Mu. Young Master Tang. Wah. At that moment, Tianshan Child Elder suddenly appeared. Duan Yu was overjoyed, as if grasping at a last hope. Little sister, you've finally arrived. Please save my sister Wanqing. She may truly be on the verge of death. Zhang Ling also momentarily ceased her weeping, looking at the Child Elder with anticipation. Tianshan Child Elder glared at Duan Yu. I am warning you for the last time. Do not call me sister. Address me as grandmother. She had appeared several times to stabilize Mu Wanqing's condition. Each time, she had instructed Duan Yu to call her grandmother, but he consistently disobeyed, calling her sister instead. A young boy in his teens calling a woman over 90 years old sister? Were it not for her junior brother Tang Ning's sake, she would have slapped him to death long ago. Tianshan Child Elder stepped forward to examine Mu Wanqing's condition. Chapter 57. Wanqing, I have returned moments later. Under the expectant gazes of Duan Yu and the others, the Tianshan Child Elder slowly shook her head and sighed. Miss Mu is already on the brink of death. Her life nearly extinguished. I fear she may not survive even the time it takes to burn an incense stick. There is nothing I can do. With that, she vanished from sight, having exerted her utmost efforts. Had she not intervened previously to stabilize Mu Wanqing's injuries, it is likely that she would have succumbed long ago. Zhang Ling burst into tears once more. Sister Mu. Duan Yu remained in a daze, his gaze fixed on the trembling form of Mu Wanqing, whose breaths had become shallow. Tears began to well in his eyes, his body collapsing to the ground as he murmured weakly, Master, where are you? The Yang residence was not far from the palace. Tang Ning, utilizing the Baiming divine art to enhance his speed, fully employed the Lingbo Weibu technique and arrived at the palace gates in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Upon seeing Tang Ning, 2 guards outside the gate immediately brightened with joy and approached him. We have the honor of meeting the hero Tang. We welcome your return, hero Tang. The guards behind them echoed, "We celebrate your return, Hero Tang." Tang Ning was momentarily taken aback. These guards actually recognized him. Given the palace's size and the frequent rotation of guards, it was surprising that they all knew him. It seemed that Duan Yu had widely circulated his deeds and likeness. A sense of pride swelled within him. It was indeed a pleasant feeling. However, he wondered why he had not been recognized outside the palace. He had been moving at such speed that no one could have discerned him clearly. In fact, Duan Yu had only disseminated his portrait within the palace, allowing him unobstructed entry. Otherwise, if someone inadvertently provoked Tang Ning, it would be quite embarrassing. Most importantly, he could not afford to delay in returning to save Wanqing. You all recognize me. May I ask for your names, esteemed brothers? Tang Ning, feeling a bit elated, seized the opportunity to engage the two guards in conversation. He understood that even if he recklessly traversed the palace, the emperor would not likely raise an objection. However, after witnessing the power of the Song dynasty, he realized that relying solely on the forces of the martial world would be insufficient for future endeavors. The military possessed not only overwhelming numbers but also many skilled martial artists. He would need to depend on the royal family's strength as well. Thus, he resolved to adopt a respectful demeanor toward them. The two guards were astonished at the unexpected attention from the illustrious Hero Tang. "Hero Tang, you flatter us. I am Fengzhen. I am Guan Jiao," the other added. Upon hearing their names, Tang Ning's eyes brightened, and he burst into laughter. "Ha, esteemed brothers, splendid names." The two guards were puzzled. These were merely ordinary names, so why the excessive laughter? "Thank you for your praise, Hero Tang. But what do you mean?" Tang Ning explained while still laughing. "Fengzhen, to see the wind and insert a needle. Guan Jiao, to manage a close friendship. Esteemed brothers, splendid names." Ha. The guards remained baffled but felt too embarrassed to inquire further. Seeing Tang Ning continue to laugh heartily, they joined in his mirth and led him toward Wanqing's place of recovery. "You, little junior brother, still have the leisure to laugh here. Your beloved Miss Mu is about to meet the King of Hell." Tang Ning's laughter faded as he caught sight of the Tianshan child elder. Upon hearing those words, he immediately ceased his laughter, grasping the delicate hand of the Tianshan child elder with urgency. Ignoring the palace's decorum, he implored, "Sister, we must hurry." The Tianshan child elder looked at Tang Ning's hand clasping hers. When had she ever been so intimately touched by anyone? Instinctively, a flicker of anger surged within her. Just as she was about to shake off Tang Ning, she realized he was her little junior brother, someone she needed assistance from, and she suppressed her anger, leading him away swiftly. As she felt Tang Ning's pulse, she was astonished. "Little junior brother, you have actually reached the innate realm?" But her expression changed abruptly a breath later. "Little junior brother, you are injured?" Tang Ning dismissed his injuries lightly, confident that with the Nining manual as healing techniques, as long as it wasn't a severe injury like a broken bone, he could recover. However, he had yet to find an opportunity to tend to Chapter 58. Morning. Little junior brother Tang Ning disregarded everyone around him and swiftly approached Wanqing's bedside alongside Zhongling. Gradually, he summoned the Baiming Jinqi, gently channeling it into Wanqing's body to assess her injuries. His countenance grew increasingly grim as he realized that had he returned even a moment later, it would have been too late to save her. Tang Ning quickly supported Wanqing, pressing against the acupoint on her back, and began to utilize the healing techniques from the Nining manual to mend her wounds. Observing Tang Ning's increasingly troubled expression, those present, aside from Duan Yu who remained naively trusting, began to lose hope. Even Zhongling had little confidence left in Tang Ning's ability. Duan Yu and the others felt a glimmer of hope extinguished, their thoughts already drifting towards preparing for Wanqing's final rites. Especially Tianshan Tonglao, who had summoned Tang Ning primarily to win the favor of her little junior brother, yearning to escape her youthful form. More importantly, despite her advanced age, she longed for the eternal youth she had once forsaken for the heartless Ershidi Wuyazi. What woman does not yearn for a taste of sweet love? She held no real hope for Tang Ning. Having assessed Wanqing's condition earlier, she knew that even a master as powerful as herself, skilled in medicine, could not revive Wanqing. How much less could a mere junior brother of innate level? She sighed deeply for her little junior brother. In the room, all eyes were fixed on Tang Ning and Wanqing. A stick of incense had burned down, yet Tang Ning's furrowed brow showed no signs of relaxing. Wanqing's injuries were severe, and her body was rendered exceedingly fragile. Any miscalculation in the force of the Baiming Jinqi he channeled could worsen her condition rather than heal it. His mind raced, calculating the changes in her injuries every second, a feat beyond mere multitasking. It required precision at every step, lest he had to reassess the situation entirely. Sweat began to bead on Tang Ning's forehead. Seeing him in such a state, Duan Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Master, you must persevere. You must save Sister Wanqing. I still wish to be your brother-in-law. Zhang Ling produced a fragrant handkerchief from her bosom and delicately wiped the sweat trickling down Tang Ning's face. Tianshan Tonglao gazed at Mu Wanqing, whose condition showed no signs of improvement, feeling a twinge of envy. If only there was a man who would care for her, worry for her, even amidst her injuries. Having never tasted love, she momentarily forgot her advanced age. For her, love might be an unattainable luxury. She lamented for Mu Wanqing, who had barely begun to experience genuine love only to be ripped away from this world. A deep sigh echoed in her heart once more. Fortunately, her expression remained hidden from Duan Yu, who was solely focused on Mu Wanqing. Otherwise, he would find it absurdly amusing to witness such a mature and complex expression on the face of a girl not yet 10. Duan Zhenming led the others out of the room, leaving 2 individuals stationed at the door, awaiting orders to relay messages. At the palace gates, Fengzhen and Guanjiao intercepted a group of 5, Yang Gui, Xiaolongnu, Lan Feng Wang, Huang Rong, and Guifu. Despite the 4 beauties being ethereal, Fengzhen and Guanjiao, as palace guards, were of a different caliber than those guarding the county, having encountered many noble women and princesses. Halt! This is the palace. Without identification, you may not enter. We kindly ask you to leave at once, or do not blame us for being impolite, they warned. Yanghua arrogantly stepped forward. What identification? I am Yanghua, the junior brother of your prince of Zhennan, Duan Yu. Stop dawdling and take us to see my elder brother. Having spent his childhood in a small town, surviving through petty theft, Yanghua had little exposure to the world beyond. After being recognized by Guijing, he lived on Peach Blossom Island, with minimal contact with the outside world. Fengzhen, upon hearing this, raised his spear towards Yang Gui's face. You're bold, but foolish. We've never heard of the prince having a disciple. Leave at once, or we will not be courteous. Huang Rong stepped forward with a sweet smile. Gentlemen, I am Huang Rong from Peach Blossom Island. We mean no harm. We have come specifically to visit Prince Duan Yu. I hope you can relay our message. After speaking, Huang Rong discreetly employed the 9-in manual soul-shifting technique. Instantly, Fengzhen and Guanjiao's gazes became dazed, bowing respectfully. Ah, it is Lady Guo from Peach Blossom Island. Please wait, we will notify you immediately. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the palace gates. Lan Feng Wang of the 5 Poisons sect. Quickly, apprehend them. Huang Rong and the others turned to Lan Feng Wang. How had she attracted the attention of the Dali royal family? Even a mere gate guard recognized her. Lan Feng Wang chuckled awkwardly. Well, it's not as serious as it sounds. I merely borrowed a few things from the palace in the past. Borrowed? Huang Rong and the others exchanged incredulous glances, but this was not the moment for such concerns. It seemed they could not enter through the front. The guards at the gate would not be able to stop them from leaving. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Rong led Yang Gui and the others to the Qingyan Inn, while she herself returned to the palace walls, soaring over them to infiltrate the palace. As Tianshan Tonglao guarded Tang Ning, she suddenly sensed a faint, unfamiliar aura swiftly approaching. Though she held little hope for Tang Ning's success in saving Mu Wanqing, she could not allow anyone to disturb her junior brother at this critical moment. She swiftly exited and sought the source of the aura, demanding, "Who goes there?" Chapter 59. Morong Fu seeks Huang Rong's aid. Upon hearing the voice, Huang Rong was immediately wary. On closer inspection, she saw a girl who appeared to be no more than 10 years old. Her initial apprehension quickly dissipated. Perhaps her focus had been elsewhere, and she had simply missed the child's presence. She found it difficult to believe that someone so young could evade her detection. The girl possessed a remarkably beautiful face, which, coupled with her alert and cautionary expression, was quite endearing. Huang Rong was tempted to pinch her cheek and offered a gentle smile, saying, "Little sister, I'm here to find someone. Would you mind stepping aside?" Huang Rong approached Biyun Hall, which was now in sight. That expression, Tianshan Child Elder was intimately familiar with it. She cursed Li Qiushui in her heart once more, but recalling her junior brother's warning from their master, she restrained herself. She began to anticipate the moment when her junior brother could assist her in shedding the constraints of her current form. Seeing Huang Rong approach, she considered taking action. However, mindful of her junior brother's connection to the Duan clan, she hesitated to complicate matters. With great effort, she held back, issuing another stern warning. "Halt. Who are you?" Old woman. Huang Rong found it amusing. This porcelain doll not only had an adorable face, but also spoke in an antiquated manner, even referring to herself as old woman. She shook her head slightly but continued forward, intending to pick up the Tianshan child elder and enter the house together. Seeing Huang Rong disregard her warning, Tianshan child elder's patience reached its limit. Tianshan 6 Sun Palm. Sensing the immense power of the oncoming palm strike, Huang Rong's eyes widened with alarm. Such formidable power was likely beyond even her husband, Guo Jing. Who was this girl? Old woman? Could it be Tianshan child elder? It was no surprise that Huang Rong didn't immediately recognize her, as few in the martial world had ever seen her true appearance. Huang Rong had only heard tales of the Tianshan child elder, a woman nearing a century in age, yet appearing as a young girl. She never imagined she would encounter the enigmatic figure herself, especially in such an awkward manner. Huang Rong prepared for a desperate struggle, employing all her skills to parry the terrifying palm strike. She dared not meet the force head-on, focusing instead on evading the attack, employing a technique to redirect the energy. Nevertheless, she was sent flying dozens of feet by the child elder's powerful palm, landing heavily and tasting blood in her mouth. Fortunately, her quick wit and resourcefulness prevented her from suffering serious injury. She quickly rose and fled the scene. Tianshan child elder did not pursue her, instead returning to the house to continue guarding her junior brother. Huang Rong was puzzled. Why was the Tianshan child elder in the Dali Palace? She seemed particularly concerned about anyone approaching that room. What was her relationship with the Duan clan? All she knew was that she needed to find another way to reach Duan Yu, as attempting to force her way past the formidable Tianshan child elder was out of the question. She wondered where Tang Ning was, and if he had managed to escape the pursuit of Duan Yanqing and Xiao Qianren. Huang Rong returned to the Qingyun Inn, where the others were staying. As she entered, she heard a voice. Murong Fu greets Madame Guo. Murong Fu stood and bowed respectfully to Huang Rong. Wang Yuyin and the 4 attendants accompanying him also rose and paid their respects. Murong Fu hadn't expected to encounter Huang Rong, who typically resided on Peach Blossom Island. In Dali, despite being hailed as one of the most prominent figures in the martial world alongside Xiao Feng, he was still no match for the renowned national hero Guo Jing. Noticing Huang Rong's somewhat weakened state, he inquired with concern, Madame Guo, are you injured? Is there anything I can do to assist you? Murong Fu. Huang Rong was familiar with Murong Fu's reputation. Recognizing his goodwill, she paused and returned the courtesy with a polite smile. So, this is the treating others in the way as they treat you, Murong Gongzi. Thank you for your concern, Murong Gongzi. I am fine. May I ask what brings you to Dali? Murong Fu gestured for Huang Rong to sit and talk. Considering his reputation as a chivalrous figure, Huang Rong agreed and took a seat. Seeking to establish a rapport with Huang Rong, Murong Fu spoke candidly, it is an honor to meet Madame Guo today. I must confess, I came to Dali to avenge my aunt's attempted assassination and retrieve stolen martial arts manuals. However, I have been thwarted by the Duan clan and Tianlong temple. Unable to complete my mission, I cannot face my aunt. I am waiting here, hoping for another opportunity to recover the manuals. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? In the martial world, secretly learning martial arts was already a taboo. Stealing another's manuals was even more egregious. Hearing Murong Fu's story, Huang Rong felt a twinge of sympathy for him and resentment toward the thief. However, given Tang Ning's connection to the Duan clan, she chose to remain neutral. She simply smiled politely and said, Murong Gongzi's dedication to his aunt and justice is admirable. May I ask who stole your aunt's manuals? Stealing manuals is a grave offense. Why not make it known throughout the martial world, so that the thief has nowhere to hide? Murong Fu drained his cup of wine and sighed heavily. Madame Guo is perceptive, but one of the thieves is the son of the Prince of Jinan in Dali. As a Song citizen, even if I speak out, no one in Dali, which is controlled by the Duan clan, would believe me. Alas, the son of the Prince of Jinan? Wasn't Duan Yu Tang Ning's disciple? The son of the Prince of Jinan? Tang Ning claimed to be a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, but Huang Rong had never heard of such a sect. Yet, Tang Ning possessed powerful skills like the Biming divine art, as well as peculiar lightness techniques and formidable finger techniques. Could it be that Tang Ning's martial arts originated from the Murong family of Gusu? Huang Rong began to suspect Tang Ning. Murong Fu suddenly pointed to Wang Yuyin and introduced her to Huang Rong. Madame Guo, this is my cousin, my aunt's daughter, Wang Yuyin, who is also my fiancée. I implore you, if Madame Guo is willing to represent Peach Blossom Island and assist me in recovering the manuals for my aunt, Yuyin and I would promise to allow Madame Guo to peruse them once they are retrieved. He then turned to Wang Yuyin, signaling her to speak. Hearing the word fiancé, Wang Yin's heart fluttered. She immediately nodded firmly at Huang Rong, her melodious voice ringing out, "Please, Madame Gua, lend us your aid." Huang Rong was immediately tempted. Chapter 60. The bold speculation of the Blue Phoenix. Huang Rong contemplated that although she and Jinggij could no longer cultivate the Biming divine skill, they could impart it to others. She felt envious of Tang Ning's peculiar lightness of foot and the extraordinary finger techniques of Biantai. However, based on her observations, Tang Ning's demeanor on Peach Blossom Island did not appear to be feigned. Jinggij held a deep fondness and even a measure of respect for him. Thus, she decided it was prudent to refrain from hasty conclusions until the truth was unveiled. Mu Rongfu noticed the subtle shift in Huang Rong's expression and felt a twinge of anxiety. It seemed she was reluctant to assist him. Yet, unwilling to let this advantageous opportunity slip away, he intensified his offer. "Madame Gua, these manuscripts are of utmost importance to my aunt. I, Mu Rong, pledge my family's honor as a guarantee. If this matter can be resolved successfully, in addition to allowing my aunt's lost manuscripts to be viewed by Peach Blossom Island, my family's Shishui Pavilion shall be open to you for a span of 10 days. I sincerely hope you will lend your assistance." Upon concluding his plea, he rose from his seat and bowed deeply to Huang Rong. He had truly invested a considerable amount in this endeavor. Should Huang Rong acquiesce, it would be the best outcome. Not only could he reclaim the manuscripts from Tang Ning, but he would also win the hand of Wang Yu, foster a friendship with Peach Blossom Island, and perhaps exact vengeance on Tang Ning, even if he could not retrieve the manuscripts. A mere empty promise would still earn him the goodwill of Peach Blossom Island, a considerable gain. In Wang Yuyan's eyes, her cousin's actions filled her with delight. He was willing to sacrifice so profoundly to aid her mother. Her cousin genuinely cared for her well-being, and she gazed at Mu Rongfu with admiration. To Deng Baichuan and the other 4 family guardians, the young master's word was as good as gold. His willingness to bestow their family's secret arts upon the national hero Guadixia was both an act of righteousness and a significant step towards the restoration of their homeland. Such benevolence and wisdom in their young master made them follow him willingly. Faced with such a tantalizing proposition, Huang Rong was reluctant to concede defeat. After a moment of contemplation, she finally responded, "Young Master Mu Rong, it is not that I doubt your integrity, but this matter pertains to the heir of Dali, and it would be unwise for Peach Blossom Island to offend him lightly. Instead, let us seek an opportunity to confront him directly. If, as you say, he has indeed stolen Madame Wang's manuscripts, I shall represent Peach Blossom Island in aiding you to reclaim them." Mu Rongfu was confident in his aunt's claims. And since Tang Ning had not denied his accusations during their last encounter, he was unafraid of a direct confrontation. Elated, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Madame Gua." Huang Rong, observing Mu Rongfu's exuberance, thought to herself that he must be speaking the truth. Returning to the room where Yang Gua and the others awaited, Huang Rong appeared somewhat fatigued. Guofu, noticing her condition, rushed forward to support her. "Mother, what is the matter?" Huang Rong reassured her, stating she was fine, then sat down to meditate and heal. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. The Blue Phoenix approached eagerly. "Madame Gua, have you seen my senior brother?" Huang Rong, her expression grave, shook her head. If Tang Ning and Duan Yu were indeed the thieves, she pondered how to address the Blue Phoenix and Yang Gua, especially Yang Gua, whom she had fervently encouraged to take Tang Ning as his master. She cast a complex look at both the Blue Phoenix and Yang Gua, and after a long silence, she resolved to remain calm. Since the outcome was uncertain, why burden herself with unnecessary worry? She regained her composure and spoke softly. "There is an unparalleled master guarding where Duan Yu is. I cannot approach him. We must devise another plan. Blue Phoenix, you are familiar with the palace. Do you have any suggestions for locating the Prince of Jinnan? Is there truly such a formidable person within the Dali Palace? Even you cannot approach them and were wounded?" The little dragon girl and the others expressed disbelief. After a moment's thought, the Blue Phoenix replied, "My master once mentioned that my senior brother must stay in the palace to care for Mu Gunyang. However, I do know where the Prince of Jinnan resides. We could seek his assistance, though I am uncertain of his willingness." This indeed seemed a viable course of action. Since the Song dynasty was attacking Dali, the Prince of Jinnan, Duan Zhengchun, served as the commander of the Dali army. Given Tang Ning's significant contributions to Dali, the prince would likely be inclined to help. Huang Rong felt enlightened. Such an obvious solution should have occurred to her sooner. The 5 of them immediately set off under the Blue Phoenix's guidance towards the Prince of Jinnan's residence. However, upon their arrival, The guards informed them that the prince had received word and had already departed for the palace. Huang Rong had no choice but to lead her companions back to the Qing Inn to consider alternative strategies. Unable to contain her curiosity, the Blue Phoenix inquired, Madame Guaz, who is that unparalleled master? How could they possibly best you? Huang Rong's expression turned grave. Tianshan Tonglao. Tianshan Tonglao. The Blue Phoenix's voice trembled in fear. She had once ventured into Tianshan in search of poisonous plants. Even as a woman accustomed to handling toxins, she could never forget the terrifying visage of that little girl who appeared no older than 10, feasting on human blood, a gruesome memory. She was brutal. She was merciless. She was devoid of humanity. The most chilling aspect was her unfathomable martial prowess, which quashed any thoughts of resistance. Yet, why would Tianshan Tonglao be in the palace? According to Huang Rong, she seemed to be guarding the senior brother and the Mu Gunyang that her master had painstakingly sought to save, preventing her from getting close. To the Blue Phoenix's knowledge, Tianshan Tonglao had no apparent ties to the Duan family. Her senior brother Duan Yu, or even the Duan clan, could hardly summon that fearsome girl as a guardian. Was it perhaps due to her master? A glimmer of understanding sparked in the Blue Phoenix's mind. She, like her senior brother Duan Yu, had placed unconditional trust in her master, believing him to be omnipotent and all-knowing. Contemplating this possibility, the Blue Phoenix promptly asked Huang Rong, Madame Gua, could you take me into the palace? I wish to meet Tianshan Tonglao. Driven by trust in her master, she endeavored to overcome her fear of Tianshan Tonglao. Huang Rong, taken aback, queried why the Blue Phoenix, who had just displayed such terror, now requested to meet her. What secret lay beneath this sudden shift? Intrigued, Huang Rong acquiesced to the Blue Phoenix's request. Once more, Huang Rong led the Blue Phoenix to the location where they had encountered Tianshan Tonglao. You have some nerve returning, and you even brought a little girl with you. Speak. Who are you? I can grant you a swift death. Tianshan Tonglao emerged once more, coldly pronouncing Huang Rong's fate. Chapter 61. Morongfu enlists Lu Xiaofeng again. Blue Phoenix advanced gingerly, her voice trembling as she inquired, Esteemed Grand Elder, my name is Blue Phoenix. Tang Ning is my mentor. Did my mentor dispatch you to safeguard Miss Mu? Tang Ning was her mentor? Why hadn't she accompanied him? Given Tang Ning's current prestige within the Dali Imperial Palace, why would his disciple need to infiltrate the palace? The child elder regarded her with skepticism. Do you possess any proof? Blue Phoenix patted her chest, exhaling in relief. The child elder's reaction affirmed her suspicions. Her gamble had paid off. Her mentor was indeed omnipotent. Grand Elder, my mentor imparted the Lingbo Weibu to me. I can demonstrate it for you. Without delay, Blue Phoenix executed the footwork. Although the child elder hadn't mastered the Lingbo Weibu herself, she was intimately familiar with it. Li Qiushui, that harlot, and her unfaithful second brother, Wu Yazi, both knew it. She could discern that Blue Phoenix's movements, though not yet polished, were undeniably the Lingbo Weibu. It seemed she was indeed the newly accepted disciple of her junior brother. Nevertheless, she firmly declined. Little girl, my junior brother is currently channeling his energy to heal his beloved within. No one is permitted to approach. Return at a later hour. Junior brother? Beloved? Blue Phoenix was taken aback. Her mentor had risked his life to enter the Song dynasty and procure the 9-yin manual from Peach Blossom Island. Only to save another's beloved? A pang of jealousy pricked her heart. Why was her mentor so solicitous of others, yet oblivious to her own needs? He had even stolen a kiss from her. From what Blue Phoenix knew, the child elder was of considerable age, suggesting her junior brother was also no spring chicken. Mentor. Child elder, the child elder's junior brother, Miss Mu. The relationships were perplexing. Blue Phoenix yearned to investigate, but the child elder's refusal deterred her. Retreat was her only option. Blue Phoenix turned to beckon Huang Rong to leave with her, but Huang Rong's perspicacity surpassed hers. May I venture to ask, Grand Elder, is your junior brother perhaps the same Tang Ning who is Blue Phoenix's mentor? How could Tang Ning, a mere 18-year-old youth, command the esteemed child elder to safeguard a woman's well-being? Furthermore, the child elder recognized the Lingbo Weibu that Tang Ning had taught Blue Phoenix, suggesting a shared lineage. Tang Ning's quest to Peach Blossom Island for the 9-yin manual was undoubtedly to heal Miss Mu. And now, someone was channeling energy for healing within the room. These connections inevitably led to her query. However, Tang Ning had evaded the pursuit of the renowned Iron Palm drifter Qiu Qianren and arrived at the Dali Imperial Palace ahead of them. This was truly unexpected. She hoped that what Murongfu had said was untrue. She had witnessed Tang Ning's journey, facing various crises, even brushes with death, yet he had persevered. It would be best not to antagonize such a youth. Moreover, She desperately desired to preserve her youth. The child elder nodded slightly. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Blue Phoenix, still somewhat apprehensive, exclaimed with delight, "So, the Grand Elder is my senior master." She then cautiously approached the child elder, "Senior master, may I remain here with you to await my mentor's return?" Her mentor had indeed escaped the pursuit of those two experts and arrived at the palace before her. Truly, nothing was beyond her mentor's capabilities. Blue Phoenix was genuinely overjoyed. Green Cloud Inn, Lu Xiaofeng, Xue Bing, Hua Manlu, and Xikong Zhaixing arrived at the inn. Shimin Shueishue had declined, stating simply to Lu Xiaofeng, "No sword, no interest." The quartet had heard numerous tales of Tang Ning along their journey, though their knowledge was less than what Lu Xiaofeng already possessed. The Dali court had not disclosed many details, only stating that the swift retreat of the Song army was largely due to Tang Ning's Manjiang Hong and the assistance of the Great Qin dynasty, secured at a certain cost. The specific cost Tang Ning had borne remained undisclosed. After all, a divine elixir capable of extending lifespan by 50 to 100 years was a treasure that could stir up turmoil throughout the Tianwu continent. Duan Jinming would not divulge this information, lest he endanger Tang Ning. Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng would also not be foolish enough to publicize the matter. The lack of details only piqued Lu Xiaofeng's curiosity further. The group settled in a spot where they could eavesdrop on other patrons' conversations. Alas, while Tang Ning had returned, few were aware of it. The Green Cloud Inn was devoid of any discussions about him. Just as they were growing listless, a voice reached their ears. "May I inquire if you are the renowned Lu Xiaofeng?" Lu Xiaofeng's distinctive eyebrows were indeed easily recognizable. Mo Rongfu was ecstatic. His 3-month vigil for Tang Ning had finally paid off. He had not only encountered Huang Rong and secured her promise, but now he had also stumbled upon the notoriously meddlesome Lu Xiaofeng. He was confident in enlisting Lu Xiaofeng's aid in confronting Tang Ning. Lu Xiaofeng, noting the newcomer's refined demeanor, rose to return the greeting. "I am indeed Lu Xiaofeng. May I ask who you are?" Mo Rongfu introduced himself, his voice tinged with excitement. "I am Mo Rongfu. It is an honor to meet you, Grandmaster Lu." The two exchanged pleasantries before introducing their respective companions. Upon hearing the names Xikong Zhaixing and Hua Manlu, Mo Rongfu was even more elated. His leverage had increased. Tang Ning would find it impossible to escape this time. Mo Rongfu sought not only the Beiming divine skill and Lingbo Weibu, but also the 6th Meridian divine sword. He even coveted Tang Ning's life. He recounted his woes to Lu Xiaofeng, just as he had done with Huang Rong. Lu Xiaofeng, who was known for his aversion to trouble, yet could not resist meddling, naturally harbored resentment toward the thief. Before Mo Rongfu could offer any compensation, Lu Xiaofeng vowed to seek justice for him. Mo Rongfu's spirit soared. However, he had only guessed half the truth. Lu Xiaofeng was indeed meddlesome and righteous. But he had overlooked another aspect. Lu Xiaofeng's years of solving cases had instilled in him a habit of scrutinizing every detail. He began to inquire, "Young Master Moro, who is this thief who dares to be so audacious?" At the mention of the thief, a hint of resentment flickered across Mo Rongfu's face. "The one who assassinated my aunt was a female thief named Mu Wanqing. The ones who stole my aunt's divine skill manuals were 2 individuals, Duan Yu, the son of the Prince of Jinan and Dali, and Tang Ning, who has been glorified in Dali recently, but is in reality a hypocrite." It was Tang Ning. Chapter 62. Does the Xinjiao scripture truly exist? Lu Xiaofeng, Xue Bing, Hua Manlu, and Xikong Zhaixing exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with skepticism. Lu Xiaofeng was more privy to the details surrounding Tang Ning's heroic rescue of Dali than most, particularly the phrase "a true hero acts for the nation and its people," which lingered in his heart. Moreover, Tang Ning had saved Xue Bing's life, leading Lu Xiaofeng to doubt that such a person could commit the grave transgression of stealing another's martial arts manual. Mo Rongfu, a renowned hero in the Jianghu, would not stoop to such baseless accusations. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Mo Rongfu felt his spirits plummet. He solemnly inquired, "Lu Daxia, do you know these 3 individuals?" Hua Manlu quickly regained his composure, a gentle smile gracing his face as he articulated his stance. "To be frank, young Master Moro, we firmly believe that Tang Ning could never be the thief of martial arts manuals." Lu Xiaofeng maintained his skeptical and grave demeanor, replying, "Young Master Moro, I have crossed paths with Tang Ning in the Song dynasty. Even from that brief encounter, I cannot believe that he would engage in such a dishonorable act. I implore you to investigate the truth diligently." Having solved numerous cases over the years, Lu Xiaofeng had seen many misunderstandings and was not one to take Mo Rongfu's word at face value. Xue Bing, too, disregarded Mo Rongfu's reputation, knowing that without Tang Ning, she would have suffered a fate worse than death at the hands of Jin Jiuling. Rising in fury, she chastised Morong Fu. Morong Fu, Tang Gongzi is certainly not that kind of person. Please refrain from maligning him. Otherwise, I shall not be polite. Xikong Zhaixing, however, appeared indifferent. As long as there was a substantial business opportunity, he had little interest in Tang Ning's character. Morong Fu's expression darkened considerably. He earnestly advised Lu Daxia, Hua Daxia, and Miss Shui, human motives are inscrutable. I have confronted Tang Ning, and he did not deny possessing the manuals. I witnessed him practicing the martial arts that my aunt lost. I urge you not to be deceived by appearances. Upon hearing Shui Bing rebuke her cousin, Wang Yuyan, also a woman, could not remain silent. With a gentle yet resolute tone, she defended her cousin Morongfu. I was present as well. My cousin would not lie. Tang Ning indeed admitted that the two manuals were in his possession, and they belonged to my mother. I hope you can trust my cousin. Tang Ning had actually confessed? Lu Xiaofeng fell into a contemplative silence, while Shui Bing and Hua Manlu ceased their arguments. After all, this was indeed a grave offense in the Jianghu, utterly intolerable by both righteous and nefarious factions. Regardless of the outcome, Shui Bing silently vowed to stand by her savior, Tang Ning. Having known Lu Xiaofeng for a long time, Hua Manlu had heard many tales of injustice. With a heart full of righteousness, he could not believe that someone who spoke of heroism for the nation and its people could commit such an act. After a long silence, and amidst Morong Fu's eager anticipation, Lu Xiaofeng ultimately declared, Young Master Morong, I have certainly heard of the renowned Baiqiafeng Nan Morong. I hold your noble intentions in high regard. However, this matter concerns Tang Gongzi's reputation, and I must personally ascertain the truth before making any decisions. You need not press further. Morong Fu felt a heaviness in his heart upon hearing Lu Xiaofeng's response. He realized his attempt to recruit Lu Xiaofeng to his cause had failed. Judging by the expressions of Lu Xiaofeng and the others, he surmised that even if they discovered the truth, they would likely not assist him in confronting Tang Ning, and might even obstruct him. He maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, offering an awkward smile as he bid farewell to the four. The following day, in the imperial palace at the Bian Hall, Tang Ning concluded his treatment of Mu Wanqing's injuries and lay down beside her, closing his eyes and surrendering to sleep without uttering a word. Tian Shantong Lao, noticing this, approached to check on her junior's pulse, relieved to find he was merely fatigued. She then turned her attention to Mu Wanqing and was astonished to discover that her condition had stabilized and was unlikely to worsen. How had her junior accomplished this? Tang Ning estimated that to completely heal Mu Wanqing, he would need to devote at least 3 days and nights of continuous effort. Now, nearly exhausted and wishing to avoid another fainting spell, he decided to pause his exertions and rest briefly. Tian Shantonglao glanced at the sleeping Tang Ning, a peculiar feeling blossoming within her. This young man was truly exceptional. She turned to face Duan Yu and Zhang Ling, offering them an endearing smile as she announced, The young Lady Mu is no longer in mortal danger. You may rest easy. With that, she vanished into the shadows to continue guarding her junior, not wishing to be called little sister by the annoying Duan Yu again. Duan Yu and Zhang Ling, relieved of their 3-month-long anxiety, broke into smiles. As they relaxed, fatigue overwhelmed them, and they collapsed beside Mu Wanqing's bed, falling into a deep slumber. 5 days later, Tang Ning's northern underworld Truchi successfully repaired the last of Mu Wanqing's internal injuries. He rose from the bed, a light smile illuminating his face. Seeing Tang Ning's relaxed expression, Duan Yu and Zhang Ling rushed to embrace him. Zhang Ling playfully asked, Tang Gongzi, you are truly remarkable. When will Sister Mu awaken? Tang Ning's smile gradually faded. Awaken? The Xinjiao scripture. Did it truly exist in this world? No news had come from Dali, nor from the Song dynasty. Perhaps he should inquire in the realms of the Qin, Han, Ming, Sui, or even more obscure kingdoms. The Ming. He wondered if Lu Xiaofeng had indeed come as promised. Returning to the present, Tang Ning shook his head gravely. Though I have completely healed Wanqing's injuries, and she is no longer in danger, I have yet to discover the means to awaken her fully. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled reassuringly, but rest assured, I will ensure Wanqing awakens. His words sought to comfort both Zhang Ling and Duan Yu, as well as himself. Zhang Ling's previously carefree spirit once again sank as she absorbed Tang Ning's words. Yet, being inherently cheerful and carefree, she quickly regained her optimism, believing in Tang Gongzi's assurance that Sister Mu would indeed awaken. Suddenly, Tang Ning inquired, by the way, Duan Yu, did anyone come looking for you before I returned? Duan Yu shook his head. No. Before he could finish, a melodious voice resonated from outside. Master, I have arrived. A strikingly beautiful figure burst into the room. Chapter 63. Conditions for ascending to mastery. Blue Phoenix's gaze fell upon a strikingly beautiful, unfamiliar young girl who was clinging to her master's arm. Without hesitation, she approached and pushed the girl aside, taking her place to embrace her master's arm tightly. Master, have you awakened that Miss Mu? Blue Phoenix had been waiting outside the hall every day, returning only at night to sleep. Huang Rong and her companions were already aware that Tang Ning was healing Mu Wanqing and chose not to disturb him, opting instead to explore the city. Although Dali City may not rival the bustling capital of the Song dynasty, Ningyang City, it boasted a diverse population and myriad unique characteristics, making it a treasure trove of intriguing experiences. Particularly, Yang Guo and Guofu, who had seen little of the world, were thoroughly enjoying themselves. In contrast, the little dragon girl preferred to remain in the inn's guest room, diligently practicing her skills and seldom venturing outside. Zhongling, feeling incensed, was taken aback when she was suddenly pushed aside. Upon seeing Blue Phoenix's bold attire and how tightly she clung to Tang Ning, her discontent grew. "Young Master Tang is Miss Mu's," she exclaimed. "Who is this woman, so lacking in manners?" With that, Zhongling attempted to confront Blue Phoenix and push her away from Tang Ning. To her surprise, her limbs suddenly felt weak and numb, rendering her immobile. What is happening? Tang Ning realized that this was certainly the doing of Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix refrained from being rude. Quickly administer the antidote to Miss Zhongling. Blue Phoenix huffed but complied, retrieving a pill and placing it in Zhongling's mouth. She quickly regained her strength, but having tasted Blue Phoenix's prowess, she dared not approach again. Instead, she turned to Tang Ning, continuing to pester him. "Young Master Tang, Miss Mu is still unconscious. How can you act this way?" Tang Ning, aware of the warning and the fact that Mu Wanqing lay behind him in a state of unconsciousness, reluctantly abandoned the delightful scenery of Blue Phoenix's embrace and gently pushed her away. "Oh, even little Zhongling is feeling jealous? This could become quite troublesome," he thought. Little Phoenix is my disciple, not what you presume." Zhongling cast a doubtful glance at Tang Ning. "Humph, do you think I'm a child? I wouldn't believe you." Tang Ning cleared his throat awkwardly, hoping for a change of subject. Fortunately, Blue Phoenix, understanding her master's sentiments, turned to Duan Yu and inquired, "I am Blue Phoenix. You are my senior brother Duan Yu, are you not?" Duan Yu scratched the back of his head, avoiding Blue Phoenix's gaze and the alluring sight of her figure. Shyly, he replied, "Hee, Miss Blue, I am indeed Duan Yu, but whether I am your senior brother, I cannot say." He recalled that his master had explicitly instructed him not to disclose his status as a disciple to anyone, although he had once let it slip. Tang Ning smiled slightly and affirmed, "Indeed, he is your senior brother." Hearing Tang Ning's public acknowledgement brought a flicker of joy to Duan Yu's heart. His master was now a hero in Dali, and as his disciple, he felt a sense of pride. Blue Phoenix glanced towards Mu Wanqing, lying on the bed, and tentatively asked Duan Yu, "Senior brother, is this Miss Mu? Will she be our master's wife?" Zhongling interjected loudly, "Of course. Miss Mu is your master's wife." Duan Yu, still blushing, replied with a gentle smile, "Junior Sister Blue, she is my sister, Mu Wanqing. If all goes well, upon her awakening, she shall indeed become our master's wife." After speaking, he stole a glance at his master, a sense of pride swelling within him. His master's concern for his sister Mu Wanqing assured him that once she awoke, he would surely become his master's brother-in-law. At that moment, the sharp, childlike voice of Tianshan Tonglao pierced the air, calling, "Little junior brother, come here. I have something to say to you." Tang Ning obliged and stepped aside with Tianshan Tonglao. She grasped his arm, examining him closely. Satisfied, she began to speak. "Little junior brother, let me ask you, do you know how to ascend to mastery?" She had previously noted that his physique was not merely weak but exceedingly frail. Recalling how Tang Ning had once guided her on her path to becoming a martial saint left her perplexed. If he had already mentioned the distant goal of becoming a martial saint, why had he not shared the necessary considerations for ascending to mastery? She had even begun to doubt whether this little brother was genuine. However, remembering that he had mentioned the importance of unity among their sect to elevate the Xiaoyao sect, she felt enlightened. Her master was undoubtedly testing her concern for her fellow disciples. She felt fortunate that day when Tang Ning had taken her hand, grateful that she hadn't pushed him away, and relieved that she had checked his pulse. Otherwise, if her master had whimsically sought him out and discovered that he had yet to ascend to mastery, her recently ignited hope for eternal youth would have been dashed. Tang Ning shook his head. "I do not know. Tianshan Tonglao thought to herself, as expected, and began her explanation. In the Tianwu continent, only those who ascend to mastery can be deemed true experts. Below mastery, one can smoothly transition to the next realm as long as their internal energy meets the standard. However, ascending to mastery is far more complex. It requires not only sufficient internal cultivation, but also a robust physique and formidable mental strength. All three aspects are indispensable. Little junior brother, your rapid ascent using the Biming divine skill has left your body vulnerable. Even a mere insect at the entry level could harm you. I advise you not to absorb others' internal energy until your physique is strong enough for ascension. Tang Ning understood this principle well, yet he had never considered it before. He had thought that by mastering exceptional lightness skills and rapidly absorbing internal energy to elevate his realm, his frail physique would be inconsequential. With his remarkable cognitive abilities, coupled with a high enough realm, swift speed, and the protective nature of Biming true energy, how many could truly harm him? Even if he were injured, the Ning manual could heal him. His ambition to unify the martial world and even the Tianwu realm was vast, with countless tasks ahead of him. He had little time to devote to physical training. However, Tang Ning had never anticipated that ascending to mastery would also necessitate fortifying his physique. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Senior sister, you mentioned earlier that I have multiple hidden injuries within. What exactly does that entail?" Tianshan Tonglao countered. "Do you understand why one must possess a strong physique to ascend to mastery?" Tang Ning. This annoyingly cute, yet deceptively innocent little girl seeks revenge? Chapter 64. Mental power. Tang Ning's conjecture proved to be accurate. Tianshan Tonglao regarded Tang Ning's expression with a sense of satisfaction, recalling how, 3 months prior, he had posed a similar question to her. She clasped her hands behind her back, took a few leisurely steps forward, and gazed skyward. Tang Ning's lips twitched in mild exasperation. Was it truly necessary? He couldn't help but reflect on how comical he appeared in his diminutive form, striking such a pose. Tianshan Tonglao continued her exposition. The cultivation of one's physique encompasses more than mere physicality. It also involves the meridians. The strength of a master requires robust meridians to facilitate the release of power. Should one attempt to unleash formidable energy without the necessary fortitude in their meridians and body, it would result in catastrophic self-destruction. The ability of a master to traverse the air is fundamentally due to their expansive and powerful meridians, which can sustain the release of substantial true qi for extended periods, enabling the body to ascend. Junior disciple, your innate talent is acknowledged, and your meridians have been thoroughly opened. However, this very fact exacerbates the severity of any injuries you sustain. When internal damage occurs, true qi flows through every open meridian within your body, leading to further destruction. While you may have mended all external wounds, your meridians have rendered themselves more fragile. This is the hidden injury I previously alluded to. Moreover, I have discerned that you must have practiced some exceptionally powerful martial arts, which has resulted in your meridians being unable to withstand such immense energy during combat, consequently incurring multiple injuries. To expand and fortify your meridians now will demand an effort that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Thus enlightened, Tang Ning comprehended the significance of physical strength for a master. A wave of apprehension washed over him. It seemed he could no longer afford to wield the 6 meridians divine sword indiscriminately. It was no wonder his northern darkness divine skill failed to ensnare a master. Surely, it stemmed from the disparity in meridian strength, rendering his own incapable of enduring such a powerful suction. Senior sister, why is sufficient mental power necessary? Tang Ning inquired. Tianshan Tonglao felt immense satisfaction at her junior's earnest curiosity. She turned to him, squinting slightly, and posed a counter-question. Do you know what mental power is? Tang Ning felt a twinge of frustration at her expression, yet he was also amused. However, considering the dignity of his senior sister, he restrained himself. Mental power, being ethereal and elusive, was difficult for him to articulate. Nevertheless, to avoid her scrutinizing gaze, he mustered the courage to respond. Mental power refers to one's ability to control their own physique and internal energy, does it not? He observed Tianshan Tonglao's astonishment. Internally, she felt a swell of pride. She had not anticipated that this young lad could articulate such a response, which was commendable indeed. After all, those who had never encountered the realm of masters would scarcely grasp the concept of mental power. Below this realm, most combat was instinctual. Only a rare few with exceptional talents could comprehend the nuances of control. Correct, yet not entirely so. Mental power encompasses not only self-control but also the ability to influence others, playing a crucial role in combat. Without sufficient strength in one's mental power, one cannot regulate the force and precision of their strikes. Should one rashly ascend to the master level without mastery over their own strength, they risk injuring themselves instead of their opponent. In the martial world of the Great Ming Dynasty, many individuals possess formidable mental power, predominantly among the masters of the sword. The principle is simple. Before movement, intention must precede action. When two sword masters of great mental power engage, they often first compete in mental strength, deploying relatively simple techniques, yet managing to subdue their adversaries with a single strike. That is the essence. Tang Ning experienced a moment of clarity. The adept characters depicted in Mr. Gulong's works rarely employed overly complex techniques. It was, in fact, their cultivation of potent mental power that enabled them to excel, dispelling his previous notion that they were merely ostentatious. With robust mental power, one could not only sway the opponent's mind but also wield precise control over the strength and accuracy of their strikes, though they may appear calm during their duels. Beneath the surface, a tempest brews. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Once mental power reaches a crushing level, victory can be easily attained even against those with superior realms. He began to grasp why Shimen Shui could defeat Yi Gucheng. For Shimen Shui's heart was pure, while Yi Gucheng's was not. An impure heart hinders the cultivation of powerful mental strength, making it easier to become distracted during a confrontation. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. Rest assured, your kindness will not go unrecognized. I shall strive to aid you in restoring your own body and preserving your youthful vitality. This time, Tang Ning spoke sincerely, albeit with a hint of flattery. Tianshan Tonglau's face brightened with delight. Her junior had proven to be quite perceptive, grasping her sentiments. If only she could reclaim her youth for several decades. Junior disciple, allow me to assess the strength of your mental power. It is not merely a result of diligent practice. Mental power requires inherent talent. Some may toil their entire lives without ever reaching the level of a master. Tang Ning was intrigued to discover the extent of his mental prowess. Senior sister, how shall we test it? Tianshan Tonglao led him to a small bamboo grove within the palace. She gathered several bamboo branches, stripped them of their leaves, and tossed them into the air. Then, she scooped up a handful of soil, gently clenched it, and released it skyward. With a swift motion, she struck the airborne soil, causing hundreds of tiny particles to soar toward the bamboo leaves. Before the leaves could touch the ground, Tianshan Tonglao suddenly vanished, reappearing moments later with all the bamboo leaves grasped in her hand. Take a look, she said with a tone of pride, handing the leaves to Tang Ning. To his astonishment, Tang Ning noticed that each leaf bore a nearly identical small hole at its center. Such precision required remarkable control. Junior disciple, why not give it a try? Tianshan Tonglao challenged, her tone playful yet competitive. Tang Ning was eager to accept the challenge. He swiftly followed Tianshan Tonglao's earlier steps, calculating how to regulate his force and direction with each action. Whoosh, whoosh. The soil he struck flew toward the bamboo leaves, accompanied by a distinct whistling sound. Tianshan Tonglao preemptively snatched up all the leaves he had struck, then opened her palm to examine them. Chapter 65, The Great Hall of Dali in the hands of the Tianshan young mistress, the bamboo leaves, while each bore unique positions and sizes of holes, predominantly featured small perforations. This time, it was the young mistress who was taken aback. Was this little junior truly undertaking this task for the first time? Did such terrifying mental prowess truly exist in this world? She recalled her own journey, during which she had labored for an extensive period to reach such proficiency, at least a year and a half. Tang Ning surveyed the bamboo leaves, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Was his cerebral computing ability limited to this extent? He meticulously repeated the earlier steps. The outcome was slightly improved, yet still fell short of the young mistress's impeccable execution. He persevered with another attempt, and again it proved insufficient. Until the sixth attempt, when all the small holes had aligned centrally. On the seventh try, they appeared in the upper third of the leaves, and by the eighth, they were all positioned at the tips. Finally satisfied, Tang Ning ceased his endeavors. The young mistress's charming mouth had formed an O shape. After merely 6 attempts, he had achieved such remarkable results. Little junior, are you serious? Have you considered leaving some dignity for others? It took me at least 2 or 3 years to attain this level. With the young mistress's astonishment evident, Tang Ning ambled back to the Biyun Hall, hands clasped behind his back, as if to convey, Elder sister, such a simple matter should not trouble me in the future. Watching Tang Ning depart, the young mistress pondered, Master, where did you find this prodigy? Upon entering the Biyun Hall, Tang Ning inquired of Lan Phoenix, Little Phoenix, where are Madame Gua and the others? Seizing the opportunity, Lan Phoenix rushed forward to embrace Tang Ning tightly. They are all at the Qingyun Inn. Master, I shall take you to find them. At that moment, a guard approached to convey a message. I pay my respects to the young master, to Princess Ling Er, and to Hero Tang. His Majesty has summoned Hero Tang to the Renyang Palace for a discussion. Tang Ning followed the guard to the Renyang Palace, where the Dali Emperor convened daily. As he rose from the dragon throne, Duan Zhengming approached Tang Ning with a welcoming demeanor. Tang Ning offered a slight bow. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Duan Zhengming, with palpable admiration, patted Tang Ning's shoulder and said, Come, young hero. Allow me to introduce you to my esteemed ministers. Tang Ning followed the direction of Duan Zhengming's finger, observing each individual in turn. This one you have met, my brother. King Jinnan, Duan Zhengchun. He has played a significant role as the Grand Marshal in resisting the Song dynasty. Duan Zhengchun bowed slightly to his elder brother, humbly replying, Your Majesty overstates my contributions. He then smiled appreciatively at Tang Ning. Young hero Tang, your talent is remarkable. Without your impeccable strategy, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, it would have been challenging to fend off the Song's million-strong army. I am grateful that you saved my daughter, Wanqing. As a modern individual from Earth, Tang Ning found such formalities rather tiresome. However, after nearly a year in this world, he had somewhat acclimated to these customs. Now wishing to rely on the Dali court, especially with the future connection to his prospective father-in-law, he smiled in response, Your Highness needs not be modest. Wanqing risked her life for mine, so saving her was a duty I owed. Duan Zhengming continued with the introductions. This is my chancellor, Gao Jisheng. Gao Jisheng merely nodded slightly, lacking overt enthusiasm, and Tang Ning returned the gesture. This is Duke Yang, Yang Yunxian. Duke Yang smiled faintly. Young hero Tang, how have you fared? Upon hearing the title of Duke, Tang Ning recalled a recent perilous encounter with Qiu Qianren, where he nearly suffered a grievous injury. Awakening in the Yang residence, he had been informed by the overly enthusiastic Lady Yang Yu that Duke Yang was the one who had saved him. Feeling indebted, Tang Ning bowed deeply. I pay my respects to Duke Yang. Thank you for your life-saving grace. I regret not having the chance to express my gratitude before hastily departing from your residence. Such a matter had transpired. Duan Zhengming and Duan Zhengchun exchanged glances, noting the shift in their regard for Duke Yang. The previously indifferent Chancellor Gao's expression subtly altered, casting a meaningful glance at Tang Ning before reverting to a neutral demeanor. Duke Yang sensed the reactions and felt quite pleased, realizing his strategy had not been in vain. Tang Ning held greater significance in the minds of Duan Zhengming and Duan Zhengchun than he had anticipated. He mentally noted the small county magistrate of Huai's County, situated at the Dalisong border, as a point of merit. With a benevolent smile, he responded, Young hero jest, though I may be aged. I am far from foolish and can discern the gravity of matters. Life is of utmost importance, especially that of the beloved daughter of King Jinnan. How could there be any loss? Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of mild sorrow as he continued, Young hero Tang, my granddaughter Yang Yu has expressed great admiration for your feats. Upon learning of your injury, she insisted on personally caring for you. Since your departure, she has been incessantly mentioning you, neglecting both food and drink. Alas, the whims of youth. No counsel I offer seems to have any effect. If you are not averse, might you visit her at the Yang residence? Whims of youth. A beauty scheme. Is this old man attempting to vie for a son-in-law? Duan Zhengchun immediately grew wary of the elder. Reports indicated his daughter Wanqing remained in a state of unconsciousness. Tang Ning, brimming with youthful vigor, was restless. How could he compete when he was unable to be by her side? He needed to devise a plan to prevent Yang Yunxian from succeeding. Tang Ning maintained a smile as he replied, I appreciate the Duke's kind offer and shall certainly visit the Yang residence when time permits. Yang Yunxian nodded with a smile. Duan Zhengming proceeded with further introductions. This is the Situ, Huaigan. This is the Sima, Fanqua. This is the Sikong, Batianshi. All 3 nodded and smiled in acknowledgement, and Tang Ning returned their greetings with a smile. Among these names, he distinctly recalled Batianshi, renowned for his lightness of foot, being considered one of the best in the world alongside Yun Zhonghe. The 3 officials had made quite the impression on him. Having personally excavated tunnels to rescue Duan Yu from the Wanjia Valley and later to rescue Xiaofeng from the Liao Kingdom, it seemed rather amusing. Being skilled in tunneling could indeed be a remarkable talent, potentially useful in the future. Tang Ning committed their names to memory. Duan Jingming continued to introduce various high-ranking officials, such as the ministers and vice ministers, which Tang Ning greatly appreciated, recognizing their significance for his future endeavors. Once all introductions were complete, Duan Jinchun stepped forward to propose, "Your Majesty, young hero Tang has made tremendous contributions to our Dali. I believe he deserves appropriate rewards." Duan Jingming concurred, but Tang Ning's current status as a fledgling from the martial world posed a challenge regarding how the court might bestow honors. "Indeed, I share your sentiment. But what does King Xiaoyao propose? Do any of you esteemed ministers have thoughts on this matter?" Chapter 66. A gathering amidst blossoms. A minority of the more conservative voices suggested bestowing upon him mere riches, gold, silver, and beautiful women. A larger, more moderate faction, acknowledging Tang Ning's capabilities, argued that he should not be confined to the Jianghu. They proposed his participation in the upcoming imperial examinations the following year, with a specific official position to be determined later. However, they suggested he be granted the title of Associate Grand Scholar, allowing him to attend court sessions and offer counsel to the emperor. The most radical faction contended that Tang Ning's merits in saving the nation warranted the direct conferral of a princely title, even one of non-imperial lineage. After considerable deliberation, Duan Zhengming decreed Tang Ning was to be ennobled as the carefree marquis, with the fiefdom of Dongchuan Commandery. Furthermore, he was granted the extraordinary privilege of maintaining a private army of 10,000 soldiers. Dongchuan Commandery was unfamiliar to Tang Ning, but the direct grant of a fiefdom pleased him. He was less certain about the significance of the 10,000 private soldiers. The Jianghu teamed with sects and factions whose disciples essentially served as their armies. What, then, was the purpose of this grant? This bestowal indicated Duan Jingming's leaning towards the radical faction. The Prince of Jinan and Duke Yang, both members of this faction, were delighted. Tang Ning's elevated status would undoubtedly benefit their daughters and granddaughters. At this juncture, the Prince of Jinan proposed, "Your Imperial Majesty, I firmly believe that the carefree marquis possesses the means to awaken my daughter, Wanqing. I humbly request your Majesty's permission to betroth Wanqing to the carefree marquis." Duke Yang, seizing the opportunity, immediately stepped forward, adding, "Your Majesty, I, too, wish to offer my granddaughter, Yang Yu, in marriage to the carefree marquis. I implore your Majesty to grant this union." The assembled ministers, witnessing the emperor's evident esteem for Tang Ning and the simultaneous marriage proposals from the Prince of Jinan and Duke Yang, began to sense a shift in the political winds. Even those who had initially dismissed Tang Ning as merely fortunate in his rescue of Dali now perceived a change in the tide. Without fully grasping the reasons, they reasoned that aligning themselves with the emperor and the princes could not lead them astray. They eagerly proclaimed the availability of their daughters, each a paragon of beauty, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and song, requesting the emperor's blessing for these unions. The Prince of Jinan and Duke Yang were taken aback, realizing they had stirred a hornet's nest. Nevertheless, they remained confident in the allure of their respective daughters and granddaughter. The Prince of Jinan was certain that Wanqing, once awakened, would undoubtedly capture Tang Ning's heart. Duke Yang, equally confident in his granddaughter's charm, noted that she was not only celebrated as one of Dali's 4 golden flowers, but also renowned as one of its 4 great talents. The two exchanged glances, neither willing to concede. However, Tang Ning harbored no intention of accepting an arranged marriage. Even with his certainty of marrying Mu Wanqing, he would never consent to a forced union. Amidst the minister's clamor and Emperor Duan Zhengming's growing exasperation, Tang Ning stepped forward and declared, "I am grateful for the esteemed lord's kind consideration. However, I am still young and have no immediate plans for marriage. I urge you not to delay your daughter's futures on my account." Duan Jingming was pleased by this response. "Since the carefree marquis has no such intention at present, I request that you, my esteemed ministers, set aside these aspirations for the time being." Tang Ning returned to the Baiyan Hall. Under Lan Fahuang's guidance, he, along with Duan Yu and Zhang Ling, arrived at the Qingyan Inn. It was already nightfall, yet only Xiaolong was present. According to her, Huang Rong, Guofu, and Yang Guo had departed to attend the gathering amidst blossoms. Upon hearing of the gathering amidst blossoms, Duan Yu's eyes lit up. He had been so preoccupied with caring for his sister, Mu Wanqing, that he had forgotten this important event. As Duan Yu explained, the gathering amidst blossoms was a unique Dali festival, encompassing not only floral appreciation but also competitions in music, poetry, and painting. Duan Yu's fondness for it stemmed from his shared affinity with his father for beautiful women. The festival attracted nobles, officials' offspring, princes, princesses, and lords alike. Following the competitions, an intriguing tradition unfolded. Unmarried individuals would linger to admire the flowers and moon, engaging in discussions about talent, beauty, and life's aspirations. In Tang Ning's words, it was essentially a matchmaking event. "Master, let us go?" Duan Yu exclaimed, his face alight with anticipation. Zhongling regarded her brother's eagerness with disdain, realizing that he was, in fact, a frivolous admirer of beauty. She thought, "Fortunately, Tang Ning revealed my true identity, allowing me to know that I am his sister. Otherwise, I might have been deceived by my brother's innocent facade." "Humph, you odious brother." Zhongling grew increasingly resentful, emitting a scornful snort. Duan Yu awkwardly scratched the back of his head, chuckling sheepishly. Zilong discreetly glanced at Tang Ning. Lan Feng Wang immediately noticed this and embraced Tang Ning's arm, staking her claim. Zilong frowned slightly before reverting to her usual icy demeanor. Tang Ning keenly observed this interplay. He promptly disengaged from Lan Feng Wang, signaling his sincerity to Zilong, and then stated casually, "Let us go to the gathering amidst blossoms." The flower street, situated along the banks of a Rai lake, hosted the annual gathering amidst blossoms. Despite the late hour, the area was adorned with countless flowers and lanterns, casting a brilliant glow. The shores of a Rai lake were lined with boats, similarly decorated with flowers and lanterns, creating an illusion of daylight. The flower street teemed with people, including not only city residents, but also young men and women from nearby towns who had come to join the festivities. The lamplight illuminated the faces of countless youths, forming a breathtaking spectacle. Even the formidable Tianshan child elder would likely exclaim, "Ah, youth is indeed wonderful." The sudden arrival of Tang Ning, Duan Yu, Zhongling, Zilong, and Lan Feng Wang caused a stir. "Fair maiden, all the flowers on this street and across a Rai lake pale in comparison to your beauty. I am Lu Wiming. May I inquire as to your name? Such a handsome young lord. I adore orchids. I wonder, which flower do you favor?" Tang Ning mused. The customs of these ethnic groups are indeed more uninhibited than those of the Han people. Zilong, however, detested the boisterous atmosphere. She was the object of countless compliments and advances, but anyone who dared approach within 3 feet was invariably repelled by her icy aura and gaze. She longed to depart, but, glancing at Tang Ning, restrained herself. Zhongling, unaccustomed to such attention, was delighted by the flattery. The proud Lan Feng Wang clung tightly to her master, Tang Ning. Had he not cautioned her against causing trouble, she would have already poisoned the presumptuous man. Duan Yu, in contrast, seemed listless, a far cry from his earlier excitement. Perhaps having witnessed the beauty of Zhongling, Wanqing, and Wang Yuyan had elevated his standards. Although many bold women approached him, he merely chuckled and offered perfunctory replies. Gradually, he returned to thoughts of his fairy sister and Wang Yuyan, his gaze once again displaying infatuation, oblivious to the fact that Wang Yuyan was his sister. At that moment, a chorus of excited voices, accompanied by a surge of people in a particular direction, arose. The Poetry Appraisal Assembly is about to begin. Brotherly, with your poetic talent, you are sure to win this year. I heard that the Poetry Appraisal Assembly is being hosted by the eldest daughter of the Gao family, Gao Mei. I have long heard that Miss Gao Mei is not only beautiful, but also excels in poetry and song. Tonight, we will finally have the opportunity to behold her beauty. Chapter 67. The grudge between the Gao and Yang families. Upon hearing the remarks, Zhongling scoffed at the individual who confidently asserted that Brotherly would undoubtedly claim victory. Tang Ning's renowned work, Manjiang Hong, had already echoed throughout the entirety of Dali, garnering admiration even from the emperor and the prince of southern pacification, who utilized it to avert the impending doom of Dali's downfall. No matter how formidable the individual surnamed Li might be, could he possibly compose poetry that surpasses Manjiang Hong? With a look of admiration, Zhongling turned to Tang Ning and exclaimed, "Master Tang, let us join as well. If you were to craft a poem that rivals Manjiang Hong, the title of this year's champion would surely belong to you." Duan Yu and Lan Feng Wang also gazed expectantly at their all-capable master. Tang Ning pondered for a moment. Recognizing that this poetry appraisal event would undoubtedly be a gathering of talented scholars and beautiful maidens, perhaps he could discern some underlying relationships among the court officials. Since he had resolved to leverage the power of the Dali court, it was imperative to first cleanse the court, ensuring they would not hinder his future endeavors. Ultimately, Tang Ning nodded in agreement. The 5 of them arrived at the venue for the poetry appraisal, the Tsang'er courtyard. This included subsequent events of music appreciation and painting exhibitions. all held at this location. Sang'er courtyard was vast, accommodating at least 10,000 individuals. The podium was situated at the very center of the courtyard. Gao Mei, adorned in attire far more splendid than Lan Fenghuang, had already taken her seat upon the central platform. Before long, the seats within the courtyard were nearly filled. Gao Mei cleared her throat and melodiously announced, "In the 12th year of Baoding, the poetry appraisal is now officially commenced. This year's theme is aspirations and ideals. Talented scholars are encouraged to present their exquisite works on stage for public reading and appreciation. I hope for everyone's enthusiastic participation. The theme is aspirations and ideals." This declaration instilled a sense of pressure among nearly all present. This year's theme was evidently influenced by the recent military actions of the Song dynasty against Dali. Yet, with a monumental work like Man Jianghong looming over them, who would dare claim to surpass it? A few self-assured individuals, confident in their exceptional talents and lofty ambitions, began to stir with eagerness. This was a rare opportunity to showcase their abilities. Even if their compositions did not rival Man Jianghong, if their poetry could reach the hands of influential figures who appreciated their work, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable chance for advancement. After approximately an incense stick's worth of time, individuals began to take the stage one after another to recite their works. The audience unconsciously compared their poetry to Man Jianghong. The outcome was evident. No one could stir any ripples. One by one, they bowed their heads in shame and descended the stage, especially under the disdainful gazes of many beautiful maidens, leaving them utterly embarrassed and regretting their earlier bravado and misplaced optimism. After half an hour, the scholars suddenly fell silent, and no one dared to take the stage again. At that moment, a dignified young man ascended the platform. Instantly, some recognized him as Yang Hongxian, the grandson of the Duke of Yang. With great spirit, Yang Hongxian recited his composition. Though it paled in comparison to Man Jianghong, it nonetheless earned him applause. Subsequently, Tang Ning observed the young lady who referred to him as Brother Ning, Duan Yu, stepping onto the stage. She too recited a poem that garnered considerable acclaim. The assembled talents and beauties praised the Yang family's remarkable duo. These two were indeed twins, not only outstanding in appearance, but also exceptionally talented, provoking envy among many. Amid the flattery, Yang Hongxian, feeling somewhat proud, called out, "The poetry of Gao Taiming, grandson of the esteemed Prime Minister Gao, is exceptional. The Prime Minister often praises him. Might we request Gao Gongzi to present a piece for everyone's enjoyment?" Upon hearing this, Tang Ning caught whispers in his ear. In this situation, while Yang Gongzi appears to extol Gao Gongzi, he seems intent on placing him in a difficult position. Do these two harbor a grudge? Indeed, the Gao and Yang families are currently at odds. This is quite normal, another replied. "Oh, Brother Luo, do you possess insider knowledge? Pray enlighten us. Our current sovereign often emulates his ancestors, indulging in chanting and neglecting state affairs. The Gao family has been increasingly influential in the court due to their numerous achievements in recent years. Were it not for the support of the Prince of Southern Pacification, the court might have already changed its surname to Gao. The Duke of Yang, though the Emperor's father-in-law, has little say in matters, and the Prince of Southern Pacification seems to hold the Yang family in low regard. Thus, the Yang family has been persistently suppressed by the Gao family, growing weaker by the day, naturally prompting them to take action. How does Brother Luo possess such profound knowledge of court affairs? My third uncle's wife's nephew serves as a steward in the household of a certain prominent individual, so I naturally hear many palace rumors. Pray tell, which prominent individual? Oh, I cannot disclose that." Tang Ning recalled the indifference with which the Prime Minister had treated him earlier in the day. From what this individual named Luo had said, he began to understand. The Duke of Yang's overtures towards him were likely attempts to ally against the Gao family, and Yang Yu was probably a pawn in the Duke's strategy. On the other hand, it seemed the Yang family also sought to win the favor of the Duan family. Had he not inquired, he would have remained oblivious. He was astonished to learn that the Duan family, upon which he relied, had become so weak in court influence. Yet, the Prime Minister had neither obstructed Duan Jingming from bestowing a marquis title upon him nor had he instigated other ministers against him. This left Tang Ning perplexed. Did he regard him with such disdain? It appeared Gao Taiming had anticipated Yang Hongxuan's attempts to undermine him and responded gracefully. "Yang Gongzi is exceptionally talented. I shall not embarrass myself with my meager knowledge." Upon finishing, he turned to another gentleman nearby. "Brother Li, would you kindly present a poem for me?" The gentleman surnamed Li awkwardly chuckled and replied, "Since Gao Gongzi has extended an invitation, I shall certainly comply." This was rather shameless. in a poetry appraisal event. Unable to produce a work of one's own, and yet seeking a poem from another? Many harbored such thoughts, yet none dared voice them. The atmosphere grew particularly quiet. Surnamed Li slowly approached the stage and recited his prepared verses. Although many looked down upon Gao Taiming's actions, it must be said that the poem composed by the gentleman surnamed Li was indeed commendable. Instantly, the Tsunger courtyard was met with the evening's pinnacle of excitement, applause ringing out continuously. While Tang Ning acknowledged that the poem of the gentleman surnamed Li was indeed commendable, its scope felt rather limited. Perhaps this was related to his status. His submission to Gao Taiming indicated he possessed literary talent but lacked the audacity to match. Following the gentleman surnamed Li, no one else dared to take the stage. Gao Mei announced, if no one else wishes to present a poem, the title of poetry champion for tonight shall belong to Master Li. However, the gentleman surnamed Li humbly remarked, no. I have already promised to present this poem to Gao Gongzi. Tonight's champion shall rightfully be Gao Gongzi. Gao Taiming nodded in satisfaction. Yang Hongshuan's expression turned sour. The Gao family had already suppressed his family within the court. Now, at this poetry event, he found himself similarly outmaneuvered. Yet, since the gentleman surnamed Li had spoken, who would dare antagonize the grandson of the esteemed prime minister for the sake of fairness? Zhang Ling could no longer bear to watch. She turned to Tang Ning and said, Master Tang, why not take the stage and compose a verse to enlighten some shameless individuals? Otherwise, this poetry appraisal event is truly devoid of interest. Chapter 68. Are you familiar with Li Bai and Du Fu? Zhang Ling's words not only offended Gao Taiming, but also ruffled the feathers of many who had previously composed poetry. This elicited a wave of dissatisfaction. The young lady should not speak so boastfully. This poetry competition indeed featured many remarkable works, particularly those of Master Gao. Though they were overshadowed by Tang Yingxiong's Man Jianghong, it is true that Dali now boasts a plethora of talented individuals. In years past, such a wealth of exquisite compositions was scarcely seen. The lady, possessing such striking beauty, must not be beguiled by superficial individuals. Among those displeased was Gao Taiming. Yet upon seeing Duan Yu, he swiftly concealed his anger. In the distance, Yang Yu spotted Tang Ning and her face lit up with joy. Casting aside the resentment from Tang Ning's previous abrupt departure, she rushed over, shy yet affectionate, exclaiming, Brother Ning, so you have come as well. Brother Ning, who can craft such grand and powerful verses as Man Jianghong, why not grace us with a poem to enlighten our eyes? Man Jianghong, Master Tang, Brother Ning, Tang Ning. The earlier dissenters fell silent, their gazes evasive, wishing for a crevice to hide within. Upon hearing Man Jianghong, Gao Taiming's expression shifted, his brows knitting tightly. With Duan Yu present, it was undoubtedly Tang Ning. He had not anticipated Yang Yu's familiarity with Tang Ning, and if Tang Ning were to bestow poetry upon Yang Yu, would he not relinquish his position as the leader of this poetry gathering? Tang Ning suddenly posed an unexpected question. Are you acquainted with Li Bai and Du Fu? His audacity in referencing Man Jianghong stemmed from his awareness of the Song dynasty's robust power. It was impossible for Yu Fei to have pinned Man Jianghong in this world. Lacking any memories of poets such as Li Bai and Du Fu from his previous life, he asked this question. Everyone shook their heads in bewilderment, indicating they had never heard of them. Tang Ning smiled knowingly. This simplified matters. Since the Gao family showed no inclination to ally with him and might obstruct his path in the future, it would be prudent to address the situation eventually. Amidst numerous admiring and expectant gazes, he ascended the platform. Even Gao Mei from the Gao family, atop the platform, regarded him with a hint of admiration as she inclined her body in greeting. Tang Ning stepped onto the platform and began to recite. Walking difficulties, golden goblet of fine wine worth 10,000, jade plate of exquisite delicacies worth 1,000,000. The opening speaks of food and wealth, aspirations and ideals. Is this all? Not only did Gao Taiming scoff, but many truly ambitious youths also displayed disdain. Pausing my cup and tossing my chopsticks, I cannot eat. Drawing my sword and gazing around, my heart is adrift. As these lines were uttered, whispers began circulating in the courtyard. For such mundane matters, one could lose their appetite and feel lost. Could this truly be the author of Man Jianghong? Many who had a slight understanding of poetry began to doubt Tang Ning's prowess. To cross the Yellow River with ice blocking the river. To ascend the Taihang Mountains with snow covering the peaks. These lines were somewhat acceptable, at least addressing the theme, unlike the earlier 4 lines that were so trivial. Yet, to wander the mountains and rivers, what kind of ideal and aspiration is that? Shouldn't a fine young man aspire to serve the country and its people, or at the very least, eliminate evil for the good of the populace? leisurely fishing by the azure stream. Suddenly, I dream of sailing beside the sun. Haha. Could this fellow merely be a name without substance? Faced with difficulties, he does not confront them, but instead idly waits, hoping for dreams to come true. Is this what one calls ideals and aspirations? Walking difficulties with many divergent paths where now lies the way. At times, the long wind and waves will break, directly hoisting the cloud sails to cross the vast sea. As the final couplet was delivered, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. Walking difficulties. Each person reflected on their own life. Who among them had a journey without obstacles? The answer was unequivocally no one. At times, the long wind and waves will break, directly hoisting the cloud sails to cross the vast sea. Indeed, Tang Ning's poem not only articulated his own resilient spirit but also instilled hope in others. Life is fraught with tribulations. Why must we be at odds with ourselves? As long as one is always prepared, when the opportunity arises, one shall surely set sail and traverse the vast sea. Upon receiving the topic of ideals and aspirations, each individual thought of their own dreams. Whether it be high office and great wealth, wielding swords to aid the weak, or fighting on the battlefield, or enjoying a harmonious family life. But who has contemplated inscribing the plight of the majority into poetry? Who has thought of using poetry to inspire everyone, regardless of the challenges they face, to be prepared, to not relinquish hope, and to await the arrival of opportunity? As a hero who saved Dali, Tang Ning would undoubtedly not be troubled by concerns over the cost of food and drink. The poem's initial 4 lines reflect the living conditions of many, while also serving as a metaphor for the difficulties at hand. The final 2 lines, along with the poem's deeper meaning, encapsulate its essence. Amidst the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, "Bravo!" This voice spread like ink dropped into a bowl of clear water, rapidly expanding. The courtyard erupted in thunderous applause, which lingered for some time. Even the young master Li and Gao Mei could not refrain from clapping. Almost everyone except Gao Taiming wore a look of admiration. His expression was decidedly grim, for this was a blow to his pride, delivered without mercy. As Tang Ning walked amidst countless adoring gazes, he made his way down from the platform and exited the Tsang Air courtyard. Many watched him depart. Suddenly, someone cried out, "Blue Phoenix!" Quickly, someone apprehend this venomous woman. Upon hearing the name Blue Phoenix, many faces changed dramatically, and they rushed forward to seize her, albeit hesitantly, as if frightened to approach too closely. What was happening? Tang Ning turned around, and Blue Phoenix swiftly sought refuge behind him. "Master, save me." Tang Ning looked at the throng of people clamoring to capture the so-called venomous woman. Their teeth gritted in anger. He was momentarily stunned. How had his beloved disciple managed to provoke so many? No wonder she, usually so talkative, had said not a word tonight and had remained hidden behind him, seemingly afraid to face anyone. What could she have done? Tang Ning inquired. "Everyone, what is the matter?" Immediately, someone stepped forward in indignation. "Hero Tang, this matter does not concern you. We will not make things difficult for you. Please step aside. We seek to apprehend Blue Phoenix." Tang Ning smiled slightly. "Blue Phoenix is my disciple. Her matters are my matters. How can they not concern me? Please, speak plainly. What exactly is going on?" Another person, filled with rage, retorted, Hero Tang, why not ask your good disciple to recount the good deed she has done? The good deed she has done, even you, our hero of Dali, may find it difficult to protect her today." Tang Ning looked at Blue Phoenix with curiosity. What unspeakable act had she committed to provoke such ire from so many? Did she possess such formidable power? Blue Phoenix appeared visibly anxious, fidgeting and unsure how to respond. At that moment, Yang Yu stepped forward and approached Tang Ning's side. "Brother Ning, since Miss Blue is unwilling to speak, allow me to enlighten you." Chapter 69. To save the Blue Phoenix with the charm of a beautiful man, Tang Ning was once again taken aback. Had he truly provoked the Yang family as well? He surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the expressions of Gao Mei and Gao Taiming from the Gao family were equally grim. Had the Gao family also been affected? What heinous act had this little phoenix committed to incite the wrath of so many, seemingly sworn enemies? Yang Yu began to narrate the events with vivid detail. "Brother Ning, the situation is as follows. For the past 5 years in Dali City, numerous households have experienced the sudden deaths of their pets and livestock, including magpies, dogs, pigeons, pigs, cattle, and sheep. Some of our Hui families do not permit the slaughter of pigs or the consumption of pork, and the government regulations forbid the private slaughter of cattle. This has led to many being imprisoned for the inexplicable deaths of their cattle, some for several years. Moreover, several unmarried young women have lost their virtue overnight. and some despairing girls nearly took their own lives due to this. Additionally, there have been numerous instances of individuals suddenly suffering from stomach pains while dining at home. Sometimes the pain subsides after a while, but at other times it can persist for over 10 days, accompanied by the mysterious disappearance of valuables. Countless other indescribable events have occurred. Eventually, we discovered that all of this was caused by the poison administered by the Blue Phoenix. Upon finishing her account, Yang Yu glared at the Blue Phoenix with evident indignation, as if some deeply infuriating incident had transpired involving her. Tang Ning stood in shock, staring at the Blue Phoenix. He understood that she must have been experimenting with poisons, but her methods were simply outrageous. Mischief was one thing, but causing the slaughter of Hui pigs, leading others to wrongful imprisonment, and pushing young women to the brink of despair was utterly excessive. Moreover, the individuals she had offended were not merely common folk, but included the offspring of many influential families, such as the Yang and Gao clans. Not only was she courting public outrage, but she might also provoke hostility from numerous officials within the court. How could he possibly protect her now? Despite feeling a twinge of guilt, the Blue Phoenix, seeing her master nearby, exhibited an air of confidence, even adopting a nonchalant demeanor as she explained, "Master, I initially did not know which pigs belonged to Hui families, and once I learned, I ceased poisoning them. As for the families of the cattle I poisoned, it was because I could not bear to see them bully others. Regarding the unmarried young women, I merely sought to create opportunities for them, as they were both willing but constrained by those archaic customs." Her defense elicited a wave of awkward expressions among the crowd, yet it quickly morphed back into anger. With vows to bring the Blue Phoenix to justice, Tang Ning began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The little phoenix was indeed at fault. Yet her transgressions did not warrant the death penalty. It was primarily a matter of her lack of discretion. Just as he prepared to plead on her behalf, Yao Taiming stepped forward with righteous indignation. Any individual who errs will be dealt with by the authorities. There is no need for Miss Blue to meddle. The heinous crimes she has committed, which nearly resulted in loss of life, have already incurred the wrath of the public. Even my Gao family and the Yang family have suffered from her malice. She dares to appear before us today. I, Gao Taiming, must see her apprehended. With Gao Taiming's declaration, those who bore deep-seated animosity towards the Blue Phoenix began to clamor in agreement. Indeed, she must be brought to justice. Such a woman cannot be spared. Otherwise, how can we common folk find peace in the future? They insisted she be captured, so she might experience the torment of her own poisons. Gao Taiming glared at Tang Ning, who had dared to publicly oppose him. Yet Tang Ning remained unflustered. His gaze fixed on Yang Yu as he gently and elegantly inquired, "Miss Yang Yu, if I were to plead on behalf of the little phoenix, would you consider forgiving her?" Internally, he mused, Duke Yang, since you have resorted to using your granddaughter as bait, I shall turn the tables and employ the charm of a handsome man on your little granddaughter. Tit for tat, we owe each other nothing." Tang Ning's handsome visage, coupled with the intensity of his gaze and the softness of his words, left Yang Yu momentarily flustered. Though she could affectionately call him Brother Ning, as a noble lady from the Duke's family, how could she accept such overt affection in public? Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she bashfully lowered her head, stammering, "Ning, Brother Ning, I am willing to forgive her." Yang Yu's bashful and enchanting demeanor was not something the others present could witness, causing many of her admirers to swallow hard, their hearts racing. Yet, upon realizing that the one who evoked such captivating emotions in Yang Yu was the very person obstructing their pursuit of the Blue Phoenix, their fury turned towards Tang Ning. Despite his status as the hero who saved Dolly, Tang Ning smiled knowingly and continued to feign heartfelt admiration, replying, "Thank you, Miss Yu." Yang Yu's heart soared with joy. Her previous grievances regarding Tang Ning's abrupt departure forgotten. Forgiving a mere Blue Phoenix seemed trivial compared to the attention of such an enviable young hero, and she had successfully fulfilled her grandfather's task. Tang Ning then turned towards Gao Mei, employing the same tactic, and softly asked, "Miss Gao Mei, if I were to plead on behalf of my errant apprentice, the Blue Phoenix, would you consider forgiving her?" Seeing Tang Ning's apparent interest in his younger sister, Gao Taiming's anger flared anew. He looked at his sister, silently praying she would not fall for this detestable man's charm. Gao Mei smiled radiantly. Tang Ning was indeed charming, yet she did not succumb like the infatuated Yang Yu. Stepping forward confidently, she responded, "If you, young Master Tang, wish for me to forgive someone who has wronged my family based solely on empty words, that is simply impossible. The deeds of the Blue Phoenix are truly abhorrent, and I cannot risk incurring public wrath. What say you, young Master Tang?" Tang Ning rubbed his nose. realizing that Gao Mei was proving to be more formidable than Gao Taiming. He offered a slight apology, replying, "Miss Gao, you are entirely correct. I have overstepped." Gao Mei's disappointment was palpable upon hearing Tang Ning's response. Had she not hinted at her willingness to consider forgiveness? Tang Ning then turned to Duan Yu. "Duan Yu, they intend to imprison your junior sister. What will you do? What do you think I, who have just been rewarded with Dongchuan County and titled the leisurely Marquis by His Majesty, should do?" Chapter 70. Tang Ning's Triumph. What? Prince Duan Yu of Jinan is actually Tang Ning's disciple. His Majesty has bestowed Dongchuan Prefecture upon Tang Ning and ennobled him as the Marquis of Xiaoyao. With Prince Duan Yu and Marquis Tang Ning protecting Lanfeng Huang, how can they apprehend her? Gao Taiming was immediately crestfallen. Although his father, Gao Xingtai, is also a marquis, governing more than just one prefecture, and his grandfather is a prime minister, he himself holds no official position. Not only him, but almost all the young masters and misses attending the flower viewing party are under 20, at most in their early 20s, with very few holding official positions. According to court etiquette, they must pay respects to Tang Ning. A group of people without official positions cannot possibly apprehend someone in front of a marquis. If a marquis wishes to take someone away, who would dare to obstruct him? Upon hearing Tang Ning reveal his identity, Yang Yu's heart beat even faster. She is to marry a young hero who, at the mere age of 18, has already been personally granted land and ennobled by the emperor. Before Duan Yu could answer, she took the lead, setting the stage for her future husband. Yang Yu pays respects to the Marquis of Xiaoyao. Yang Hongxian followed suit. Yang Hongxian pays respects to the Marquis of Xiaoyao. With the Yang family siblings taking the lead, who would dare to be impolite? They all bowed to Tang Ning. "We pay respects to the Marquis of Xiaoyao." Seeing this, Gao Taiming and Gao Mei had no choice but to step forward and pay their respects. Gao Taiming pays respects to the Marquis of Xiaoyao. Gao Mei pays respects to the Marquis of Xiaoyao. Gao Mei suddenly regretted her earlier decision. She is not only talented, but also has a knack for martial arts, excelling in most aspects compared to her brother Gao Taiming. It's a pity she is a woman. Tang Ning was utterly stunned. Is the identity of a marquis so potent? He had originally intended to use Duan Yu to pressure these people, with his own identity merely a supplementary mention. If all else failed, he would simply use his lightness skill to rescue Lanfeng Huang. This outcome was truly unexpected. He responded triumphantly, "Haha, no need for such formalities. No need for such formalities. Since everyone is giving me such face, then this marquis shall take Lanfeng Huang away. Rest assured, with this marquis in charge, my little disciple Lanfeng Huang will never again commit such acts. Otherwise, this marquis will bear the responsibility for her transgressions. Please, everyone, be at ease. Continue enjoying the flowers. Continue enjoying the flowers." Heh. Lanfeng Huang immediately tiptoed and kissed Tang Ning on the cheek. "Master, you are too amazing." Upon witnessing this scene, Duan Yu, in the prime of his youth, felt a surge of restlessness. Alas, Zhongling is actually my sister. Fairy sister, Miss Yu Yan, is also my sister. Father, I resent you so. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhongling gritted her teeth. So what if he's a marquis? Does being a marquis allow him to wrong Sister Mu? And he looks so smug and enjoys it so much, humph. Once Sister Mu wakes up, I must relay this matter to her. Tang Ning, in his smugness, suddenly felt an extremely cold gaze directed at him, then vanishing in an instant. He immediately became vigilant. Ah, well, I suppose little dragon girl should be used to it by now. Why be so cautious? Why not open my heart and enjoy it to the fullest? Anyway, it's not like I'm initiating it. As long as this little phoenix doesn't go too far and truly provoke little dragon girl. Since they are constrained by the Marquis of Xiaoyao, they probably can't do anything to Lanfeng Huang today. The flower viewing party must continue. Soon, the crowd dispersed. Tang Ning also led everyone to continue enjoying the flowers, appreciating the beautiful scenery and the beautiful women. At this moment, a joyful and resounding voice came. "Ha ha, Tang Gongzi. I never expected to find you here after searching for you for days. It seems Tang Gongzi is also a man among the flowers." Hearing Lu Xiaofeng's voice, Tang Ning was overjoyed. This fellow has indeed arrived as promised. He immediately went forward to greet him. "Ha ha, Da Xiaolu jests. Tang Ning greets Da Xiaolu. Da Xiaolu has indeed kept his promise, which I admire greatly." Lu Xiaofeng laughed loudly again and prepared to introduce the three people behind him. "Let me introduce to Gongzi Tang." Unexpectedly, Tang Ning interrupted him directly. "Da Xiaolu, hold on, allow me to guess first." He walked up to Xue Bing and asked with admiration, "This lady, more beautiful than all the flowers in the sky, must be Da Xiaolu's beloved, Miss Xuebing. Hearing her savior praise her so highly, even Xuebing, known as the cold Rakshasa, was delighted. Being called Lu Xiaofeng's beloved, she was even more beaming. She very rarely used a very gentle tone to step forward and salute Tang Ning, smiling brightly and replying, "Thank you for your praise, benefactor. Xuebing has come to thank Gongzi Tang for saving my life." Tang Ning said there was no need to be polite and then walked up to Hua Manlu. This Gongzi, though blind, has a heart that is clearer than anyone else's. He must be Da Xiaolu's one of the few friends, Da Xia Hua Manlu. Hua Manlu smiled brightly, facing Tang Ning directly to show respect. But his eyes failed to look into Tang Ning's eyes. I have long heard Lu Xiaofeng mention that Gongzi Tang can predict the future. Upon seeing you today, it is indeed so. The great hero serves the country and the people. How dare Hua Manlu claim to have a clear heart in front of Gongzi Tang? Hua Manlu said, solemnly cupping his fist towards Tang Ning. Hua Manlu greets Gongzi Tang. Tang Ning did not initially ask Lu Xiaofeng to bring Hua Manlu, but Hua Manlu came anyway. It seems he came because of the phrase the great hero serves the country and the people. Tegu Long's most perfect man. Tang Ning was sincerely admired to meet him today. He also solemnly returned a salute to Hua Manlu. He believed that Hua Manlu could definitely see it. Tang Ning then walked up to Xikong Zhaixing. This must be the one who possesses the best disguise skills in the world today, never showing his true face. The king of thieves who steals with nimble hands, Xikong Zhaixing. Xikong Zhaixing did not reply. He did not move either. After a blink of Tang Ning's eye, he saw Xikong Zhaixing looking at him proudly, then extending his right hand, slowly spreading his palm. In the center of Xikong Zhaixing's palm was the jade pendant he carried with him. Tang Ning's face slightly changed. Xikong Zhaixing was indeed worthy of his reputation. With his eyesight, he did not see how Xikong Zhaixing stole his jade pendant. Even with his powerful perception, he did not even feel a bit of movement. Tang Ning slowly smiled, generously praising Xikong Zhaixing, nimble hands, indeed worthy of its reputation. Tang Ning admires you greatly. He knew that Xikong Zhaixing's actions were no different from him actively stating the identities of the other three. Since it was a cooperative transaction, he naturally had to strive for greater leverage for himself. Xikong Zhaixing nodded with satisfaction, directly entering his theme. I wonder what Gongzi Tang is looking for me for? Chapter 71. Become my acquaintance, assist me in managing the Chini Tower. Tang Ning waved his hand, saying, Brother Xikong, please remain calm. This matter shall be discussed later. He solemnly inquired of the four, May I ask if any of you have heard of Mei Yinxing, Ding Dian, Di Yun, Shuedao Laozu, or Hua Taigon? Once again, disappointment washed over Tang Ning as the four of them pondered briefly before shaking their heads, indicating they had never heard of any of them. A wave of despondency surged within Tang Ning. The absence of information from the three kingdoms of Dali, Song, and Ming diminished his hope further. Collecting his thoughts, he introduced the four members of Elan Phoenix to Lu Xiaofeng and the others one by one. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Ning, still unwilling to concede defeat, turned to Xikong Zhaixing, asking, Brother Xikong, if I were to request your assistance in uncovering the whereabouts of any of these 5 individuals, would you be able to do so? The whereabouts of these individuals? Is that considered a significant undertaking? Xikong Zhaixing replied, casting a suspicious glance at Tang Ning. That would depend on what price you are willing to pay. Since there was a price involved, there was indeed a possibility. However, Tang Ning was unaware of Xikong Zhaixing's specific desires and could only inquire, What is it that you seek, Brother Xikong? Xikong Zhaixing regarded him with skepticism, questioning whether Tang Ning could fulfill his request. I desire a woman. A woman? Tang Ning was taken aback. Which one? Xikong Zhaixing revealed a look of infatuation. Lin Xianer. Tang Ning sighed inwardly. Why must it be Lin Xianer, that treacherous vixen? He pressed further. Must it be her? Xikong Zhaixing's tone was resolute. It must be her. Tang Ning continued. What if she is entirely different from what you perceive? Xikong Zhaixing, devoid of expression, retorted. Do you know her? Tang Ning responded earnestly. Very well. Xikong Zhaixing inquired. In what way is she different? Instead of providing a direct answer, Tang Ning abruptly shifted the conversation, asking, Have you ever heard of the plum blossom thief? Xikong Zhaixing had indeed heard of it. He recalled Lin Xianer once expressing a willingness to marry the person who could eliminate the plum blossom thief. However, he was unaware of the thief's true identity and instinctively looked towards Lu Xiaofeng for clarification. Yet Lu Xiaofeng remained silent, as he too lacked the answer. He turned to Tang Ning, curious to gauge how much the latter truly knew. Was it possible that Tang Ning held more knowledge than even the astute Jita Tong? Seeing Lu Xiaofeng's gaze shift to Tang Ning, Xikong Zhaixing followed suit. Tang Ning, with a mysterious smile, rubbed his nose and said, "Brother Xikong, if you can assist me in locating any one of Mei Nianqin's group, I will help you abandon Lin Xianer." How does that sound? Initially, Xikong Zhaixing felt elated, assuming Tang Ning meant to assist him in winning Lin Xianer. However, he soon froze in shock at the notion of abandoning her, instantly boiling with rage. Abandon Lin Xianer? What kind of ridiculous deal is this? Is this little brat toying with me? Lu Xiaofeng discerned the underlying implications in Tang Ning's words. There must be something significant about Lin Xianer, possibly even connected to the plum blossom thief. Before Xikong Zhaixing could erupt, Lu Xiaofeng swiftly posed a question. "Young Master Tang, could you clarify your reasoning?" Tang Ning resolutely shook his head, casting a mysterious smile at Xikong Zhaixing. "Only if Brother Xikong agrees to my condition first." Xikong Zhaixing, seething with anger, was on the verge of confronting Tang Ning when, unexpectedly, Lu Xiaofeng pressed him down and smiled gently at Tang Ning, saying, "Very well. I will agree on behalf of Brother Xikong." Xikong Zhaixing's fury reached a peak. How dare this Lu Xiaofeng assist an outsider in mocking him? "Lu Xiaofeng, on what grounds do you agree for me? I want Lin Xianer, and no one can obstruct that. If you dare to interfere, I shall sever ties with you." Tang Ning could only smile wryly. It appeared Lin Xianer was indeed a beguiling enchantress, capable of driving even the seemingly indifferent Xikong Zhaixing to madness. Yet, the more Xikong Zhaixing reacted this way, the less Tang Ning could speak out. If Xikong Zhaixing were to suffer emotional turmoil and, in a fit of anger, refuse to acknowledge their transaction, he would find himself unable to control the situation. Although Xikong Zhaixing was not a villain, he had not personally acknowledged the deal. And he might not hold the same principles as Lu Xiaofeng. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaofeng voiced, "Brother Xikong, Lin Xianer is the plum blossom thief." Tang Ning was taken aback. Had Lu Xiaofeng already conducted an investigation? No, that couldn't be true. If he had, he wouldn't have just questioned Tang Ning. It was evident he was speculating and testing the waters. Realizing this, Tang Ning quickly masked his surprise with a calm smile. However, the change in his demeanor did not escape Lu Xiaofeng's notice. He understood that his conjecture was correct. Xikong Zhaixing, filled with fury, admonished Lu Xiaofeng. "Lu Xiaofeng, you speak nonsense. If you do not clarify this today, I, Xikong Zhaixing, shall sever our friendship." While Lu Xiaofeng had made an accurate guess, he was unaware of the intricacies involved. Faced with his friend's inquiry, he was at a loss for words and could only look to Tang Ning for assistance. Yet Tang Ning maintained a disinterested demeanor, which only heightened Lu Xiaofeng's frustration. In exasperation, he attempted to placate Xikong Zhaixing. "Xikong, do not be anxious. I, Lu Xiaofeng, will certainly provide you with a satisfactory explanation." He then turned to Tang Ning, promising, "Young Master Tang, please elucidate further." To his surprise, Tang Ning declined. "That is unnecessary. All I ask of the esteemed hero Lu is to agree to one condition. Not only will I divulge the connection between the plum blossom thief and Lin Xianer, but I shall also share vital information regarding Ghost Manor, Bet Young Master, and the Invisible Man, Ghost Manor, Bet Young Master, Invisible Man." These were all exceedingly enigmatic organizations and figures within the martial world. It was said that no one knew their true identities. Tang Ning possessed such significant secrets? Lu Xiaofeng's immediate reaction was disbelief. He had previously inquired of the all-knowing Zhi de Tong, who had also claimed ignorance. "What condition must young Master Tang require from me?" Tang Ning solemnly adjusted his attire and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Become my subordinate, assist me in managing the Qini Tower, and help transform it into an intelligence organization that spans the entire continent." This was not the first time Tang Ning had made such a statement. However, this time it bore an additional condition: to formally acknowledge Lu Xiaofeng as his subordinate, to have the illustrious Lu Xiaofeng, renowned throughout the martial world, become the subordinate of an 18-year-old Tang Ning was a proposition that, if it reached the ears of the public, would surely elicit laughter. No one would dare accuse Tang Ning of overstepping. They would merely deem it a farcical tale. This sentiment was shared by Hua Manlu, the enraged Xikong Zhaixing, and even the seemingly omnipotent Lan Phoenix. Their faces bore expressions of astonishment and incredulity. Surely, this fellow had lost his mind. Such a demand was utterly absurd. Chapter 72. A grudge intensifies upon meeting Duan Yu, Zhang Ling, and Zilong Nu, three individuals unacquainted with Lu Xiaofeng and untouched by the tumultuous world of martial arts, remained indifferent to Tang Ning's request. Only Xue Bing's expression was notably intricate. Had anyone else uttered such words, she would have stepped forward to rebuke Lu Xiaofeng. condemning him for his lack of self-awareness and audacity. Yet, she had heard Lu Xiaofeng express, "If my actions genuinely benefit the people, I, Lu Xiaofeng, would willingly serve them from this day forth." She understood that Lu Xiaofeng's statement was partially motivated by a desire to repay her kindness, but more significantly, he held Tang Ning in high regard. Ironically, the person making this statement was her own savior, Tang Ning. Her gaze, imbued with complexity, sought to discern Lu Xiaofeng's choice. Indeed, Lu Xiaofeng's initial reaction was not one of refusal, but rather an inquiry. "What compels young Master Tang to expect my unwavering allegiance?" Tang Ning, well aware of Lu Xiaofeng's character, who detested complications yet had an affinity for meddling in personal affairs, recognized the inherent contradiction. However, upon delving into the root of it, the rationale became evident. He often evaded others' pleas for assistance, yet when someone recounted their plight, he could not resist intervening. Deep within, he yearned for tranquility in the martial world and sought justice for the injustices faced by those he encountered. Justice. Perhaps it was the pinnacle of Lu Xiaofeng's aspirations. Tang Ning, employing his own judgment, countered with a question: "How does Master Lu believe one can avert wrongful accusations?" Without hesitation, Lu Xiaofeng replied, "Naturally. One must ascertain the truth." Tang Ning continued to probe, "And how can we prevent wrongful accusations from proliferating?" Lu Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, though the queries seemed akin. They were fundamentally distinct. His aversion to complications stemmed from the awareness that resolving one issue would inevitably lead to another, ad infinitum. The question of how to prevent wrongful accusations from spreading remained one he could not answer. Noticing Lu Xiaofeng's silence, Tang Ning pressed on. "What if we were to establish a formidable intelligence network, followed by a dedicated organization to resolve wrongful accusations? Could this not address the issue?" Lu Xiaofeng's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim again as silence enveloped him once more. While the concept was simple to articulate, the execution posed significant challenges. It would demand extensive manpower, substantial financial resources, and adept management, an undertaking that perhaps even the government would struggle to realize. Why should he believe he could succeed? Tang Ning continued to guide him. "This is our ultimate goal. We can commence in a small town, then advance to counties, states, and eventually the nation and the world. Financial resources can be sourced from two avenues: our own earnings or petitions to the government. As for those who will resolve these wrongful accusations, perhaps we can enlist individuals of formidable presence, akin to Shimin Shui Shui, while also nurturing our own talents. Do you find this feasible, Master Lu? One must take things step by step." Lu Xiaofeng had indeed overcomplicated the matter. His fear of entanglements had prevented him from leisurely contemplating the answers. However, with Tang Ning's elucidation, clarity dawned upon him. Yet, he still harbored a lingering question, which he did not voice. Suddenly, Duan Yu exclaimed with excitement, "Master, it's Miss Yu Yan." Tang Ning followed Duan Yu's infatuated gaze and, indeed, spotted Wang Yuyan, accompanied by Murong Fu and his 4 trusted aides, as well as Huang Rong, Guofu, and Yang Guo. He lightly reprimanded, "Did I not inform you that Yuyan is your sister?" Duan Yu momentarily stammered, still enchanted by Wang Yuyan, unwilling to accept the truth of their sibling relationship. Zhang Ling rolled her eyes at Duan Yu and elbowed her lovesick brother, making a warning face. Only then did Duan Yu retract his gaze, awkwardly chuckling. Hearing Duan Yu's voice, Murong Fu and his companions turned their attention toward them. Upon spotting Tang Ning, Murong Fu initially intended to confront him directly. However, noticing Lu Xiaofeng and his companions alongside Tang Ning, he sought assistance from Huang Rong. "Madame Guo, that individual is the thief who stole my aunt's martial arts manuals. I implore you to assist me." During the past few days while Tang Ning tended to Mu Wanqing's injuries, Huang Rong, Guofu, and Yang Guo had often accompanied Murong Fu in exploring Dali City. Guofu harbored a favorable impression of Murong Fu's gentlemanly demeanor. Thus, upon hearing Murong Fu accuse Tang Ning of being a thief, her pre-existing disdain for Tang Ning led her to readily accept this assertion. Mother, I have long discerned that the surname Tang harbors ill intentions, especially with that shameless female disciple of his. Let us aid young Master Murong in reclaiming the stolen manuals." Yang Guo felt uneasy upon hearing Murong Fu and Guofu speak of his master in such a manner. Was the martial arts bestowed upon him by his master truly pilfered? He was torn between belief and skepticism. Huang Rong had already surmised that the thief Murong Fu referred to was likely Tang Ning. She felt a twinge of anxiety, first admonishing Guofu, "Fuer, do not speak carelessly," before turning to Murong Fu with a gentle smile. "Young Master Murong, Let us approach him directly and inquire for clarity. Huang Rong led the group toward Tang Ning and the others. Upon seeing Murong Fu, Tang Ning's anger flared. He had yet to settle accounts with Murong Fu regarding Wanqing's situation, and now this fellow had sought him out. It appeared that Murong Fu had been patiently waiting for him in Dali, all for the sake of those manuals. His eyes narrowed instinctively. Murong Fu, seething yet maintaining a gentlemanly composure, inquired, Tang Ning, do you possess the manuals, Baiming Shun Gong and Lingbo Weibu, belonging to my aunt? Huang Rong glanced anxiously at Tang Ning, uncertain whether she hoped for an affirmative or negative response. Lu Xiaofeng's gaze remained fixed on Tang Ning, for the answer was of utmost significance to him. It was the final question he intended to pose, and this answer would determine whether he would resolutely choose to follow Tang Ning. Tang Ning replied coolly, yes, I do. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofeng's disappointment was palpable, despite his deep respect for Tang Ning's earlier promise to address all injustices. He could not align himself with one who had pilfered another's martial arts manuals. With a heavy sigh, he resolved inwardly, let our partnership conclude here. Guofu, upon hearing this revelation, displayed a flicker of excitement. Mother, how can such a person be called a hero of Dali? It is utterly absurd. We must teach him a lesson. Chapter 73. The hypocritical fellow, do you wish to depart? Huang Rong let out a deep sigh. She was truly reluctant to find herself at odds with Tang Ning. Yet, the situation was one she could not accept. Perhaps Tang Ning's remarks on Peach Blossom Island were merely a consequence of his understanding of Jing Ji's character. How could one who engaged in such nefarious deeds that troubled the martial world possibly care for the common folk? She solemnly articulated her demand, young Master Tang. If that is the case, I kindly ask you to return those 2 manuals to young Master Murong. Seeing the expression on Lu Xiaofeng's face, Murong Fu discerned that he would no longer be supported by Lu Xiaofeng in this matter. With Huang Rong's unwavering endorsement, he felt a surge of excitement. Tang Ning, you, along with Duan Yu and that assassin named Mu Wanqing, must accompany me back to Gusu and personally apologize to my aunt. At the mention of Mu Wanqing, Tang Ning glared at Murong Fu in fury. Murong Fu, observing Tang Ning's reaction, could not help but smirk internally. Gradually, Tang Ning reined in his anger, his countenance shifting to one of indifference. He began to smile gently, ultimately mocking, hee. The Baiming divine skill and Lingbo Weibu indeed reside within me. Alas, Murong Fu, the original owner of these manuals is not Li Qingluo. Murong Fu's expression shifted slightly. Not Li Qingluo. Could it be that his aunt had deceived him? No. That was inconceivable. He refused to believe it. Wang Yuyuan stepped forward to counter. Impossible. My mother said so herself. Tang Ning retorted. Did your mother ever disclose to you the identities of your maternal grandparents? Wang Yuyuan momentarily faltered, responding weakly, and no. Tang Ning regarded her with a leisurely demeanor, stating, your grandmother is my 3rd senior sister, Li Qiushui, the current Empress Dowager of Xixia. Your grandfather is my 2nd senior brother, Wei Yazi. Many years ago, he was ambushed and injured by his disciple Ding Chuanqiu and pushed off a cliff, and he is now recuperating somewhere. The 2 manuals I possess were left behind in the stone cave of the Longhuan Blessed Land by my 2nd senior brother and 3rd senior sister, later retrieved by my master, Zai Yaozi, and given to me. Tang Ning withheld the fact that Li Qiushui had aided Ding Chuanqiu in his persecution of Wei Yazi. Upon reaching this point, he smiled faintly, teasingly adding, Miss Yu Yuan, by seniority, you should call me Shuzu, and your mother, Li Qi Luo, must also address me as such. Tell me, do these manuals belong to me, the 4th disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, or to your mother, an outsider? Sure Shuzu. Wang Yuyuan staggered back 2 steps, stunned by this incredible revelation. Her mother had never mentioned anything about her maternal grandparents. How could this be? Though Duan Yu was reluctant to accept that Wang Yuyuan was his biological sister, the truth was undeniable. He stepped forward to further confirm for his master, Sister Yuyuan. What my master said is true. Your grandmother, Li Qiushui, is indeed the current Empress Dowager of Xixia. She visited Dali 3 months ago and conferred with my father about this. If you doubt it, I can take you to meet my father for verification. Faced with such a dilemma, Wang Yuyuan was at a loss for how to respond. She could only look to Murong Fu for assistance, softly pleading, cousin. Upon hearing Tang Ning's explanation, Lu Xiaofeng's previous disappointment transformed into overwhelming joy. This was the Tang Ning hero he had come to know. Huang Rong, too, began to brighten after her earlier somberness. Setting aside the notions of righteousness in the martial world, compared to the 2 manuals Tang Ning possessed and the Murong family's water pavilion, he, as a woman, particularly a breathtaking beauty, naturally yearned for the possibility of eternal youth. Especially in recent years, she had acutely felt the accelerated pace of her aging, causing her great distress. In contrast to Murongfu, she cherished the friendship of the young man Tang Ning, who could speak of chivalry and had aspirations akin to her Jinggu's noble heart. Upon witnessing the surprise on Lu Xiaofeng and Huang Rong's faces, Murongfu's previously soaring spirits plummeted into despair, leaving him consumed by an unending rage toward Tang Ning. How could the truth of the matter be so? He still sought to restore his nation. Now, not only had he lost the friendship of Peach Blossom Island, but he also found himself bereft of the skill manuals he had awaited for 3 long months. Even the friendship with the Duan family seemed beyond his reach. All was lost. He realized that as long as Huang Rong and Lu Xiaofeng believed in Tang Ning, he would have no opportunity to claim him. Unwilling to concede, Murongfu made one last effort. He bowed to Huang Rong and Lu Xiaofeng, requesting, "Madame Gua, Hero Lu, this matter cannot be resolved with mere words. I must take Tang Ning and the others with me to Gusu for a confrontation with my aunt." He then turned to Tang Ning, questioning, "Tang Ning, do you dare to return with me to confront my aunt?" Tang Ning smiled, a radiant smile. Was it Murongfu who was foolish? Or did he believe Tang Ning to be the fool? Alas, it was all the same. Those who deem others foolish often do so because of their own ignorance. Tang Ning cast a sardonic glance at Murongfu before inquiring of Huang Rong and Lu Xiaofeng, "Madame Gua, Hero Lu, what do you think? Do you believe I should accompany him back to Gusu?" Seeing the derisive glint in Tang Ning's eyes, Murongfu's anger boiled over. Feeling as if Tang Ning had fully pierced through his facade, he glanced anxiously at Huang Rong and Lu Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng stepped forward, smiling, "Young Master Murong, I believe that since young Master Tang has clarified the situation, the Empress Dowager of Xixia and the King of Dali have already confronted each other. I wholeheartedly trust young Master Tang's words. If you still harbor doubts, you should present sufficient evidence to prove young Master Tang's claims false, rather than putting him at risk by sending him into the Song Court." Huang Rong wholeheartedly concurred, smiling as she responded to Murongfu, "Hero Lu speaks wisely. I too believe in young Master Tang's words. It is well known that young Master Tang has offended the Song Court, and it would be unwise for him to venture into danger alongside young Master Murong." Murongfu felt an immense frustration building within him. He had originally believed victory was assured, yet he was thwarted by Tang Ning's few words. With Huang Rong and Lu Xiaofeng present, seizing the manuals was no longer an option, and avenging himself against Tang Ning seemed equally impossible. Ultimately, he was left to depart, his heart filled with resentment. Bidding farewell to Huang Rong and Lu Xiaofeng, "If that is the case, I shall return to seek verification from my aunt and determine the next course of action. Madame Gua, Hero Lu, until we meet again." Murongfu cast one last unwilling glance at Tang Ning before preparing to leave with Wang Yuan and his 4 formidable generals. "Wait," Tang Ning called out, halting the departure of the hypocritical fellow who sought to leave. Chapter 74. The next meeting will be your demise. Murongfu halted his steps, a cold smile curling on his lips. Did Tang Ning truly wish to detain him? Last time, his own carelessness and underestimation of Tang Ning had led to his injury. But now, with his desire to depart, could Tang Ning genuinely hope to keep him? It was nothing short of a fantasy. "Does young Master Tang have any further instructions?" he queried. Tang Ning, with an icy demeanor, reminded him, "Last time, young Master Murong attempted to kill me, and Wanqing sacrificed herself to shield me from a blade. She remains unconscious to this day." Murongfu turned, a frigid smile gracing his features. "What does young Master Tang intend to do?" Tang Ning declared with unyielding authority. "Endure 3 of my swords, and I shall allow you to depart." Murongfu glanced at Huang Rong and Lu Xiaofeng. It was evident that Tang Ning wished to handle this matter personally, and both Huang Rong and Lu Xiaofeng expressed their reluctance to intervene. Indeed, Tang Ning intended it that way. In other circumstances, he would have sought their assistance to deal with Murongfu, but this was a matter of Mu Wanqing's honor, and he must exact his own vengeance, refusing to entrust it to others. Murongfu sighed in relief. He recalled the sword that had grievously injured him 3 months prior, and a lingering trepidation remained. However, now that he was well prepared, as long as Huang Rong and the others did not interfere, it would be impossible for Tang Ning to harm him. "Proceed," Murongfu acquiesced. After all, this was within Dali's territory, since Tang Ning was unwilling to let him go. Accepting 3 of his swords was the least he could do. To avoid collateral damage, Tang Ning and Murongfu moved to a nearby open space. Tang Ning immediately began to channel his internal energy, gathering it through the small intestine meridian to his left pinky, through the lung meridian to his right thumb, and threw the large intestine meridian to his right index finger. He recalled their previous confrontation, calculating all possible evasive maneuvers Murong Fu could employ, and devised his strategy. Drawing upon all his internal energy, he unleashed 3 distinct swords: the elusive Xiaozi sword, the earth-shattering Xiaoshang sword, and the agile Shangyang sword. Each sword, with its unique trajectory, surged toward Murong Fu. As the 3 beams of sword light approached, Murong Fu's heart raced in terror. He had not anticipated Tang Ning would launch all 3 swords simultaneously. He leaped back, instinctively seeking to evade the formidable Xiaoshang sword first. However, the erratic Xiaozi sword's path was elusive, and most alarmingly, the Shangyang sword was under Tang Ning's subtle control. The 3 swords converged menacingly, each aimed at a vital point. Murong Fu's pupils constricted. In the final moment, he still could not discern a complete escape route from the 3 sword lights. Gritting his teeth, he narrowly dodged the Xiaozi and Xiaoshang swords. With a sickening thud, he watched helplessly as the inexorable Shangyang sword pierced his left shoulder blade. This was the least he could sacrifice. Ack! A scream echoed through the air. Cousin! Young master! Wang Yuyan and the others rushed forward to assess Murong Fu's injuries. Meanwhile, Tang Ning spat out a mouthful of blood, his body beginning to slump backward. Master! Young Master Tang! At the sound of their cries, Murong Fu, his expression contorted in rage, turned his gaze toward Tang Ning, witnessing him collapse in a pool of blood. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he drew his sword and, with a surge of will, hurled it towards Tang Ning. As the sword hurtled closer, Tang Ning's heart sank. He smiled bitterly, fully aware that he was no match for Murong Fu at this moment. After learning about the formidable prowess of the masters from the Tianshan Tonglao, he felt fortunate to have previously injured Murong Fu. Yet, he had not anticipated the chasm that still lay between them. Summoning all his remaining energy, he calculated the most effective technique, but could only manage to sever Murong Fu's left hand. After enduring several internal injuries, his meridians had grown exceedingly fragile. This last desperate attempt to strike a decisive blow had only resulted in further damage to his own pathways, to the point of spitting blood. Now, he lacked even the strength to evade the approaching sword. Wanqing, I am truly useless. I fear I shall never avenge you. Tang Ning slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. In his final moments, he beheld 2 fingers deftly pinching the sword that sought to deliver him to the underworld. He closed his eyes and smiled. Murong Fu, the next time we meet, it shall be your end. Murong Fu glared in fury at the suddenly appearing Lu Xiaofeng, then commanded Wang Yuyan and the 4 great generals, leave. The onlookers, astonished by Murong Fu's despicable actions, longed to intervene and teach him a lesson. However, since Tang Ning had stipulated that he would let Murong Fu go after enduring 3 swords, none dared to impede him. Duan Yu, too concerned for his master's safety, refrained from detaining Wang Yuyan. Huang Rong, accompanied by the complex-faced Guo Fu and the little dragon girl with Yang Gua, along with Hua Manlu, Xue Bing, and Xikong Jiaxing, as well as Duan Yu, Lanfeng Huang, and Zhong Ling, a total of 10 individuals, approached Tang Ning with worried expressions. Lu Xiaofeng sought to assist Tang Ning in healing his wounds but was halted by Huang Rong. She had previously tried and knew that due to the uniqueness of Baiming's true energy, outsiders could not heal Tang Ning. Now, she could only check his pulse, watching helplessly as he lay gravely injured. The 11 of them collectively carried Tang Ning to the Prince of Jinnan's residence. Witnessing Tang Ning's willingness to confront Murong Fu for Mu Wanqing, exhausting his internal energy and injuring his own meridians, nearly sacrificing his life due to Murong Fu's treachery, they were all deeply moved. Even the usually aloof little dragon girl volunteered to sit by his bedside and care for him. Naturally, she could not compete with Lanfeng Huang for the most favorable position. Half a month later, Tang Ning finally stirred awake. During these weeks, news of his title as the carefree marquis had spread throughout Dali City. Many high-ranking officials learned that Lanfeng Huang was a disciple of the newly appointed marquis, and that this recently ennobled figure had audaciously rescued the notorious Lanfeng Huang from her misdeeds during a flower viewing event, vowing to find trouble with Tang Ning. They arrived at the Prince of Jinnan's residence, demanding that Prince Duan Zhenchun surrender Tang Ning and the irredeemable Lanfeng Huang. However, upon discovering that Tang Ning had fought Murong Fu and sustained severe internal injuries for the sake of his daughter Wanqing, Duan Zhenchun, who had long recognized Tang Ning as his son-in-law, stood resolute in his defense. He forcefully expelled all those who had come to cause trouble. In the ensuing days, ministers clamored for the impeachment of the Prince of Jinnan, leaving Emperor Duan Zhengming, who sought only to meditate, with a persistent headache. Fortunately, Tang Ning's status as a national hero helped maintain stability. Upon opening his eyes, Tang Ning was met with the sight of 3 pairs of exquisite eyes fixed intently upon him, causing him to startle. "Young Master Tang, you are awake." "Master, you have finally awakened. You are awake." Chapter 75. The Plum Blossom Thief and Lin Xian'er. Has even the little dragon maiden become so affectionate? It seems this injury and subsequent fainting spell were quite worthwhile. Alas, please help me up. I feel utterly weak. Tang Ning feigned a delicate and frail demeanor, extending one hand towards Zhongling and the other towards the little dragon maiden. Blue Phoenix, indifferent to whether her master acted intentionally or not, directly lifted Tang Ning, causing his entire face to reflect in the enchanting brightness of the moon. The cold hand of the little dragon maiden and the delicate touch of Zhongling both clasped Tang Ning's hands. Tang Ning felt tears welling up in his eyes. This injury was truly worth it. He was soon immersed in a realm of tenderness. However, joyful moments are always fleeting. As soon as the little dragon maiden grasped Tang Ning's hand, she felt his pulse, which was surprisingly strong. The hand holding hers was anything but feeble, even audaciously needing it. She immediately flung Tang Ning away in anger, casting a frigid glance at his blissful face, silently protesting before storming out. Before long, at the little dragon maiden's behest, Lu Xiaofeng, Huang Rong, and others burst in, disrupting the intimate atmosphere of the room. The little dragon maiden reverted to her previous indifference towards Tang Ning. Reluctantly, Tang Ning released the delicate hands of Blue Phoenix and Zhongling. After a round of polite exchanges, King Xiaoyao, having endured half a month of tension and the "I will sever ties with you" drama with Lu Xiaofeng, could no longer contain himself and boldly asked in public, "Tang, please clarify the relationship between the Plum Blossom Thief and Lin Xian'er." Lu Xiaofeng gazed at Tang Ning with eager anticipation. Huang Rong was perplexed and curious. Lu Xiaofeng and his companions were figures of the Ming dynasty's martial world, and the Plum Blossom Thief was a notorious presence therein. Tang Ning, evidently from Dali and still quite young, had spent recent months within the territories of Dali and Song. It was curious that something unknown to even Lu Xiaofeng was to be inquired of Tang Ning, rather than answering King Xiaoyao directly. Tang Ning posed a question to Lu Xiaofeng. "Do you know where Li Xuanhuan is currently located?" Lu Xiaofeng was taken aback, feeling speechless. Why did this fellow always sidestep others' questions to ask seemingly unrelated ones? Yet, he would ultimately find that Tang Ning's seemingly irrelevant inquiries were deeply connected to the prior questions. Could it be that the legendary Little Li Flying Dagger, Li Xuanhuan, was also involved in the Plum Blossom Thief case? He replied, "According to my information, Li Tianhua has recently reappeared in the Ming martial world after a decade of seclusion beyond the borders." Upon finishing, he paused, suddenly narrowing his eyes. Li Xuanhuan had indeed been renowned in the martial world a decade ago, not merely in the Ming, but throughout the Central Plains. He was a figure known to all. However, he had vanished for a full 10 years, and while tales of him still circulated, few mentioned him anymore. How old was Tang Ning 10 years ago? 8. How could he possibly know of Li Xuanhuan? Upon hearing Lu Xiaofeng's answer, Tang Ning seemed to grasp the current state of affairs regarding Little Li Flying Dagger. Li Xuanhuan had only just returned, and Lu Xiaofeng had not mentioned that Li Xuanhuan was wrongfully accused of being the Plum Blossom Thief and imprisoned in the Shaolin Temple of the Ming. Tang Ning smiled slightly, adopting a teasing tone as he addressed Lu Xiaofeng. "Good Sir Lu, you must keep King Xiaoyao in check, for what I am about to say will surely provoke him. My injuries are just healing. Should he feel enraged and wish to kill me, my frail body cannot withstand it." He then warned King Xiaoyao in advance, "My dear brother, this is all for your own good. Otherwise, you may not only risk your reputation but also face further disgrace. So please control your emotions." Lu Xiaofeng understood, smiling knowingly, and stepped forward to pinch King Xiaoyao's wrist with his 2 fingers. King Xiaoyao shot Tang Ning a glare, filled with indignation, yet eagerly awaited Tang Ning's answer. Resigned to Lu Xiaofeng's unreasonable coercion, Tang Ning began pacing the room, then spoke eloquently. "You are correct, Sir Lu. Lin Xian'er is indeed the Plum Blossom Thief. In the eyes of King Xiaoyao and every person who knows her, Lin Xian'er is a kind-hearted, generous, gentle, and pure beauty. Yet, in my view, she is a venomous, depraved, and worldly woman, adept at seducing and deceiving men, driven by greed and desire. You, King Xiaoyao, are merely one of her many victims." Indeed, no sooner had Tang Ning uttered these words than King Xiaoyao appeared ready to kill him on the spot, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Tang, you despicable scoundrel! How dare you slander such a lady? You shall meet a dire fate." Unfortunately, his wrist remained trapped by Lu Xiaofeng, immobilizing him. And he could only angrily retort, "Lu Xiaofeng, let me go. Today, I will surely kill this insolent wretch who dares to speak so vilely." All present were dumbfounded, staring at Tang Ning. Had this fellow's injury also affected his mind? How could he use such vicious words to malign a woman? This was certainly not the gallant and righteous hero they knew as Tang Ning. Nevertheless, they could not allow Kong Zhaixing to harm Tang Ning. Fearing Lu Xiaofeng might inadvertently fail to restrain him, they rushed to intervene between Kong Zhaixing and Tang Ning. Feeling Kong Zhaixing's intense wrath, Tang Ning instinctively took a few steps back, patting his chest. That was close. Luckily, he had forewarned Lu Xiaofeng. After a brief pause to collect himself, he continued, in order to deal with the heinous plum blossom thief. Numerous families in the Ming martial world have agreed that whoever kills the plum blossom thief will receive a tenth of their wealth, along with the promise of Lin Xianer, reputed as the most beautiful woman in the Ming, offering herself in gratitude. Consequently, many have set their sights on the golden silk armor being transported by the Golden Lion escort. After several twists and turns, Li Xuanhuan acquired the golden silk armor, and Lin Xianer attempted to seduce him to gain it, but her attempts failed, leading her to harbor resentment against him. Subsequently, the golden silk armor fell into the hands of the swordsman A Fei. Upon returning to Xingyun Manor, Lin Xianer conspired with the hypocritical Long Shaoan to frame Li Xuanhuan as the plum blossom thief and had him taken to the Shaolin temple for interrogation. By now, Li Xuanhuan must have deduced that Lin Xianer is indeed the plum blossom thief. For her own sordid purposes, Lin Xianer has seduced many, including the young master of the Zongjian villa, Yu Longqing, the arrogant leader of the money gang, Shangwan Jihong, the martial arts sage by Shaoxing, and of course, Li Xuanhuan and A Fei. And you too, dear brother Sikong. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Li Xuanhuan and A Fei. Tang Ning was surprisingly earnest. He had not lost his mind. He was quite sane. Chapter 76. The indomitable spirit of Sikong the plum blossom thief turned out to be Lin Xianer. How could such a venomous, lascivious woman with a heart of a viper exist in this world? Lu Xiaofeng found himself perplexed. Despite Li Xuanhuan's relatively brief presence in the Ming Jianghu, how could Tang Ning possess such intimate knowledge of his whereabouts? If Tang Ning had access to such formidable intelligence, why would he still need Lu Xiaofeng to take over the Qingyi building and develop it into an intelligence organization? This seemed redundant. Tang Ning's secrets appeared to be numerous. Reflecting on Tang Ning's previous mentions of the Ghost Manor, Bat Young Master, and Invisible Man, Lu Xiaofeng was filled with anticipation. Huang Rong was equally bewildered. She had indeed heard of Li Xuanhuan, a figure who had dominated the Ming Jianghu a decade ago with his unmatched prowess in throwing knives, striking fear into the hearts of many in the underworld. Yet he had mysteriously vanished for 10 long years. Now that he had returned to the Jianghu, she had not caught wind of it, while Tang Ning seemed to know his every move. How had Tang Ning achieved this? His secrets were simply too many. Firstly, he possessed extraordinary literary talent, capable of crafting grandiose verses like Full River Red, thereby saving the Dali kingdom from the brink of annihilation. Furthermore, he articulated the noble ideals of chivalry, speaking fervently for the nation and its people. Not only did he master the formidable Biming divine skill, but he also seemed to learn any martial art with astonishing ease, marking him as an improbable genius. Additionally, he seemed to possess a method of eternal youth. Though its authenticity was uncertain, she was inclined to believe in its truth. Remarkably, he had evaded the united pursuit of the masters Qiu Qianren and Duan Yanqing solely based on his innate cultivation. To top it off, he had a close relationship with the fearsome Tianshan Tonglao. Now, with his grasp on such powerful intelligence within the Ming Jianghu, one could only wonder at his origins as a Dali native. Huang Rong felt increasingly confounded by Tang Ning. It was astonishing that any one of his abilities could stir up a tempest in the Jianghu, yet he monopolized them all. She silently rejoiced that he had not resorted to stealing others' martial arts manuals. Otherwise, should she find herself at odds with him, regret would be inevitable, potentially placing Peach Blossom Island in jeopardy. It seemed imperative to keep a close watch on her sheltered daughter, who was blissfully unaware of the Jianghu's perils. A single misstep could provoke Tang Ning's ire with dire consequences. Nevertheless, she noted that despite Tang Ning's evident disdain for Fuer, he exhibited a rare composure at the tender age of 18, which was indeed commendable. How had she failed to notice this before? It was a shame she had prided herself on being astute. With these thoughts, the clever Huang Rong stepped forward to counsel Kong Zhaixing. Sir Sikong, I hope you can remain calm. I have some understanding of young hero Tang's character. Even my brother Jing holds him in high esteem. He would not lie in this matter, and you could always return to the Ming to seek verification from the great hero Li Xuanhuan. Since Lin Xianer is indeed the plum blossom thief, it would be prudent for you to keep your distance from her. Lu Xiaofeng patted the still fuming Xikong Zhaixing. Speaking earnestly, Xikong, I know your heart is troubled. You have even offended the iron-willed god Marquis for her sake. However, since this has transpired, regret is futile. Let things unfold naturally. There are plenty of virtuous women in this world. Perhaps Xuebing could introduce you to a few? Xuebing, Huamanlu. And others also approached to offer their support to Xikong Zhaixing. Caught between Lu Xiaofeng's unexpectedly strong grip, Xikong Zhaixing gradually calmed his tumultuous emotions. How could this be? Although he had only met Lin Xianer a few times, he had perceived her as gentle, pure, kind-hearted, and breathtakingly beautiful, capable of profound understanding. The thought of her enchanting visage made him reluctant to accept that she could be the malicious woman Tang Ning described. Yet, Tang Ning had previously unmasked Jin Jiuling, a hypocritical and beastly thief, and had it not been for Lu Xiaofeng's personal testimony, he would have staunchly refused to believe it. Tang Ning even knew where Xuebing was located, proving he possessed an almost terrifying intelligence network within the Ming Jianghu. Coupled with Tang Ning's promise that Li Xuanhuan would also be aware of this matter, how could he harbor any doubts? After much internal struggle, Xikong Zhaixing finally exhaled deeply, calming the anger and frustration within him. Very well, young Master Tang. I shall return to the Ming dynasty and seek clarity from Li Xuanhuan. If, as you say, Lin Xianer is indeed the plum blossom thief, my reputation shall not be overshadowed by that insufferable Lu Xiaojing. Should any of the 5 individuals you mentioned exist in this world, I, Xikong Zhaixing, shall certainly assist you in locating them. Upon concluding his statement, he turned to leave, eager to return to the Ming for verification, scarcely acknowledging Lu Xiaofeng. Observing Xikong Zhaixing's demeanor, Tang Ning felt a mix of disdain and admiration for Lin Xianer. Her ability to ensnare a man's heart was undeniably exceptional. He suddenly regretted publicizing the matter of Lin Xianer. She could manipulate nearly all the men in the Jianghu, not solely due to her beauty but also her extraordinary intellect and keen insight into human nature. If that were the case, why not harness her talents for his own benefit? Tang Ning abruptly called out to Xikong Zhaixing, Brother Xikong, may I have a moment of your time? Upon hearing this, Xikong Zhaixing halted, wondering what further intentions this fellow might have. Under the guidance of Duan Yu, Tang Ning led Xikong Zhaixing to a secluded room. Once the door was closed, he directly inquired, Brother Xikong, I heard from Lu Daxiao that you have offended the iron-willed god Marquis. Could you elaborate on the details? This was no secret, and Xikong Zhaixing candidly replied, I stole his heavenly fragrance and clove. Tang Ning, you have truly landed yourself in a grave predicament. This is the iron-willed Marquis's most cherished possession. However, consider yourself fortunate. You have encountered me. He feigned praise, adding, Brother Xikong, what audacity you possess to dare steal that which is most precious to the Marquis. But, alas, I suppose you would think twice before entering Luoyang now. Xikong Zhaixing, hearing this, could only scoff, too exasperated to argue back. The audacity of this brat to mock him was infuriating, especially as the matter involving Lin Xianer remained unresolved. Tang Ning, however, paid little mind to whether Xikong Zhaixing was angry or how furious he might become, for what he was about to say next would undoubtedly quell any lingering ire. Brother Xikong, if I can assist you in resolving this issue with the iron-willed god Marquis, would you be willing to agree to a few conditions? Chapter 77, Do you dare to believe? Resolving the troubles brought by iron-blooded god Marquis. Xikong Zhaixing immediately cast a sharp gaze towards Tang Ning, only to become acutely vigilant moments later. The memory of Lin Xianer lingered in his mind, fueling his ire. Moreover, the audacity of this individual, who once had Lu Xiaofeng as his subordinate, suggested that the conditions he was about to propose would be anything but simple. With cautious inquiry, he asked, What are your terms? Tang Ning extended 4 fingers from his right hand, stating, There are 4 conditions. First, assist me in stealing the Yi Jin Jing from Shaolin Temple. If it is not there, it may be in the possession of a girl named Zhu, who, like you, is exceptionally skilled in disguise and is a maidservant of Murong Fu. Second, locate Lin Xianer and confine her in a place where no one can find her, and provide me with the exact details. Third, teach me the art of disguise. Finally, as previously mentioned, help me expedite the search for any one of Mei Nianxing and the other 4 individuals. Stealing a manual? Xikong Zhaixing wore a bemused expression as he regarded Tang Ning. What made him think that Xikong Zhaixing would keep this matter from Lu Xiaofeng? If he divulged this to Lu Xiaofeng, wouldn't Tang Ning's efforts to win Lu Xiaofeng's favor be in vain? Furthermore, this audacious fellow intended to secretly take Lin Xianer for himself. If Lin Xianer were indeed the notorious Mei Hua thief, did he not fear becoming an enemy of the righteous path in the entire Jianghu? What could this young man possibly be scheming? Regardless of his intentions, it was evident that things were not as simple as they appeared. Xikong Zhaixing suddenly recalled Lu Xiaofeng, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Lu Xiaojing, I never imagined you could misjudge someone. Xikong Zhaixing chose not to voice his suspicions, deeming it unnecessary. As he had already formed a plan in his mind, each of these 4 tasks was no small feat, and yet he was only asked to assist with one. Did he truly believe that Xikong Zhaixing would willingly suffer a loss? Tang Ning chuckled softly. Naturally not. Xikong Zhaixing replied, yet you have already proposed your terms. Tang Ning countered, I have not prevented you from negotiating. Xikong Zhaixing was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, before lowering his head with a sigh. Today, he had truly let his anger cloud his judgment, failing to grasp such a simple truth. A self-deprecating smile formed on his face as he conceded, all right. It seems you are indeed correct. Under these circumstances, I can only agree to one condition. Of course, if Lin Xianer truly is the vile Mei Hua thief as stated, I shall also fulfill your last condition. Tang Ning shook his head gently, resolutely stating, no, I shall not concede any of my 4 conditions. Xikong Zhaixing was momentarily stunned, but soon came to a realization. Aside from wishing to avoid relentless pursuit by the iron-blooded God Marquis, he lacked nothing else. Tang Ning retorted, no, you do lack something. Xikong Zhaixing insisted, no, I do not lack anything. Tang Ning continued to argue, yes, you lack ambition, pursuit, and, ultimately, women. Xikong Zhaixing remained unfazed, stubbornly asserting, no, I do not lack those. I can do without them. Tang Ning suddenly fixed his gaze intently on Xikong Zhaixing, pressing forward. What about Lin Xianer? If you possessed my formidable intelligence capabilities, you would have already discerned her true identity. If your power were great enough, even if she were wicked, who would dare to obstruct you from obtaining her? If your abilities were sufficient, even if she were malevolent, with a mere word from you, she could conform to your desires. Xikong Zhaixing's expression turned sardonic, as if mocking Tang Ning's naivety, or perhaps ridiculing himself for never possessing the kind of power Tang Ning spoke of. Yet Tang Ning continued resolutely, Brother Xikong, I can help you achieve this goal. Do you dare to believe? Such grand ambition. Xikong Zhaixing regarded Tang Ning with skepticism and disbelief, as if meeting him for the first time. No, it was indeed the first time he was truly recognizing Tang Ning. However, why did it seem that as Tang Ning uttered those final words, he exuded a peculiar charisma that inexplicably compelled Xikong Zhaixing to believe every word he had just spoken? Do you dare to believe? He chuckled. What was there for Xikong Zhaixing to fear? Wasn't it merely a gamble? After all, it was just a matter of undertaking a couple more tasks. Though he was empty-handed, he had little to lose. 5 resolute words escaped Xikong Zhaixing's lips. Very well, I accept your terms. Tang Ning beamed, his smile radiant. Following this, Xikong Zhaixing imparted his extraordinary disguise techniques to Tang Ning. However, the art of disguise Xikong Zhaixing taught was entirely unlike what Tang Ning had previously understood. He merely instructed Tang Ning with a single phrase. The essence of disguise lies not in altering one's appearance, but in mimicking one's demeanor. While one may change from one form to another, I, Xikong Zhaixing, need not change. I merely need to reorganize my spirit, and you shall no longer recognize me. Upon completing his instruction, Tang Ning observed as Xikong Zhaixing, without any apparent movement, seamlessly transformed into several distinctly different forms. No, they were not merely appearances. They were entirely different personas. The visage remained the same, yet one would never discern that they were all the same individual. Tang Ning was exhilarated. This was an immensely powerful skill, one that could very likely save his life in critical moments. Xikong Zhaixing departed, of course, without divulging Tang Ning's ambitions or the task of stealing the manual to Lu Xiaofeng. His intuition told him that Tang Ning posed no threat to Lu Xiaofeng, nor to himself. Lu Xiaofeng had his own aspirations, and Xikong Zhaixing would cultivate his own goals in due course. As long as Tang Ning could assist in realizing those ambitions, why concern oneself with trivial details? Xikong Zhaixing had his principles, yet he was not a rigidly rule-bound individual. Upon returning to the room where the others gathered, Lu Xiaofeng proclaimed, I, Lu Xiaofeng, am willing to follow the young Marquis of Carefree, manage the Qingyi Pavilion. and develop it into an intelligence organization spanning the realm. The Qingyi Pavilion shall commit itself to resolving all grievances and seeking the welfare of the people. Huang Rong was left speechless. Lu Xiaofeng, the renowned hero, though not as illustrious as her beloved Jing Gige, was nonetheless a celebrated figure within the Jianghu. That he would voluntarily pledge allegiance to the mere 18-year-old Tang Ning was beyond belief. Who would dare to accept this as truth? Xue Bing stepped forward, asking, "Benefactor, if Lu Xiaofeng manages the Qingyi Pavilion for you, what can I contribute?" Hua Manlu also approached, inquiring simultaneously, "Might I, Hua Manlu, also lend my efforts to the young Marquis's vision?" Chapter 78. The consequences of boasting. Xue Bing and Hua Manlu were two individuals whom Tang Ning had not truly considered making arrangements for. After all, he was not particularly familiar with their capabilities, and his own future plans were still somewhat nebulous. Consequently, he decided to allow the two to continue accompanying Lu Xiaofeng. He suddenly inquired, "Hero Hua, Miss Xue, are you interested in the business of taverns and inns?" Lu Xiaofeng recalled Tang Ning's earlier mention that one could earn their own money and immediately interjected, "Could this be the way to wealth that you speak of, Lord Ho?" Tang Ning succinctly replied, "Indeed, I brew wine." At that moment, Lan Fenghuang approached her master and remarked with nostalgia, "You have no idea. My master's brewing skills are truly unmatched in the world. After tasting his wine, I lost all desire for the offerings of taverns, even the finest daughter S. Red." She continued, "While tavern wine is sold for 100 coins per pound, even the finest daughter S. Red barely fetches 1,000 coins. Yet my master's wine, if sold, would surely be worth 10,000 coins per pound, and many would flock to purchase it." As she spoke, a droplet of saliva escaped her lips, and after wiping it away, she clung to Tang Ning, playfully asserting, "Master, you promised to brew wine for me." Huang Rong also stepped forward, her expression mirroring that of Lan Fenghuang, saying, "Miss Lan is not exaggerating in the slightest. If anything, I believe she has understated it. In the past, Jing Gu and I would never succumb to intoxication. With our prowess, we could easily expel the wine from our bodies. Yet, during Tang Xiaoxiao's visit to our Peach Blossom Island, he brought 8 jars of varying strengths of wine, and we could hardly bear to expel it. The feeling of inebriation was truly unforgettable. Tang Xiaoxiao, I presume that Hero Xiao has already amassed a fortune. I wonder how he has developed Tianyi Tower." As a connoisseur of wine, Lu Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Lord Ho, may I indulge in such pleasures as well?" 5 days later, at the residence of the Prince of Southern Town, the table was adorned with numerous jars of different strengths of wine brewed by Tang Ning. This time, he had experimented with various brewing methods. The rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air, making Lu Xiaofeng, Lan Fenghuang, and the others salivate with anticipation. Tang Ning signaled, and Yanghua and Duan Yu began to uncork the jars one by one. "Delicious. Master, I shall drink now. No one shall stop me. I intend to drink until dawn." With several bowls of wine consumed, Lu Xiaofeng could not resist giving Xue Bing a meaningful glance. Since the carefree Marquis had inquired about Xue Bing's interest in the tavern business, he likely hoped she would assist in managing it. Xue Bing smiled lightly and said, "Benefactor, I am willing to help you manage the tavern." Hua Manlu added with a smile, "Though my Hua family may not rival the wealth of the esteemed one San Qian, we do possess considerable assets. We have some experience in the inn business as well. If Tang Xiaoxiao is willing to supply our tavern with wine, I shall gladly offer you 30% of the tavern's income. Furthermore, I will no longer merely be a wealthy young master who lingers in flower halls. I shall strive to develop the tavern business." With such a substantial offer from Hua Manlu, Tang Ning, though initially unsatisfied with the 30%, had no capital of his own at present and reluctantly accepted the terms. In the subsequent period, Tang Ning imparted his brewing techniques to Xue Bing, teaching her how to employ hunger marketing and how to classify wine quality and pricing for different demographics. As for the profits, he entrusted them entirely to Lu Xiaofeng for management. Afterward, Lu Xiaofeng, Hua Manlu, and Xue Bing set off to return to the Ming dynasty to fulfill Tang Ning's plans. One day, Prince of Southern Town, Duan Jinchun, hurried into Tang Ning's room, his expression grave as he said, "Lord Ho, Zhao Gao from the Qin dynasty's Tianlong has come to visit." Zhao Gao? Only then did Tang Ning recall that over 3 months ago, he had promised to deliver divine water to Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng, which he had yet to fulfill. However, since he had not yet mastered the eternal spring technique, even if he delivered the divine water to Yingzheng, it would be of no use. It seemed he must immediately seek out Li Qiushui in the Western Xia to learn the lesser no-form technique, hoping to combine the eternal spring technique The northern darkness divine skill, and the lesser no-form technique through calculation in his mind, ultimately recreating the eternal spring technique that Xiaozi had stolen from the eternal spring valley. If he could successfully synthesize these techniques, all would be well. Yet, if he failed to do so, he would not only have to answer to Ing Zheng but also to Huang Rong, who had been following him. Moreover, he would be unable to account for his boasts to Mu Wanqing, Zhang Ling, the Tianshan Tong Lao, and Li Qiushui. In realization, Tang Ning found himself alarmed at how he had made promises based solely on conjecture. He widened his eyes in fear. Tianshan Tong Lao, Li Qiushui, Ing Zheng, each was a formidable figure in their own right. This was dire. If his guesses were correct, he might be spared. But if they were incorrect, he dared not contemplate the consequences he might face. A fate worse than death awaited him. Now, he could only pray for divine intervention. Moving forward, he resolved never to speculate or boast without absolute confidence. Zhao Gao, having witnessed the might of the Song dynasty's court, Tang Ning had gained a new understanding of its strength, yet he could scarcely fathom the terror of the far more powerful Qin dynasty. With his current abilities, he possessed no capacity to confront Qin Shi Huang Ing Zheng. Not only was he wary of offending the Qin, but the Song dynasty also eyed Dali with predatory intent. Zhao Guangyin had even set his sights on him. He might need to curry favor with Qin Shi Huang Ing Zheng, ensuring Dali enjoyed a longer-lasting peace, allowing him to develop further before preparing to hunt in the Central Plains. As soon as Duan Yu finished speaking, the domineering Zhao Gao barged in, demanding loudly, "Who is Tang Ning?" Tang Ning stepped forward, replying, "I am he." Zhao Gao, looking down from his lofty position, cast a sidelong glance at Tang Ning and declared, "His Majesty the Emperor has sent me personally to escort you back to Qin to fulfill your past promises. Should you refuse to cooperate or fail to deliver, Dali shall await its demise. You will come with me now." Chapter 79. Luring Zhao Gao. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Gao turned to leave. Although Tang Ning was aware that Zhao Gao was a treacherous minister, such matters only arose after Ing Zheng's demise. As long as Ing Zheng was alive, Zhao Gao would scarcely dare entertain any nefarious thoughts. For now, he likely had no choice but to endure. According to the information Tang Ning had received in this world, Zhao Gao was equally trusted by Ing Zheng. He currently managed one of the two formidable organizations personally selected and assembled by Ing Zheng, known as the Tianlong. Wherever Tianlong operated, it instilled fear in the hearts of its enemies. Should it venture into the martial world, it would undoubtedly rank among its foremost powers. Tang Ning called out to the arrogant Zhao Gao, "Please, esteemed Zhao, wait." Zhao Gao turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Ning. "What is it?" Tang Ning replied, "I have some matters to attend to in Dali. May I first resolve them before accompanying you to Qin?" Zhao Gao, with an air of indignation, warned, "I must advise you that this matter has already been delayed. I suggest you refrain from further postponement. Otherwise, should His Majesty feel displeased, we shall all bear the consequences." The mere thought of Ing Zheng's wrath made Zhao Gao tremble involuntarily. He urged, "No matter the significance of your trivial affairs in Dali, they must not impede His Majesty's business. Come, let us depart swiftly." Tang Ning, unfazed, responded, "Esteemed Zhao, my matters are of utmost importance. Otherwise, I shall be unable to fulfill my promises to His Majesty the Qin." Zhao Gao narrowed his eyes, glaring fiercely at this audacious young man who dared to defy him. After a prolonged silence, he finally relented, "I shall grant you 1 day's time. You must depart by tomorrow's dawn." Duan Yu exhaled in relief, promptly preparing accommodations for Zhao Gao and his entourage, ensuring they were welcomed properly. After Zhao Gao and his companions departed, Tang Ning imparted the art of brewing to Duan Yu and Lan Fengwang, while Yanghua transcribed a portion of the Lingbo Weibu for his own practice. He was uncertain of what events awaited him in Qin or how long he would be gone. His 3 disciples were still relatively weak in their martial arts. Thus it was wiser for them to remain in Dali to cultivate and earn money in his absence. The sooner they earned, the better. Naturally, he could not bring along Xiao Longnu and Zhongling. He was still unfamiliar with the affairs of the Dali court, leaving him with little to instruct them about. He surmised that significant changes in the political landscape were unlikely in the short term. He then advised Duan Yu, "You must keep a keen eye on a certain individual named Huang Shang from the Song dynasty. Should he arrive, heed his counsel closely. Furthermore, any martial arts manuals we possess should be entrusted to him for study and to devise methods of countering them. Claiming this is my wish." He penned a letter, sending a carrier pigeon to Xiaofeng, instructing him to secure the release of Liang Hongyu and to keep an eye out for a girl named Zhu. who was adept at disguise, emphasizing her importance to Xiao Feng. Another letter was sent to the Tianshan Tonglao. The following day, as dawn broke, Tang Ning, along with Huang Rong and Guofu, set forth with Zhao Gao. Naturally, Tang Ning reiterated his request for Zhao Gao to take a detour through Xixiao before heading to Qin. Although Zhao Gao was furious, he had no choice. He dared not delay matters of great import to Yingzheng. Days later, in the Xixiao Imperial Palace, Li Qiushui was receiving Zhao Gao and Tang Ning, while Huang Rong and the others were temporarily assigned to guest quarters. Zhao Gao maintained his haughty demeanor, embodying the authority of the most powerful envoy from the illustrious Qin, feared by the martial world as the supreme leader of Tianlong. Who would dare to slight him? Aside from Yingzheng, whom did he need to appease? However, upon encountering Tang Ning, his fortune took a turn for the worse. Tang Ning respectfully inquired, "Esteemed Zhao, are you aware of the promise I made to His Majesty the Qin?" Zhao Gao immediately clasped his hands and bowed deeply. How could such a matter, esteemed by His Majesty, be something we, as mere subjects, might casually inquire about? Allow me to remind you, young Tang, to remain mindful of your place. When we arrive at the Zhangtai Palace, be sure not to offend His Majesty. Tang Ning was not particularly surprised by Zhao Gao's ignorance of the matter. Throughout their journey from Dali to Xixiao, he had subtly inferred that Zhao Gao was unaware of this issue, prompting his question. He was somewhat taken aback to discover that Yingzheng had even concealed this from Zhao Gao, perhaps due to excessive caution or an understanding of Zhao Gao's treacherous inclinations. Tang Ning, to Zhao Gao's astonishment, candidly revealed, "Esteemed Zhao, I hope to forge a friendship with you, as you have been most kind along our journey. The promise I made to His Majesty is regarding the elixir of immortality, a miraculous potion that can extend life by 50 to 100 years. As soon as the words left his lips, Tang Ning noticed Zhao Gao's eyelids twitching noticeably. Despite Zhao Gao's attempts at concealment, Tang Ning perceived the change. With a sense of delight, he gazed at Zhao Gao, smiling joyfully. Ah, Zhao Gao. Indeed, he remained the same. He must be eagerly anticipating Yingzheng's demise. Zhao Gao feigned disbelief, his expression one of excitement for Yingzheng, exclaiming, "The elixir that His Majesty has long desired truly exists. Young Tang, might you present it for my inspection?" Tang Ning shook his head, replying, "I regret to inform you, esteemed Zhao, that once the elixir is unsealed, it must be consumed immediately, otherwise it will lose its potency. However, I can certainly show you the jade vial containing the elixir." He produced a vial of the elixir and held it in his palm, extending it towards Zhao Gao. The gleam in Zhao Gao's eyes shifted from excitement to disappointment, then to surprise. He reached out with his right hand, eager to grasp the vial. Just as he was about to take it, Tang Ning skillfully evaded him using the Lingbo Weibo, smiling as he questioned, "Esteemed Zhao, is this not the property of His Majesty? Do you wish to possess it?" Zhao Gao immediately adopted a demeanor of humility and fear, chuckling nervously. "Young Tang, you jest. I merely wish to take a look out of excitement." Then he suddenly wore a skeptical expression, questioning, "You dare not allow me to touch it? Could it be that the elixir within the vial is a mere sham?" Tang Ning, swiftly allow me to verify the contents of the vial. Chapter 80. The Ageless Spring Technique. As Zhao Gao spoke, he began to approach Tang Ning once more, seemingly intent on forcibly seizing the jade vial. Tang Ning regarded him with a smile that was neither here nor there, observing Zhao Gao's slow advance. Suddenly, Zhao Gao launched a swift attack towards Tang Ning, specifically aimed at the jade vial in his grasp. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Li Qiushui, in tandem with Zhao Gao's assault, stepped in front of Tang Ning and casually struck out with her palm. Zhao Gao was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing against the wall of the chamber. Tang Ning mockingly taunted the fallen Zhao Gao, shouted Ran. "How bold you are to dare snatch something belonging to His Majesty the Emperor of Qin. Pray tell, do you think I might report today's events to the Emperor?" Zhao Gao struggled to rise, coughing up blood, his gaze filled with alarm as he looked at Li Qiushui. How could a mere Empress Dowager from the insignificant Western style possess such formidable martial prowess? Could this woman possibly have another identity? Tang Ning lightly introduced. "This is my third senior sister." Third senior sister? Zhao Gao realized they were already acquainted. He regarded Tang Ning with suspicion, questioning why he had kept silent about Dali's promises to the first emperor, revealing it only now. Was he attempting to lead him into a trap? Yet, how could Tang Ning have anticipated that he would attempt to seize the jade vial? Suddenly, Tang Ning posed a question. "Do you not wish for His Majesty the Emperor of Qin to acquire this elixir of immortality?" Zhao Gao's face turned pale with fear, and he replied emphatically, "Nonsense. I, Zhao Gao, am utterly loyal to His Majesty the First Emperor, and I harbor no treacherous thoughts. Tang Ning shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Oh, is it not your greatest desire to see who high become your puppet emperor? Zhao Gao's pupils constricted. This notion had only recently formed in his mind. How could Tang Ning possibly know? No, it was inconceivable that he could. Even if Tang Ning was aware, Zhao Gao would never admit to it. He retorted sharply. Tang Ning, your insinuation is utterly ludicrous. I, Zhao Gao, am of humble origins yet have earned the trust of His Majesty. Transforming from a despised eunuch to the leader of the Tianlong, I am grateful to His Majesty and would never act in such a disloyal manner. How dare you treat me? A representative of the Great Qin, with such disdain? Do you not fear the iron hooves of the Great Qin army trampling your western Xia and Dali? Li Qiushui herself did not entirely agree with Tang Ning's words. Although Zhao Gao was not the most powerful, he had indeed risen from a lowly eunuch to the leader of Tianlong, a position that had already granted him considerable favor from Mingzheng. Could he truly contend with the might of the foremost dynasty in the realm? Upon hearing Zhao Gao's threat, while she remained unafraid, she was acutely aware that her western Xia bordered Great Qin and could not afford to offend such a formidable power lightly. Thus, she approached Tang Ning, quietly advising, Little junior brother, your conjectures lack concrete evidence. It would be wise not to provoke Zhao Gao. Our western Xia and your beloved Dali cannot withstand the combined wrath of Song and Qin. In response, Tang Ning began to adjust his own thoughts and emotions. He then fixed Zhao Gao with a piercing gaze, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Moments later, he relaxed and offered an apologetic smile. My apologies. Zhao Darun, I was merely jesting. You are a loyal subject of the Emperor, entrusted with the task of retrieving the divine water. How could you possibly entertain disloyal thoughts? I was merely speaking foolishly, and I hope you can forgive my indiscretion. Zhao Gao finally exhaled, feeling the tension ease. Tang Ning's earlier gaze had filled him with an unsettling sense of vulnerability, as if he had been completely exposed. He replied with irritation, Humph. Such humor is not amusing. I kindly ask you, young Master Tang, to refrain from making such jokes in the future. Otherwise, if it were not for the need to retrieve the divine elixir for His Majesty, I would not be so accommodating today. Tianlong is not to be trifled with, and the Great Qin army is no laughing matter. Tang Ning maintained a smile, responding, Indeed, Zhao Darun speaks wisely. I offer my sincerest apologies and hope you will let this matter rest. He then produced the jade vial once more, extending it towards Zhao Gao. Zhao Darun, please examine it. Zhao Gao glanced at Li Qiushui nearby, before shifting his focus to the vial in Tang Ning's hand. He took it, feeling an overwhelming surge of excitement within, yet he feigned calmness. With Li Qiushui, a formidable opponent who had effortlessly bested him, present, he dared not attempt another snatch. He brought the vial to his nose, inhaling deeply, and then reluctantly returned it to Tang Ning's palm, stating, This vial shows no abnormalities. Young Master Tang, if there are no further matters, let us continue our journey. We must not keep His Majesty waiting. Just a simple sniff, and he could discern anything? Tang Ning scoffed internally. He once again declined Zhao Gao's request. Zhao Darun, please wait just one more day. My third senior sister and I have some matters to attend to. I kindly ask you to remain here a bit longer. Zhao Gao cast another glance at Li Qiushui before looking back at Tang Ning. A fleeting shadow of doubt crossed his eyes, but ultimately, he made no resistance as he departed the Grand Hall. Once Zhao Gao had left, Tang Ning directly requested the 3 manuals he had previously mentioned, the Lesser Formless Technique, the Turtle Breathing Technique, and the Soul Searching Transmission. He then settled down to meditate. After half an hour, Tang Ning had thoroughly absorbed and mastered the Lesser Formless Technique. He then endeavored to merge the 3 techniques, the Eternal Ageless Spring Technique, the North Sea Divine Skill, and the Lesser Formless Technique, in his mind. Moments later, he sat cross-legged, following the cultivation method of the Eternal Ageless Spring Technique, with his right index finger pointing skyward and his left pointing to the ground. Suddenly, he exhaled, releasing 2 wisps of faint white vapor from his nostrils, which coiled around his head, refusing to dissipate. Gradually, the vapor thickened, transforming into a dense mist that enveloped his entire visage. The sound of his bones cracking echoed throughout the chamber, resembling the sound of popping beans. After a considerable time, the popping sounds diminished, and the mist gradually lightened, allowing him to inhale the remaining vapor. Once the mist was fully drawn in, Tang Ning began to circulate the Lesser Formless Technique. He concentrated his mental energy, embarking on a journey through the void. Within the Grand Hall, though he made no visible movements, It seemed as if his presence permeated every corner. Thus, Tang Ning entered a tranquil state of non-action, devoid of self. Chapter 81. Does the third senior sister want to learn? After a considerable amount of time, Tang Ning commenced the practice of the Northern Underworld divine art. He urged the true qi of the Northern Underworld to guide the white mist within his body to every corner of his meridians. The white mist, an embodiment of the true qi, began to merge with his formless and intangible spiritual energy, ultimately transforming into countless minuscule golden dragons. Soon after, Tang Ning's skin began to take on a translucent quality. The golden dragons darted rapidly through his meridians. Before long, some of the golden dragons gradually shifted into a vibrant crimson hue, while others morphed into an icy azure that sent chills down one's spine. Once the transformation of all the dragons was complete, half of his clothing was burned to ashes, while the other half cracked and fell away in fragments. Peering through his translucent skin, one could see that the left half of his body was engulfed in searing heat, as if it would incinerate him, while the right half was chillingly cold, threatening to freeze him solid. Within this singular body, there existed a paradox of ice and fire. The crimson and azure dragons began to converge towards his dantian, producing faint sounds reminiscent of dragon roars. After an extended period of this melodic resonance, the dragons within his dantian ultimately coalesced into a strikingly intricate diagram of yin and yang, symbolizing the interplay of red and blue. This Taiji diagram then commenced a frenzied rotation, akin to a high-speed machine. The myriad remaining crimson and azure dragons in his meridians surged towards the dantian, assembling into multiple Taiji diagrams composed of the two colors, before eventually returning to every corner of his meridians. Time became indiscernible. Tang Ning found that there were no longer any individual crimson or azure dragons. They had all transformed into the red and blue Taiji diagram. However, the diagram was so minuscule that the naked eye could hardly distinguish the individual colors, ultimately presenting as a shade of purple. His entire body fell still, and his skin regained its original opacity. Tang Ning slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and revealed a contented smile. He had succeeded. He had successfully merged 3 divine arts and perfected the eternal youth technique. He was right. Tang Ning rose and approached Li Qiushui. Why did this elderly woman appear so bashful? Something was amiss. The great hall was devoid of wind, yet he suddenly felt a chill enveloping him. His gaze dropped. "Oh my," he awkwardly remarked. Third senior sister, could you please fetch me some clothes?" Though he spoke with a hint of embarrassment, he did not avert his gaze from Li Qiushui, standing resolutely before her. The sight of her bashful expression provoked a series of internal jests from Tang Ning. An elderly woman in her 80s, who had witnessed his prolonged practice, was now feeling shy? However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Li Yuanhao had passed away decades ago, and it was likely that Li Qiushui had not been with a man since then. No, that couldn't be right. At over 80 years of age, how could she still feel shy? Such feelings indicated desire. Could it be that she still had needs? As this thought crossed his mind, Tang Ning felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing his words, Li Qiushui turned and exited the great hall to retrieve some clothing for him. Despite her advanced age, she still possessed certain desires. Although she was over 80, she practiced a branch of the eternal youth technique, the minor formless art. Even if her techniques were incomplete, they could still delay aging to some extent. She also practiced the turtle breathing technique, which served to prolong life. Moreover, in the Tianwu continent, once one reached the master level, their meridians would be significantly strengthened, potentially extending their lifespan by 20 years. Achieving the Grand Master level could extend it by as much as 50 years. Clearly, Li Qiushui was a Grand Master. Judging by her physique, one could see that beneath her sheer garments, she retained an alluring figure, with skin that showed little sign of aging. When she smiled, even the fine lines at the corners of her eyes were barely perceptible, making her appear to be merely in her 30s or 40s. At such an age, was this not when a woman was most fervent? Not long after Li Qiushui left, she returned, carrying a bundle. The bashfulness that had previously graced her features had vanished. She chuckled softly, gazing at Tang Ning's physique, tossing the bundle to him while teasing. "Junior brother, you have quite a good figure." This old woman was actually teasing him. Tang Ning, opting not to shy away, caught the clothing she threw and, glancing down with pride, replied, "Of course." He then proceeded to don the garments leisurely. Li Qiushui, curious and eager, inquired, "Junior brother, what martial arts were you practicing just now?" The phenomena he exhibited during practice were not something that could occur with the 3 techniques she had imparted. Could it be that their master had reappeared and taught him some powerful divine art? His skin had turned translucent, his true chi had transformed into gold, then red and blue, before ultimately merging into a shade of purple. This was beyond anything she had ever witnessed or heard of. Tang Ning did not conceal the truth. Recounting to her his previous conversation with Tianlong Tonglao regarding the fusion of the three techniques into the Eternal Youth Technique, as well as his master's instructions, he then cheekily asked, "Does the third senior sister wish to learn?" Li Qiushui was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling even greater reverence for their master. The ability to shatter the void. Their master had reached the legendary realm of void breaking. The rarity of martial saints in the world today might be due to the loss of such techniques. Was there even a question? Of course. She wished to learn the Eternal Youth Technique. She approached Tang Ning eagerly, asking, "Junior brother, do you truly wish to teach it to your senior sister?" However, Tang Ning shook his head slightly, stating, "Third senior sister, without our master's approval, I dare not teach the Eternal Youth Technique to anyone." He continued, "You are well aware of our master's instructions. The third senior sister, second senior brother, and eldest senior sister have yet to set aside their past grievances. Our Xiaoyao sect remains obscure in the martial world. Alas, I am powerless in this matter. I hope you can take the initiative to complete the task assigned by our master as soon as possible." Li Qiushui was incensed. This young man dared to tease her. Disappointment soon followed, yet she felt helpless. She could not defy their master's wishes. The thought of reconciling with that wretched Tianlong Tonglao and that heartless Weiyazi filled her with deep-seated aversion. Noticing her expression, Tang Ning interjected with 2 words, "However." Chapter 82, Teaching him how to be a man? Who was being looked down upon? However, upon hearing these words, Li Qiushui's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Could there possibly be a twist in this matter? She gazed expectantly at Tang Ning. Tang Ning continued, "However, for third senior sister to willingly pass on the cultivation method from master to me, it is evident that she truly values master's words. As your junior brother, I naturally sense your sincerity. I can first assist you in restoring your appearance, and through the Eternal Spring Technique, ensure you remain forever youthful. Once our Xiaoyao sect possesses the ability to command the world, I will teach you the complete Eternal Spring Technique. Restore my appearance. Remain forever youthful." Li Qiushui exclaimed in delight. "Junior brother, are you truly speaking the truth?" "Of course," Tang Ning replied. "However, should you wish to maintain your youth, it must rely solely on external forces, not your own abilities. I would need to assist you once a year. Otherwise, after a year, the technique will lose its effect, and your appearance will revert to its original state. Will that pose an issue for you? What woman could resist the allure of eternal youth?" Li Qiushui was no exception. A yearly assistance was merely a minor inconvenience. "Not at all," she replied without hesitation. "Junior brother, I certainly do not mind. But it seems I must trouble you to help me once a year." Tang Ning smiled slightly and added, "Third senior sister, there is one more matter. During the process of aiding you, your garments may suffer as mine did during practice, half burned to ashes and half shattered by ice." That. Tang Ning's voice trailed off as he suddenly gazed at Li Qiushui with a burning intensity. The implication was unmistakable. Li Qiushui paused and then recalled her junior brother's previously enticing physique. Yet, her expression remained unchanged. With a sultry smile, she responded, "If it were anyone else, I would not allow it and would strike him down with a single palm. But before you, junior brother, how could I possibly mind? Please begin." Tang Ning maintained a calm exterior but felt a twinge of concern. He hoped that the skin of this older woman was as smooth as her face and that it had not become wrinkled with age. He reassured himself. Considering her smooth forehead, surely it would not be so. The two then sat down together. Tang Ning placed his left hand against Li Qiushui's back at the Ling Tai point and his right hand at her chest at the Zhongting point, channeling purple energy into her Ren and Du meridians. Once these were filled with the purple essence, he continued to direct the energy into the remaining 6 meridians: Chong, Dai, Yongwei, Yinwei, Yinqiao, and Yongqiao. Before long, Li Qiushui's garments disintegrated as Tang Ning's had. Half reduced to ashes and the other half splintered into countless pieces, revealing her exquisitely delicate skin. Li Qiushui already possessed a stunning figure, and with such tender skin, Tang Ning could not help but admire her alluring collarbone, though he dared not look further down. He feared that his youthful vigor might lead him to act inappropriately with an octogenarian. Yet, even the sight of her collarbone stirred his blood, igniting desires within him. Li Qiushui noticed his gaze and felt a hint of shyness bloom within her. However, Tang Ning was wholly focused on his task, channeling energy through her meridians. Oblivious to any distractions, Junior brother, do not lose focus, she warned, snapping him back to reality. Tang Ning, regaining his composure, playfully complimented, third senior sister. Your skin is truly remarkable. Li Qiushui shot him a reproachful glance, surprised that he would tease her at such a moment. She retorted in her mind, of course. After a considerable time, Tang Ning finally concluded his work and rose to his feet. Li Qiushui followed suit. He produced a vial of eternal spring water and handed it to her. As their hands brushed, Li Qiushui stood before him, and he could no longer suppress his urge to gaze upon her. His eyes roamed uncontrollably, captivated by the enchanting sight before him. Li Qiushui downed the eternal spring water, and Tang Ning watched as her skin visibly tightened, becoming even more translucent. The scar on her face, a remnant of her past, began to fade away, revealing a visage akin to that of a celestial being untouched by worldly filth. Tang Ning swallowed hard, entranced. Yet, Li Qiushui, noticing his gaze, did not rush to dress, but instead approached him, her supple hand encircling his neck. She exhaled softly against his face, seductively asking, Junior brother, do you need me to teach you how to be a man? Teach him how to be a man? Who does she think she is looking down upon? Tang Ning met her enticing gaze, grasping her delicate hand and leading her to the table. Li Qiushui eagerly prepared to recline upon it. Tang Ning locked eyes with her, a faint smile gracing his lips as he placed her garments gently over her. Suddenly adopting an air of nonchalance, he stated, Third senior sister, please dress yourself. I must return to my practice. In this world, he was still but a fledgling. If he were to give himself to an octogenarian, the news would surely become a source of ridicule. Did he not care for his reputation? Li Qiushui was momentarily taken aback. She looked down at her body, then caught a glimpse of her nearly flawless reflection in the mirror. No problem at all. Does junior brother not like women? How can he resist such a perfect beauty before him? Yet, Tang Ning had already turned aside, engrossed in perusing the second manual she had given him. The turtle breathing technique. He noted that its cultivation methods bore similarities to the Nine Yin manual but with distinct differences in efficacy. Chapter 83. Zhao Gao strikes the secret technique of breath control from the Nine Yin manual, allows one to remain in a state of suspended breath for an extended period. However, the heart and pulse can only maintain a brief cessation of activity. In contrast, the tortoise breathing technique enables one to enter a state of apparent death for an extended duration, and prolonged practice of this technique can lead to longevity. In Tang Ning's view, the value of the tortoise breathing technique far surpasses that of the breath control method. The sole inconvenience is that the tortoise breathing technique requires regular practice, unlike most other martial arts that only need to be learned once for future application. After committing the tortoise breathing technique to memory, Tang Ning opened the third manual given to him by Li Qiushui, titled Soul Searching Through Sound. Based on his previous memories, Tang Ning held high expectations for this martial art. Soul Searching Through Sound bears some resemblance to the soul-moving technique from the Nine Yin manual, as both can transmit spoken words through profound internal energy with remarkable penetrating power, capable of disrupting an opponent's mental state and controlling their actions. This technique is particularly effective against those with weaker mental fortitude. However, soul searching through sound is unique to the Xiaoyao sect, and those who have not cultivated the North Sea divine skill cannot practice it, despite its stringent requirements. Its effectiveness in a specific domain far exceeds that of the soul-moving technique. This domain, which excited Tang Ning immensely, is the ability to transmit sound over 1,000 miles. As the name suggests, it allows for communication across vast distances, an accomplishment deemed impossible in the realm of martial arts. After mastering it, Tang Ning was elated. If two individuals simultaneously cultivated both the North Sea divine skill and soul searching through sound, they could converse in real time, even if separated by 1,000 miles. This was akin to a telephone in the world of Tianwu, albeit with a slightly shorter range. Tang Ning felt an urgency to accelerate his recruitment of disciples. The Tianwu continent is vast. Even a single empire like the Song dynasty spans thousands of miles, and the small Dali kingdom measures over 2,000 miles in breadth. It was evident that if he wished to establish real-time information transmission across the 5 super empires of the Central Plains, along with his base in Dali, he would need hundreds of individuals simultaneously practicing both the North Sea divine skill and soul searching through sound. This was undoubtedly a daunting task. These individuals must exhibit unwavering loyalty. Otherwise, any leaked vital information could lead to catastrophic consequences for him. Setting aside these thoughts, Tang Ning exited the grand hall and sought out Wang Rong to fulfill his promise. He felt a twinge of reluctance in bestowing upon her the ageless spring technique, a combination of 3 supreme martial arts. As he had anticipated, The ageless spring technique did not require the initial transformation of energy, unlike the North Sea divine skill. Of course, this divine skill is not something just anyone can master. One must possess a formidable comprehension ability. However, considering it was for Wanqing, he found solace in the decision. Drawing upon his understanding, he recited the ageless spring technique for Huang Rong to transcribe, insisting she pledged not to teach it to anyone else, including her beloved Jing Gij, without his permission. Excited and thrilled, Huang Rong was elated to finally possess a technique that could grant her eternal youth, and she complied without hesitation. The following day, Tang Ning bid farewell to Li Qiushui and set off once more with Huang Rong, Guofu, Zhao Gao, and others towards the Qin dynasty. Having been away for over 2 months, Huang Rong, having acquired the long-sought method for eternal youth, intended to return to Peach Blossom Island with Guofu. They continued to accompany Tang Ning for the time being, as their paths aligned. Zhao Gao maintained a haughty demeanor throughout the journey, though a subtle hint of resentment flickered in his gaze when directed at Tang Ning. To test the disguise technique taught to him by Xikong Zhaixing, Tang Ning playfully vanished several times along the way, masquerading as a farmer, a traveling merchant, a hunter, and even a wealthy young master. To his delight, neither Zhao Gao nor Huang Rong recognized him even once. He had not anticipated that his intellect, adept at martial arts, could. Chapter 84. 1,000 days of intoxication. The guards, without uttering a single cry of despair, lay lifeless on the ground, their eyes wide open. Zhao Gao cautiously withdrew a cloth from his sleeve, meticulously polishing his treasured sword. He then turned slowly, his eyes still half closed as he regarded the gleaming blade. Without raising his eyelids, he coldly addressed Tang Ning. Tang Ning, surrender the divine water, and I shall grant you a more merciful demise. In Zhao Gao's mind, he envisioned Tang Ning, trembling in fear, kneeling before him and pleading for mercy. To his disappointment, however, he beheld a serene smile on Tang Ning's face as he approached. Retrieving a flask of wine from his satchel, he calmly inquired, Lord Zhao, it seems your journey has been arduous. Would you care for a drink? Zhao Gao's pupils constricted. How could this little fellow remain so composed? Could it be that he anticipated my actions? Impossible. Is he attempting some trickery? Zhao Gao, on guard, scoffed. No need for wine. I shall not indulge before taking a life. You would do well to hand over the divine water swiftly, or you shall soon learn the true meaning of suffering. Tang Ning continued to advance towards Zhao Gao, asserting, do not rush, Lord Zhao. Allow me to explain how to utilize the divine water effectively before you decide on my fate. Zhao Gao was skeptical. What special method could there possibly be? Yet, as Tang Ning drew nearer, he remained patient, ever wary of any deception. He raised his sword, poised against Tang Ning's neck, demanding, speak quickly. I warn you. No trickery will avail you against absolute power. Tang Ning appeared unfazed by the lethal weapon poised at his shoulder. He produced 2 wine goblets, filling them with liquid, and offered one to Zhao Gao. Here, Lord Zhao, indulge in this exquisite wine. It is a unique brew, one you may never have tasted before. After finishing his goblet, Tang Ning smiled at Zhao Gao. The rich aroma of the wine wafted into Zhao Gao's nostrils, causing a marked change in his expression. Tang Ning was right. He had never encountered such a delightful vintage. With Tang Ning having taken the first sip, he accepted the offered goblet, cautiously sipping before consuming it entirely, confirming its safety. Excellent wine. Pour me another cup, he urged, his eyes gleaming with greed. However, Tang Ning did not acquiesce to Zhao Gao's desires. Instead, he spoke slowly, in truth. Simply consuming the divine water will not directly extend your life. You must also master the profound techniques of my carefree sect. Would you care to learn? Zhao Gao tossed aside his goblet and snatched the wine flask from Tang Ning, pouring its contents down his throat. After draining the flask, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, still yearning for more. The intoxicating brew was potent, and he was reluctant to dispel the inebriation. But the pressing matters at hand demanded his focus. Reluctantly, he steeled himself to suppress the intoxication, stating, whatever the martial arts, teach me now, immediately. Otherwise, I may struggle to maintain my grip on this sword. Yet, as he spoke, Zhao Gao began to wobble, his grip on the sword faltering as it drifted away from Tang Ning. Although he had repressed the effects of the wine, he still felt unsteady. Is there poison in the wine? That cannot be. He had detected no trace of toxins within. Tang Ning delivered a swift kick to Zhao Gao's chest, causing the man to fall helplessly to the ground, devoid of resistance. With a bemused smile, Tang Ning inquired, Lord Zhao, how does the wine taste? Fuming with rage and humiliation, Zhao Gao realized he had been outmaneuvered. Quickly, he gathered his strength to combat the encroaching effects of the poison. managing to rise and thrust his sword at Tang Ning. This little wretch must pay. Yet, the intoxication dulled his precision, allowing Tang Ning to evade the strike effortlessly. Frustrated and unwilling to concede, Xiaoyao turned to attack once more, but no matter how he struggled, he could no longer contend with Tang Ning. After several exchanges, he bellowed in desperation, Tang Ning, quickly provide the antidote, or I shall inform His Majesty the First Emperor and ensure the destruction of your Dali kingdom. Inform the First Emperor? Tang Ning replied coolly. By all means, do as you wish, Lord Zhao. Suddenly, Xiaoyao paused, recollecting the several guards he had executed before Tang Ning. His head spun, and he collapsed to the ground. It dawned on him that since his arrival in Dali, he had been led by Tang Ning as if on a leash. He had resignedly acquiesced to nearly all of Tang Ning's demands, and had even been outwitted within the Xixia Palace, nearly exposing his disloyal intentions toward the First Emperor. Now, he found himself incapacitated by an undetectable toxin within the wine. A sense of helplessness washed over him. He felt as though he had been played with by Tang Ning, who seemed to know his every thought, despite their prior unfamiliarity. Confused, he finally asked, "What is it that you truly desire?" Tang Ning countered, "Lord Zhao, should that question not be posed to you? Once again, you attempted to seize the divine water I vowed to present to the First Emperor. What is it that you seek?" Xiaoyao, unwilling to divulge anything, understood that revealing his intentions would leave him with no sanctuary in this world. He abruptly altered his address for Tang Ning. "Why does the esteemed Lord Tang question me? This divine water is invaluable. I merely wish to safeguard it for His Majesty." Tang Ning retorted with a cold smile, "Is that so? I have accompanied you on your journey to the Qin Empire. What concerns remain? Why then did you eliminate your own guards? Why the urgent desire to learn my carefree sex techniques?" Zhao Gao's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained his mocking demeanor. "I have my own plans. There is no need to report to a mere lord of the Dali kingdom." Tang Ning picked up the sword Zhao Gao had dropped and pointed it at his throat, threateningly declaring, "If that is the case, allow this humble lord of Dali to escort you, the esteemed leader of the heavenly net of the Qin Empire, on your final journey." Chapter 85, Zhao Kuangying's Determination, Extortion of Zhao Gao. In an instant, Zhao Gao propelled himself forward like a taut bowstring, creating a considerable distance from Tang Ning. To his astonishment, Tang Ning's speed surpassed his own, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself face to face with Tang Ning, who had his sword poised at Zhao Gao's throat, a bead of cold sweat forming on Zhao Gao's brow. Tang Ning continued, "Master Zhao, how does the taste of 1,000-day intoxication feel? Pray tell, why do you covet the divine water of the Qin Emperor?" Upon finishing his words, Tang Ning sensed an unsettling shift. His eyelids twitched, and he swiftly executed the Lingbo Weibu technique, retreating rapidly. Zhao Gao's fists followed closely behind. Tang Ning furrowed his brow. Zhao Gao's prowess seemed to far exceed that of an ordinary master. The toxin of the 1,000-day intoxication had remarkably waned in potency. As Zhao Gao launched a barrage of fierce attacks, Tang Ning began to evade with increasing urgency. Zhao Gao sneered, "Heh, Tang Ning. The strength of a master surpasses your wildest imagination. To employ such trivial skills against me is laughable. Surrender the divine water and your sacred techniques at once. My patience is wearing thin, and you would do well to contemplate the consequences of defiance." Ignoring Zhao Gao's threats, Tang Ning continued to dodge. Frustrated, Zhao Gao roared, channeling his true energy into his right fist and legs, closing in on Tang Ning with alarming speed. He was determined to land a blow. Just as his iron fist seemed poised to strike Tang Ning, Zhao Gao was taken aback to find Tang Ning standing still, a smile on his face, mockingly uttering the words, "Fool." Seething with rage, Zhao Gao's mind remained unnervingly calm as he analyzed his surroundings. Detecting no anomalies, he glared at Tang Ning, his feet showing no signs of halting, and his fist aimed directly at Tang Ning's face. Die! His fist was mere inches from Tang Ning's face, when suddenly, it came to an abrupt halt. Turning to look back, Zhao Gao saw a girl, no more than 10 years old, gripping his leg. In that moment, he felt his body begin to spin like a top, blood rushing to his head. Once again, he was plunged into a dizzying state of intoxication. How could a girl of such tender years possess the strength to overpower a seasoned master like him? Who was she? How could such a terrifying child exist in this world? Tang Ning smiled, chiding, "Master sister, if you don't intervene soon, I might just be knocked out by this fellow." Master sister? Tang Ning had such an awe-inspiring elder sister. The Empress of Western Xia was his third sister. What kind of sect were they part of that could be so formidable? As Zhao Gao continued to spin, Feeling utterly powerless, he cried out in terror, "Little sister! Spare me, little sister!" The Tianshan child goddess angrily hurled Zhao Gao to the ground. Bang! 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 After a flurry of strikes, she seemed to have expended some of her energy, tossing Zhao Gao at Tang Ning's feet, and with her adorable, childlike voice expressed her discontent. "Little junior brother, are you being a bit excessive? Master sister has never personally protected anyone in her life. Yet here you are, having her act as a bodyguard for both your lover and yourself." Tang Ning stepped forward, grasping the Tianshan child goddess's small hand once more, ingratiatingly saying, "Master sister, I knew you would care for me. You haven't had the chance to taste the wine I've brewed myself yet. Have a sip, and if you like it, I shall ensure you are well supplied every day henceforth." He produced a flask of new wine, pouring a cup and offering it to her. Was a mere flask enough to placate her? And he dared to grasp her hand again. The Tianshan child goddess was quite displeased. Yet the thought that this little rascal could help her regain her vitality and eternal youth made her forget her grievances. As she inhaled the rich aroma of the wine, she could not resist taking a sip. Predictably, she downed it all in one go. Her innocent, sparkling eyes widened with delight as she exclaimed, "Hee hee, little junior brother. You promised me this wine, and you must provide it every day. Do not go back on your word." Tang Ning found the sight of this little child obsessively enamored with alcohol to be amusing. "Rest assured, master sister, I will keep my promise." The Tianshan child goddess nodded in satisfaction. Tang Ning then approached Zhao Gao, who was battered and bloodied, looking down at him as he squatted down. Smiling as gently as a spring breeze, "Master Zhao, allow me to introduce you. This is my master sister, the esteemed leader of the Lingjiu Palace at the Miao Peak of Dali, known as the Tianshan child goddess." What? Tianshan child goddess? The rumors were indeed true. Despite being nearly a century old, she appeared as a mere child of 10, her power having reached a terrifying master level. Zhao Gao gazed in horror at the delightful yet formidable Tianshan child goddess, then turned to Tang Ning, saying, "Lord Tang, whatever your desires may be, I shall comply without hesitation. 10 out of 10 villains are often cowards who prey on the weak. Such individuals must be thoroughly intimidated." Tang Ning chuckled softly. "That's more like it, Master Zhao. Speak plainly. Why do you so desperately seek to seize the Qin Emperor's divine water?" Reluctantly, Zhao Gao confessed the truth. I accepted benefits from the Song Court." The Song Court. Tang Ning initially thought Zhao Gao's motivations were merely to shorten Ning Zhang's life. But this added layer of intrigue was unexpected. Could Zhao Kuangyin truly discern Zhao Gao's treachery? Or perhaps the Song merely wanted to test the waters, knowing Zhao Gao would be the envoy to Dali. Regardless, it seemed Zhao Kuangyin was resolute in his intent to eradicate Dali. Even considering dragging Qin into the fray to assist him, Tang Ning was loath to offend Qin. Otherwise, his own path to advancement would face formidable obstacles, which he wished to avoid. With Zhao Kuangyin's keen eye on Dali, it appeared that his aspirations for development there would be thwarted. Now, he could no longer afford to remain passive, but must take the initiative. Tang Ning continued, "What benefits?" Zhao Gao replied, 100,000 taels of gold, along with 2 martial arts manuals, Lion's Roar and 72 small grappling techniques. Both are Shaolin techniques. Does the Song Court have some special connection with the Shaolin Temple? Tang Ning extended his hand. "Hand over the manuals." Zhao Gao, having yet to learn the techniques himself, was reluctant to part with them. Unfortunately, at that moment, he had no choice but to obediently retrieve the 2 manuals from his bosom and reluctantly present them to Tang Ning. Tang Ning tucked the manuals away. Fully aware of why Zhao Gao chose to reveal his dealings with the Song, he continued, "Master Zhao, I fear there is more to this. Am I correct? Remember what I mentioned in the Western Xia Palace?" Chapter 86, A Lowly, an Old Woman, or a Case of Dissociative Identity Disorder. Despite his inner turmoil, Zhao Gao remained resolute, asserting, "Lord Tang, while it is true that I sought to embezzle the divine water, I have never harbored any disloyalty towards His Majesty, the Emperor. Even if you were to end my life now, my statement would remain unchanged. Do not make unfounded accusations." Tang Ning had underestimated the depth of Zhao Gao's fear of Ying Zhang. He scrutinized Zhao Gao's eyes, noting that amidst the composure, a flicker of panic occasionally surfaced. A faint smile touched his lips as he decided to cease the interrogation. "Lord Zhao," he stated calmly, "give me a reason not to execute you." Execute him? The thought seemed to amuse Zhao Gao. He regarded Tang Ning coldly, retorting, "Lord Tang, I am the leader of the great Qin Skynet. Should you dare to kill me, His Majesty will undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation, implicating not only yourself, but also the entire Dali Kingdom. Tang Ning responded with a sardonic smile. Lord Zhao, surely you jest. What if I were to confess to Emperor Qin that I was the one who ended your life? Do you doubt my ability to concoct a plausible excuse? Zhao Gao was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. His collusion with the Song dynasty to seize the emperor's divine water was a grave offense, deserving of death. Tang Ning would merely be carrying out the emperor's will by eliminating a traitor. After a prolonged silence, he spoke through gritted teeth. Lord Tang, what is it that you desire? Wealth? Women? Martial arts manuals? I can provide them all. Tang Ning nodded slightly. Such awareness is commendable. I desire everything, save for the women. Furthermore, I require you to keep me informed of Emperor Qin's movements at all times, and when necessary, you must obey my commands. Rest assured, Dali would never dare to offend Great Qin, nor would we hinder its actions. In fact, we may even cooperate. Zhao Gao eyed Tang Ning warily. What grand scheme could a mere marquis from a small kingdom like Dali possibly have? He reluctantly conceded, very well. Provided that you spare my life and refrain from informing His Majesty about my collaboration with the Song dynasty to seize the divine water, I shall agree to your terms. Tang Ning erupted in hearty laughter as he approached Zhao Gao, helping him to his feet. Excellent. Lord Zhao, let us toast to our newfound friendship and future cooperation. Zhao Gao eyed the proffered goblet with suspicion, recalling the poisoned wine from before. He hesitated, reluctant to accept it. Tang Ning chuckled. Fear not, Lord Zhao. This cup is free of any poison. You may drink without apprehension. Tianshan Child Old Ancestor snatched the goblet from Tang Ning's hand, draining it in one swift motion. Such fine wine should not be wasted on him. Little brother, pour me another cup. Witnessing Tianshan Child Old Ancestor's act, and recalling the wine's captivating aroma, Zhao Gao couldn't help but swallow hard. Lord Marquis, might I trouble you for another cup? He pleaded. Tianshan Child Old Ancestor scoffed. Were you not afraid of being poisoned? Little brother, do not indulge him. It would be a waste of good wine. Tang Ning poured a cup and handed it to Zhao Gao, saying, Elder sister speaks the truth. If Lord Zhao wishes to partake, he must pay for it. Zhao Gao swiftly accepted the cup, savoring the wine before inquiring, how much for a cup? Tang Ning replied, 1 tael per cup. 1 tael. Highway robbery. Zhao Gao cursed inwardly. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that he would indeed be willing to spend money to savor such exquisite wine. Tang Ning extended an open palm towards Zhao Gao. Still immersed in the wine's exquisite flavor, Zhao Gao was momentarily disoriented. Lord Marquis, what is the meaning of this? He asked. The words had barely left his lips when he recalled his earlier promise. He promptly retrieved a silver note worth 10,000 taels of gold from his sleeve, reluctantly handing it to Tang Ning. Tang Ning accepted the note with a wide grin, adding, Thank you for your generous gift, Lord Zhao. I shall accept it without hesitation. Zhao Gao closed his eyes, seeking solace from Tang Ning's mocking laughter. Tang Ning suddenly turned to Tianshan Child Old Ancestor, Elder Sister. We are approaching the borders of Great Qin. To avoid suspicion, I must trouble you to pose as my younger sister. Come, little witch, take your brother's hand, and I shall take you to explore Great Qin. In his mind, Tang Ning envisioned a domineering scene, leading Tianshan Child Old Ancestor through the pugilistic world. Little witch. No one dared address her thus, save for her master. This little brother is becoming increasingly presumptuous, acting in concert with Tang Ning's charade. Tianshan Child Old Ancestor grasped his hand and asked sweetly, Brother, where shall we go? A blood-curdling scream reverberated through the heavens, causing Zhao Gao's lips to twitch involuntarily. This little girl is far too savage. She is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Tang Ning's forehead was drenched in a cold sweat, the result of excruciating pain. If childbirth was a 10 on the pain scale, then he was currently experiencing a 20, akin to simultaneously birthing twins. He hastily apologized. Elder sister, I was wrong. Is this the power of a grandmaster? It leaves one utterly defenseless, without even the will to resist. No wonder even a formidable expert like Zhao Gao is helpless before her. Tang Ning's gaze towards Tianshan Child Old Ancestor was now filled with trepidation. Li Qiushui was so easy to handle, even offering to teach him how to be a man. How could this seemingly innocent little girl be so difficult, cruel, perverted? Alas, it is best to keep my distance. Catching Tang Ning's wary gaze, Tianshan Child Old Ancestor experienced a strange, indescribable sensation. Come, brother, she said. I find myself disinclined to walk any further. Give me a piggyback ride. Tang Ning waved his hands frantically. No, 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 elder sister. I was truly in the wrong. You need not test me further. I shall never dare to do it again. But Tianshan, child old ancestor, had already flown onto Tang Ning's back, chiding him in her childish voice. It is only natural for a brother to carry his sister. Enough nonsense. I rushed here from Tianshan overnight to save you, brother. You have no idea how weary I am. I shall take a nap now. Do not disturb me. With that, Tianshan, child old ancestor, closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep on Tang Ning's back. Tang Ning was overcome with uncertainty. This old woman, what is she up to? She inflicted such pain upon me earlier, and now she suddenly wants me to carry her. Is she suffering from dissociative identity disorder? Never mind, he thought. I shall simply humor her wishes. And so, Tang Ning carried Tianshan, child old ancestor, on his back, proceeding towards the Great Qin Empire along with Zhao Gao. Several days later, the trio finally arrived in Great Qin. Zhao Gao, bearing his insignia, escorted Tang Ning and Tianshan, child old ancestor, directly to the Zhongtai Palace, where Ying Zheng held court. Zhao Gao knelt, prostrating himself before the emperor. Your Majesty, he announced, I have brought Tang Ning from Dali. Chapter 87. House Arrest of Tang Ning. Tang Ning stepped forward, clasping his hands in reverence, and declared, I am Tang Ning, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, here to pay my respects to your Majesty, the Qin Emperor. I have come today, as promised, to present the divine elixir to your Majesty for inspection. Upon finishing his words, he produced a jade vial containing the fabled elixir of immortality, holding it aloft. Choosing not to proclaim his title as the Xiaoyao Marquis conferred by the court, he deliberately refrained from bowing before Ying Zheng. An elderly eunuch at Ying Zheng's side swiftly approached to take the jade vial and subsequently handed it to the emperor. Ying Zheng uttered, You may rise, and gazed at the vial with palpable excitement. This was the miraculous water he had long yearned for, capable of extending his life. Finally, it was within his grasp. Although it was not the true elixir of life, it could still prolong his lifespan by 50 to 100 years, an extraordinary remedy indeed. Even as Ying Zheng, the most powerful figure in the Tianwu continent, he could not suppress his overwhelming elation. He opened the vial, ready to consume its contents, when Tang Ning interjected, Your Majesty, please hold. Ying Zheng set the vial down and asked coolly, What is it? Zhao Gao, observing the open vial, felt a flicker of hope that Tang Ning might delay, rendering the elixir ineffective. Tang Ning continued, While this elixir possesses life-extending properties, it requires a precondition. This vial was obtained by chance. And I have heard of a place where, if one drinks this elixir, they may prolong their life, but one must reside there permanently. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's expression soured. He interrupted angrily, Are you mocking me? Zhao Gao felt a surge of excitement, but then recalled that Tang Ning had not previously mentioned this. Yes, there must be another way. His enthusiasm waned once more. Tang Ning pressed on, Your Majesty, please do not be enraged. I also know of a method to eliminate this limitation. Our sect possesses a divine skill known as the Everlasting Spring Technique, which only my master, Zaida Yozi, has mastered. However, my master imparted some of its principles to me. If I transfer my internal energy into your Majesty's body once a year, this elixir will also take effect outside the mystical valley. Moreover, the Xiaoyao sect's internal energy will enhance the elixir's effects, allowing it to extend life beyond 100 years. This is the sole means to activate the elixir outside the valley. I hope your Majesty does not take offense. The idea that he would have to receive Tang Ning's energy every year made Ying Zheng uneasy. It implied that his life would be in Tang Ning's hands, although he could have trusted individuals guard him. The notion was still difficult. Chapter 88. The turmoil of the Great Sway. Ying Zheng tempted Tang Ning with promises. In the Central Plains, my Grand Qin occupies 3 states, whereas Dali is but a mere speck of wilderness beyond the Central Plains. I could bestow upon you the title of Marquis, or even Duke, allowing you to remain within my Grand Qin Palace. What say you? If Tang Ning could indeed thrive in the illustrious Qin dynasty, he might have entertained the notion. Alas, Ying Zheng harbored intentions of confining him. Tang Ning continued to refuse, stating, Though the Qin is splendid, I am unwilling to forsake my homeland. I implore you, your Majesty, to grant me this wish. Ying Zheng, undeterred, spoke with a simmering anger. What if I insist you remain? At this juncture, Tianshan Tonglao could no longer contain herself and disregarded Tang Ning's warning. She swiftly approached Ying Zheng, pointing at him, and admonished, Youngster, do not think that just because you are the supreme emperor you can treat my brother with such arrogance. Do you believe I cannot strike you down with a single blow? Tang Ning hurried forward to pull Tianshan Tonglao back, saying, Sister, you must not be rude. He then smiled apologetically at Ying Zheng, Your Majesty, please forgive my sister. She is quite mischievous and often mimics others' idle chatter. Yet, A bead of cold sweat appeared on Yingzheng's brow, for the pressure from Tianshan Tonglao's gaze had been overwhelming. How could a mere girl evoke such intensity? He gazed at Tianshan Tonglao once more, only to find her transformed back into a charming porcelain doll, smiling sweetly at him. As if the earlier encounter had been but a fleeting dream. This left him bewildered, struggling to recall how that terrifying moment had unfolded. Was she pretending to be foolish? Yet, as a child, her words were innocent. He, the foremost emperor of the Tianwu continent, could not chastise a girl of less than 10 for her dismissive behavior. To do so would only invite ridicule for his lack of composure. Tang Ning reaffirmed his stance. Your Majesty, I cannot remain in the Qin Palace. I must return to Dali. He fixed Yingzheng with a resolute gaze, his tone laced with a hint of menace. I hope your Majesty will not persist in your obstinacy. He did not wish to threaten Yingzheng, but the latter's domineering nature was evident. Did he not realize that Tang Ning's longevity was in his grasp? Yingzheng chose to disregard Tianshan Tonglao and focused intently on Tang Ning. After a long pause, his furrowed brow finally relaxed, revealing a smile that seemed seldom seen. Indeed, you possess great fortitude, worthy of the one who penned the magnificent verses of Man Jianghong. From your handling of the Song invasion, I discern your remarkable intellect and decisive judgment. With you guarding Dali, I trust Zhao Kuangyin will find the endeavor challenging. Tang Ning was taken aback. Had Yingzheng been testing him? A sigh of relief washed over him. Yet, Yingzheng's expression soon turned serious as he continued, with your capabilities, Dali is far too small and will hinder your growth. My palace doors shall always remain open to you. Assisting me in the advancement of the Qin dynasty is your optimal destiny. Now, you may leave. Remember to return promptly in a year. Truly, he was a timeless emperor. Tang Ning mused. The emperor's mind was inscrutable, even with his astute intellect. Discerning the truth behind Yingzheng's words was an arduous task. Were any of them genuine, or was it all a facade? Yingzheng called out, Zhao Gao. See off the Marquis of Xiaoyao. After bidding farewell to Yingzheng, Tang Ning took Tianshan Tonglao's hand and departed the Grand Qin Palace alongside Zhao Gao. Upon arriving at Zhao Gao's residence, he extorted another 100,000 taels of silver. Subsequently, he perused several martial arts manuals given by Zhao Gao, such as Moonshadow Dance, Wind and Thunder Palm, One-Character Lightning Sword, and Celestial Cicada Scripture, committing them to memory. Although he deemed these techniques not particularly formidable, they held potential value for future research by Huangchang. If this Huangchang were indeed the same, he might develop a technique as powerful as the Nining Manual. Tang Ning was quite pleased with Zhao Gao, the bearer of wealth, as he would prove useful in the future. He patted Zhao Gao's shoulder and smiled. Thank you for your generous gifts, Lord Zhao. Zhao Gao winced at the thought of his lost wealth. Now that he was in the Qin, Tang Ning was determined to explore and gain a deeper understanding of the first dynasty of the Tianwu continent, the Great Qin. He strolled hand in hand with Tianshan Tonglao, wandering through the imperial city of Shijing. As for why Tang Ning dared to hold Tianshan Tonglao's hand, it was entirely due to her proactive demeanor since she had first climbed onto his back. The memory of that excruciating pain still lingered. Yet her repeated gestures of affection and her calling him brother had led him to grow accustomed to it. The Great Qin, situated in the northern Central Plains, was now gripped by the chill of winter. When he entered Zhao Gao's residence, the skies had been clear and sunny, but now heavy snow was falling. Both he and Tianshan Tonglao were clad in thin garments, seeking warmth as they entered a fabric shop. As they selected winter clothing, two similarly clad burly men rushed in. The man in black exclaimed, "The weather in the Qin changes with astonishing rapidity. I have come specifically to visit Brotherly. Do not let me freeze to death here." Aha. The man in gray, Brotherly, laughed heartily. Aha. Brother Wu, you jest. This Wang's fabric shop is among the finest in Shijing. You may choose any attire you wish. Suddenly, he became serious and advised, Brother Wu, we have hit it off so well. Why not return and bring your wife, parents, and children to the Qin? I have a spare room that you can use. He lowered his voice. I have heard that the Great Sui is in disarray. With lords vying for power, the Sui Emperor may soon lose control. Moreover, the Great Sui is centrally located, bordering the Qin, Han, Song, and Ming. He continued in a hushed tone, it is not that I disrespect the first emperor. With his ambition, he will not let such an opportunity pass by. And the ambitious Song Emperor has already shown interest in Dali and Xixia. He may seize this chance to invade the Great Sui. With a sigh, he concluded. It appears that the Great Sui is on the brink of chaos. Brother Wu, heed my advice. Chapter 89. The fate of D in the expression of the robust man surnamed was shifted from one of cheerful contentment to a furrowed brow of concern. I appreciate your kindness, brotherly. I indeed harbor such worries. To be candid, I have long heard of the remarkable accomplishments of the great Qin dynasty, where the populace lives in peace and prosperity. My purpose in coming to Great Qin was to retrieve my family. I have even secured the necessary travel documents through connections. However, traveling alone has exposed me to unpredictable dangers. The situation in the Great Sui has devolved into chaos, with mountain bandits becoming increasingly audacious. I cannot help but fear whether my family of 7 will survive the journey through the Great Sui. Moreover, even within the borders of Great Qin, which is said to be free of bandits, I encountered a perilous situation that nearly cost me my life. Curious, the man surnamed Li inquired, "Oh? What exactly happened to you, Brother Wu?" A flicker of hatred mingled with fear crossed Wu's face as he recounted, while passing through Zhou County. I encountered 2 monks on the official road outside Zhou City. One appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, while the other was quite young, likely just over 20. Initially, this seemed inconsequential, but the older monk bore a curved blade at his waist and had a young maiden slung over his shoulder, who cried out for help while the monk wore a lecherous grin. "You know, brotherly, I have always despised flower thieves." Humph. Recalling the scene filled him with indignation. He took a moment to compose himself before continuing. "I thought that in Great Qin, monks would at least adhere to some principles. Having practiced some martial arts myself, I approached to question the monk. To my shock, the old monk drew his blade without hesitation, intent on silencing me. Fortunately, the young monk intervened, saving my life just as 4 skilled fighters accompanied by a band of martial heroes arrived to pursue the lecherous monk. It was then that I narrowly escaped disaster. With a clasped fist, the man surnamed Li advised, "Brother Wu, your chivalrous spirit is commendable. However, the world of martial arts is fraught with peril. It is not that I look down upon you. Rather, your skills are insufficient for such a treacherous environment. You must exercise caution and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you." Despite the prosperity of Great Qin, it is not devoid of villains. In his eyes, Brother Wu's noble intentions seemed almost naive, and he appeared blissfully unaware of the dangers lurking in the martial world. At this moment, Tang Ning suddenly darted forward with a polite demeanor, asking, "Good sir, might I inquire how those 4 skilled fighters addressed the maiden taken by the monk?" The man surnamed Wu, appearing to be an ordinary individual who managed to travel from the Great Sui to Great Qin, likely possessed some wealth, perhaps as a merchant. Tang Ning felt a certain admiration for his audacity in acting with righteousness despite being a traitor. In response to Tang Ning's courtesy, Wu replied, "I vaguely heard the girl taken by the monk call out father, but I cannot be certain. Young brother, do you happen to know her?" Before Wu could finish his sentence, Tang Ning had already vanished from sight, hurrying towards Zhou County and Zhou City. What Wu had described seemed to align with the narrative of the tale of Lianqing, in which the protagonist, Shui Sheng, is abducted by the blood-blade old ancestor and subsequently pursued by her father and others to the Snow Valley. If all went well, the monk who saved Wu would likely be Di Yun. Although Tang Ning was not intimately familiar with the tale of Lianqing, he held some recollection of the plot. He fervently hoped that the events Wu recounted outside Zhou City were not merely a repetition of the storyline he remembered, for this presented a glimmer of hope for Mu Wanqing's awakening. Zhou County lay at the northernmost reaches of the Great Qin dynasty. It was no wonder that the likes of Dali, Song, and Ming had not received news of them, given the vast distance. Another possibility remained. Perhaps their martial prowess was not particularly notable, thus rendering them obscure. "Brother, do you know that maiden?" inquired the Tianshan child ant. "I do not," replied Tang Ning. "Then what is your purpose in going?" she pressed. "To seize a manual," he answered. Immediately, the Tianshan child ant began to dance with glee, exclaiming, "Hooray! I adore such endeavors. What kind of manual do you wish to seize?" Tang Ning turned to see her gazing up at him with childlike innocence, as if she were a little girl excitedly anticipating a toy or a trip. His face registered surprise. Had this old woman truly become immersed in her role? "Senior sister, there are no outsiders here," Tang Ning remarked. Suddenly, the Tianshan child ant appeared perplexed, asking, "Brother, it is just the 2 of us here. Whom are you calling senior sister? Who is your senior sister?" She then whimsically added, "Brother, I am tired. Carry me, or I shall lack the energy when it comes time to seize the manual." Tang Ning reached out to feel her forehead. She did not have a fever. He checked her pulse and found no signs of adverse effects from practicing the eternal longevity art. Had she truly immersed herself in her character? Sighing, he decided there was no need to rush. "All right, dear sister, hop on." With immense excitement, the Tianshan child ant clambered onto Tang Ning's back, showering him with praise. "Brother, you are so kind. As they continued towards Jiuyuan County, Tang Ning suddenly said, "Senior sister, you should know that the second senior brother is not dead." The Tianshan child aunt pinched Tang Ning's cheek playfully, saying, "Brother, you are talking to yourself again. Who is your second senior brother?" Tang Ning remained silent, bewildered by her antics. After some time, he abruptly stated, "Senior sister, I helped the third senior sister restore her beauty, and she is truly stunning. Perhaps even a celestial maiden could not rival her beauty. Moreover, her figure is exquisite, and her skin is soft and smooth. Oh, you cannot imagine the night when I assisted her in regaining her looks." He paused, realizing that it was an inappropriate topic for young ears. The Tianshan child aunt pinched his nose and tugged upwards, exclaiming, "Brother, you are unwell again. Who is your third senior sister? Can she be more beautiful than me? How many senior brothers and sisters do you have?" Tang Ning fell silent once more. After a considerable interval, he remarked, "Senior sister, the master sent me to supervise you all, urging you to diligently promote the Xiaoyao sect. I was not meant to carry you, and it seems inappropriate for you to remain on my back." Having seized Tang Ning's ear, the celestial child granny rebuked, "Brother, how many times must I reiterate? I am not your senior apprentice sister, but your younger sister. Have you succumbed to amnesia and delusions?" After an extended interval, Tang Ning interjected, "Senior apprentice sister, I possess the means to alleviate the latent issues stemming from your cultivation of the eternal longevity, undying art, obviating the need for human blood consumption. This, however, would entail me observing your unclad form once annually, should you find it acceptable." The celestial child granny nestled her head against Tang Ning's and folding his chin with her hands, remaining silent as if in slumber. "Senior apprentice sister? Senior apprentice sister?" Tang Ning queried repeatedly, yet received no response. He continued, "Furthermore, I can bestow upon you a phial of ageless spring water, ensuring your perpetual youth." The celestial child granny finally responded languidly, "My brother, you are exceedingly kind. Your younger sister shall grace your chambers this very evening." Tang Ning's lips twitched involuntarily. Her words carried an undeniably suggestive undertone. Fortunately, the aged woman had finally relented. "Is it not possible to articulate one's desires directly, rather than resorting to clinging and exploiting me?" Tang Ning mused. Tang Ning then inquired, "Senior apprentice sister, may I request that you dismount?" The celestial child granny retorted, "It is only natural for a brother to carry his sister upon his back. Why should I descend?" Tang Ning remained silent. Within an inn in Jiuyuan City, Tang Ning once again employed his familiar technique. Positioning his left hand against the celestial child granny's linked-eye acupoint on her back and his right hand against the Zongwu acupoint on her chest, channeling violet qi into her ren and du meridians. Having saturated the celestial child granny's ren and du meridians with violet qi, he proceeded to direct the qi towards the remaining 6 of the 8 extraordinary meridians within her body: the Chong meridian, Dai meridian, Yang Wei meridian, Yin Wei meridian, Yin Xiao meridian, and Yang Xiao meridian. Shortly thereafter, all 8 extraordinary meridians within the celestial child granny's body were replete with violet qi. Simultaneously, half of her garments were incinerated, while the other half fragmented into countless shards, scattering upon the ground. Fortunately, the celestial child granny's physique was that of a young girl, eliciting no untoward thoughts within Tang Ning. "Ah!" A plaintive cry escaped the celestial child granny's lips, only to be abruptly truncated. Through her still somewhat translucent skin, Tang Ning observed her body undergoing rapid and dramatic transformations. The violet qi infused into the celestial child granny's body did not remain quiescent, as it had within Li Qiushui and Ying Zhong, but instead flowed gradually through her meridians into her blood vessels, distending them to twice their normal diameter. The blood within the celestial child granny's vessels, initially of a purplish-black hue, was gradually consumed by the violet qi, transforming into a normal, vibrant red. Decades of accumulated impurities had tainted not only the celestial child granny's blood but also her internal organs and even her bones. As the violet qi neared depletion, Tang Ning once again extended his hands, positioning them before and behind the celestial child granny's body, infusing her with more violet qi. As the violet qi gradually expunged the impurities from the celestial child granny's body, she experienced excruciating pain, yet she only emitted a fleeting cry at the outset. Tang Ning gazed upon the resilient young girl before him. Her expression was contorted and grotesque, and beads of perspiration streamed down her face. Yet she uttered only that brief cry. Tang Ning momentarily forgot the celestial child granny's ruthless nature, feeling a pang of sympathy. Who could fathom the extent of the pain she had endured over the past decades to forge her present, unyielding character? After a considerable duration, the celestial child Granny's body was finally transformed. Her blood was entirely crimson, her internal organs were robust, and her bones were restored to health. However, Tang Ning's violet chi could not restore her physical form unless she cultivated the eternal longevity undying art herself. Evidently, Tang Ning had no immediate plans to impart the art to her. Fortunately, by administering violet chi to the celestial child Granny annually, she could henceforth abstain from consuming human blood. Tang Ning retrieved a phial of ageless spring water and presented it to the celestial child Granny. She accepted it, imbibed it completely, and declared, "Tonight, I shall repose in your bed. Your task, brother, is to safeguard me." Having spoken, she proceeded directly to the bed, disrobing and falling asleep. Perhaps she was simply too weary and tormented. Tang Ning approached the bedside and carefully draped a quilt over her, before seating himself at the table, morosely imbibing fine wine. The following morning, Tang Ning arose and gazed upon the bed, his mouth agape as he beheld the celestial child Granny's profound transformation. Could this truly be her? The face remained the same, and her height appeared only marginally increased. However, certain areas that should not have been so prominent had become remarkably so, rivaling even those of Li Qiushui. Moreover, the celestial child Granny had descended from the bed unclothed, seemingly oblivious to her physical changes. Upon noticing Tang Ning's gaze, she remarked nonchalantly, "Brother, you are drooling." Following Tang Ning's line of sight, she finally recognized her own transformation. With forced composure, she nonchalantly retrieved her garments from her baggage and donned them. However, her previous attire was now woefully inadequate, her enhanced figure rendering them incapable of concealing her navel. Tang Ning reflexively wiped a droplet of saliva from the corner of his mouth, pondering whether the young girl would ever consent to be carried on his back again. The celestial child Granny's voice, tinged with awkwardness, broke the silence. "Your clothes. Give me one." Tang Ning retrieved a garment from his baggage and handed it to the celestial child Granny, noticing that her face was flushed, resembling a blooming red peony. Was she blushing? Tang Ning surmised that she was. The celestial child Granny's situation differed markedly from that of Li Qiushui. Li Qiushui had not only borne a daughter to Wu Yazi but had also consorted with Ding Chuanxiu and numerous other insignificant figures, provoking Wu Yazi's ire, before eventually marrying Li Yuanhao. Consequently, she was unlikely to experience much shame in such matters. The celestial child Granny, however, was a veritable old maid. Having cherished Wu Yazi her entire life, only to be cruelly rejected, she had never known a man. Faced with such a situation, even at the age of 90, she could not help but feel disoriented. Shyness and blushing were her natural reactions. It seemed unlikely that she would ever consent to be carried on his back again. The celestial child Granny donned Tang Ning's garment, which appeared comically oversized, as if she were performing in a theatrical production. Her height remained diminutive, barely reaching Tang Ning's shoulder. Her proportions were somewhat incongruous, yet undeniably alluring. Chapter 91. The Man in the Green Robe and the Young Beggar. At this moment, the Tianshan Tonglao appeared far more youthful and imposing than even Teacher Tsang. It was unclear what had caused such a transformation, whether it was the purple true energy or the waters of the fountain of youth. Tang Ning observed Tianshan Tonglao's suddenly alluring figure, reminiscing about her appearance when he had just awakened. It seemed a pity if this little girl no longer required his assistance in carrying her. Tang Ning escorted Tianshan Tonglao to a tavern, seeking information about the whereabouts of two monks who could potentially be the Bloodblade old ancestor and Di Yun. To his expectation, Tianshan Tonglao did not require him to carry her again, nor did she hold his hand. Since discovering her transformation that morning, she had not uttered a word. She realized that her feelings toward her junior disciple were no longer as innocent as before, not merely due to her physical change, but also a shift in her psyche. Tang Ning approached a young swordsman at a nearby table, evident in his demeanor as a wanderer of the martial world. "Excuse me, kind sir. Do you know of any news regarding a group of heroes who departed the city a few days ago in pursuit of two monks?" The swordsman shook his head apologetically. "I'm afraid I haven't heard of such matters, young sir. However, if you wish to inquire about the affairs of the martial world, you might visit the Hungtong Gambling House. It is the most chaotic place in Zhouyuan City, and you can usually gather information there, regardless of its significance. Though, be prepared to part with some silver." Tang Ning's eyes brightened, and he clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, kind sir." He then turned and instinctively reached for Tianshan Tonglao's hand. However, the moment he touched her small hand, he sensed something amiss. As he prepared to withdraw his hand, Tianshan Tonglao surprisingly gripped it tightly. Turning back, he found her expressionless, her gaze fixed ahead, indifferent to his presence, as she calmly stated, "Let us go." Thus, Tang Ning led Tianshan Tonglao towards the Hungtong gambling house. Situated in a bustling area, the Hungtong gambling house was vast, boasting dozens of gambling tables. The cacophony of excited gamblers filled the air. Come, come. Bet big or small, place your wagers now. 3 taels, I bet big. 5 coins, I bet small. 200 coins, I bet on a leopard. 1 tael, I bet on 10 points. Bets are locked in. Open. 10 points. At one table. As the dealer was about to settle the winnings and losses, a large yellow dog, nearly as tall as an adult's waist, burst in, causing chaos as it dashed about. It eventually leaped onto the table, scattering the coins everywhere. Following closely behind was a scruffy little boy, resembling a beggar, who entered with a foolish grin and shouted, "Huang, come back. You're causing trouble again, and I'll surely get beaten for it." The little beggar seemed to possess a keen sense of self-awareness. Despite his words, he showed no fear. It was as though he had grown accustomed to such situations. Upon seeing the boy, Huang bounded over, affectionately licking the young beggar's face, displaying an endearing bond. The gamblers, incensed by the chaos, began to threaten the little beggar. They were not merely idle threats. They advanced on him, preparing to strike. Huang, in defense of its master, barked fiercely at the assailants. Surprisingly, despite its earlier mischief, it refrained from biting anyone. The little beggar curled up on the ground, shielding his head, enduring the punishment without begging for mercy. He understood that pleading would be futile. These gamblers were unlikely to relent. Yet, the gambler's strikes lacked restraint. A sickening crack echoed as the little beggar's bones were harmed. Just then, Tang Ning approached the entrance of the gambling house, his brow furrowing at the scene unfolding before him. He had grown indifferent to such affairs during his year in the Tianwu continent, but a nagging instinct urged him to intervene. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a green robe, with a short beard and a gaunt face tinged with a hint of green, rushed into the Hongtong gambling house. Without hesitation, he intervened, pushing back the gamblers who were attacking the little beggar. Though the boy was already battered, the gamblers remained unsatisfied, redirecting their anger towards the meddlesome man. Yet, upon witnessing the ease with which the man repelled them, the gamblers began to realize his formidable strength. They resorted to insults, warning him to stay out of their business. "Old man, this is the Hungtong gambling house. I advise you not to interfere. This little beggar has incited trouble with his dog. Are you perhaps the mastermind behind this? I have 50 taels on that table, and if I don't receive my share, you'll be the one to pay." As one instigator spoke up, the others joined in with their schemes of extortion, encircling the man in green. Unfazed, he smiled gently and replied to the one demanding compensation. "If you can reach Emotion Cliff, I assure you, I will repay you in full." A voice among the crowd mocked, "Emotion Cliff? Do you fancy yourself Xiaoyao, the master of Emotion?" The man in green's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he replied, "Whether or not I am Xiaoyao, you will find out once you reach Emotion Cliff. This little beggar possesses a Tianlong black iron token. I intend to take him with me. If you have any objections, feel free to seek me at Emotion Cliff." The mention of the black iron token caused a ripple of regret among the gamblers. They had been so focused on punishing the little beggar that they had failed to search him for the token. If they could obtain it, they could enlist Xia Yang's assistance for a favor. Such a seemingly trivial token held immeasurable value. Ignoring the severity of the little beggar's injuries, the man in green lifted him effortlessly and turned to exit. The gamblers' expressions flickered. Their greed for the black iron token battled with the realization that if this man truly was Xia Yang, they had no hope of seizing it from the boy. They hesitated, remaining rooted in place, none daring to act. Only Huang followed closely behind the man in green, barking incessantly. Just as the man was about to leave the gambling house, a young girl in oversized men's clothing, still clearly developed for her age, blocked the entrance. Confronting the man in green, "This little beggar is wanted by my brother. You can return to Emotion Cliff." Chapter 92. Does Mr. Xia have any silver on him? Ever since the burly man in the blue robe mentioned the Sky Pillar Cliff and the Tianlong, Tang Ning began to suspect that this little beggar was most likely the dog bastard Sherpatian. He was undoubtedly a prodigy in martial arts. And given that this little beggar appeared no older than 15 or 16, it was the perfect time to nurture his innate potential. Tang Ning could not afford to let this opportunity slip by. He was determined to take him as a disciple. Additionally, there was another reason. The Tai Jing from the Hero's Island was reputed to be the pinnacle of martial arts in the world of chivalry. Naturally, Tang Ning was incredibly envious and unwilling to let it go, although he could master any martial arts manual with ease. He had no absolute confidence in the mystical Tai Jing, as it was not recorded in Chinese characters. Bringing Sherpa Dian along would ensure success. The gamblers in the Hengtong casino were instantly captivated by the youthful beauty of the Tianshan Tonglao, their eyes sparkling with desire, their throats dry, and their lust evident. The Tianshan Tonglao's face still resembled that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, not particularly exquisite, yet when combined with her completely mismatched figure, it stirred the imagination. Feeling the scorching gazes upon her, the Tianshan Tonglao's anger surged. After living for over 90 years, when had anyone dared to look at her with such audacity? Those who had dared had long since turned to dust. In an instant, she vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later. A chorus of horrified screams erupted within the Hengtong casino. The commotion drew the attention of numerous gamblers, who beheld the gruesome sight of several gamblers' eyes now bloodied and hollow, likely never to witness the brilliance of this world again. Beneath their feet lay 2 severed, bloodied eyeballs. It was a chilling scene. Who was this woman? So powerful, so ruthless. The Tianshan Tonglao's gaze swept calmly across the casino, and no one dared to meet her eyes. Upon contact, they hastily averted their gaze. Even Xie Yang felt his heart race, his expression grave. He was confident he could handle these lowly gamblers like the Tianshan Tonglao. Yet this mature little girl emanated an aura of extreme danger. In this Jiyuan county, true masters were scarce. He had initially thought the demand from this developed young girl for him to surrender the little beggar was merely a boastful joke. Now, however, he felt an overwhelming pressure. He clasped his hands and asked, "May I inquire your esteemed name, young lady?" To his surprise, the Tianshan Tonglao disregarded him entirely and suddenly flashed a cold, sinister smile, turning to a young man behind her, asking, "Brother, do you think this little fellow is qualified to know my name?" Seeing that wicked smile, Tang Ning felt a twinge of guilt and fear. This little girl was far too cruel. He recalled how he had looked at her this morning. His gaze no better than that of the gamblers. Now, with her eerie stare fixed on him, was she warning him? A chill ran down his spine, causing him to glance at her with unease. He dared not let his gaze drift below her face, not even to her collarbone. With a somewhat awkward smile, he replied, "What are you saying, little sister? Xie Yang is but a nameless individual, unworthy of knowing your name. I suppose only your esteemed master has the privilege of knowing it." In the Hengtong casino, the gamblers gasped in disbelief at Tang Ning's words. That was the renowned Sky Pillar scholar, Xie Yang. How audacious for the fierce little girl to call him a little fellow. This young man had the audacity to claim that Xie Yang was unworthy of knowing the little girl's name. Surely he had lost his mind. They were all eager to witness what would unfold. Xie Yang's lips twitched in irritation. This little girl was indeed pressuring him. He had no desire to offend such a formidable opponent and had only intended to be polite. Yet, she showed him no respect. Therefore, he felt no obligation to maintain a pleasant demeanor. With a darkened expression, he said to Tang Ning, "You have quite the audacity. Do you think you can snatch this little beggar from me and send me back to the Sky Pillar Cliff?" Tang Ning regarded the weakened version of Huang Yao's shirt before him and chuckled lightly. Then, unexpectedly, he inquired, "Mr. Xie, do you happen to have any silver on you?" Xie Yang was taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of fury. His expression darkened further, yet due to the pressure emanating from the Tianshan Tonglao, he managed to contain his anger and simply asked, "What do you mean?" Tang Ning replied with a calm smile, "I came to the Hengtong casino to inquire about something, but unfortunately, I have no silver on me. If it is convenient for you, could you perhaps provide me with a reward?" Xie Yang's lips twitched again. It was confirmed. This little rascal was mocking him. Unable to contain himself, his eyes narrowed. While keeping an eye on the Tianshan Tonglao, he swiftly approached Tang Ning, determined to teach this little trickster a lesson. What he did not realize was just how terrifying this young girl truly was. In the instant Xie Yang drew near, he was sent flying towards a pillar in the casino with the force of a kite severed from its string. The pillar cracked under the strain, perhaps due to the fact that she only lightly struck him, not wishing to exert too much force in response to her brother's attempted extortion of the little beggar. Fortunately, the pillar was sufficiently robust that it did not break entirely. Witnessing the esteemed Xie Yang rendered utterly defenseless before the little girl left the entire casino in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before them, Tang Ning approached the fallen Xie Yang, blood at his lips, holding a jug of fine wine, and looked down upon him, smiling warmly as if spring had graced his face. "Mr. Xie, if you happen to have silver on you, why not rise and share a drink?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yank had never encountered such a formidable opponent. He was confident that even the enforcers from Heroes Island would not intimidate him. Yet this mature little girl left him devoid of the courage to resist. A drink? This young man was entirely unpredictable. He was aware that news spread faster than pigeons in this Hungtong casino, and he had lost all face. At that moment, he was at a loss for how to respond. Just then, the Tianshan Tonglao approached, catching the scent of the wine, and in a mild fury, said, "Little fellow, my brother is asking you a question." Chapter 93, The Foolish Genius. Upon hearing the voice, Xie Yank's body involuntarily trembled. The little girl referred to him as Little Rascal, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. From the incident regarding the Xian Tailing, it was evident that Xie Yank placed great importance on promises. However, his treatment of the Xian Tailing in the hands of a scoundrel also revealed that his methods were rather unconventional. He was indeed a maverick. He also possessed the finger god technique, akin to a diminished version of Huang Yaoshi. Tang Ning suddenly addressed Xie Yank with unexpected politeness. "Esteemed Xie, I am Tang Ning, merely wishing to befriend you without ulterior motives. My sister can be mischievous and is unaware of her strength. I hope you will not take offense." As he mentioned his sister's mischief, Tang Ning discreetly stole a glance at Tianshan Tonglao, who once again displayed that enchanting smile, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. What did this old woman mean? His heart was filled with uncertainty. To befriend? Xie Yank's mouth twitched. Yet, the youth's words seemed to offer him an escape, and he reluctantly extended his hand to grasp Tang Ning's, rising to his feet. With a hint of reproach, he promised, "Humph. So it is young brother Tang. Your method of making friends is indeed quite unique. Pray tell, what news do you seek? I possess little silver, if anyone knows of news. I can escort him back to Matian Cliff and provide him with every coin." Tang Ning poured 2 cups of wine, offering one to Xie Yank and the other to Tianshan Tonglao. He then called out loudly within the gambling house. A few days ago, outside Zhou City, a group of chivalrous heroes pursued 2 monks. Does anyone know their current whereabouts? If anyone has information, do not hesitate to state your reward. I believe with Master Xie's credibility, he would never break his promise. Soon after Tang Ning's words fell, a middle-aged man with a sharp chin and a scruffy beard approached, saying, "Young hero Tang, I happen to know of this matter." He pointed at the little beggar and continued, "However, I do not seek silver. I desire the Xian Tailing from that little beggar." Upon hearing this demand, Xie Yank's expression darkened. He dreaded the thought of the Xian Tailing falling into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, and this bearded man was clearly not a good person. Tang Ning replied firmly, "No, please make another request." At this, Xie Yank exhaled in relief. The bearded man was taken aback by Tang Ning's outright refusal, his expression immediately darkening. "Then I am of no assistance," he said and turned to leave, only to be blocked by Tianshan Tonglao. Faced with her terrifying gaze, the bearded man broke into a cold sweat, cursing his misfortune for having forgotten about this fearsome girl. He recalled the grisly fate of the dozen men who had lost their eyes and the overwhelming power that had caused the esteemed Matian resident to spit blood. His legs weakened, and he bowed his head, unable to meet her gaze, pleading, "Heroine, spare my life." Tang Ning inquired calmly, "Speak, what reward do you desire?" The bearded man waved his hands frantically, replying in fear, "Hero, heroine, I no longer seek a reward. I will tell you everything I know immediately." Tang Ning chuckled. "You claim this willingly. I do not compel you." The bearded man nodded repeatedly. Yes, absolutely my own choice. Heroine, I am indeed willing." He then recounted the answers Tang Ning sought. Tang Ning nodded, confident that the man dared not speak falsely. He turned to Xie Yank, saying, "Master Xie, I shall take this little beggar with me." Xie Yank replied, "Please wait, young hero Tang. Since this little beggar possesses the Xian Tailing, I need to handle something for him. Allow me to inquire about his needs." Tang Ning did not respond immediately, but approached the little beggar, asking, "What is your name?" The little beggar replied, "Big brother. I am called Dog Bastard." Hearing this name, everyone struggled to suppress their laughter, though none dared to voice it. Receiving the confirmation he had suspected, Tang Ning smiled knowingly and asked, "Do you possess a token?" The little beggar rummaged through his belongings, retrieving a token he had found in a town called Hojianji, asking, "Is this what you mean, big brother?" Tang Ning responded, "Indeed. Now tell me, do you have any requests for that uncle to assist you?" The little beggar replied, "I wish to find my mother. However, my mother told me not to ask for help. I will not beg." Tang Ning turned to Xie Yank and said, "Master Xie, you have heard him. I am powerless. If there are no other matters, I shall take him with me." Xia Yank appeared to want to say more, but was met with Tianshan Tonglao's terrifying gaze. His complexion shifted, and he fell silent, watching as Tang Ning merely stated, "You need not seek my help. I can assist you in finding your mother," before departing the gambling house with the little beggar. Tang Ning first took the little beggar for a bath and then purchased him new clothes. He then said, "Kneel and pay your respects to me as your master. I will teach you martial arts. Once you master these skills, you will no longer be bullied and will have an easier time finding your mother." The little beggar eagerly agreed and immediately knelt to pay his respects. Tang Ning directly imparted the Biming Divine skill and Lingbo Weibu to the little beggar, who had yet to learn any martial arts. He then set off with Tianshan Tonglao, the little beggar, and the yellow dog Huang to search for Di Yun and his companions. The little beggar proved to be a prodigious talent in the realm of martial arts, with a natural aptitude surpassing even Duan Yu's. Without requesting any guidance from Tang Ning, he mastered both skills in merely 7 or 8 hours. Tang Ning was astonished and filled with admiration. He instructed, "From now on, you shall be called Shirpa Dian. You must no longer refer to yourself as Dog Bastard." To his surprise, the little beggar firmly refused, saying, "No, master. My mother named me Dog Bastard, and I will always be Dog Bastard. If I change my name, my mother will not be able to find me." Tang Ning understood that although this boy was innocent and kind-hearted, he was also quite stubborn. Otherwise, Xia Yank would not have been at a loss for how to deal with him. He explained, "In truth, the woman who raised you is not your biological mother. She calls you Dog Bastard because she once had a romance with your father, who callously abandoned her, leaving her with resentment towards him." Shirpatian stood frozen in place, stunned to learn that the person who had raised him was not his true mother. Chapter 94, Brother, do you wish to take advantage of me? Tang Ning continued. "Your father is Shi Qing, and your mother is Min Ro, known in the martial world as the Black and White Twin Swords. You also have an elder brother who looks just like you. For now, this is all I can reveal. You must remember 2 things. First, I will not harm you. Second, since you have become my disciple, you must not defy my orders." Shirpatian stood in place, momentarily stunned, before responding, "Master, I understand. Since you have taught me such formidable martial arts, I trust that you would not deceive me. From now on, I shall heed your words and shall be known as Shirpatian. However, my mother raised me with great care, and even if she is not my biological mother, I must find her." Upon hearing this, Tianshan Tonglao said to Tang Ning, "Brother, you are indeed fortunate to have found such a martial talent who is so blissfully Navi." Shirpatian grinned foolishly. "Little sister, I'm not foolish." Tang Ning and Tianshan Tonglao exchanged glances at the silly smiling Shirpatian, both sharing a mutual understanding. "Indeed, you are not merely foolish, you are exceptionally so." Tianshan Tonglao, in a fit of anger, admonished, "Do not call me little sister. Refer to me as Master Ant." Shirpatian recalled the cruel little girl in the Hung Tong gambling house and innocently retorted, "Little sister, it was wrong of you to blind someone yesterday. You must not do so again. When I was young, I was naughty and was locked in a room without light by my mother. I was terrified and never dared to misbehave again. It is easy to imagine that those people will never see again and will surely be very afraid." For decades, Tianshan Tonglao had tasted the myriad flavors of life, yet she had never savored the sweetness of kindness. She could not believe that there existed truly benevolent individuals in this world. With a disdainful laugh, she seized Shirpatian by the collar and scolded, "You little brat. How dare you lecture me? Do you believe I cannot crush you with a single palm?" Shirpatian, gazing at the petite girl who was even shorter than him, continued to smile foolishly. "Little sister, you look even younger than I do. How can you call yourself an elder? I am not lecturing you. I am suggesting that if you become very angry in the future, you can hit me. I have tough skin, so please do not harm others." Such a request was unprecedented for Tianshan Tonglao. She immediately raised her right hand, glaring at the foolish boy before her. Slap, slap. The sharp sounds echoed in Tang Ning's ears. He coughed heavily, secretly relieved he hadn't taught Tianshan Tonglao the eternal youth technique, as he would surely be unable to control her thereafter. He softly reminded, "Sister, he is my disciple and now belongs to the Xiaoyao Secretary. Chapter 95. I am assisting my brother in caring for a beauty." Upon hearing the words, Zhao Gao immediately knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I only know that the little girl refers to Tang Ning as brother. Throughout our journey, she has not shown any prowess. I too am perplexed by this." He buried his head deeply, terrified that Ing Zheng might discern any hint of his thoughts from his expression. After a long contemplation, Ing Zheng finally addressed Zhang Han, saying, "Enough. Since that little girl possesses such formidable skills, trailing her would serve no purpose. Summon everyone else back as well. He then turned to Zhao Gao and commanded, Zhao Gao, instruct Tianlong to swiftly investigate the identity of that little girl. Zhao Gao finally breathed a sigh of relief, replying yes. Days later, in the snowy valley, Bloodblade Old Ancestor fought alone against the formidable quartet, Ren Yi, Lu Dao, Lu Chengfeng, and Shui Dai. He remained undaunted, even gaining the upper hand. At this moment, Lu Tianshu and Lu Chengfeng lay on the ground, severely wounded, their blood staining the snow a deep crimson. Though Hua Taigan remained uninjured, he was so terrorized by the Bloodblade Old Ancestor's bloodthirsty demeanor that he collapsed to his knees, begging for mercy. Shui Dai had both legs severed. Aware of his impending demise and fearing for his daughter, Shui Sheng, who was still in the clutches of a lecherous monk, he lamented, "How could I, Shui Dai, a hero of my time, end up in such a tragic fate? Not only can I not protect my own life, but I cannot even safeguard my daughter." He then pleaded with Diyun, "Little monk, I beseech you, in your boundless compassion, to grant me an end." Hearing her father's plea for death, Shui Sheng felt a pang of sorrow, softly weeping, "Father, please don't. What will I do if you die?" Diyun, filled with grief, reflected on the countless deceptions he had encountered over the years, acutely aware of the treachery in the martial world. Yet, being a man of virtue, how could he bring himself to end the life of a good person? He inquired, "Senior Shui, why?" Shui Dai, with a voice full of sorrow and valor, replied, "Little monk, I, Shui Dai, a hero of my era, could never beg for mercy from that old scoundrel. How could I bear to witness my daughter being dishonored by him? I implore you, grant me a swift release." Shui Sheng, already injured, felt utterly despondent upon hearing her father's desperate wish for death, and the looming threat of the Bloodblade Old Ancestor nearby overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. Diyun remained frozen in place, torn between indecision. Shui Dai, growing increasingly frantic, continued, "Little monk, I will curse you loudly, if you kill me. That old scoundrel will surely not blame you." He then began to vocally berate Diyun, his face twisted in fury, shouting, "You lecherous scoundrel! Why don't you turn back and become a good person? Why emulate that Bloodblade Old Ancestor in his countless evils? You will surely meet a wretched end. May the Bloodblade sect meet a terrible demise. You all shall perish. Come, if you dare, kill me." In the distance, the Bloodblade Old Ancestor picked up the short spear that Hua Taigan had discarded and turned back, his eyes narrowing with cruel delight. Finally, Diyun made his decision. He lifted a large stone from the ground, moved toward Shui Dai, and raised it high above his head. Yet doubt crept into his heart once more. Unexpectedly, Shui Dai, desperate for death, pushed forcefully against Diyun's left leg. Diyun stumbled, losing his balance, and the stone fell directly towards Shui Dai's head. As the stone threatened to crush Shui Dai's skull, the Bloodblade Old Ancestor exhibited a sadistic glee. Diyun, however, was engulfed in profound sorrow, filled with despair for the future. At that moment, a young man suddenly appeared in their line of sight, catching the stone that was about to shatter Shui Dai's head and tossing it aside. Just then, the snowy valley seemed unable to withstand the force of the stone's impact, trembling slightly. The onlookers beheld the ancient snow atop the towering cliffs cascading into the deep gorge, creating towering waves of snow dozens of meters high. The avalanche triggered a seismic disturbance, further exacerbating the chaos. Tang Ning lifted the unconscious Shui Sheng, while Sherpa Tian carried Shui Dai, and they all sought refuge in a nearby cave. Tian Shantong Lao, Diyun, the Bloodblade Old Ancestor, and Hua Taigan also hurried into the cave. Once inside, they barricaded the entrance with large stones to prevent the snow from flooding in. The weakened Shui Sheng gradually opened her eyes. Gazing at the unfamiliar young man, Tang Ning, who held her, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, weakly demanding, "Who are you? Put me down at once." She struggled to free herself, but lacked the strength to escape his firm grasp. Tang Ning looked at Shui Sheng in his arms. Her beauty bore a resemblance to Zhongling, delicate and charming, eliciting a protective instinct in men. He hesitated to release her. The Bloodblade Old Ancestor, wary of the three unexpected intruders, knew he was utterly exhausted and dared not make a move. Seeing Tang Ning's expression, he slyly tempted, "Little brother, this girl is truly exquisite. Why not enjoy her first?" Upon hearing the Bloodblade Old Ancestor's words and witnessing Tang Ning's ambiguous gaze, Shui Dai rebuked, "You scoundrel, put my daughter down. Why have you saved me only to torment me further? Why not let me die in peace?" Having narrowly escaped the falling stone, Shui Dai now appeared even more desperate. though Shui Xing felt gratitude towards the young man who had saved her father. Her initial anger lingered, and she no longer resisted Tang Ning as fiercely. Sherpa Tian, with a genuine smile, interjected, "Uncle, you've misunderstood. My master has traveled for several days to rescue you. Rest assured, you are safe now. My master is not a villain and will not torment you." It must be said, Sherpa Tian's innocent and sincere demeanor easily inspired trust. Shui Dai, observing the Na'vi Sherpa Tian, felt a glimmer of hope. Yet remained skeptical. "If you truly come to save us, then quickly release my daughter. Also, that Bloodblade old ancestor is a fiend. Why do you not simply kill him?" The Bloodblade old ancestor glared at Shui Dai, his expression darkening, then cast a glance at Tang Ning, his demeanor shifting between uncertainty and malice. Tang Ning handed Shui Sheng to Tianshan Tonglao, then calmly asked the Bloodblade old ancestor, "Are you the Bloodblade old ancestor? Do you wish to live?" Feigning calm, the Bloodblade old ancestor retorted, "Who are you? Are you certain you can handle me?" Tang Ning smiled lightly and turned to Tianshan Tonglao, saying, "Sister, he is provoking me." Tianshan Tonglao, her gaze fixated on Shui Sheng's beautiful face, replied without looking up, "I am assisting my brother in caring for a beauty." Tang Ning's gentle smile suddenly froze awkwardly. What was wrong with this little girl? What was her purpose this time? Chapter 96. The crafting of the life and death talisman. Tang Ning tentatively inquired, "Sister, could you assist in planting the life and death talisman for him?" The Tianshan maiden repeated her earlier response, "I must help my brother care for the beauty. I am too busy." The blood knife ancestor seethed with anger, as the youth before him treated him with utter disregard, showing no respect whatsoever. Yet, he dared not make a move, remaining in a state of profound torment. Shui Dai voiced his concerns, "Young sir, if the blood knife scoundrel were to live, he would continue to wreak havoc in the martial world, causing more virtuous individuals to suffer at his hands. He does not deserve to exist in this world. Why do you still wish to spare his life?" He then addressed the still somewhat deranged Hua Taigon, "Second brother, that blood knife scoundrel is already at his wit's end. If you act now, you will surely be able to subdue him. Do not fear him. Seize the moment." Shui Sheng recalled the look Tang Ning had given him earlier. While he had saved her father, he did not seem like a paragon of virtue. The implication of his words suggested he intended to let the blood knife ancestor live. And she held no hope for him. She urged Hua Taigon, "Uncle Hua, do not be afraid. We all witness that lecherous monk is indeed at the end of his strength. Quickly, take action and end him." Hua Taigon looked at the blood knife ancestor, only to find the latter's face still twisted in its cruel and vicious expression. Remembering the myriad of malevolent tactics employed by the blood knife scoundrel, he trembled anew, his gaze growing vacant. He dared not entertain any ill thoughts toward the blood knife ancestor under the threat of the latter's suddenly fierce gaze, and once more he knelt, pleading for mercy. The blood knife ancestor smirked slightly, shifting his gaze toward Tang Ning. Tang Ning found himself perplexed by the Tianshan maiden's true intentions and felt a twinge of frustration. He had yet to commence his cultivation of the physical body and wished to avoid a direct confrontation with the blood knife ancestor that might injure his meridians. Hearing Shui Dai and Shui Xing's words, he decisively unleashed the 9 white bone claw upon the blood knife ancestor, as Shui Dai and Shui Xing had indicated. The blood knife ancestor possessed no power to resist. Tang Ning effortlessly seized the scoundrel by the throat with his 5 claws. Witnessing Tang Ning's ease in capturing the blood knife ancestor, Hua Taigon felt a wave of regret wash over him, his eyes darting anxiously. Tang Ning smiled gently at the blood knife ancestor and inquired, "Do you wish to live?" The blood knife ancestor, though clearly fearful of death, coldly replied, "Heh, little fellow. I have spent my life in wrongdoing, committing every conceivable evil. If you are willing to spare my life, I shall obey any command you give. I see you have a fondness for that charming little girl. I could bring you exquisite beauties from the flower beds every day." Upon hearing this, Sherpatian rushed to Tang Ning's side, urging, "Master, you must not agree to his wicked proposals. However, life is precious. Let us spare him and ensure he does not commit further wrongs. This little fellow wishes to let the blood knife ancestor go?" Shui Dai and Shui Sheng exchanged anxious glances, fearing Tang Ning might heed his foolish disciple's advice and spare the thoroughly wicked blood knife ancestor. Dian similarly regarded Tang Ning with distrust, contemplating how to ensure the safety of himself and the Shui family. Tang Ning shook his head slightly at Sherpatian, failing to comprehend how someone with such a disposition could thrive in the treacherous martial world. Was it merely due to his exceptional martial talent? Yet, Tang Ning had no intention of lecturing Sherpatian, nor did he seek to alter him. Some beautiful qualities should not be stifled. Conversely, in this malevolent realm, Shirpatian resembled a delicate red flower that could not possibly exist in a desert, defiantly flourishing amidst the harsh winds and sands. Tang Ning felt it his duty to protect this little red flower to the best of his ability. However, the Blood Knife ancestor's utter depravity was astonishing. Even when facing death, he still contemplated further malevolence. Did he regard Tang Ning as a similarly irredeemable villain? Tang Ning asked the Blood Knife ancestor, "What do you think of my disciple's words?" The Blood Knife ancestor, still squinting his eyes, replied with cruel delight, "Naturally, they are splendid." Tang Ning declared, "Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity." The expressions of the Shui family and Di Yun soured considerably. This was the outcome they had most fervently wished to avoid. Just as hope had begun to bloom, despair once again took root in their hearts. Tang Ning strode directly to the Tianshan maiden's side. Taking her delicate hand in his and imploring, "Sister, could you teach me the methods for crafting and dispelling the life and death talisman?" He made another attempt. The Tianshan maiden responded, "Bring me some wine." Wine? Tang Ning was perplexed but complied, producing a flask. After receiving the wine, the Tianshan maiden led Tang Ning to the cave entrance. At that moment, Hua Taigon suddenly leaped toward the Blood Knife ancestor. Seizing the short spear the scoundrel had discarded nearby and aimed it at him. Tang Ning noticed the commotion and immediately shouted, "Sister, stop him." As soon as Tang Ning's words fell, the Tianshan maiden was already before Hua Taigon, sending him flying with a single slap that crashed him against the cave wall. Tang Ning swiftly advanced, sealing Hua Taigon's acupoints. He surveyed Di Yun and the Shui family, his voice stern, "No one is to act without my permission." The Shui family, witnessing how effortlessly the young girl had injured Hua Taigon, felt their despair deepen. They sensed they had not yet escaped the wolf's den, only to stumble into the tiger's lair. Tang Ning once again took the Tianshan maiden to the cave entrance. The Tianshan maiden scooped some snowmelt from a crevice. Allowing it to melt in her palm before instructing Tang Ning, "Combine the wine and water in your palm. Reverse your true energy, transforming the vigorous yang energy into the yielding yin. This will cause the true energy emanating from your palm to cool to several times colder than ice. And the liquid in your hand will naturally congeal into ice." The life and death talisman is, in essence, a hidden weapon. This is merely the method for crafting it. Next, the Tianshan maiden gradually elucidated how to launch the life and death talisman. She explained how to infuse it with yang internal strength, how to incorporate yin internal strength, and how to balance the proportions, whether 3 parts yang to 7 parts yin, 6 parts yin to 4 parts yang, or other ratios. Although there are only the 2 energies of yin and yang, the sequence and quantity yield countless variations, allowing for boundless creativity and change. It was evident that launching the life and death talisman was far more intricate than crafting it. Correspondingly, the method for dispelling the talisman varied based on the launch method. Thus, the life and death talisman could essentially only be dispelled by its creator. For others, attempting to unravel it would be akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. The Tianshan maiden continued, "To dispel the life and death talisman, one must also learn the 6 yang palms of Tianshan and the medical texts of Lingzhou Palace." Chapter 97. Wanqing has saved the celestial child. Granny retrieved another vial of medicine from her bosom, presenting it to Tang Ning. "This is my specially concocted analgesic and antipyretic. Ingesting it will ensure the life and death talisman remains dormant for a year." Tang Ning accepted the vial with delight. "Many thanks, younger sister." Subsequently, the celestial child Granny imparted the Tianshan 6 yang palms in the Lingzhou Palace medical compendium, which contained the method to dispel the life and death talisman, to Tang Ning. Within an hour, Tang Ning had mastered the techniques. He approached the blood blade old ancestor and, following the celestial child Granny's instructions, crafted a life and death talisman. With a unique yin-yang combination and technique, he implanted it into the blood blade old ancestor's right pectoral region. The talisman immediately infiltrated the old ancestor's body. The blood blade old ancestor instantly felt an escalating itch in the wound. The peculiar sensation gradually permeated his body. Before a quarter of an hour had passed, even his internal organs were assailed by the itching, causing him to experience an unbearable agony, a veritable living hell. "Ah, it itches, it hurts, it's unbearable." The blood blade old ancestor wailed. "Young Master Tang, what exactly is this life and death talisman? Quickly, give me the antidote. I'll agree to any condition you propose." Tang Ning stated calmly, "It's nothing much, really. You simply need to adhere to what my disciple just said and refrain from any further malevolence." He paused, adding, "Oh, I forgot to mention, once this life and death talisman takes effect, it will intensify daily for 81 days, then gradually subside. After 81 days, it will escalate again, repeating ad infinitum." Upon hearing this, Diyun, the Shui siblings, and Hua Taigan felt a renewed sense of despair. What kind of person would employ such cruel methods? They looked at Tang Ning, their eyes filled with dread. Tang Ning produced the vial given to him by the celestial child Granny, poured out a pill into his palm, and continued, "This pill can guarantee the life and death talisman will remain dormant for a year." The Bloodblade old ancestor had initially thought that agreeing to Tang Ning's condition of abstaining from evil deeds was merely a verbal formality. Once he escaped, he believed there would be no need to honor such promises. It was, in his view, ludicrous. But now, he dared not entertain such thoughts. The antidote's effects lasted only a year. Unless he wished to die. The Bloodblade old ancestor was already writhing on the ground, enduring the torment. He crawled to Tang Ning, reaching for the antidote. "Quick, give me the antidote. I'll agree to anything." Tang Ning said, "Very well, you're enlightened. Now, crawl like a dog to Shui Sheng and kowtow an apology." The Bloodblade old ancestor promptly replied, "Yes, yes, yes, I'll do it immediately." He then crawled to Shui Sheng like a cur, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. "Miss Shui Sheng, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Please forgive me." Shui Sheng, who had been in despair, looked at Tang Ning with a complex gaze. He had actually made the Bloodblade old villain apologize to her. She had never imagined such a result. This young man's disciple seemed exceptionally pure and kind, yet the young man's gaze upon her was not so innocent. Leaving her utterly bewildered, she glanced at her father's severed legs. Could she forgive the heinous Bloodblade old villain before her? "Father, what should I do?" Shui Dai's expression was equally intricate. What was the point of not forgiving? The young man's attitude was clear. He had implanted the terrifying life and death talisman into the Bloodblade old villain, undoubtedly determined to spare the villain. Likely because the villain still served some purpose for him. To salvage a life and prevent his daughter from further abuse at the hands of the villain was already a stroke of great fortune. He dared not ask for more, but could not bring himself to utter the word forgiveness. This lecherous monk had repeatedly attempted to violate his daughter and had murdered many martial heroes and his sworn brothers. Shirpatian approached Shui Sheng, naively urging, "Sister Shui Sheng, with my master here, this monk will certainly not commit any more misdeeds. Please forgive him." Shui Dai remained silent, leaving Shui Sheng at a loss. Tang Ning, however, had no intention of forcing Shui Sheng to forgive the Bloodblade old ancestor. If he were in her position, he wouldn't be able to forgive such a person either. He would simply do what he deemed necessary. He flicked an antidote pill into the Bloodblade old ancestor's mouth. The Bloodblade old ancestor swallowed it. And within a quarter of an hour, the itching subsided. Tang Ning's actions further perplexed Shui Sheng and the others. What kind of person was this young man? Tang Ning commanded, "From now on, you will follow me." The Bloodblade old ancestor, still gasping for breath but finally free from the tormenting itch, felt an unprecedented sense of relief and replied, "Yes, master." Tang Ning then addressed Diyun. "You were called Diyun?" Diyun was equally puzzled by Tang Ning's behavior. Even though Tang Ning had subdued the Bloodblade old ancestor, Diyun, having experienced countless betrayals, remained wary and retorted, "Who are you?" Tang Ning smiled faintly. "I am Tang Ning, the fourth disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. I intend to take you as my disciple. Are you willing to accept? Take him as a disciple?" He had learned from Ding Jian in prison that his previous master, Qi Changfa, was a treacherous villain. This young man before him was even younger than he was and a complete stranger. Why would he suddenly want to take him as a disciple? He declined. "There's no need." Tang Ning knew that Diyun had a hard life and possessed the divine illumination scripture, but he was not familiar with the specifics of his experiences. He couldn't find a good way to dispel the suspicion in his heart. Wait, Tang Ning suddenly thought. The plot of this world might not follow the original story exactly. He asked, "You should know Ding Dian, right? Is he still alive?" The mention of Ding Dian filled Diyun's heart with sorrow. Ding Dian was probably the only friend he truly acknowledged, but alas. He replied mournfully, "Brother Ding has passed away." Tang Ning nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of regret but not dwelling on it. He continued, "Then he should have taught you the divine illumination scripture. Is the manual on you?" Diyun's heart immediately grew wary, and he became defensive. This fellow indeed harbored ill intentions. His disciple had claimed they came specifically to save them. It turned out he was after his divine skill manual. Seeing Diyun's reaction, Tang Ning understood everything. A relaxed smile appeared on his face. Wanqing was finally saved. He felt a surge of joy. He asked again, "Give me the divine illumination scripture, and I'll teach you a martial art even more powerful than the divine illumination scripture. Then you can acknowledge me as your master. How about it?" Seeing the smile on Tang Ning's face, Yun knew that he had inadvertently revealed that the manual was on him. He immediately felt remorseful and regretful. But the cave was sealed, and the little girl's martial arts were extremely powerful. He had nowhere to escape. Chapter 98. The Divine Illumination Sutra. Journey to the Great Sway. As Yun's expression fluctuated between hope and despair, he remained silent for an extended period. Tang Ning calmly interjected. I could easily plant a life-and-death talisman on you, just as I did with the blood knife ancestor. Yet, I have refrained from doing so. Do you understand why? The image of the blood knife ancestor's torment flashed through Yun's mind, stirring a sense of dread within him. Indeed, as Tang Ning claimed, he felt perplexed and queried. Why? Tang Ning elucidated, if not for the purpose of saving lives, my skills from the Xiaoyao sect would render your possession of the Divine Illumination Sutra beneath my notice. My calm demeanor in discussing this matter arises from my belief in your inherent goodness. I am aware that you have suffered countless betrayals throughout your life, making it difficult for you to trust others. My intention in accepting you as a disciple is to liberate you from the machinations of others. Suddenly, Tang Ning's expression grew grave as he continued. However, do not doubt my resolve to obtain the Divine Illumination Sutra for the sake of saving lives. Can Yun truly be considered a good person? A disciple of the blood knife ancestor, a ruthless killer. How could he embody goodness? Shui Dai and Shui Sheng exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend Tang Ning's assessment. Yet, as Tang Ning spoke, a warmth coursed through Yun's heart. Since entering the city, he had endured relentless humiliation and deception, and it had been a long time since he had received anyone's trust. The last time was from his deceased elder brother, Ding. A flicker of fondness for Tang Ning began to bloom within him. He retrieved the Divine Illumination Sutra from his robes and handed it to Tang Ning, stating, I do not require your martial prowess in exchange, nor will I pledge myself to you as a disciple. Tang Ning, thrilled, accepted the Divine Illumination Sutra and carefully tucked it away. He then gazed deeply at the still wary Yun and remarked, Very well, you may accompany me for now. Should you change your mind, it will not be too late to become my disciple. Yun firmly rejected, I will not follow you. And I hope you do not cause trouble for Miss Shui, Elder Shui, and Elder Hua. How ungrateful. After such difficulty in locating Yun, how could Tang Ning allow him to slip away so easily? The vastness of the martial continent would make it nearly impossible to find him again if he were released. Tang Ning stated plainly yet imperiously, You have no choice. Yun fell silent, unable to refute the assertion. Shui Dai and his daughter felt a wave of anxiety. Did this imply they would also be forced to follow Tang Ning? Tang Ning settled down and spent less than half an hour perusing the Divine Illumination Sutra. He then inquired of the Tianshan Tonglao, Sister, with the heavy snowfall sealing the mountains, it appears we must rely on you to fly us out. How many can you carry at once? Fly out. The blood knife ancestor was utterly astonished. As a martial master, albeit at the initial stage, he knew that even the most formidable masters found it taxing to fly solo, consuming significant amounts of vital energy. Carrying another person would only be sustainable for a brief duration. He doubted he could even manage to escape on his own, let alone with the added burden of others. The notion of this young lady carrying multiple people out of the snow valley, surrounded by towering mountains, seemed implausible. He refused to believe it. Yun and the others were equally stunned by Tang Ning's inquiry. Tianshan Tonglao replied nonchalantly, Two. The blood knife ancestor scoffed, disbelieving every word that escaped her lips. This little girl appeared no older than 10. Despite her impressive physique, she could only be in her teens. Even if she had just wounded Hua Taigan, how formidable could her martial skills truly be? He awaited the inevitable folly of this boastful young girl. At that moment, the rumbling of the avalanche outside had ceased. Tianshan Tonglao approached the cave entrance, effortlessly shattering the boulder that blocked the way. A flurry of snow rushed in as she cleared a path. Subsequently, she lifted both Sherpa Yun and the blood knife ancestor with ease, soaring swiftly out of the snow valley. As they ascended, the frigid winds lashed against the blood knife ancestor's face, filling him with both fear and awe for the small girl who held him aloft. His regard for Tang Ning, who seemed to command such a powerful being, deepened considerably, and he began to contemplate what fate awaited him. Surely, it could not be worse than this. He resolved to avoid wrongdoing, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Before long, Tianshan Tonglao returned to the snow valley, escorting Yun, Shui Dai, Shui Sheng, and Da Huang out two at a time, while sealing the acupoints of the three to prevent escape. Ultimately, she brought Tang Ning outside, leaving Hua Taigan behind. Tang Ning harbored no fondness for the cowardly, vile, and dark-hearted individual, He could spare him from death, but saw no reason to save him. In response to the others' inquiries, Tang Ning explained he wishes to remain in the snow valley to reflect on his sins until the snow melts and he can emerge on his own. Though Shui Dai harbored doubts, he had no recourse, as the fates of himself and his daughter were firmly in Tang Ning's hands. There was little room for dissent. Moreover, he found his brother's behavior this time disappointing. Tang Ning then declared their destination, the tumultuous Great Sui dynasty. The most direct route from the northernmost region of the Great Qin Empire back to the southwestern Dali Kingdom would be to traverse the Great Qin dynasty and then directly through the Great Song dynasty. Even so, the journey would exceed 20,000 li. The Great Sui, situated at the heart of the Central Plains, would not significantly extend their journey. This period of upheaval in the Great Sui was ripe for heroes to emerge. With Tian Shan Tonglao by his side for protection, Tang Ning resolved to explore the Great Sui and perhaps recruit a few disciples along the way, while also seeking to forge alliances with formidable figures in the martial world. He also contemplated establishing a small base for future contingencies. Under Tang Ning's coercion, Di Yun and the Shui family reluctantly followed him. With Shui Dai being carried by Di Yun, Tian Shan Tonglao climbed onto Tang Ning's back once more, clutching him tightly. The blood knife ancestor was utterly flabbergasted, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Was this girl, who claimed to be too tired to walk and now rested on Tang Ning's back, truly the same terrifying expert capable of carrying two people across several mountains? Di Yun, Shui Shang, and the others were increasingly perplexed by Tang Ning's character. How could a virtuous man so openly bear a girl of such mature development on his back? Though they referred to one another as siblings, they found it utterly implausible that they were truly blood relations. This display of intimacy raised no concerns for Tang Ning, leaving them bewildered by the extraordinary bond he shared with such a formidable girl. They silently resolved to keep their distance from him as much as possible. Chapter 99. Wan'an and Mingkong on the road to the Great Sui dynasty. Tang Ning discerned a pattern whenever his gaze lingered upon a beautiful woman. The heavenly mountain child elder would cast a dark look his way. Conversely, when he was escorting or carrying the child elder, she would become remarkably docile. This revelation sent shivers down his spine. Tang Ning's intentions towards the heavenly mountain child elder were merely to indulge in minor flirtations, adding a bit of spice to his otherwise monotonous Jianghu existence. He had never even entertained the thought of lusting after her alluring figure. Could it be that this near-centenarian child elder had developed feelings for him? The very notion was alarming. Subsequently, Tang Ning sought various excuses to distance himself from the heavenly mountain child elder. Despite her captivating physique, the age gap was simply too vast, a mental hurdle he couldn't overcome. However, this only resulted in the child elder constantly antagonizing him, leaving him in a state of utter misery. To navigate this predicament, Tang Ning resorted to self-consolation. For the sake of the grand cause, he had to make a sacrifice. While their age difference was indeed significant, their physical disparity was not. Tang Ning once again carried the heavenly mountain child elder on his back and began to brazenly revel in the experience. However, he was met with the child elder's withdrawal. She ceased holding his hand, refused his assistance, and no longer granted his requests. She even refrained from walking alongside him, opting to trail behind in secret. Tang Ning surmised that she would only offer her assistance when faced with an insurmountable challenge. Tang Ning reassured himself, so much the better. After 20-odd days, the group of 7, along with their canine companion, arrived at the border between the Great Qin and Great Sui dynasties. Logically, given Tang Ning's deliberate pace, their journey from the far northern Zhouyuan County to the Great Qin to the southeastern Sanchuan County should have brought them into contact with numerous Jianghu figures. Yet, to Tang Ning's disappointment, they encountered not a single bandit or brigand. The Jianghu of the Great Qin was remarkably tranquil. Crossing through Sanchuan County, Tang Ning and his entourage entered the territory of the Great Sui dynasty, specifically Qin County. The heavenly mountain child elder once again appeared at Tang Ning's side, only to be abruptly stopped by a young girl. The girl stood in the middle of the road, her gaze fixed upon the heavenly mountain child elder, who was even smaller than herself. She alternated between scrutinizing her face, her prominent chest, and her own remarkably flat chest. Perplexed and seemingly disgruntled, she inquired in a clear voice, "Sister, why do you look younger than me, yet your chest is already so big?" "My teacher told me that I'll only gradually develop in a few years." The heavenly mountain child elder's expression turned ghastly. She harbored immense resentment every time she saw her reflection, perpetually trapped in the form of a young girl. The sight of other girls only served to remind her of her own predicament. Now, this young girl had directly voiced her pain. "You seek death." Tang Ning swiftly intervened. preventing the heavenly mountain child elder from harming the innocent child. Seeing the child elder's anger, the girl remained unfazed, simply asking, "Why are you angry? You dare ask?" The heavenly mountain child elder, unable to contain her fury, was about to strike the girl when Tang Ning stepped in front of her. Turning to the girl, Tang Ning inquired, "Little sister, what is your name?" The girl replied in a crisp voice, "My name is Minkong." "Minkong?" Tang Ning blurted out. "Wu Minkong?" The girl exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, how do you know my surname is Wu? Have we met before?" Tang Ning smiled warmly, squatted down, and casually embraced the heavenly mountain child elder, carrying her on his back. He then asked the girl, "Little Minkong, is your teacher named Wanwan?" Wu Minkong nodded vigorously, about to ask how he knew so much about her. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed from afar, "Minkong, who are you talking to? Didn't I tell you not to speak to strangers?" Wu Minkong turned around, saw her teacher approaching, and said to Tang Ning, "Big brother, this is my teacher. My grandmaster is indeed called Wanwan. But how did you know? Do you know my teacher and me?" Tang Ning chuckled, "I don't know you, but I'm a diviner. I foresaw that I would meet a little girl named Wu Minkong here, who would one day become a ruler of the world." Wu Minkong asked in astonishment, "Big brother, you're amazing. I once met a Taoist priest surnamed Yuan who said the same thing." At this moment, Wanwan arrived. Wu Minkong excitedly announced, "Hee. Teacher, this big brother is amazing. He knows our names and said the same thing as that Taoist priest surnamed Yuan, that I will become the ruler of the world." Tang Ning turned to face Wanwan, their eyes meeting. Tang Ning noticed that Wanwan appeared to be about his age, causing him to wonder. He remembered that Wanwan only took Wu Minkong as her disciple towards the end of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, when she should have been around 30 years old. He immediately asked, "May I ask, Miss Wanwan, how old are you?" Wanwan, upon hearing Wu Minkong's words, initially thought Tang Ning was an extraordinary individual. However, she didn't expect him to be so impudent, asking a girl's age upon their first meeting. It was simply impolite. She retorted, "It's impolite to ask a lady her age upon first meeting. If you are truly interested, you may accompany me back to the Inkuei sect, where my master will surely reveal my age." He Tang Ning gazed at Wanwan, her attire daringly revealing in shades of pale pink. Her waist encircled by a silk sash, her bare feet untouched by dust. This beauty was close enough to touch, even exuding a seductive aura. Yet her allure felt strangely ethereal. Possessing such captivating charm, she was truly worthy of the title Little Devil Woman. Tang Ning suddenly felt the heavenly mountain child elder's hands tighten slightly around his neck. He coughed deliberately and probed further. "Miss Wanwan, please don't misunderstand. I was being presumptuous. May I ask if Miss Wanwan knows a man named Su Xiling?" Su Xiling. Wanwan's heart was instantly on alert. She subtly retracted her bewitching smile, concealing her change in expression. "I don't know him. May I inquire as to your name and how you came to know of us?" Tang Ning thought to himself. They haven't encountered Su Xiling yet. It seems this part of the Wan'an and Wu Minkong storyline has been altered. "I am Tang Ning of the Xiaoyao sect. The Inkuei sect is renowned throughout the land, and Miss Wanwan is the sect's future leader, not to mention her captivating beauty. Who in the Great Sui dynasty wouldn't recognize her?" Wanwan had heard countless compliments and flattery in the Inkuei sect, rendering her numb to them. However, this was her first time venturing down the mountain alone to complete a task assigned by her master. Praise from someone outside the Inkuei sect did bring a hint of delight to her heart. Wanwan covered her cherry lips and smiled faintly. Young Master Tang is truly eloquent." She then abruptly launched an attack on Tang Ning, who was standing close by. Chapter 100. Forcibly taken as a maid before Tang Ning could evade, Wanwan had already seized his throat. Wanwan felt a tinge of disappointment at how easily she subdued Tang Ning, having initially believed him to be a formidable figure. She interrogated him sternly. "Why are you inquiring about Su Xiling?" Tang Ning feigned terror, pleading, "Spare me, Miss Wanwan. I was once a disciple of the Bamboo Flower Gang along with Su Xiling. We were close, and I've come to find him." Wanwan slightly lowered her guard upon hearing this. However, she sensed something amiss but couldn't quite pinpoint the issue. She maintained her grip on Tang Ning's throat and pressed further. "Do you know where he is now?" Tang Ning replied, "I do not. What is your business with him?" "Miss Wanwan, perhaps we could search for him together." Wanwan regarded Tang Ning with disdain. "With such meager vigilance and martial prowess, what makes you think you are qualified to seek him with me? Aside from your comely visage, what purpose do you serve?" She commanded. "Find an artist to render his likeness, so we may inquire after him." "A portrait?" Wanwan's request indicated that she had never met Su Xiling, suggesting this was her first venture down the mountain. Tang Ning abruptly uttered an odd remark with a smile. "Miss Wanwan, You have been captured. You must obey me from now on, understood? Wanwan's hand remained clasped around Tang Ning's throat. Who has captured whom? Observing Tang Ning's countenance, Wanwan's expression shifted subtly. She finally discerned the source of her unease. Tang Ning's party comprised 7 individuals. With the exception of Tang Ning's feigned alarm, the other 6 remained remarkably composed. Betraying no concern for Tang Ning's predicament, Wanwan instantly channeled her energy, aiming to seize control of Tang Ning's life. Unexpectedly, the young girl behind Tang Ning effortlessly deflected her with a light flick of her finger. Her pupils constricted, and she immediately retreated, scooping up Wu Mingkong in an attempt to flee. Alas, the remarkably mature young girl behind Tang Ning had already obstructed her path. No matter where she turned, the girl stood before her, as though a phantom. Tang Ning spoke once more. Miss Wanwan, your disobedience warrants punishment, does it not? He then inquired of Wu Mingkong. Little Mingkong, how do you think your grand elder brother should punish your master? Wanwan remained silent, but Wu Mingkong retorted, are you a benevolent or malevolent man? A man or a woman? Tang Ning responded, I am, of course, a benevolent man. Wu Mingkong declared, if you are a benevolent man, how can you mistreat a woman? A man who mistreats women is by no means benevolent. Tang Ning was rendered speechless. Such precociousness. He chuckled softly. Very well, I shall refrain from punishing your master. However, both you and your master must heed my words from now on. Otherwise, I fear I may become malevolent. Wu Mingkong inquired. We have no connection to you, so why should we heed your words? Tang Ning elucidated, because your master will henceforth be my maid. Little Mingkong, you shall also be my maid. Wu Mingkong further probed. Did you not say that I would one day become the sovereign of an empire? How can a sovereign be someone's maid? Tang Ning clarified, not just anyone's maid, but my maid. Only by becoming my maid can you aspire to become the sovereign of an empire. Wu Mingkong turned her gaze toward her master, Wanwan, and asked, Master, is what he says true? Wanwan was deeply vexed. Although the remarkably mature young girl before her had not made any overt moves, her mere presence exerted immense pressure upon her. She dared not make any rash movements, fearing that the girl would instantly splatter her with blood, ending her life. Faced with Wu Mingkong's question, Wanwan was at a loss for words. What was she to do? She had embarked on this mission alone, without any protection. Before she could accomplish her task, she had encountered such formidable adversaries. She feigned a bewitching smile once more. Young Master Tang, I am but 18 years of age and still unwed. Does my allure merely qualify me to be your maid, unable to stir your heart? I do not wish to be a maid. I would rather wed a young and promising man such as yourself. Would you accompany me up the mountain to propose marriage to my master? Tang Ning met Wanwan's gaze directly, a faint smile playing on his lips. He was well aware of Wanwan's seductive tactics. Even if Wanwan's sentiments were genuine, he could not propose marriage to the Inkue sect at this juncture. Seeing Tang Ning's expression, Wanwan realized that her seduction had failed. She implored with a pitiable expression, it seems I cannot capture your attention. However, I am genuinely fond of you. Would you permit me to perform a dance to demonstrate my sincerity? A dance? The Heavenly Demon Dance. Tang Ning was rather intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the Heavenly Demon Dance. However, they were in the middle of the street. Were these commoners worthy of witnessing Wanwan's dance? Tang Ning promptly declined. You must not demean yourself by allowing the common rabble to feast their eyes upon your exquisite dance. As my maid, I alone have the authority to decide who may behold your dance. Such an overbearing man. Yet, Wanwan was far from pleased. She realized that her personal freedom was about to be curtailed. She knew that she could not allow herself to be controlled by others, as she had yet to complete the mission entrusted to her by her master. She resorted to her last resort, threatening. Since you are aware that I am a member of the Inkue sect, and indeed, its heir apparent, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Are you not afraid of incurring my master's wrath? Moreover, the Inkue sect does not operate in isolation. Numerous demonic sects throughout the Sui dynasty follow our lead. At my master's command, there will be no place for you in this land. I advise you to release me at once. Tang Ning approached Wanwan, drew near, and whispered. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly seek out your master, Empress Shu Yuyan, at the Inkue sect when the opportunity arises. Perhaps we may even have the chance to collaborate. The Inkue sect's pursuit of Su Xiling stems from his possession of the longevity scroll, does it not? Wanwan's countenance underwent a sudden transformation. Tang Ning was even privy to the existence of the longevity scroll. When she descended the mountain, her master had cautioned her that only a select few were aware of this matter and instructed her to maintain utmost discretion. What was Tang Ning's true identity? How could he possess such extensive knowledge? She suddenly adopted a seductive smile and inquired, I am unaware of what you are alluding to. What longevity scroll? What collaboration do you seek with my master? Chapter 101, A Bountiful Harvest? Tang Ning demurred. My cognizance extends far beyond your assumptions, Miss Wanwan. There's no need for pretense. As for my intentions with your master, enlightenment shall grace you in due time. Henceforth, you are my attendant, tasked with accompanying me in the quest to locate Su Xiling and procure the longevity scroll. Disobedience will be met with a disregard for feminine delicacy on my part. 1-1. The impish enchantress possessed exceptional intellect and a capricious nature, akin to a sprite emerging from the deepest abyss or a rose adorned with thorns. While Tang Ning harbored a fondness for her disposition, he was cognizant of the arduous task of securing her genuine allegiance, much like quelling the spirit of Diyun. Subjugation through martial prowess seemed the expedient course, at least for the interim. In truth, Wu Mingkong held greater significance. This future empress possessed potential value that could prove immense, though her tender age necessitated patient cultivation. Unexpectedly, Wu Mingkong commenced a fervent outcry. Help! I'm being abducted. Someone is trafficking a minor. Help me. Tang Ning's countenance darkened. The impish child possessed an unexpected stratagem. Wu Mingkong and Wanwan exchanged triumphant grins. However, the realm under the Sui dynasty was already steeped in chaos. Ordinary folk, preoccupied with self-preservation, hesitated to meddle in others' affairs. Even Wanwan's captivating beauty failed to elicit intervention. Instead, they callously turned away, resuming their mundane pursuits. Wu Mingkong, now both embarrassed and frightened, sought refuge behind Wanwan. Tang Ning, with a sinister grin, resembled a villainous child snatcher. He reached out and drew Wu Mingkong forward. Oh, little Mingkong, I never imagined you were so precocious. Such what will surely lead to greatness. Perhaps you might venture a guess as to how your elder brother will punish you? Before Tang Ning could conclude his pronouncement, an unfamiliar voice interjected, Young sir, such mistreatment of delicate maidens is a grievous breach of gentlemanly conduct. Hoshibai cannot stand idly by. Hoshibai's presence preceded his words. With a flourish, he unfurled his ornate fan and assailed Tang Ning. Alas, his martial prowess was inconsequential to Tang Ning, especially with the formidable presence of the Tianshan child elder nearby. Tang Ning mused that another hapless soul had arrived as fodder. He effortlessly evaded Ho Shibai's offensive and swiftly immobilized him by striking his pressure points. Tang Ning chuckled, amorous young master Ho Shibai. Skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and military strategy, with a penchant for brothels, you fancy yourself a protector of damsels. A pity, then, that you cannot shield these two blossoms today. Ho Shibai's lips twitched in mortification, uttering grand pronouncements and launching an attack, only to be subdued with such ease, was an unparalleled embarrassment. As a disciple of the evil King Shi, he was a prominent figure among the younger generation, if not the foremost. Who was this youth who could subdue him with such nonchalant ease? How careless he had been. Wanwan, who had harbored a flicker of hope for Ho Shibai, was dismayed by his feebleness, unable to withstand even a single maneuver. Even Wu Mingkong shook her head and sighed audibly, amplifying Ho Shibai's humiliation. He forced an apology. My apologies, ladies. I have clearly disappointed you. He then addressed Tang Ning. Young sir, you possess a noble countenance, belying any lascivious intent. Would you consider releasing these maidens? If you intend to sell them into prostitution, I am willing to tender their ransom. Besides, the younger girl is far too young. Even if you were to sell her, such an establishment might decline her services. Sell them into prostitution? Wanwan glared at Ho Shibai, who had attempted to rescue her, but failed. He was, as Tang Ning had suggested, an inveterate frequenter of brothels. She retorted resentfully, Young sir, I have agreed to be your attendant. However, this Ho dares to utter such calumnies. I shall personally sever his tongue. Wu Mingkong innocently inquired, Master, why are you so agitated? What is a brothel? Wanwan snapped, Why do you ask so many questions? It is a disreputable place. Should anyone ever mention the word brothel to you, you may sever their tongue forthwith. Ho Shibai was rendered speechless. What was wrong with brothels? He had merely mentioned the word, not suggested that he would sell them into one. Ladies, I came to rescue you. Why do you harbor such animosity and wish to treat me so harshly? Another melodious voice echoed, Humph. This woman is Wanwan, a disciple of the Inkue sect. The Inkue sect is notorious for its moral bankruptcy and nefarious deeds. Why should Ho be surprised? Ho Shibai's face lit up with infatuation, but he quickly cautioned. Very sure, please do not approach. This man is already surrounded by two women as beautiful as yourself and two young girls. He is clearly not to be trusted. Please, do not come any closer. Tang Ning's face darkened. Earlier, he was praised for his noble countenance, seemingly devoid of lascivious intent. Now, he was deemed untrustworthy at first glance? He immediately instructed Wan, sever this boy's tongue and steep it in wine. He then turned to face the approaching fairy Shi. So young and beautiful. Surely this is Shi Feishuan. Truly, this day has yielded a bountiful harvest. A radiant smile spread across his face. At that moment, the Tianshan child elder abruptly vanished. This unexpected turn of events left Tang Ning stunned, his lips twitching. Wanwan approached Ho Shibai, positioning herself next to Tang Ning. With her left hand, she pried open Ho Shibai's mouth, and with her right, she reached in to tear out his tongue. Yet another unforeseen event transpired. Wanwan swiftly unfurled her demonic silk ribbon, ensnaring Tang Ning, who was still reeling from the child elder's departure. With a gentle tug, she drew Tang Ning close. She raised her hand, caressing Tang Ning's chin, and purred, "Young Master Tang, you are now Wanwan's. Remember to be obedient, my dear." Giggle. Tang Ning was deeply vexed. What madness had possessed the Tianshan child elder? Was it because he had smiled at Shi Feishuan? In this instance, Tang Ning misconstrued the child elder's motives. The Tianshan child elder was currently locked in a fierce battle with an elderly man, clad entirely in white, from his beard to his shoes. The two were engaged in a furious exchange. Chapter 102. The Old Man and the Young Nun. The Tianshan plucking plum technique. This martial art of the Tianshan child ant, although consisting of merely 3 palm techniques and 3 grappling methods, encapsulates the essence of the Shiyo sect's martial arts. Within the palm techniques and grappling methods lie the profound skills of various weapons such as swords, sabers, whips, spears, claws, and axes, showcasing an intricate transformation of forms. The deeper one's inner strength and broader one's knowledge. Any martial move in the world can be seamlessly integrated into these 6 routes of the plucking plum technique. Before her stood an old man who had just transcended this location. She felt a thrill of excitement. It had been far too long since she had sparred with an unfamiliar grandmaster. How could she let slip the opportunity to further enhance her Tianshan plucking plum? Let them be strong. Let the clear wind brush the mountain ridge. Let them be arrogant. Let the bright moon illuminate the great river. Taijiquan, the old man, clad entirely in white, softly murmured as he seemingly casually unleashed a punch. This strike exemplified the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity, of slowness overcoming swiftness, of stillness controlling movement, and of responding after the fact, effortlessly neutralizing the Tianshan child ant's plucking plum technique. This venerable elder was none other than the illustrious Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong. Although his reputation was formidable, he had been in seclusion for many years, and tales of him only occasionally surfaced in the martial world. The Tianshan child ant felt a rush of excitement, and Zhang Sanfeng felt similarly exhilarated. It had been years since anyone had allowed him such a spirited exchange. The Tianshan child ant inquired, "I am Tang Yao. May I ask your esteemed name?" Zhang Sanfeng replied, "Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Tang." Naturally, the Tianshan child ant felt no offense at being addressed as Miss Tang by Zhang Sanfeng. She joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, you are indeed Zhang Sanfeng? Hee. I have heard of your great name for decades. Many years ago, I sought you out in the Great Sway for a contest, only to be informed that you were in seclusion. I never expected to meet you today. It is truly a fortunate event for me. Zhang Zhenren, I humbly request your guidance once more." Zhang Sanfeng replied calmly, "It is I who yearns for your teachings, Miss Tang. Please." Once again, the two figures intertwined in combat, the air resonating with booming sounds. At this moment, Tang Ning felt exceedingly vexed. The enchanting Tiansha ribbon, akin to tough sinew, tightened around him the more he struggled. He had believed he could escape, yet now found himself at the mercy of Wan Shan. Wu Mingkong's small hands busily kneaded his face, poked his nose, and tugged at his ears. "Big brother, do tell, how do you intend to punish me?" She teased, "Hee. I knew it. Men like you can never escape my master's grasp." Tang Ning remained speechless, thinking how, even at such a young age, she was so astute, a true prodigy nurtured by the little demoness Wan Shan. Wan Shan crouched down to meet Tang Ning's gaze and asked, "Tell me, how do you know about the Chongqing Ju, and what is your purpose in seeking my master?" Tang Ning revealed an unusually mysterious expression and whispered, "Miss Wan Shan, this matter is of great significance. It must not be overheard, especially by those from the Cihong Jingjai." Leaning closer, Wan Shan, recalling her master as presence not far behind, leaned in without suspicion. Tang Ning exhaled softly into her ear. Wan Shan immediately felt a rush of indignation, as she had never been treated so lightly by a man before. Just as she was Abu Chapter 103, Master, your man has fled in the realm of martial arts. The most despised individuals are not those whose malice is emblazoned upon their faces, like the members of the Ingui sect, nor the hypocritical gentlemen akin to Yu Buchuan, who feign virtue. Rather, it is the flower thieves, reviled by all as if they were mere vermin scurrying through the streets. Perhaps not everyone shares this sentiment, but at the very least, Tang Ning does. A villain can be dealt with, a hypocrite can be exploited, but what use is there for a flower thief? Are they merely a source of irritation, meant to enrage oneself with their carefree existence? The battle between Wan and Shi Fei Xian raged on. Tang Ning cast a knowing glance towards the blood knife ancestor, who promptly stepped forward to untie the celestial demon ribbon that bound Tang Ning. Wu Mingkong shouted exuberantly, "Master, your man has escaped." Your man. Wan was rendered speechless. She had merely declared that Tang Ning would belong to her from now on. Yet this little monk spoke so indiscreetly. She glanced at Shi Fei Xian's disdainful gaze and found herself unperturbed, even chuckling. Shi Fei Xian, what do you think of my young master Tang compared to your Prince Ho? With Tang Ning having freed himself from her grasp, she felt no remorse. Shi Fei Xian, however, was not as composed as Wan. Upon hearing such blatant words, her fury ignited, and she lunged at Wan with her sword, hurling invectives, "You shameless witch." After freeing himself, Tang Ning wrapped the ribbon around his waist and swiftly approached the little nun, encircling her delicate waist with his left arm while his right hand delivered a gentle strike toward the flower thief. The thief, taken aback by the youth's remarkable agility, found himself unable to evade and braced himself for the blow. That single strike engulfed him in sensations akin to a blazing inferno followed by the chill of an icy mountain, a torment that was unbearable. Faced with such a master, the flower thief dared not linger. Yet at that moment, Tang Ning's elusive form stood before him, demanding, "State your name, and I may grant you a swifter demise." The little nun struggled against Tang Ning's embrace, feeling both aggrieved and frightened. Having just escaped the clutches of the flower thief, she found herself ensnared by this youth. While the boy was undeniably handsome, what difference did it make to her as a nun? Moreover, his intent to slay the thief seemed excessively cruel. Cautiously, she pleaded for the thief's life. "This benefactor, I am grateful for your rescue. He has not harmed me. The heavens are merciful. Please spare him." Tang Ning turned to the innocent beauty, asking, "What is your name?" The little nun replied timidly, "I am Yilin, of the Hongshan sect." She invoked the name of her sect, hoping to instill caution in Tang Ning. To her surprise, his eyes brightened, and a radiant smile graced his face as he declared, "Excellent, little sister Yilin, you shall be my personal maid from now on." Yilin waved her hands vigorously. No, I am a nun. I cannot serve as anyone's maid. Besides, I am from Hongshan. If you abduct me, my master and uncles will come after you. Please, let me go." Ignoring her protests, Tang Ning tightened his grip slightly, causing Yilin's cheeks to flush crimson, rendering her speechless. He then addressed the flower thief. "You must be wandering alone Tian Boguang. Am I correct?" The thief, drenched in sweat, whether from heat or fear, knew he was no match for the youth before him. Since the day he chose the path of a flower thief, he had prepared for a grim fate. He replied boldly, "Indeed, I am Tian Boguang." Tang Ning inquired coolly, "How do you wish to die?" Tian Boguang, perplexed, asked, "Who are you, and why must I die?" Tang Ning replied, "I am Tang Ning of the Xiaoyao sect. You are a flower thief, and I despise flower thieves above all else." Tian Boguang pressed, "Is there no room for negotiation?" Tang Ning replied unequivocally, "None." At that moment, Yilin, trembling, interjected, "Tang Gongzi, I will agree to be your personal maid. Please spare his life." Tang Ning turned his gaze to Yilin, who still blushed from embarrassment. Her eyes wide with fear yet filled with a glimmer of hope as she looked up at him. She was another genuinely kind soul. Was one not enough? Seeing Tang Ning's expression soften slightly, Yilin gathered her courage and called out, "Tang Gongzi." Tang Ning did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Tian Boguang and asked, "What is your view on this?" Tian Boguang cast a deep glance at the virtuous Yilin and replied bitterly, "Humph. Since I have fallen into your hands, do as you wish. However, my life is worth something. If you hand me over to the authorities, you will receive a bounty of 1,000 taels. Just spare Yilin." Tang Ning was taken aback by this response, his expression darkening. Just moments ago, they were adversaries, a refined maiden and a flower thief, but now they seemed to share an inexplicable bond. Disgusting, wasn't it? He scoffed at Tian Boguang. You are merely a flower thief, yet you see yourself as a protector of flowers? I do not require your opinion on Yilin's fate. Do you think I care about 1,000 taels? Is your life worth 1,000 taels? Despairing, Tian Boguang replied, if that is the case, then kill me. Yilin, watching Tang Ning intently, observed the shifts in his expression. Suddenly emboldened, she implored, Tang Gongzi, I know you are a good person. Please spare him. Tang Ning glanced at her once more, a devilish smile creeping onto his lips as he asked, do you genuinely wish to be my personal maid? A monk must not lie. Yilin trembled, unsure how to respond. I. Tang Ning leaned closer to her, his mouth nearly brushing against her face, causing her heart to race, yet she did not dare to pull away. Taking a deep breath, he released Yilin and produced a flask of diluted wine from his robes, pouring a few drops into his palm. Channeling his purple essence, he crystallized the liquid into ice shards, which he then struck into Tian Boguang's chest. In an instant, Tian Boguang felt an unbearable itch spread throughout his body. Yilin, alarmed, asked, Tang Gongzi, what have you done to him? You must save him. I am truly willing to be your personal maid. Chapter 104. The Secret of the Zihong Sword Manual. Tian Boguang, unable to endure the torment any longer, pleaded, it's unbearable. Tang Ning, just kill me. I beg you. End my life. Tang Ning remained indifferent, meticulously detailing the excruciating effects of the life and death talisman, which cycled every 81 days, to Tian Boguang. He then offered him a pill, stating, only I possess the means to neutralize this talisman. Journey to the Song dynasty and seek out Xiaofeng, the master of Tianyi Tower. He will instruct you on your future path. Refrain from any further acts of lechery, or I will devise ways to make your existence a living hell. Remember, this antidote only provides temporary relief for a year. Without hesitation, Tian Boguang accepted and ingested the pill. Shortly after, he prostrated himself. I am grateful for your benevolence, young Master Tang. From this day forward, Tian Boguang will dedicate himself to your service. I only implore you not to trouble the young nun Yilin. With that, Tian Boguang glanced at Yilin and departed. Tang Ning watched Tian Boguang's retreating figure intently. He had always been perplexed as to why Tian Boguang, despite having numerous opportunities to violate Yilin after capturing her, never acted upon them. Today, he understood. Despite being a notorious philanderer, Tian Boguang seemed to harbor genuine affection for Yilin. Her beauty and purity made it difficult for anyone to defile her with violence. Tang Ning turned to Yilin, offering a gentle smile, rest assured. As long as Tian Boguang refrains from further wickedness, he will not meet his end and may even have a promising future. Upon hearing this and seeing Tang Ning's warm smile, the tension within Yilin eased considerably. She forced a smile. Thank you, young Master Tang. Meanwhile, Wanqing and Shi Feishuan continued their furious dance. Tang Ning, still embracing Yilin's slender waist, turned to her and softly asked, Little Yilin, do you find those two ladies beautiful? Yilin, slightly agape, replied, Young Master, it appears they are fighting. What if they get hurt? Tang Ning reassured her, Don't worry, their martial skills are evenly matched. As long as they don't fight to the death, they won't be seriously injured. Yilin remained apprehensive. Are you sure? Indeed, Tang Ning affirmed, leading Yilin to Hoshibai, whom he addressed, Little monkey, I am impressed that you can stand idly by while your beloved Fairy Shi engages in combat. You truly live up to your title of protector of flowers. Little monkey. This was the first time anyone had addressed him so. Hoshibai's lips twitched. The other woman was also a great beauty, and even if his heart belonged to Fairy Shi, he couldn't bring himself to harm another beauty. How could I possibly strike a woman? If young Master Tang is so concerned, why doesn't he intervene himself? Tang Ning countered, I have no connection to either of them. Why should I interfere? Hoshibai scoffed, then turned his gaze to Yilin. The young nun's face was no less captivating than Fairy Shi's, and her purity and innocence were even more endearing. He lamented, Young Master Tang is far more adept at protecting flowers than I am. Tang Ning chuckled. That is indeed the truth. With that, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he had seized Wanqing and Shi Feishuan by their slender waists, rendering them immobile, having swiftly subdued them by striking their pressure points. The two women had been fighting for some time, and Tang Ning had thoroughly analyzed their techniques, discovering the means to restrain them with ease. Shi Feishuan exclaimed in mortification, Release me, you lecherous scoundrel. Wanqing, though equally embarrassed, giggled, Oh, young Master Tang. If you're going to be so forward with us, you must take responsibility. Wanqing was accustomed to being labeled a demoness, and it was unlikely anyone would be surprised by her actions. However, Fairy Shi was different. Xihang Jingjie was a hallowed ground of righteousness and purity. If young Master Tang didn't take responsibility for his intimate contact with her, she would either silence him permanently or take her own life. Wanwan deliberately emphasized the words righteousness and purity. Ho Shibai's eyes blazed with fury. How could he bear to see another man embrace Fairy Shi in his presence? Yet, he remained rooted to the spot, as the Bloodblade ancestor's curved blade was pressed against his neck. Shi Feishuan, upon hearing Wanwan's words, was even more mortified. She retorted, "Shameless vixen." Turning to Tang Ning, she demanded, "Who are you? Do you dare reveal your name? You may be young and handsome, but you dare to act in such a manner in broad daylight, violating all principles of gentlemanly conduct. Are you not afraid of being condemned by the righteous of the world?" Tang Ning leaned closer to Shi Feishuan, closed his eyes, and inhaled her fragrance with relish. Smiling, he replied, "I am Tang Ning of the Xiaoyao sect, at your service, Fairy Shi. Please, do not be angry. I could not bear to see either of you lovely ladies harmed in your duel, so I took the liberty of intervening. In truth, we all share the same goal, to find Su Xiling and Ko Zhong and obtain the longevity scroll. Would the two of you be willing to join me?" Wanwan immediately responded with a flirtatious smile, "Of course, young Master Tang, I would be delighted to accompany you." Shi Feishuan reacted with the same surprise as Wanwan upon hearing about the longevity scroll. She paid little attention to the unheard of Xiaoyao sect, and she certainly didn't believe Tang Ning's claim that he was trying to prevent them from being harmed. After all, his wicked hand was still resting on her soft waist. She flatly refused, "If young Master Tang has no malicious intent, then please release me. I, Shi Feishuan, will never associate with a vixen from the Ingui sect." To her surprise, Tang Ning obediently released Shi Feishuan. Then, he extended 2 fingers and gently tapped her chest, releasing her pressure points. Shi Feishuan wanted to distance herself from the man who had just violated her, but Tang Ning spoke, "Fairy Shi, please wait. Return and tell your master, Fan Qingwei, that your sect's prized treasure, the Xihang Sword Manual, originated from the other shore swordplay created by your sect's founder. If she wishes to unlock the secrets of shattering the void, she may seek me out. Of course, I also know many other secrets of your Xihang Jingjai. I have another identity, the Xiaoyao Marquis of Dali. I will be waiting for her in Dali." Chapter 105. The political landscape of the court. Shi Feishuan abruptly halted her steps, turning to cast a deep gaze at Tang Ning. The Xiaoyao sect, far across the miles in the Dali kingdom, was represented by a mere youth of approximately 18. How could he possibly know the secrets of her Xihang Jingjai? The concept of breaking through the void had been mentioned by her master. Yet it had been over a millennium since any mention of such a formidable power had graced the Tianwu continent. Not only was there a scarcity of those who had achieved such a level, but even the revered martial saints were few and far between. Her master had only recently managed to ascend to the Grandmaster realm and remained utterly unfamiliar with the martial saints. The cultivation of this young man before her could not possibly reach the Grandmaster level. What right did he have to claim knowledge of the secrets surrounding the void? It was utterly ludicrous. Wanwanshu shared her astonishment. Not only was Tang Ning aware of her master's ambition to unify the demonic sects, but he also seemed privy to the secrets of their rival, Xihang Jingjai. At that moment, her mind was consumed with a singular thought. If she could not kill Tang Ning, she must draw him into her camp, lest he allow Xihang Jingjai to gain the upper hand. Shi Feishuan refrained from commenting on the notion of breaking through the void and instead inquired, "Might young Master Tang consider releasing young Master Ho?" Tang Ning retorted, "Does Miss Shi know the true identity of young Master Ho? The true identity of Ho Shibai?" Shi Feishuan glanced at the composed Ho Shibai. Tang Ning answered his own question. This person hails from the Huajian sect of the 6 paths of the demonic sect, a direct disciple of the evil king, Shi Zhishuan. Miss Shi, coming from the righteous Holy Land, how can you be so closely associated with a disciple of the demonic sect? Ho Shibai readily admitted, "Miss Shi, I indeed deceived you. What young Master Tang says is true. However, I swear that my feelings for you are sincere, devoid of any pretense." Shi Feishuan reflected on her acquaintance with Ho Shibai. He had always presented himself as a gentleman, gentle and kind. How could such a demeanor belong to a member of the demonic sect? She found it hard to accept. Yet Ho Shibai's frank admission left her momentarily speechless. Wanwanshu teased, giggling, "So it turns out that Brother Ho is one of our own. Does Brother Ho not realize that Xihang Jingjai is merely a group of hypocrites? In terms of beauty, do you think Wanwanshu is inferior to Miss Shi?" Tang Ning pinched Wanwanshu lightly at her waist. Wanwanshu squeaked in pain. Then, Tang Ning commandingly stated, "As my maid, you are not to tease any other man henceforth." Wanwanshu rolled her eyes at Tang Ning, and then playfully complained, Since Wanqing is your maid, why has my acupoint not been released? This is rather uncomfortable. Tang Ning smiled gently. Then you must not think of escaping again. Otherwise, I shall have to punish you thoroughly. With that, he flicked his finger at her chest, releasing her acupoint. Wanqing smiled sweetly. Rest assured, I shall never consider it again. Wu Mingkong approached Wanqing, looking regretful, and shook his head. Alas, master. Just moments ago he was your man, and now you have become his maid. If our ancestor learns that you could not even conquer a man, she will surely spank you. Wanqing lightly tapped Wu Mingkong's forehead. You are quite the chatterbox. Who taught you such things? Wu Mingkong looked up innocently. I have been with my master since childhood. Naturally, I learned from her. Wanqing. Shi Feishuan struggled internally for a long while before finally speaking. Young Master Ho, as a disciple of Zihong Jingjai, it is absolutely impossible for me to fall in love with someone from the demonic sect. However, I know that young Master Ho possesses a gentle character and is a good person, certainly not a villain. I am willing to remain friends with you. She turned to Tang Ning. I kindly ask young Master Tang to release young Master Ho. Tang Ning replied, Miss Shi, you are mistaken. Who says that a member of Zihong Jingjai cannot fall in love with someone from the demonic sect? Are you not aware that your sect's founder, Dini, once had a romance with the demonic sect's founder, the evil emperor, Xietiao? Ho Shibai's eyes brightened. Such a thing had occurred, though he remained under the pressure of the blood knife old ancestor's blade at his throat. He felt a surge of gratitude towards Tang Ning and looked at Shi Feishuan with longing and anticipation. Shi Feishuan reprimanded, Do not speak such nonsense. Zihong Jingjai has always stood against the demonic sect, as established by our founder. How dare you utter such slander? Tang Ning said, This is the truth. If Miss Shi holds such prejudices, any explanation from me would be futile. I ask that you return and relay my words to your master, Fan Qingwei. I must seek the longevity technique. With that, he beckoned everyone to set out in search of Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. Shi Feishuan felt a wave of frustration. She had not finished her thoughts before being dismissed. Just moments ago, she wished to distance herself from Tang Ning, yet now she found herself reluctant to leave. As she watched Tang Ning and his companions depart into the distance, she began to follow them from afar. In the distance, amidst the skies, the Tianshan old lady exerted all her might yet could not overcome Zhang Sanfeng. She was breathless, and despite being a woman, her techniques were all imbued with masculine vigor. Zhang Sanfeng, on the other hand, excelled in the art of yielding to overcome strength. After an extended battle, her internal energy was nearly depleted, while Zhang Sanfeng appeared utterly unfazed, showing no signs of fatigue. Finally, Tianshan old lady ceased her attacks. Indeed, the Wudong Zhang Jinren lives up to his reputation. May I inquire, has Zhang Jinren broken through to the legendary martial saint realm? Zhang Sanfeng continued to employ soft techniques to counter her aggressive moves, primarily remaining in a defensive position, rarely initiating an attack. Tianshan old lady could not gauge his true depth or discern his actual realm. Zhang Sanfeng merely smiled, offering no reply. Tianshan old lady pressed again. Wudong Mountain is quite far from here. May I ask what brings Zhang Jinren to this place? Zhang Sanfeng's expression grew serious as he gazed towards the northwest, the direction of the Great Qin. He had been in seclusion for many years, detached from the affairs of the martial world. Yet, the Great Sui was now embroiled in internal strife. He could not simply stand by and watch the Great Sui fall into the hands of another dynasty. To the northwest lay the territory of the formidable Great Qin dynasty. Bai Qi, already renowned for his prowess as a god of death, had amassed an army of 300,000 and now approached the borders of the two great dynasties, poised to invade the Great Sui at any moment. Sister, do you believe that we, as practitioners of the martial world, can still influence the affairs of the court as we did centuries ago?